true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1st and 10 at the Carolina 17. Snap to rush, looking left, looking, standing, now rolling outside the right, scramble drill, throws it in the end zone. The ball is caught by Jalen Brooks for a touchdown.
Brad Sham with the call right here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Metroplex and the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Bobby Belt for the entire week. Choppy is out for his Christmas vacay. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What time did you land back from Carolina?
Dude, this is the best trip we've taken on that front. It was 7:40, something like that. So, I mean, I was home before, like a little before 8:30. Got home, watched an episode of Landman, jumped on with Joe Trahan last night on WFAA, and then got to bed. So it was actually a quick trip. So,
despite a crappy city that you insulted on Friday,
like it ended the city, and I didn't go out in the city, but aesthetically, at least, it was nice. Like I was surprised by visually. I thought it was going to look much more boring than it was. It actually was kind of a nice downtown. But I get what Nick Eatman was talking about in terms of just the weird logistics with some of those people in the stadium. And Nick said he saw that security guard, that same one that we were referencing on Friday. And he said he just had to kind of make eyes at him and then run.
30-14, the Dallas Cowboys drub the Carolina Panthers. Cooper Rush with 3 touchdowns. Mike McCarthy passes Bill Parcells on the all-time wins list. I believe the TV call said the Cowboys are now 4-0 in short rest games. So go figure. On the road versus at home, and short rest versus normal rest. And Mike Zimmer's defense again creating havoc. This felt like the Cowboys of the last 2 Dan Quinn years. You get a lead, you get out in front, you release the Hound Smithers, and all hell breaks loose for the other team's offense in terms of sacks and turnovers. 6 Cowboys sacks, 4 takeaways, and they beat down the Panthers.
Yeah, and it was something where early on the pressure, I didn't think like they were getting, maybe the first quarter and a half or so, I didn't feel like they were getting enough pressure on Bryce Young, that he was able on that first drive to kind of stand back there and wait, and then it just cranked up. And I mean, look, they were fortunate on some of this. That first drive when Leofau kind of punches the ball out as just all right, let's try this as he's going down, and some of that good fortune of the ball bouncing off and Kendricks being there to grab it. They were getting the bounces yesterday, and that was a big thing for them. But the defense is clearly just kind of settled into their rhythm a little bit and figured out what it is that they are.
And what are they?
They are, I think, just a high effort, much more disciplined defense than they were in the first half of the year in terms of they don't over pursue a lot. I think Mike Zimmer needed to figure out, okay, what do you guys do well? What can I actually have you do? And so some of the stuff where it's like, okay, I can't necessarily have Eric Kendricks in this position anymore because Eric is not a guy who can get to that spot anymore. But, I can have Leofau here or Overshown here. There were different things he mixed up yesterday with. There was a snap where Parsons was playing the 3-technique defensive tackle, which we've seen more of. But then they had Oso Odigizua, not just a defensive end, but like wide defensive end, like a speed rusher at 300 pounds. And so they do some different things in terms of disguising personnel. So I think a lot of their MO at this point is just pre-snap disguise, really leaning into quick read and react and solid tackling. They're not having trouble wrapping up like they were earlier in the year.
Carolina 0-8 when trailing by 10 points At any point in the game this year, Babe Laufenberg tweeted that out, they were down 10-0. And a 10-7 game turned into an absolute beatdown in the second half. And you know the Cowboys are going to rely on CeeDee Lamb offensively. But then when things opened up in this game, you got Tolbert, you got Cooks, you got Brooks, you got a touch for Turpin. And then things opened up defensively. Osa, Micah actually came in what felt like cleanup time for his 2 sacks. Jordan Lewis ended up getting a sack. So the others, as Shaquille O'Neal loves to call them, they started getting involved.
Yeah, it's a game where when you watch, now look, it's Carolina, but I picked Carolina. I anticipated they were going to give Dallas more problems than they did. And so they stepped up and
we're turning film over to Peyton this week for the Buccaneers.
You were sitting there as that first drive was going and you went, uh-oh. I know you were sitting there thinking that. You did not, they're running a 15-play drive, just methodically moving down the field before they punched the ball out near the goal line. That looked bad. That first drive, I was like, they're going to score 50 points today, the Panthers, and this will be the most embarrassing loss of all time. But what it ends up being is Dallas giving up, what was the yardage? 235. That's the third fewest that they've given up this year. And so the defense playing stingy, taking advantage of things. I thought the biggest thing was they got pressure on him, obviously, but that's what we had talked about at the end of last week that Bryce Young had so improved at, was playing with pressure in his face. Yesterday, he did not. And I think it's because he had no idea where the pressure was going to be coming from. And that was a great job by Zimmer scheming that up.
And because of you, I lost money on Chuba Hubbard. So screw you. My buddy Jake, who was at Ravens practice, accepting his little... I'm glad he didn't win Coach of the Year. I'm glad he was just nominated back in Maryland. He's like, Zay Flowers, they're going to light up Zay. I'm talking 150, 2 touchdowns. So that jerk cost me money. Bobby cost me money because they shut down Chuba Hubbard. It looked like Chuba was going to get loose early in this game. I was like, I should have just gone 100 yards for Rico and Chuba with a little running back parlay. Hubbard ended up with 10 for 32 and 3.2 on the ground. He had 4 catches for 17 yards, almost matching his rush total. They locked him down.
I thought, and it was one where you're right. Early on, I saw it, and I was like, okay, he's running pretty efficiently, and he's doing what he does, which is he's the big no meat on the bone guy, to reference back to Joseph Randle. That's one of the things that he does. I thought it was interesting how quickly they felt like Dallas has struggled with the run defense all year. Thought it was interesting how quickly they felt like our way to win this game is to lean on Bryce Young in the passing attack. I don't know if it's just because they felt like there was some vulnerability with Dallas being down a corner, with Trayvon Diggs being out, and that they felt like Deron Bland's still coming back, and they felt comfortable in their ability to block up the pass rush, which is, like I said, early in the first quarter, I thought they were. I thought it was actually pretty frustrating watching Dallas try to do anything in terms of generating a pass rush. So it could be that they just thought, hey, we're going to be able to have success with this and lean on it. But I thought they moved away from Hubbard pretty quick in this game, faster than I would have expected.
Mike McCarthy on the W afterwards.
You know, we've always been a resilient bunch, and today, you know, that's a great example of it because, you know, frankly, you know, the way the first half went, you know, we felt like we were really in charge. I think we were +6 big play, you know, category at that time, and you know that was really the only 2 plays they made in the first half. With, you know, the fumble recovery was self-inflicted, and they hit the big play on the broken coverage. But yeah, I mean, they were good at halftime. You know, we got to play better moving forward. You know, obviously we got Tampa Bay coming in next. Too many penalties. We got to take care of the football, but the takeaways outstanding. You know, I thought the defense really set the tone for us in the first half. You know, and Terp is magnificent, and with special teams, you know, the field position battle. I didn't see the field position battle, but I assume we were ahead there. But you know, +3 turnover ratio. Those are the basics that we want to play to. I think we had 20 more total plays than they did. You know, that's the way we want to play. We want to play, you know, balance on offense, get our trips to the plate in the run game, and you know, be smart in the passing game.
I love what CeeDee Lamb said afterwards. He heard about Vegas. He heard about the odds makers listing the Panthers as a favorite for the first time in 2 years, and he said, it was brought up. You're not oblivious to what is being said about your team. Shout out to whoever thought the Panthers were going to win, Bobby, but they got this one wrong. So that is the antennas up towards Vegas and the point spread.
Boy, they're feeling themselves for a team that's been pretty awful all year.
So are some fans. I got a tweet this morning. It's a really good tweet. It's, the question moving forward of the offseason from Kyle Stahl. He said, I hate that I'm asking this. Is it possible we're overreacting to this season of McCarthy? They have a ton of injuries, new DC, young guys didn't step up as quickly as needed. Maybe he's back next year with Zimmer and a new offensive coordinator. And I spent a lot of my drive thinking about this coming in today. You got to decide at what point you put the emergency brake on the season to make up your mind, right? Like for me in past relationships, there's moments of where it took the turn, where I made up my mind in the moment. No matter if I hang out with this chick for another month, another 2 months, another 3 months, this is the moment where I decided I'm done with this. It's not happening. I knew in this moment that scarred me. I'm never going to be able to get over it. Are you keeping your mind open as a Dallas Cowboys fan? And I think it's very, very important to keep reminding who this 3 of 4 is taking place against. Are you keeping your mind open during Washington, the Giants, Cincinnati, Carolina? Or are you like me and you made up your mind after the Saints, the Ravens, the Lions, the 49ers? Really, Saints, Ravens, Lions, I was done with it. You got your full team. You got the stacked deck. You may have had Cooper Rush. When did Dak go out?
Atlanta. So his first game back, Cooper Rush's was Philly. Was that what it was?
So he played the Lions game. I made up my mind then. This team ain't it. Tola responded this morning and said, I made up my mind after the Packer game. And here's the other thing I keep having to want to remind Cowboy fans and some media who are drinking a little bit of Kool-Aid. Best case scenario, this team is what? Best case scenario, the Dallas Cowboys are a 12-win regular season team and a second-round playoff team. Y'all, they didn't change the playoff format to 3 rounds. You don't make the NFC Championship game after your first-round playoff win. This team isn't really that close to the conference title game. They for damn sure are even farther away, obviously, from the Super Bowl. So you got to make up your own mind of when you're putting the emergency brake on. I did it when they were getting their ass kicked early this year with their quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first. Look at the fact that, okay, they've got
like
6
you beat
wins.
The Commanders are a fringe possible playoff team. The Giants are horrific. The Bengals are not good. And here's the other thing we do around here. Cowboy fans always act like the end of games where something crazy happens, you were just going to win that game anyway. It happened with the debacle against San Francisco. You weren't going to win that game. You were down the whole game and you were down in that moment. You weren't up and that cost you. You were going to lose anyway. That was just to get another playoff. But somehow, like, the embarrassment of that moment took over. Cincinnati, the game was tied. There's nothing saying that you are going to catch the ball, go down and drive, a 70-yard field goal from Aubrey. We saw how that went yesterday, even though I thought he was going to make it. Like, you just weren't, like, written in to win the Bengal game. And then Carolina is horrible. Don't let Bobby and others trick you. Oh, they play Kansas City Titan. Oh, my God, the 2 Bryce Young turning around. They still suck, and we saw that again yesterday. So you got to decide when and who to make up your mind against. Sorry.
Look, 4 of their 6 victories, like you said, are against Cleveland, Carolina, and New York. Those teams' records outside of the games where Dallas played them are 8-30. They're bad. They're the worst teams in the NFL that you're going against.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, Washington being a fringe playoff. I'm not going to knock, obviously, road victories against Washington and Pittsburgh. However you got it done. And they dominated Pittsburgh in the stat sheet. And then they won a close game. It was tight, but I'm not going to apologize for that. But the reality is also, Washington is a team that right now looks like they're spiraling, almost losing to a Saints team that everybody's been mocking ever since Dallas got their ass kicked by them. And so it's tough for me to look at this and say there's a lot you can really build on. I think it's just there's a fortunate break in the schedule. Now, are they playing hard? Yes. In fact, Ultra Cowboy on the YouTube, one of the most common commenters on the YouTube, says Bobby's butthurt that this team is playing hard for McCarthy. Not really. Here's what's irritating to me right now from the perspective of talking about this team playing hard. That is the bare minimum. If you're playing hard, that's the bare minimum. You are a professional. You're getting paid to do your job. You need to do your job. Quitting is a fireable offense for a reason because it is such a low bar. You playing hard is just your job description. That is not extension worthy. That's not some sort of, they're playing hard. They're going to beat Philly in a couple weeks. No, unless Philly decides they're resting people.
Yeah.
Then you might. You probably will not beat, to be honest, I didn't think they'd beat Carolina, but you're probably not going to beat Tampa Bay next week, who just thumped the Chargers, a pretty good Chargers team, by 23 on the road.
Let's go inside this win and this game with Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Crown Royal, proud to be the official whiskey of the NFL. If you're new to the show, this is your Cowboys report card. Star Up, Star Down with Sean and Bobby next.
a V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First and 10 at the 19. Young rolling to his left. Chased by Parsons. Ooh, he overran him. And Young puts his foot in the ground. Goes into the ground at the 15. The ball is fumbled. And the Cowboys have it back at around their own 13-yard line.
It is now time for Star Up, Star Down. It's your Cowboys report card on your home of your favorite football team. Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Back off the plane from Charlotte. Choppy's out this week here on DFW Sports Station after the 30-14 win. Star Up is brought to you by Crown Royal, proud to be the official whiskey of the NFL.
Before we actually list what they are, I feel like when they've won games this season, I haven't had many star downs, and when they've lost games this season, I haven't had many star ups. This is the first game this year where I felt like I had a pretty decent amount of both that I could use. And so I don't know if you felt the same way, but I felt like there were definitely people in this game who I was not pleased with, and then others who I thought had really good performances.
Let's start off. Look, we know that Overshown was the young new storyline. Maris Leofau's taking that linebacker torch as a young gun. This is on the first drive. Leofau shines again, and welcome back Marshawn Nealon, who had the recovery to end that 12-play drive. RJ Ochoa tweeted out, the Cowboys defense has generated a turnover now in 7 straight games. They have tied the 2020 team for the longest streak in the last 5 years. Leofau had another pressure on third down, had a big tackle for loss on Chuba Hubbard. I think he kind of got away with another, what was a Leofau penalty, which we're talking about going high on players that happened against Cincinnati. But Micah Parsons said to the TV broadcast, Leofau so far along, Bobby, he could wear the green dot if needed. They could put the green communication dot on his helmet, and he would be good to go. Star up to the rookie.
Dude, and I believe that because I know.
Wait, is he a rookie?
Yes, he's a rookie.
Yeah, rookie.
I believe it because Leofau is a guy who, one of the things they really loved about him was he kind of had to do everything at Notre Dame. So there were times where Notre Dame would put him as a safety. They'd put him in the slot. They'd have him play linebacker. They'd have him rush. And so he had to understand everybody's assignment, everybody's responsibility, what was going on the field. And I think it's a Notre Dame kid. It's somebody who's pretty smart. And so what they found was that was one of the things they leaned into. They thought he played incredibly hard all the time. He plays with intensity. The motor's always running hot. And he's super sharp, super smart, high football IQ. There were just some things that he was going to have to work on in terms of his technique and other things like that where he was still a little raw. But he is one of these guys who I feel like he's progressively improved every single week. In fact, I know we had this stat on, I think it was Thursday or Friday. But if you look at now as the update, you've got about 12 guys that have played at least 150 snaps in run defense this year for the Cowboys. Just three of them have a better, like the Cowboys give up fewer yards per play on the run when they're on the field. It's Osa Odigizua. They give up about a third of a yard less when he's on the field. Mozzie Smith, they give up about a third of a yard less when he's on the field. And then it's Maris Leofau, who they give up 1.1 yards per rush fewer when he's on the field. He is a solid run, a really good run defender, somebody who's contributing to the team defense, and a lot of credit for a team that was rattled by Overshown being knocked out. the guy who had to actually step in and play for him and has been learning under him has been completely locked in and focused since he had to take the field for him.
Another star up to the man where it doesn't matter who's throwing him the football. He's going to flex on you. He's going to first down sniff on you, and he's going to have 1,000-yard seasons on you.
Snap is back on third down. Time. Throws it right corner of the end zone. Lamb, back shoulder. Touchdown, Cowboys. Oh, did C.D. Lamb run a nice route? That's the C.D. Lamb possession.
Yes. Well said by Brad Sham. That was his drive.
Yeah, and that was one where when you watch that's exactly what I thought was. Obviously, it was, the one where he had contributed the most. He had 3 catches on that drive, I think. I was trying to see how many yards it was. 28. He scored from 14. And then I think his first catch, or one of his next catches of the drive, he went for 20. So, I mean, you're talking about a basically 60-yard drive just from CD alone.
Well, the Cowboys on third down on that drive had 62 yards, and a lot of it was Lamb also doing it on third down.
Yeah, and look, I thought yesterday there were a lot of times where Cooper Rush, the stat line looks nice. I thought Cooper Rush was off target.
He had like 2 or 3 behind throws.
And even on some of the catches, I felt like
someone tweeted he's allergic to a front shoulder, leading you on the front shoulder.
He's got such a weak arm. He just doesn't. Yeah. He can't get it there. He tries his best to compensate. But I thought that was just, you could tell on that drive. I think it was after the second catch. You could tell on the drive, CD was just kind of like, yep, like keep going, just keep feeding me because I'm locked in and I'm ready to go. And it's 2 weeks in a row now where they've gotten him going early. It's quieted down in the second half, but I mean, he was fantastic on that drive and fantastic yesterday.
He had 8 for 105 in the first half on 10 targets, and Lamb was asked afterwards, do you feel like you need to put this team and offense on your back with 3 left?
I always had that mentality, and obviously offensively the guys are looking for me as a spark. So with that, I'm going to continue to do that, and I look at myself as a spark as well. I feel like I can personally score from anywhere on the field, no matter how deep. So with that being said, I want to be a threat every time I touch it.
I had a star up for the refs on Xavier Woods with that hit on Lamb, and we got away with one. Got away with a nice one right there. It should not have been a penalty on Carolina, but as the Tolo said, ball don't lie, because right after that, on the next possession, Cooper Rush had his customary weekly fumble. So CeeDee Lamb was tied into that play as well.
Yeah, there's a little bit, and I had made that point talking about Woods on Twitter yesterday, and a lot of people were like, that was a clean hit. That should, they were almost getting mad that Xavier Woods got flagged for that. But it was one of those things where he's Draymond Green to refs now. Xavier Woods is. We played the audio from him about a month ago, where after he had gotten hit with an unnecessary roughness penalty, they said, do you know how you lead the league in unnecessary roughness penalties since you got in the NFL in 2017? And he goes, yeah, I've got 9. And he knew exactly what his count was. So that was 10 yesterday. He's one of these guys where if it looks close, they're flagging Woods.
I'm going to challenge you with a theory. I'm going to challenge you with hit you high. I would like to hit you high in illegally. My ref theory is in that moment, they're not knowing who they're throwing it on. It's too bang. It's not like a DN, right, who you know is kind of in that spot the entire time. It's a safety or secondary player moving around. So my theory is they didn't know it's Woods.
I think they're aware of the formation at the snap of the ball. And typically, I don't know what they're playing there, but I know Carolina plays a ton of single high, and that's going to be they're going to know anybody streaking from the back end is going to be Woods.
You think they're thinking about that much that Carolina's playing single high? I don't.
No, but I'm saying like they are aware of what the formation is because they have to observe if the formation's legal. And so they are aware of it, and I think that Woods is a guy who that flag came in a little late. It wasn't like immediately thrown. It took a second. So they definitely saw who it was and I think went, all right, here you go.
Star up, star down, brought to you by Crown Royal here on Sean and Bobby.
Yeah, I've got a star up in this one for Jordan Lewis, who continues to be, I made the comparison a few weeks back. He's going to be this generation's Dat win in terms of just the undersized, scrappy third-round pick who you look up and you're like, man, he's been here for a decade and he's just been pretty solid the whole time and been a really strong leader. And continues to make big plays whenever he's called on. There's no reason, if you look at Jordan Lewis, that he necessarily should have hung around this long. He's not a super fast guy. He's short. He's thinly built. And he's had injury issues. And he still is playing really well as he's gotten older.
Young in the gun. Back on third down. Quick pass. Broken up and intercepted by Kendrick on a deflection at the 50-yard line.
He tipped it for Kendricks to get the pick. I tweeted yesterday, James Conner might be my favorite player in the NFL. That's how I feel about Jordan Lewis for the Cowboys defense. Just gritty, gutty, tough, always just kind of like making the right plays, the feel-good plays. I'm always like, our star up. If you had 11 of these guys, you had 10 of these guys, one of those guys. That's how I feel about Jordan Lewis. You get 8 more of these guys or 5 more of these guys with the personality, the mentality, the approach, and you're gonna win big.
Yeah, and you can make a...
And he had the great Travis Hunter girlfriend tweet that I was too scared to say, which we'll get into later.
Oh, I didn't even see it. You can make the comment, or you can make the argument, I think, that's... Micah obviously is the best player on the defense. They've had different guys here and there. Jordan Lewis is their leader on defense. And he's somebody who, you remember, he was the one who really early on, I think it was after the Baltimore game, called them out harder than anybody else, where he was just clearly pissed off in the locker talking about, we don't do details well. We've never done details well. And he called them out. And last night he gave them credit at his locker and said, hey, this is something that we've really improved. Our guys deserve a lot of credit because I was critical of this early in the years, that we didn't do these things well, and we're much more detail-oriented on the defensive side of the ball.
There are many Cowboy fans, and I heard Brad Sham in the postgame kind of hint towards this. We may be seeing his final 3 games here, so enjoy it.
With a receiver in motion, back to throw, looking left, late pressure.
Ball's up.
He is sacked at the 32-yard line,
The Cowboys
and
got
the Cowboys got a fumble.
Osa Odigizua. I can't remember the last time I've been this excited about a defensive tackle that they developed. This is the first play of the third quarter. First play. So any thought, we know how horrible the Cowboys have been after halftime. Any thought of Carolina going down, getting back in this ball game, or doing damage, gone. Just like that. Osa recovers, ball on the Carolina 29. That would lead to the Jalen Tolbert touchdown to make it 17-7. And then Osa had a sack. I just played that, because his name was going to go ahead and be in it. But he obviously did more with the sack than the fumble recovery. That's more luck. But Osa Odigizua, someone the Cowboy fans are already tearfully preparing for the goodbye.
Yeah, just because it's something where I think Dallas would love to keep him. I think Osa would love to be here. I think Osa likes being a Cowboy. But the reality is we talked about it last week, and
he's 26.
Yeah, I know, and he is such a gym warrior. He plays with a ton of effort. That's actually been a criticism for a few people over the first couple years of his career, is that he plays so hard and so intense that he tends to, by December, he's worn down.
Yeah.
And that's not happening this year. This year, everything has kind of flipped for him. You talk about since November 10th. He's got 3.5 of his 4 sacks. He has 15 of his 22 quarterback hits. Like, he's playing really, really well. And the other thing, we mentioned a second ago, their run defense is worse when he's off the field. You think, okay, big deal. So what's that matter? We're talking about a guy whose job is to get upfield, to rush the passers, the 3 technique, and he's contributing the run defense. He had a couple different run stops yesterday that were big, and that's as a guy whose primary job is not to stop the run. It's to get upfield and get after the quarterback. He was really, really good yesterday, and this is the best he's ever played in the second half of the season. It's not even close.
Let's hear your star up, star downs on the phone lines at 877-881-1053. 6 a.m. Club, we need you like we do every single Cowboys Monday. 877-881-1053. Your star up, star downs on Sean and Bobby next.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are it? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
1st and 10 at the Carolina 17. Snap to Rush, looking left, looking, standing. Now rolling outside the right, scramble drill. Throws it in the end zone. The ball is caught by Jalen Brooks for a touchdown.
Play of the day. That was beautiful. Maybe throw of the year for Cooper Rush. Rolling right, the anticipation, and Jalen Brooks' first career touchdown to make it 24-7. That was the call from Brad Sham here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and home of the 30-14 win over the Carolina Panthers. Here with Sean and Bobby.
They rocked out with their Gamecocks out. That's what they did yesterday with Rico Dowdle running all over the place. McQuamu got the interception. Brooks with the touchdown. That's all their South Carolina guys.
Brock Hoffman, Nick Harris said, he's a Carolina guy, allowed 0 pressures, helped Dallas account for a 410 yards. So homecoming win for the Carolina natives.
By the way, we were talking about Osa last segment. I wanted to verify and look at this for sure. And it's right. So since week 10, Osa Odigizua leads the entire NFL in quarterback hits. Nobody has more than him.
What?
Second is Micah, and then third is TJ Watt.
Wow. Micah obviously star up as well. 2 sacks. He had 8 pressures on the day. So Mike Zimmer's defense locking down Bryce Young and the Panthers. Let's hear from the Tolos on the D&M Leasing Hotline, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. One of our top Tolos, except he was too cool to show up in Fort Worth. Pastry chef Eric here on Sean and Bobby. What's up, brother? Good morning.
What's going on, fellas? I called. I mean, I got kids, bro. I can't be just sliding all the way from Rockwall to Fort Worth on a Saturday before you got to do all the holiday shopping with the new family and things. Anyway.
Oh, wait. No, not anyway. Peyton, do I live near Rockwall? Do I live close to you?
No. Oh, you do.
Do I have children?
You do.
Were my children out there?
They were.
There you go.
You brought your kids?
Yeah, man, drink and drive with your kids. It's cool. I'm kidding.
You would have
I'm
known
kidding.
that if you were there, Eric.
Yeah. Go ahead. What's up?
Yeah, okay. Start up to that patchwork of an offensive line, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just plug and play. Who they putting in there? I mean, I don't even know names. I don't know numbers. I mean, my grandma had on the helmet yesterday and was blocking for Rico. So that's definitely my start up for that. And with that being said, fellas, I'm going to get out of here because I have kids I got to feed right now.
Croissants.
Yeah, give them some macaroons, Eric.
You tweeted something about all the unknowns yesterday that kind of blew up.
Yeah, and so this was yesterday. I had just kind of noticed like a lot of the guys contributing right now are undrafted guys. And I'd even asked Brock Hoffman about it. I was like, is that edge, is that chip on your shoulder mentality that you hold as a guy who's an undrafted free agent, is that just playing out with so many of the guys that you're playing? And he said, we were in Washington, I think, and Cooper Rush had mentioned in the huddle that there were like 6 or 7 undrafted free agents, like during a timeout. He's like, there are like 6 or 7 undrafted free agents in the huddle right now. And so I was like, I got to go back and look. So on the Tolbert touchdown, they had 7 of the 11 players on the field were undrafted free agents. Cooper Rush, Rico Dowdle, Hunter Lipke, Brock Hoffman, TJ Bass, Terrence Steele, and Brevin Spanford.
Wow.
And then after that, like you looked at, it was Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith, Luke Schoonmaker, Jalen Tolbert. 3 of those 4 draft picks are guys who people have been pretty disappointed with. And it's those undrafted free agents that are playing much more scrappy. I think if you want to talk about who's the biggest reason for them changing their run game being different, I think you have to say it's Brock Hoffman. Brock Hoffman has come in and played so violent and so chippy and with an edge, and it's easily become contagious.
Wow.
I think the fact that he's healthy and Zach Martin wasn't has done wonders for Terrence Steele playing better, is having a healthy guy next to him to work on some of those combo blocks. So I think you can go star up right there for Brock Hoffman over the last month, because he's been, and a guy who played guard a couple weeks ago had to play center yesterday with BB out. He's been really flexible, and he definitely has an edge. It was brought up, said Rico needs 120 more yards, or he said he's getting close to 1,000. He's aware of it. And Brock was like, how many does he need? Like 120. He's like, all right, we'll get it next week. And so, I mean, he's very confident and plays with a real edge that's been contagious for, I think, everybody.
Tate in Fort Worth, you're up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys. Also, Sean, I'm sorry I didn't show up to the brewery. I'm glad you got to see my dad. I'm glad you got to see my dad, though.
Oh, yeah. So that was your
Skaggs
dad.
family, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm calling from the gym, by the way, so I'm glad I'm working out with y'all as well. And my star up.
Is Choppy in there?
To Mike Zimmer.
Is Choppy in the gym with you?
No, I wish he was. But my star up is basically to Mike Zimmer. Some of the fans owe him an apology because it really was a work in progress for the defensive system. And also star down because we're not going to be able to see Trey Lance, even though there may be a theory out there that they may want to hold him back because they may want to re-sign him as a backup because they probably don't want to put his tape out there for teams to see. But if y'all have thoughts on that, that'd be cool.
Thanks for the call, man. Thanks for sending your pops out to the gathering.
Yeah, I think even once things are done, Trey Lance isn't going out there, and it's not to hide film. I don't think from other teams, like it's going to create some wild market for him.
No,
I think it's to prevent potentially egg on the face, like we've talked about recently. Of just he's not. We saw in training camp, everything we saw in training camp said that is not a good football player, and the fact that they don't play him tells me he's probably not a good football player. That's continued, and this is not. People keep talking about, man, he just needs. When McCarthy, other people talk about, man, he just needs experience, he needs time. It's like, guys, this is year 4.
Yeah.
He's been in NFL systems for 4 years, and it's so bad that you're like, we can't even expose him to, almost meaningless games. We can't even put him out there for it. Todd Archer, I think, tweeted yesterday. He's like, if you're going to run a zone read and Cooper Rush then has that fumble in the red zone and they end up, he's like, isn't that the exact time where you would have brought in Trey Lance if you were going to do it?
But everyone knows that's the play.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the problem. Bobby in Weatherford. Bobby, you're up next here on Sean and Bobby.
Yeah, my star down is to me because the first time I saw Kevontae Turpin that play, I was like, man, this guy is so small. He's not going to last a game. Somebody's going to hit him. He's going to get broken half. Career over. So my star up, Turpin.
Well done. I remember having a little Bobby belt. What's up with the Bobbies not liking Cavante? I remember a couple years ago having a little Bobby disagreement. And look, Bill Belichick and Michael Lombardi have been saying this and talking about getting North Carolina players. They're like, our job is to look, that guy, because we always have this TJ Watt argument. Does that guy fit? Well, no. Belichick says you make them fit. That's what coaching is all about. Get the good player, we'll do something with him. You just acquire the talent. You acquire the good player. And Kevontae Turpin, it's not hard to see. It wasn't hard to see. He's just dynamic with the ball in his hands. Yeah, don't throw go routes. Yeah, don't throw Hail Mary jump balls. Get him all the screens. Get him all the reverses. The man is a deadly, terrifying. He's the Dallas Cowboys version of Tyreek Hill. That's what I said a couple of weeks ago. And he didn't do anything special or crazy yesterday. But every time he touches it, literally now, every time, it feels like there's a shoestring tackle away from him breaking it.
Yeah, and it wasn't
that type of stress on the defense, as coaches like to say. That's what you want to acquire.
It wasn't a massive contribution, but he's always a threat in the return game.
Yes.
That changes the way teams want to kick to you and how they want to approach you. That alone is a benefit. And then yesterday, again, even though it wasn't a big, gaudy performance, he did get 2 carries where he ran the ball hard on both of them, picked up a first down, picked up more than 10 yards on both of them. He is a weapon that you can use in a lot of different ways. And again, that's another undrafted free agent. Your 2 special team stars this year, undrafted free agents, Brandon Aubrey and Kevontae Turpin. And so they've been able to lean into that, and Turpin's been really, really good this year.
Star up Brandon Aubrey. He missed the 70, but he had 4 makes. Did you think he was going to make the 70? I did.
No, I'm going star down on the 70-yarder.
Why?
So I don't know if you could see it on TV, but John Machota was talking about it too in the press box. Tyler Smith almost got really hurt on that play. And if you would have lost, if you would have gotten a bad Tyler Smith
on
injury
the return
for just trying to ego stroke kick a 70-yard.
Not ego stroke. They're trying to get a score before the half.
That would have been nobody would have been happy with that. He would have gotten crushed, and that's why they've said consistently they don't want to kick the 70-yarders anyways, because strain, or if there's a return, you could get guys getting hurt who aren't used to being out there in space, and that's what almost happened. So star down to that.
God, you search for any way.
That's a Bones thing more than anything, I would guess.
Well, the head coach got to send them out there.
You're right. It is McCarthy's fault.
Shut up. Dominique in Fort Worth, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, D.
Hey, morning, fellas. Morning, man. Hey, I just want to know, are we really praising this win, this meaningless win? Like, our star players are dropping like flies. I just found out the other day that Diggs is out for the season.
Yeah.
Like, I am lost in the sauce. I tweeted Shane last night and said, what are we trying to prove, and who are we trying to prove it to? And if I was y'all, that would be my question to Jerry Jones. Next time y'all talk to him, please ask him that.
Did Shane write you back though?
Yeah, he did. He said, I can't even look at it right now. Yeah, he did. He responded back to me for the first time.
Okay, and is he usually cool on Twitter or no?
Oh yeah. That's my boy. That's my guy.
Hell yeah.
He's always cool.
Hell yeah. Thank you for listening, and we'll tell him you said what's up.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it, fellas.
Dominique here on the Fan.
I don't want to throw any teammates on the bus. I'm not a big Shane fan.
He's all right. What I wrote back to him is, it's for the culture.
Oh, it was you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he meant Sean, I'm guessing. Because he's like, what are we trying to prove? And I was like, it's for the culture. The team wins are for the culture, man. That's what it's for. No, I'm not praising this win. But I'm learning to adapt, and I'm learning to try to control the controllables. And it's just like anything, Mike McCarthy. What am I going to do, freak out and get mad? They're not going to have a top 3 pick, top 5 pick once that went out the window. I was like, okay, fine. They're picking 14th right now. So they lost the spot from last week. They're at number 14, according to Tankathon.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll talk about it later today or later this week. But the idea of
Team Tank, by the way, y'all, just so you know, sorry, Bobby. Team Tank, it's about something bigger than the draft pick right now. There's 2 parts to Team Tank. There's the draft pick, and there's the culture shock, the culture change that needs to happen. What's your point? Exactly. That's more so what Team Tank is about to me personally. We don't have enough time right now to. If you know, you know. IYK.
I feel like a lot of the credit has gone towards, when people talk about effort and things like that, has gone to a lot of people on the defensive side of the ball. So it is interesting to me, just this dynamic of McCarthy's getting credit for guys on the defensive side of the ball still playing hard for him instead of, like, it's not been mentioned at all that are they playing hard for Zimmer.
Tyler in Point, Texas. Tyler, you're next up here on Sean and Bobby.
Morning, fellas. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks.
Awesome.
Hey, star up to CeeDee Lamb. The guy's out there playing his ass off hurt.
Yep.
You can see almost after every play that he's getting up, that shoulder is killing him. But, hey, I got a question. So we got the Bucks, the Commanders, and the Philadelphia Eagles. Can we hurt their playoff chances if we beat them?
Well, you definitely hurt Washington. I mean, Philadelphia now, there's the big question nationally is going to be, are they the best team in the NFC after what they did to Pittsburgh and after the Lions lost to Buffalo? But, yeah, the Commanders and the Bucs.
Yeah, Bucs definitely. They're in a tight race right now, so you could hurt their chances. Washington, it's close. Yeah, I mean, they're 9-5. Yeah, they're 9-5. So, I mean, and Seattle's right behind them at 8-6. But, yeah, I mean, the margins are pretty thin.
But don't worry about that. Just go 0-3. Don't worry about hurting their playoff chances.
I think I got to look it up to be sure. I think if Washington wins next week, then I think Dallas might be eliminated.
If Washington wins?
If Washington wins next week. Because, I mean, that's 3 teams that have 10 wins, and Dallas can't get to 10 wins.
All right, let's check out what else happened around the NFC East and around the NFL. Do we have a new giveaway this week, Pepe? We got a giveaway, right?
Boys to men.
Boys to men that you heard RJ singing in the promo over the weekend. Around the rest of the NFC East on the home of the Cowboys next.
Colgate has low of B products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hurts in the gun. Barkley to his left. A.J. Brown out to the far side by his lonesome. Hurst this time backs up. Looks, fires complete. A.J. Brown in the back of the end zone.
Obviously, Eagles radio with the call. All good now. Everything's solved except for Nick Sirianni, Jalen Carter, and the D-line coach. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Cowboys Monday. First 60 minutes, all on America's team. We'll get back to it, but we got to tell you what else happened around the NFC East. Here with Sean Shreve, Cowboys insider, back from Carolina. Bobby Belt Choppy is out this week on vacay. We got Pepe, we got Caitlin, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we're sitting here with 65-degree temperatures. What the hell is going on? As I had to flip on over to the air conditioning last night.
Kristen was asking as we were starting to lay down and go to bed last night. She's like, it feels kind of warm in here. She's like, I don't have the heater on though. So she's like, what's the low supposed to be tonight? And I looked up, I was like, oh my gosh, the low's only going to be 65, which is so much better than coming out of Carolina where it was, I did not look at the forecast in advance. It was 40 with like whipping winds. That was freezing. But she ended up turning on the AC last night, and she does not like doing that.
Underdress in Carolina?
I did. I had short sleeve shirts.
But it was cold here before you left.
No, it wasn't.
Why would you think it'd be different there?
It wasn't on Saturday afternoon. Well, climates are different from coast to coast.
It was a one-day climate change compared to the last month.
But it was it was chilly. I didn't have a hoodie other than my one effing gear hoodie, which has a little tiny middle finger on.
So let me get this straight. You go to a wedding, you wear someone else's random stranger wedding, you wear a suit.
Who called them a randos again?
You go to Carolina and you wear T-shirts, but at a pool party you wear a hoodie, and for all of our events, you dress like a bum.
Yeah.
Backwards. 877-881.
You got it just right.
Well, I did have it just right. Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown got it right as they connected, had their little weird post-touchdown dance celebration. AJ saying shut up to the reporters. There's your shut up moment. Jalen Hurts saying, is that what y'all wanted? With all the drama they tried to start throughout the week. Devontae Smith got a score as well. And the Eagles actually overcame 2 straight fumbles that Pittsburgh did not take enough advantage of. And the Philadelphia Eagles with a very impressive W. Although, because Indy lost, the Pittsburgh Steelers still got into the playoffs yesterday.
I love that they're acting like a teammate, basically saying they don't like each other. and a history over the last 2 years of, sometimes their culture can get really messy in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I love that that's an outrageous question to, like, hey, was your teammate right when he said y'all aren't friends anymore? And like, you idiots. Like, that's hilarious to me, first off. But that definitely felt like all right, we're going to We will respond to exactly what's out there. That is the most pass attempts that Jalen Hurts has thrown since week 3. He puts up 290 yards, and all the targets to A.J. Brown. That is 100% a reaction to public criticism, which, even though they won, that makes me a little leery of Philly, that they're that easily influenced by, like, well, we got to throw the ball to A.J. this week just to shut everybody
And it
up.
makes me a little leery of Kellen Moore. Like, why wasn't this there more often? Like, it's a good defense in the Steelers. Like, okay, so you can just have a statement FU game and get Devontae and AJ both 100 yards apiece and touchdowns?
Now, I will say, when I haven't seen them on tape recently, so I don't know if anything's changed. When Dallas played them, it felt like throwing the ball on them was going to be easier than running to the edges or doing anything else. But it was still a good defense overall. It wasn't one that you would just think you could have a prolific day against, but they went ahead and did. I'll tell you my least favorite response to this game that I saw. Diana Rossini tweeted, walking out of the Eagles locker room tonight, ... Let me say, this team has that 2017 magic with some 2022 to it with a wide-eye emoji. It's like, okay, I see what you're doing. You're literally just pairing the last 2 locker rooms that went to the Super Bowl and trying to create a buzz around that. That's
My
lame.
God, this is Diana Rossini. Slater, cover your ears. But my God, we're watching a stock crumble. It's like I have her portfolio because it's crumbling so bad. All right, elsewhere in the East.
This is it. 2-point conversion. In motion, Moreau just scored the touchdown. Rattler rolling to his right, looking, firing, throws. Incomplete! Incomplete! Washington wins 20-19!
So the Saints score with Rattler at QB with no time left. They go for 2 in the win. Tolo Skip hit me up. So stupid. What are they doing? And I'm like, what did I miss here? I had to go back and watch it. I'm like, the Saints should have gone for 2 there. I have no problem with them going for 2. They got nothing left to play for. Here's the problem. The game shouldn't even have gotten to a 2-point conversion. This is bad, Bobby.
Yep.
This is really bad. So they get a pass and completion down to like the 1-yard line. The referee stopped the game clock for 4 seconds when it should have been running. The clock froze at 9. The play clock went from 39 to 35. Game over. They asked the referees afterwards, yo, what happened right there? The official said the covering official mistakenly stopped the clock in that situation. The clock should not have stopped. Was there any consideration in reviewing the stoppage? Was there anything you could have done after the fact? No, it is not a situation that is reviewable. When were all of you aware of the mistake? That's all I have for you, Luke. The covering official mistakenly stopped the clock at 9 seconds, and it's not reviewable. Wow. Like the Saints almost won a walk-off when you could argue and probably should argue the tying touchdown should not have even happened or the touchdown to put them down 1.
Your pops would never. Your pops never would have done this, Sean.
My dad?
No.
My
Sean
dad doesn't watch
Hockley.
football.
Sean
Oh.
Hockley.
Oh.
Ed Hockley never would have stood for this. He would have reviewed it. He would have done everything. I don't like. It's bad enough.
Wow, this is bad.
It's bad enough it happens. I hate that last line you read. That's all I have for you, Luke.
Yeah.
Like no, your questions are done. No, this is a pool report. You're supposed to answer everything here. Like that's you get
You're like
one
a head coach at a presser.
You get one
or Jerry Jones with us.
One reporter who goes in and asks all the questions for the beat that's there. Like both teams, just hey, these are the questions and concerns about the officiating tonight, and they're supposed to answer them. And so I don't like the defiant response. And in general, I mean, this is just it's a bad look that it accidentally, while New Orleans is at home, by the way, like holds the clock in time for them to get a playoff. That's
so is it like
absurd.
their local clock operator or is it a national person?
Oh, that's if it's something where he can stop the clock on his own, the official, I don't doubt that. I'm just saying it raises even more questions.
But
I
who
think,
runs
for
the
people.
game clock? Because
The official can stop it, and there's a clock operator that can stop it.
Oh,
and so it's something where he's saying the official stopped it, but I mean, there's still people who would wonder, okay, yeah, but this is still at home. Feels like home cooking a little.
Jaden Daniels hooked up twice with Scary Terry. Alvin Kamara had a really cool trick play touchdown, and the Commanders sneak out of New Orleans with the win. They're flying more banners in Jersey.
Shad Bateman splits to the left inside the numbers. Lamar stands in the shotgun on second down. Likely comes in motion to the left. Lamar takes the snap. Looking to the left. Firing the end zone. He's got a man. Touchdown! Rashad Bateman. His second of the day.
On the Hayes and the Bond. Jerry Sandusky with the call. Yes, on Ravens radio, Lamar throws 5 touchdown passes as the Ravens send the Giants to a franchise record-tying 9th straight loss. Tommy Colcutt's knocked out in this one. They got to go with another backup scrub. This is all Baltimore. The Giants are 2-10, 0-8 at home, and they're flying another banner basically saying, yo, ownership, we are not going to stop until you fire and get rid of everyone.
Well, I mean, that's a Giants team that you've beaten twice here in Dallas, by the way. I'd just like to point out for everyone who's gotten really excited, that's the same team that is just out there looking absolutely awful, like the worst team in football. The Giants are right now, that's the worst team in the NFL to me, and it's not very close. I would think the Raiders would put up more of a fight. When everybody gives credit for, hey, they haven't quit, talking about the Cowboys, the Giants look like a team that absolutely has quit. I don't know if they're just that awful or they really don't care, but they have been terrible this whole way.
The game of the day to decide America's team, according to Jim Nantz, happened in Detroit.
Receiver to each side. Here's the snap on 2nd and goal, and it's an Allen keeper, and he sails into the end zone on a 4-yard touchdown run. Oh my, was that easy? That might be the least amount of contact Josh Allen has had on a touchdown run all season.
Bills radio with the call. It's over. It's done. Josh Allen is the NFL MVP. That's going to take place, and they go into Detroit and win 48-42. The score is a little deceptive. It wasn't that close, as Buffalo was more in control than that. Josh with 4, overcoming Jared Goff, throwing 5 touchdowns. Super impressive.
This is the last 2 weeks for the Bills. They win this week 48-42 after last week losing 44-42. They are playing some absolute shootouts right now. This is I got to see if this is where this ranks in terms of NFL records and how close we're getting. This is 8 straight games for the Bills where they've scored 30 points. Their offense is just on fire, clicking. Now, they've had issues with their defense in recent weeks. I mean, they gave up 27 to the Dolphins, obviously the 44 and the 42 to the Rams and the Lions, but the offense is clicking right now. And
Detroit's starting to get a little thin defensively.
They've just been so banged up, and they've taken so many hits. It's not sustainable to expect that they were just going to run through without any issues. So I don't have any long-term concerns about them still, but this was a humbling, and it was in Detroit.
Well, what type of concerns do you have about Dan Campbell? We had the Thursday Night Football decision that worked out in his favor, but he's getting justifiably destroyed today for what he did, kicking the onside. They were down 10 with 12 minutes left in the game. Down 10, 12 minutes left, a crazy Dan Campbell onside. The Bills almost return it for an outright touchdown. They go down at the 5. They score on the next play. Now, obviously, this is a high-scoring affair, but previous to this, Detroit had scored back-to-back touchdowns and held Buffalo to a field goal on their last drive. So they didn't score a touchdown on their last drive. It was a field goal, and Dan Campbell gambles.
It's one of those things that whenever you see a decision like that feels so outside the realm of reason, where it's like, who in the world would ever make that decision? I automatically default to, they must not have made the decision. They must be doing the RJ Choppy bit of, I've got a Football Outsiders calculator that says the percentages tell me our win probability is slightly higher if we just go ahead and try and go for it right here. Where it's like, okay, this is why there's got to be a little sense of feel for the game instead of just leaning on whatever.
Well, the feel for the game was a shootout.
But yeah, but I mean, then leaning on whatever.
We can't stop them.
Then leaning on whatever spreadsheet that says this. And that's the thing. I'm sure it was some sort of math equation they had that said win probability is slightly higher if we just go ahead and do this and try and get the ball back, or potentially holding the odds are in our favor if we do this sort of thing. But that's where you end up making just poor decisions.
And the Cowboys' next opponent, you could argue, well, not the most impressive win of the weekend. That's going to go to like Buffalo, maybe Philadelphia, but no one saw this coming. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers go into Los Angeles and hold Justin Herbert and the Chargers to 17 points, 40-17. Baker with 4 touchdowns. Bucky Irving with a $117. The future Hall of Famer Mike Evans, Aggie, 9 for 159 and 2 touchdowns. Holy crap!
Yeah, and this is like what we were talking about last week with Tampa, where it's they're the most I don't know what they're going to do team in the NFL, like all over the board. They've got their couple times they've been beat by the Falcons. They had a really bad stretch there where they lost 4 in a row. They lost 5 out of 6. But then you look over their schedule and you're like, they have a 17-point victory over the Commanders. They've beaten the Lions this year. They've beaten the Eagles by 17 this year. And then they just beat the Chargers by a 10. There was, after that 4-game losing streak and then a bye week, so they basically went with 1 win in 2 months when you include the bye week and the 7 games that were there. After that stretch, they beat the Giants, the Panthers, and the Raiders, who might be the 3 worst teams in football. But it built up this confidence to where they were ready to go yesterday, and they go on the road against the Chargers, and Baker plays really well, and you never know what version of Baker you're going to get. And that's what Dallas have to do.
He'll throw up some crazy turnovers. All right, so the opening line for Sunday Night Football on 105 through the Fan, Bucks at Cowboys, is what? Yes.
Bucks -3.
I'll go 6.5 Bucks.
Whoa! In Arlington, 6.5. It is 3.5.
Oh.
In your face paint.
3.5 for Tampa Bay. Nick Eatman probably dropping his coffee as we speak, or waking up with shock after flying back yesterday from Carolina. Nick will join us at 9:20. There it is, around the rest of the NFC East and the NFL. Back to the boys with Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Crown Royal, proud to be the official whiskey of the NFL. And we have some things off the field. Trayvon Diggs is going back and forth over media reports. He is gone for the year. And Stephen Jones just suggests that maybe Micah Parsons is not going to be re-signed. We go inside the Star, commercial free with the Expressway, and a Boys to Men ticket giveaway next.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters? Razor Blades. Nutmeg Maidens? Pre-curb. No. Nutmeg Maidens? I just said that. Was it Spice Girls? Doesn't sound right. Was it
cell phone's good?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
At the 10-yard line of Carolina, play fake, bootleg to the right, nobody's open. He goes to the corner in the back corner of the end zone, and Tolbert got open and caught it. Touchdown to Jalen Tolbert.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Jalen Tolbert was catching some heat on social media from one particular podcast in the building before responding with that play on the home of the Cowboys. That's us. In case you did not know, that was Brad Sham. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Bobby Bell. Chop out this week on vacation. And this, every day, is the commercial-free Expressway with a free concert ticket giveaway to hook you up with for the holidays and turning it on, leaving it on. I also wrote down Jalen Tolbert for a false start that turned a Cowboy 3rd and 4 into 3rd and 9. Brian Broaddus then tweeted, Tolbert is a poor player. What a shame. Thought he would have been better this season, just no confidence there. Bobby Belt tweeting, I just missed on Jalen Tolbert and I was happy where they ended up drafting him. Tolbert had 247 receiving yards on the year after the Cowboys' Week 5 win against the Steelers. 247. In the 9 games since, 204. But yesterday, shining a little bit. Does he end up with a star up or a star down?
No. This is a star down. It's not even close. Jalen Tolbert has been a complete disappointment.
Well, I mean, for the game.
No, I mean, yesterday was a disappointment. You had a false start. You had a drop on 3rd down early where you couldn't finish the catch. He still has trouble finishing contested catches. Wonderful. I'm glad you got your touchdown in the back of the end zone. It's a great confidence builder overall, but you were not picked in the 3rd round and asked to step up and be the number 2 receiver with Brandon Cooks out, only to go 1 catch for 11 yards in this game. It's been bad. That's a big miss, and it's one that I missed on because I thought I would have taken him in the second round, and he went in the third, and he has just not been very good.
Other star ups, star downs, brought to you by Crown Royal, proud to be the official whiskey of the NFL.
Yeah, look, we've done so many star ups. I got some star downs for you. Amani Oruwariye. Bro, it is.
I'm out to get him after what he said last week.
He is. Look, I don't want to pick on a guy who's trying to make it through, and he was a guy who was not in the NFL when the season started. They signed him to the practice squad. He gets elevated due to injuries. I understand he's just trying to make it. And he's had a couple games this year where he played well. Dude, you cannot bounce back right after that issue with the punt and then do something like, he's lined up offsides. Penalty there. Got beat a couple different times. That was a bad performance from Amani Oruwariye. And it's, again, I understand there's a little bit of, you got to have some expectation here of what he is as a player. But as a player, I need you to know to line up correctly. Clarence Hill was sitting next to me, and when he got lined up offsides, Clarence was like, maybe he just didn't know the rule. He's like, it's possible he didn't know the rule that you weren't allowed to line up offsides.
Anything he does now, I tweet, I stand by it. I stand by it. Start down to the stupidity of this team again with the penalties. 14 of them, a season high. 14 penalties. They couldn't believe it on the broadcast. Udoga had a penalty that wiped out a big CD gain that eventually killed the drive. Aurorier with the offsides. Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver again. False starts. Just these types of stupid things.
Yeah, but in the end, this is not the fault of the players. It's not the fault of the coaching staff. This is the fault of Brian Broaddus. Brian Broaddus yesterday said these two teams run the football. He was talking to me during the pregame show because, hey, these two teams run the football, and Clete Blakeman never calls penalties. Never does it. And because of that, we'll get a fast game today.
So he scouts refs as bad as he does players.
I was like, come on. He may be on his walk listening right now.
The only thing he scouts well is girlfriend.
So he said that. I was like, all right, Brian, you've jinxed it now. Now we are going to get probably a weather delay and tons of penalties. And sure enough, there we were, season high, 14 penalties. And again, those are the kind of things that I think when you're looking at and say, oh, they're playing hard and these sort of things are factoring in from McCarthy. It's like, okay, with all that, though, the execution and the details, there's still problems here. There's still issues.
Well, I'll be choppy for a second. Who leads the league in penalties?
I think it's Baltimore.
John Harbaugh, bad coach?
No.
Okay, then why are we destroying McCarthy for this all the time?
Because what penalties are we talking about here? This team has way near the top at stuff like just are you lining up?
Break down penalties.
I can. Yeah, I'll break them down. We'll do that this week. I can break down the league leaders in every penalty. But Dallas, they have a ton of are you lined up off sides, illegal formation. They have a ton of stuff where it's just you need to know where you're supposed to stand. Okay, guys, like that. That's supposed to be a thing.
Star down to the weekly death taxes, and Cooper Rush is going to have a fumble. What the heck? You can't blame it on BB now. This was a red zone fumble before the half. You're up 10-0. This is a possible nail in the coffin possession. You turn it over, bam! Instantly, what happens? Pepe, are we just are we just being the home of the Cowboys here where we don't play any positive plays for Carolina? Do we not have the 83-yard touchdown?
No positive.
We're just homering it up here for the Bears. We don't even have the highlight of the other team scoring the get back in the game touchdown. 10-7. That made it. That was a 9th red zone turnover for the Cowboys, most in the league.
So you're giving a star down for the red zone turnover.
I'm giving a star down to Cooper Rush. And hold on to the football. Wear gloves. Wear gloves if you need to. Look like Peyton Manning in the cold.
So I'm giving him a star down too. I'm giving him a star down for the whole game though. I thought
whole game. He threw 3 touchdowns.
I know, but there was so much praise for him yesterday, and I was like, I can't figure this out.
Can I give you some advice?
Hit me.
Can I give you some advice from a perception standpoint?
Please.
Don't make it so obvious to go out of your way. Like, you're so obvious when you want to take a shot at the head coach when it's not necessary. Only do it when it's really necessary. You do anything to protect your boy, number 4, and you do anything to go ahead and take up for him just when everyone tries to say anything nice about Cooper Rush. You got to sideswipe out of nowhere. You're like the car that drives across the other side of the highway to go into head-on traffic. You can get in an accident going the way you're supposed to go. Let's star down. Star down. You don't have to give a star, but star down.
Let's Facebook fact check you here, Sean. So first off, I've been very critical of Dak this year. I talked about this was Dak's worst season of his career, and he's just playing bad. So Dak was not good. I said next year he could be the quarterback, and they could go 4-13. The other aspect of this is I thought Cooper Rush has played well overall for how he's been asked to step in and perform. I don't think, relative to expectations, he's been fine ever since like the second game where he had to come in.
He said yesterday he thinks he's a better quarterback now than 22.
Disagree. I disagree significantly. Now, I don't think he's regressed. I just think he's the same quarterback pretty much. He had yesterday 2 good throws. That's not enough to undo what I felt like was largely a lot of bad reads, a lot of bad throwing behind guys, and they were in some fortunate positions given the field getting turned over and it being short. And Rico Dowdle getting him down the field for him to be able to make those throws. But, I mean, you look at the third down, a lot of their third down conversions. I think on that drive where CD scored, 2 of those third down conversions that CD had on that drive, one was a quick flare. That's not anything Cooper Rush gets credit for. And then one of them was like an off-target throw that CD caught. And so, to me, I didn't think Cooper Rush played well at all yesterday. Now, maybe post-clarity, I look at it and go, I was too hard on him. Maybe we'll hear that tomorrow. But I'm guessing that when I look at it today, I'm going to look and say,
3 touchdowns,
he wasn't very good.
Feels a little Bo Nixy. Like Bo Nix, I don't know of anyone who has thrown easier touchdown passes and gets more credit for it. I'm not giving Cooper like this major star up or anything. I was just surprised you went star down right there. We're commercial free. Expressway, let us know who is on your Cowboy report card and for what reason at 877-881-1053. You have any others you want to get to?
I think just in general, star up for the offensive line as a whole unit and the way that they've not only just performed in this game, but just recently the way that they've become a cohesive unit. It's amazing how it proves the point about the offensive line is one, and it is an issue of cohesion and how they come together, because you wouldn't think that swapping all these parts out, that by the time they get to this point, now you're seeing them with some success. And it's easy to look at it and say, well, I mean, yeah, but who have they been playing? They've been playing bad teams. Yes, they have, but they have not been playing bad teams in the trenches. Washington has a lot of really good defensive linemen. The Giants, one of the areas where they have success is they got some pass rushers, and they've got Dexter Lawrence in the middle. You've got Cincinnati, who had Trey Hendrickson, the top sack guy in the NFL. And so I think that their offensive line and the way that they've performed over the last several weeks, they have settled into a rhythm where, all right, this is the play style that they all feel comfortable with, which is playing a little more physical, a little more violent, and just kind of trying to bully over people. So I've got to start just in general for the whole offensive line.
Let's get to the news that Stephen Jones dropped on pregame with DallasCowboys.com about Trayvon Diggs out for the year.
Well, unfortunately, he had an incident in the game, and hats off to him for playing through it. I don't think he made it any worse, but, he's been battling some knee issues, but, it's a cartilage issue that finally came loose on him, and unfortunately, we are going to have to do surgery on that, and, it's going to take a little bit of time for him to get back. You're looking at probably 8 months. But anyway, he'll get in there, and just like any of our other guys, go through the rehab and be ready to go.
8 months, Bob.
That's a long time. That takes you all the way up to start a training camp, or maybe bleeds into it a little bit. That's significant. And
did this surprise you? This come totally out of nowhere?
No, so you knew he had been dealing with the knee issue. Yeah. They were trying to give it some rest, but it felt like every game they were like, well, he practiced all this week. We think he's available. And then they'd have to be like, well, we got to work him out. We got to see. And all of a sudden it's like, well, he's been practicing all week, but when he's working out now before the game, he's not ready. So after he went in the Bengals game, there was some lingering pain or a lingering issue. And it's like, all right, let's check it out. And that's when the result came back. So you knew there was a hang up where they're like, there's something that we just got to get to the bottom of why is he having an issue. So in the sense of, did I know it was going to be that and he shut down for 8 months? No. But in the sense of we knew they were waiting on something. They were waiting for an answer because they didn't know what was going on.
Little controversy stemming from this, as Clarence Hill said that Diggs' new knee injury is serious and 2025 is in danger. That's not the part that set off the Cowboys. Chill also said, I can tell you that the Cowboys were not happy with the way that Diggs attacked his rehab. Not happy with the way he attacked the rehab. 2025 is in danger. Micah Parsons responded. Of course, they're best friends. Bull S. I'll drop facts one day, just not today. But this BS and a bad narrative they've tried to put on my brother's name, and then Trayvon later tweeted out hat. And I believe the kids call that cap.
Very good, Sean. You got it. You got one.
Yeah. And that means BS?
Yeah, that means that's lie. You're
That's
telling
cap?
lies. That's cap.
That's cap.
You're capping, chill. I think it's a complicated issue. I think that
why is 2025 in jeopardy if we're talking 8 months to the start of training camp?
I don't think it should be. So I don't know. I'm guessing Chill's just talking to other people or heard from other people who say, I guess the theory there would be that Steven was softening the blow a little bit, is if that's accurate. I'm not saying Steven was doing that, but if Clarence is getting this from somebody, I'm guessing that he's hearing from someone that, yeah, that's kind of an optimistic view. It's more likely this. And so I would be surprised if this kept it, like there was a question about him being out all of next year, unless he had setbacks along the way, or unless he didn't rehab, or unless he didn't do these sort of things. And so that's the only thing that I would think would put this sort of thing in jeopardy, because we're talking about, this is not supposed to be as high up on the list as a full ACL tear. The ACL is supposed to be intact on this one. That he's still, the repaired ACL has not got an issue. So this is one where I don't know why 25 would be in jeopardy. But I also think
what about the rehab?
I think that there have been times where they probably get a little frustrated in general with the way Diggs can. Look, we've seen on
Diggs is surly. Diggs is dripping with attitude.
A ton of it.
Everything that he does, attitude, and I know we've talked at times how that's good with that dog mentality, but he's got a lot of just attitude. It can be good and bad, it feels like.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword for sure. Yeah. And he's somebody who I think that, look, we see he walks out of the locker room. He hears every criticism. There have been several criticisms of how much effort are you giving. There have been several criticisms about, are you focused on other things? Like you want to jump on Micah's podcast and you want to do music videos after games and things like that. So everybody has seen those things. And I just think that's not just an outside criticism sometimes. I think that there's probably, for the Cowboys, they go, bro, are you fully here right now? Like, are you with us? Like, are you locked in? Now, what does that mean in terms of how they want to approach him or how they feel about him? I don't know. But I do think that whenever the fans have leveled that criticism about, was the effort always there? Is he totally locked in all the time? I think that that's not just fan chatter. I think at times the team has wondered too, like, dude, are you here right now? Come on, like let's lock in. Let's focus. Look me up here. Let's do this.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider in the locker room, back from Charlotte here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Hit us up at 877-881-1053 with any questions, any text messages, and of course, that is the D&M Leasing Hotline for you to win this.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Boys to Men at WinStar on Saturday, April 19th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Back to the boys at 8, below the belt at 8:40 on a Cowboys Monday. Thanks for joining us during the commercial-free expressway. We got a huge Tolo weekend to recap.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Fort Worth, this was your greatest moment that I've ever witnessed as a member of this radio station. Bobby, I had FOMO for you.
I had a lot of it.
I was disappointed that you were not there to experience this. What the Fort Worth Tolos did in showing up and the absolute scene that it was at Martin House Brewing, an incredible, awesome facility with great management and ownership. Bob, this could have been the number 1 seed, in my opinion, for just like an event at that level. This, wasn't like something where we're trying to get like a stadium filled or something like that. Just like a random gathering, not random gathering, but something like a brewery. Let's all get together on a Saturday, a random Saturday. I was blown away, Bobby. I could not stop talking about it with Amanda for the hour-long ride home. It kind of made me wish I lived in Fort Worth.
Wow.
Yeah. Now I'm still not going to do it for the drive, the commute that Choppy has to go through, but I get it. Holy crap. It was mind blowing.
Yeah, and those are big time listeners there at Martin House themselves, and yeah, we've got a lot of different folks that live out that way. But I mean, I could tell it was a good show, not just from
Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders out there. My son hates taking photos and pictures, and magically, I'm looking around, where's Ollie? And there's this little shrimp with his little denim jacket all buttoned up, probably from some YouTuber he was watching. I'm like, unbutton that. And he's like, no, I want to keep it. I know it wasn't off watching Chris Sims watching football with me. It was all some YouTube. And there he is. It's just all smiles ear to ear with the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders magically. What a magical change of attitude.
And that was the day little Ollie didn't care about Legos anymore.
That's right.
No, it was something where I saw your post about how everybody had turned out in a big way. I saw Zach and Eric post something similar. I think I saw another one out there on social media. And when it's all universal like that, it's like, okay, this must have been...
It's like the firehouses I miss that Chiafalo sits in on. And I'm like, all right, guys, how was it? And every time RJ and Bobby write me back, biggest turnout ever. It's the greatest turnout ever. Trying to, subconsciously hurt my feelings there.
Is that... Do you think this was, again, the case? That it was just there was Eric there? Now we... Oh.
No. You know how I know that? And I think this lowdown pissed off Wolchuk. Wolchuk had to, take, 3 of our photos. We're standing around here trying to get someone to take a photo, and Tolo comes up to you, and I'm searching around like Amanda's got the baby or someone else is tied up, and I'm like, Zach's there. And I was waiting for them to be like, no, I want Zach in it. I want Zach in the photo. And I know, so I made Zach do that 4 more times. Zach's like, I'll do it. I'll just do it. I'm just lonely nosebleed over here. It's not like I'm on any major drive time show. So Wolchuk took 3 or 4 of our photos, and I wanted to rub that in as much as possible. It was fantastic.
Go get your shine box, Zachary.
Yeah.
No, that was the, I could tell, Brian and Eric, the next morning on the pregame show, they were hoarse almost.
Yes.
I could tell. I was like, oh, you guys.
Yes,
you guys went hard.
It was a lot of chatting, a lot of talking, a lot of fellowship, as Gavin Dawson would say. I looked up and it was 5:15. I was like, all right, we'll go there with the kids. Their clock will run after a couple hours. We'll drive back home. 1 to 5:15, and it's like, oh crap! We gotta deal with these children. That's how. And then you got blessed with the weather, an unpredictable, insane, perfect weather day for everyone with the outside. They had Basic's meatball truck that Pepe, I know you absolutely loved.
Yes, I was like, what is that truck? We had all the beer there by the broadcast table. And I was like, what's this truck over there? What are they selling? I walk over and it was just meatballs. I was like, okay, well, what's fancy about it? And then Joe, or a great sales guy, brought a box over. I was like, all right, I got to try stuff. And they had pasta on there as well, bacon bits, everything. And I loved every bit of it.
I don't know who was more bitter, Wolchuk having to take our photos or Peyton not figuring out the beer situation. I walked in, Amanda goes, ask Peyton. I was like, what's the drink setup? She goes, ask Peyton. He's got it figured out already. Because she said, he ain't paying. And I go up to Pepe and I was like, what's the deal? And he's like, all right, this wristband, I think you get 4 beers, $20, $5 a beer. Go ahead and get that. And then I see promo guy Joe, and I was like, what's the deal? And the GM comes over with all the different colored wristbands. And I was like, she's like, should we tell Peyton? You would tell Peyton? I was like, nah. That'd be, let's see how long it takes for her to figure it out. So I know you were salty and I know you were bitter. Although, with the way you were going and not having your DD there, Mackenzie, I don't think it would have been a great idea for you to get the free drink wristband, because some of these drinks, Bobby, were 15%. Some of these were 15%. Yeah. So I got high. And then really? I got buzzed. Yeah, I sat down for my round table with Basic, and I looked at this can. If there was a fan cam, I must have rotated this can around 12 times looking at this can that they handed me. And I was like, what? This tastes awesome. It was like a grapefruit beer that they had there made by Martin House. And I was like, something's off about this. And then I finally see that it's a THC beer.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know whether it got in my head or whatever, but I'm like, I got cotton mouth. My mouth is dry. My mouth is super dry. I gave the rest of it to Chiafalo. I went and got some of the other stuff that they made. But Pepe, when did you find out about the wristband situation versus paying?
So, me being me, I love to be on time.
I was so proud of you.
This thing was 1 to 5. I got there at 12:59.
And you gave us the parking heads up.
Yes. And so I walked up and I see Tim Collins, Gavin Spittle there. I was like, hey guys, I wish Gavin a happy birthday, and he's still very upset that I did not ride with him out there. I rejected his ride, so I apologize for that. But
how do you know he was upset?
Well, because I said, "Hey, happy birthday," trying to set the mood. He's like, and he said, Thanks, man. Wish we could talked about it. He was still upset about it.
Talked about on the ride here?
Yeah, talked about on the ride there, and I was like, I'm sorry.
Did Gavin want you to talk about his birthday on the entire ride to the Martin House?
Probably. That may be some hockey talk as well.
Spittle was trying to get everyone in trouble. Like, all right, so after this, we're going to hit baby dolls, and we're going to go to this for my birthday, and this and that and that and this. He was trying to make strip club plans.
Yeah, and so, I talked to him, and I thought, okay, if I'm going up there, obviously I'm there for the event, you're going to tell me the drink situation. And Gavin didn't tell me, so I was like, okay, well, what are the beers? And he was like, oh, that's probably inside. I was like, okay, well, I'll go in there and I guess buy some beers. So I saw, I went to the bartender. They said, we'll get a wristband. And so I bought the wristband for $20, and I came back and I told him, he was like, why do you have a purple wristband? I was like, well, I bought the wristband up there. He's like, you bought it? Yeah. I was like, well, yeah, Gavin, you didn't tell me that we didn't get any of this for free. And he was trying to pull money out of his wallet to give me. I was like, no, it's $20, whatever. I'll pay for it. But
wow.
Yeah, $20. I think I got 2, maybe 3 beers out of it. But that's all right.
You did follow through. I was shocked, unless you're lying, to get off the Spittle hot seat. You went to the casino after? That's why you said you were going to ride with Gavin, because you were going to go to the casino after?
I did, yes. Now, I will say, because I had said this Friday that I was probably going to go to the casino. Now, very well, my
He's
friends
got a $400 gas bill to pay. He's trying to win it.
I got to win it back. I got to win something. I didn't win. I won like $150, so you know what? We're fine. But yeah, I met a friend up there, because I was talking to a couple buddies, and it was kind of just in the air at the moment. But then, 5 o'clock got here, and they're like, all right, let's go up there. So I went up there for about 3.5 hours, and then won some money and went home. So I did go to the casino. I did not lie to Mr. Gavin Spittle.
All right. Best and worst of the weekend. Let us know if you rode on out to Martin House, got some cigars from Ned. I was talking real estate and home construction. One of my favorite all-time Tolos, D, was out there. Just one of many that I passed around my daughter to. As my wife had heard Friday me say, I just want Tolos 10 minutes apiece, hold my daughter so I don't have to deal with her. And that ended up happening. I tried to give RJ's fiance the baby fever. She wanted to hold Ava nonstop, but yeah, I just passed her around. So it worked out well. I'm blown away by the Tolo turnout out there. It was well worth the hour-long drive.
I meant to ask this on Friday when you were talking about I need somebody to babysit and watch. I was going to ask you, if I was there at Martin House, do you think Amanda would let me watch Ava the entire time, or would she just not trust me to watch
Hell
her?
no.
No. How long would I be allowed to watch Ava before she would be like, all right, you need to walk away now? 10 minutes?
Well, I would give Ava to random people when Amanda wasn't there. And then when Amanda started walking over, I'm like, let me burp her. Here, let me take her. Let me have her. But that's why I was hoping Kristen would go, because I was just going to give Ava to Kristen the whole time.
Kristen said
I was shocked Kristen did not go solo.
So or
with the girls.
She said she was going to. I didn't tell her about the event coming up because I wasn't going, so I didn't think to mention it. And when she found out about it last week,
you haven't learned by now that your wife is more than happy to go to these events without you there?
I know she's happy to go out and hang out.
Like if you weren't available this Saturday,
it would have been a better time for her. I'm sure.
Gonna bring Kristen.
So she did. She was like, I'm busy. I made plans already because you didn't tell me this was going. If I'd known this was
open. She's not listening.
No,
you don't see your social media.
Well, I mean, that sounds like you're just not promoting Tim's email, Sean. That's what that sounds like. That she didn't know it from you. But she did say she was like, if I would have known before, I wouldn't have made plans because I would have gone there. That sounded like more fun. So she would have gone without me. But.
Yeah. I just had a loss for words with it. It was impressive, right, Pepe? You have anything else you'd like to add? Martin House, Fort Worth, Tolo appearance?
No, I mean, so many Tolos where you kept to me. I didn't even have to go out to them. They were just coming to me. I was by the broadcast table getting ready to go on with Alec and Fred and Blake, and I just had Tolos constantly come up to me and talk to me and say, yeah, Team Payload, screw Alec, middays. So that was awesome to hear.
Oh, people would walk up and see Peyton next to Alec, and it's like you told them, something wasn't real in life. Because they're like, why are they standing next to each other? They're supposed to hate each other.
Yeah,
they're supposed to despise each other.
They're not supposed to be. Because I think ChatGPT actually says that Alec is Peyton's influence, like his mentor in radio. So they're close. They're buddies.
The thing about the Fort Worth Tolo too, in Dallas, when I would spend most of my social time in Uptown, and when you're doing an event right in Uptown, you get the feeling that someone thinks they're too cool if they come up and say, what's up to you? Man, you got none of that in Fort Worth. It was just hey, man, it was easy conversation. It was pleasant conversation. It was awesome. So well done to Tolo Joe, Martin House, and everyone for having us out.
Probably would have gotten in a fight anyway. I would have been upset by something. I would have had to leave and ruined it.
Yeah, well, I was thinking all right, there's no liquor here, so Bobby would have been contained. And I would have actually had Bobby, I would have taken that THC beer and done my own personal experiment. And I would have poured it into a cup and just given to Bobby, I got your beers for the day, don't worry. I would have been Bobby's runner, and I would have seen what the THC did to Bobby, and I think it would have worked. One day I will drug you, and it will work out for the best. Now, take us to your Tolo event.
Yeah, on Friday night, I attended the wedding of two very loyal listeners to the morning show, Kat Sabasco and Sebastian McMichael.
That you had never met in person before.
Never met him in person before. Yeah, and I mean, those are their names. I believe you have addressed them on the air now twice as the randos, right?
Well, I'm trying to do that more so to insult Bobby. I already apologized, and I DM'd Sebastian and said, don't worry, Choppy has a nice bottle of Camus for you.
You don't have to apologize.
How about RJ Choppy, by the way? Here I am. He doesn't tell me happy birthday for 15 years running, and it seriously ticks me off. I don't know whether it's a bit now. He's just that inconsiderate. And here he is with my favorite wine with this huge bottle he got, and he's like, I'm going to give it to these people I've never met before. Yeah, I felt bad. I felt bad I didn't RSVP, but he doesn't tell me happy birthday after I, roll out the red carpet for his ass every single year. I'm going to start taking off on my birthday now moving forward.
Oh, yeah, no, you should do that. And I appreciate I appreciate the apology, but you don't need to apologize to me over it. You can apologize to Mr. and Mrs. Rando. Kat and Sebastian are joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Sean, is there anything you'd like to say to Mr. and Mrs. Rando here?
Congratulations. Y'all know I'm just busting Bobby's balls. Congratulations, guys. How are you?
We're doing good. How you doing this morning?
How did Bobby act?
Bobby was great. All I kept hearing the whole entire night was, hey, is Bobby here from 105.3? I was like, yeah. Then I got to talk to him a little bit later on in the wedding, and I'm sure he got harassed by a couple people asking tons of questions. But, no, he was good.
And Kat, are you on the line?
Yes, sir, I am.
Kat,
Mrs. Rando to you, sir.
Oh, God. See, Bobby, you got in their ear now. Now I'm going to have to get you a bottle of Camus to make up for it. Kat, I know you are in charge of the organization. How did you decide where to sit Bobby?
I strategically sat him at a table full of Aggies for a reason.
So were one of you in charge? What was the drink situation, Bob?
It was open bar. Oh. I didn't end up having any drinks because I was going to let Kristen have some, and so I was going to have to go to work later on in the night and do different things, and so I was going to let Kristen. I forgot Kristen had started her antibiotics, so she was mad. She was like, I can't drink, and so I was like, oh great, well I wasted this. I should have planned for this better, and so yeah, I screwed it up.
Well, guys, do you know what his appetizer/dinner internal struggle was? Did he tell you about this yet? Since he wants to embarrass.
I have not heard.
Okay, he wants to embarrass me by putting you all live on the air. Go ahead, explain to them how backwards and cross-wired your brain is.
So the dinner was great. I got the beef fajitas. They're fantastic. Great call there. While they were out getting pictures, there was the appetizer time. You're supposed to go over there and get appetizers and things like that. And Kristen's like, oh, you should go over there and get some. I was like, I can't. And she's like, why? And I was like, I feel like that's not for me. She's like, it's for people who are here. I was like, yeah, but that was not planned for me. I didn't RSVP to eat the appetizers, so
it's not a separate RSVP.
I know,
for
but I felt like I shouldn't. That's not for me. I shouldn't cut into any of their supply. That feels wrong.
So you and your wife did not eat any of the appetizers.
No. Kristen would have. She was just like, but I'm not going to get up and get it myself. Yeah. You got to go with me. I was like, well, I can't. So sorry, you're just going to have to wait for your salad and your fajitas.
Guys, any other Bobby observations on the evening?
No. Kat, do you have any?
I don't. I just was really happy that he came, and it meant a lot to us, and that we're not random strangers to him. And, it feels so good to be seen and heard as a Tolo to him and him only. And RJ actually, Choppy definitely sent us some kind words, and I felt his spirit there. We have to earn the Tolo title with Sean.
Now, Sebastian, I know that
we're on the outside in with Sean.
Now, Sebastian, I DM'd you and Kat. I don't even think that we're connected on there, so I think that proves.
Oh, that makes sense.
I think that proves it.
I actually there was one disappointment for me from the wedding. I was disappointed that I was not asked to give a speech, but I did write something up. Do you want to hear my speech that I would have given at the reception?
Okay. Oh wow.
Yes.
All right. This is what I was gonna get. I was gonna get up there and speak from the heart. I was gonna say, When I first met you two 47 minutes ago, I always knew you were going to end up together. I still remember seeing Kat for the very first time when she was walking down the aisle. And I leaned over to Kristen and I said with a chuckle, I think Sebastian's going to marry this girl. I was right, of course. I always am. Sure, you guys have had your ups and downs. There was that time it rained and you had to move your ceremony indoors. Or when the baby cried right as the minister was about to speak. But love always wins out with you two. I'm not exaggerating when I tell you guys that these two have said their vows to each other every single time I've been around them. That kind of commitment is rare and beautiful. 8 billion people on Earth, 335 million people in the United States, 30 million people in Texas, and 8 million people in the Metroplex. Kat and Sebastian had the most fortunate luck and found their one. That's the kind of beautiful statistical improbability that can only occur when two people find that they have a shared love for Sean and RJ Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m. on 105 through The Fan. You're welcome. And yes, I thought over your request, you can name your first child Bobby. Cheers, everyone.
Congratulations.
That was amazing.
I tell you what, Bobby, you nailed it more than my uncle did, because my uncle was absolutely awful at his speech.
That was a bad speech?
Dude, so bad.
Was he drunk or just rambling?
No, man, he just has stage fright, and it definitely showed. It definitely showed.
Hey, congratulations, you two. Thank you for calling in, and thank you for listening. Congratulations again.
Of course.
We appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
y'all.
Kat and Sebastian, you said that they were a fun group.
Dude,
you could tell.
They set it up to where
You just know certain type of events and gatherings that these are fun people.
Oh yeah, and the whole crowd was fun. There was I promised Ben Jones there at the table who I'd been talking to, who works for Toyota. He's like, I listen all the time. You got to give me a shout out during the Espresso, because we talked about Toyota and EVs and stuff like that. But they were fun. They were trying to figure out who's going to say their vows first, and so during the process leading up to the wedding, Sebastian was like, I guess we can do rock paper scissors, and Kat's like, fine, but we'll do it at the altar. So they did rock paper scissors at the altar to figure out who got to defer. Basically, they did a coin toss.
That's awesome.
Basically, there. So they were awesome. They were a lot of fun.
Congrats, guys. Did Stephen Jones drop a hint that Micah isn't getting his money? Back to the Cowboys on the home of America's team with Star Up, Star Down next.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now here is Young from the 30. He's sacked again. Wow. That was Parsons, who, I mean, he exploded around the offensive left, and Bryce Young never had a chance.
Micah Parsons with 2 more. Mike Zimmer's defense with 6 sacks, 4 takeaways, and they shut down Bryce Young, Chuba Hubbard, and the Carolina Panthers. It's Sean and Bobby with Choppy out for the week here on your home of America's team. 30-14 is the final score. 6-8 is now the record. Hit us up with your star up, star downs. The Fan Replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
6-8, but they should be 7-7. They should be 7-7. They should have beat the Bengals. Shouldn't have had that Warrior issue. Slam dunk. They win that game. You're starting to see the rationalization. You're starting to see that creep through a little bit.
Yep. And my response is back. So what? Go ahead. Be Blue Belly, star up 24/7 Homer fan. All right. So what? They should have been 7-7. What's your point?
So you guys are too hard on Mike McCarthy. They should have won 4 in a row here. That's what they should have done.
You don't have to have that accent on it.
I don't know. That's how I think Blue Star Belly 24 would talk.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And I would come back and say, what does that have to do? Look, the objective of this year was to see if you could break through and get over the playoff hump. That was my objective. All right, what's going to be different? That's why so many people were justifiably mad about the offseason. They showed me against the Ravens and the Saints and the Lions with their not totally full capacity of players, but they had their quarterback. They had enough guys that they weren't close. That's where I made my decision on the 2024 season. And that should actually be a separate topic, maybe for tomorrow, another day. Have you made your decision? When did you make it? Or are you TBD? Are you still judging based off what's happening right now? Nothing happening right now with Cooper Rush at quarterback does anything for me. My mind was made up early on.
I guess so. Yeah, if this is like a debate, right, where they just go, you take a topic, you take a side, and you just have to argue the point, right?
So like all the sports TV shows that are pre-scripted.
Exactly. But if because obviously if somebody, because I agree with you, I don't know what the insinuation is when you say that they should be 7. Okay, and what does that mean?
Yeah.
And so if you're coming at it from the perspective, you're not even talking about McCarthy's job. You're just coming at it from the perspective of you guys have overreacted to how bad this is. If I needed to make that argument, then I would probably say, look, a lot of their struggles early in the season, you got a new defensive personnel that was really exotic. You had pieces that were missing. You were trying to figure out. Zimmer doesn't know that personnel. He's going to take some time to figure out how to apply it. As soon as he figured it out, they've had success with it. Early on, the offense obviously struggled, but you were talking about, again, you're trying to work guys in. Tyler Guyton is playing left tackle. Cooper Beebe's playing center. Those are new positions for new players who are rookies, and that limited some of what they wanted to do offensively. And as soon as they figured out their football team with all these new pieces, they've become a winning football team. They've become a team that should have won their last 4 games. That's, I guess, how they would look at it.
This will make RJ Choppy roll in his grave, but I'm going to say it. And I believe this. I know what the end game is with this current group. I would rather roll the dice, even if it meant I become a 9-win team, to see if the change can lead to the breakthrough. Because the breakthrough is not happening with this group, players and coaches, in my opinion. That's why I wanted them to do something, and I want them to do something this offseason, which Stephen Jones is suggesting is not going to happen. And that may include dealing with Micah Parsons. This is Stephen Jones with Ian Rappaport. They caught up at the owners' meetings right here where everything takes place in DFW, specifically in Irving. And he said, look, we have to review everything, and that includes exploring the effects that signing big money, high-profile, top-of-position players has on the rest of our roster. What he's basically saying is if you pay 3 guys $35 million or more, and in Dak's case, 60, is that smart roster management? And RJ and many others would say it's not. That you're putting way too much in 3 people. And we know what it does to the rest of the team, right? It hurts who your supporting cast is. It hurts your depth. Steven, quote, to me, it would be irresponsible if every year you don't look at the full body of work and the big picture and how those guys fit into that big picture and how we want to think about our team in terms of the big picture moving forward. Should Micah Parsons take that as a slight? Will Micah Parsons take that as a slight?
I don't think he will. I don't know if that's a slight towards Micah as much as it may be.
Why didn't you say that before the Lamb deal?
That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if it might be more of a slight towards buyer's remorse. If it's something where, hey, maybe we shouldn't have gotten into some of these contracts. So if we're going to do something like this, we might have to make different decisions in the future.
Do you think that it is smart or silly team building to spend that much on those 3? It's hard.
It is. I think you've got, it depends on what your salary cap projections are looking like. They had no choice with Dak financially. They just didn't. That's 1. 2, I did not know of a single person, not one, that was trying to say don't give CeeDee Lamb his money. Everybody was on board with it.
Agreed.
And I think everybody's going to be on board for the most part in the fan base and publicly. Everybody's going to be on board with paying Micah.
That's not true. There's more against paying Micah than there was Lamb in the fan base.
Sure. I do think it's
whether it's attitude,
90%. I think 90% probably want to pay him.
Yeah, 85-90.
So to me, I think what this is coded criticism for. It's people who are upset that you paid Dak, but they didn't have a financial choice because of the way the contract had already been structured, and that they would have $40 million sitting on the quarterback books with nobody there playing for it. And they couldn't stomach that. They couldn't stomach financially committing that to somebody who wasn't here. It was too much. They have a tough time just right now swallowing the fact that they had $6 million on the books last year for a running back that wasn't here in Ezekiel Elliott. And they have that $6 million on the books again here today. So I think that when people complain about that or people talk about that, they're talking about Dak specifically. They're not talking about other guys. Maybe they're talking about Diggs. Maybe they're talking about Steele. But really, they're talking about Dak. And the reality is, okay, but it's a non-starter because they weren't going to walk away from it. They couldn't walk away from it.
Micah did respond to this from Ian Rappaport after the game. John Machota with the quotes. I understand how the business side goes. There are no hard feelings in this business, whether I'm here or anywhere else. Obviously, I've stated I wanted to be here. At the end of the day, I understand the business side. I put in a lot of work, played hard too. So obviously, if sides can't agree to those types of things, it happens like that. But if I'm just happy to be here, I'm just happy to be here. I'm going to keep playing hard. I'm here for the next 5 to 6 years. If I'm going to play hard there as well, ain't nothing really going to make a difference. Micah is going to play hard. So we finish up with the third person and Micah Parsons responding to that.
Yeah, and when he said this, he genuinely did not seem bugged by it. Like, those weren't just words where he's concealing, like, you feel like
there next to him saying
yeah,
it?
you don't feel like he's masking anything when he's saying it. But it's also...
I wonder if he's got like a Jerry wink. He's always talking about his Jerry talks, and he knows he's not going anywhere. And I also wonder, amongst the big three that we're talking about contracts for, if Micah values being a Dallas Cowboy more than the other two. Micah already talked about giving the financial break that his agent is not going to love. He's like, well, what's the matter whether it's $40 million versus $30 million?
Yeah.
And that is like music to everyone's ears, except for his agent and his family, or maybe other guys trying to get paid. I wonder if Micah values that star more than the other two. I don't know. I'm wondering.
No, I think
it would cause him to take a break.
I think it's worth asking and thinking about it, and I think he does value it to a tremendous degree, because I think, name a team in the NFL, anyone you want, just throw out a team.
Titans.
Micah Parsons on the Titans is not the head of football content for Bleacher Report. I don't care how good he is.
Agreed.
He's not. And so I think that sort of thing matters to Micah, because Micah has talked about what he wants to do when he's in his 30s and beyond. Micah's talked about, I'm playing until I'm 30 and I'm done. That's why I think it's important that he's 25 now.
And the broadcasting stepping stone applies the most to Micah. Moose, Witten, Romo, Jimmy, Troy. We can keep going. Micah wants to do that after.
Yeah, and he's talked about, a lot of people have just thought, he's just talking. I know there are people who genuinely believe when he says he's not playing after 30. And he said it a couple times. Now, there's a reality of once you get to it, I can't remember specific examples of it, but I feel like we've heard in sports in general, people who say, I'm probably not going to play past my 30s, and then they always do. And so Micah very well could be no different than that. But there are people who really believe him, that he thinks, I got all these other interests I want to commit time to. I'm going to play football. I'm going to use it for what it is. I'm going to be competitive, but then I'm going to go get competitive in other spaces. And that's what I want to do. And I think when he says that, my question was, hearing him answer like that, I was like, okay, is that because you know you're going to give them the break they want, so you're not concerned about it? Or have you seen up close and personal how CD and Dak have dealt with their negotiations, and we're like, look, if we got to move on, we got to move, and you're just mirroring that? Like, okay, I got to have the same approach of just could take it or leave it, and I need to look the same sort of way.
Got to give a big fat star up to Rico, and he's going to be a free agent. So we're going to have to talk about money with him. Rico Dowdle, over 100 yards for the third straight game. First 46 games of his career had 0 100-yard games. And Bobby, what did you tweet out last night with the Rico stat?
A couple of them. Rico Dowdle has 392 rushing yards in his last 3 games. That's the most in a 3-game span for a Cowboy since Ezekiel Elliott had 394 between weeks 10 and 12 of the 2018 season, and his 300-yard rushing games in a row. That's the first time they've had that since pre-COVID. It was 2019 when Zeke had 3 in a row, and the last one since week 9 when Rico returned from the illness in San Francisco. He is second in the NFL behind only Saquon Barkley in rushing yards.
Wow. And he did it with the Cowboys' 10th different starting offensive line up front. McCarthy on his RB1 after.
Well, just a combination of his running style and the run blocking unit. I think we're definitely in sync, and I just think like any good run game, you need the attempts, and and our guys have gotten into rhythm. I mean, we've had a number of lineup changes, throughout the season. Just again today, with the number of guys that went down. So, but he's doing a really good job. Breaks tackles. He has a violent run style. But his courses and his decision making has been excellent.
And I don't know whether you said this, but I followed up on your tweet with what they had on the TV broadcast. First undrafted running back since Arian Foster to be ripping off these 3 100-yard games.
He's so fascinating as a player because the thing is, and I saw a little bit of this last night, the conversation's changing about Dowdle. A couple weeks ago, people were like, it's Washington. And now it's slowly starting to move towards, all right, he's fine if he's splitting carries. Then yesterday, there were more people who were like, that can be a running back one. Sign, do it. And then other people who are still skeptical and saying these are 3 of the worst run defenses in the NFL that you're talking about.
So how do we decide on the credit? Because Jerry's going to want credit and fire back of, we took a lot of heat around here for our running back. Well, then we can answer back is, why the hell did it take so long to make him RB1? Why did it take so long? So how do we decide whether the Cowboys front office was right about running back?
I mean, because I think they clearly weren't. Because like you heard Mike say,
well, they were right in not adding. Like you can make an argument, like you could make a case against Derrick Henry now, if Rico keeps this up.
Yeah,
they just didn't show us the case against until it was too late.
I'll try to draw an analogy like this. The Cowboys, I don't think you can say were right for neglecting quarterback in the early to mid 2000s just because they happened to have an undrafted free agent in Romo who ended up being a quarterback that they could lean on for a decade. They didn't know they didn't know they were getting Dak in the 4th round. They don't know these things.
Right.
They don't know they're getting Terrence Steele as an undrafted free agent to be a guy who ultimately they pay a big fat extension to. They clearly didn't know about Rico because they couldn't commit to him. They couldn't. I mean, it is not that long ago, and obviously I know people backtracked off this, but it was not that long ago in San Francisco. We're talking 7 weeks ago that people were thinking there was a conspiracy to fake a Dowdle illness just to keep Zeke on the field. That's where we thought the Cowboys' perspective was.
Yeah.
So they clearly, I don't think you can get credit for tripping into something. Brock Hoffman's been great. TJ Bass has been great. You don't get credit for Zach Martin and Cooper Beebe getting hurt and them having to step in and play and play at the level they do.
Luka goes nuts and Travis Hunter gets emotional. We'll take you around the basketball court, the Heisman race, and should Mike Zimmer be back no matter what? That's all next here on Sean and Bobby.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka, Cards for Kids. Donate today at krd-fm.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Catch and shoot on the advance pass, Clay Thompson! Oh, that has to feel good for Clay Thompson!
Clay gets a W in Golden State, second game there, and while you may have been watching Sunday Night Football, Luka Doncic was putting up a 40-point triple-double in the third quarter, y'all. In the third quarter. 46 for the Mavs in the first quarter. It was a 76-point second quarter between both teams, And the Mavs go into Golden State and get the W over the Warriors, 143-133. Luka ends up with 45, 13, and 11 on 16 of 23 shooting. Wow.
40 burger. He put up the 40 burger, Sean. And we just played the clip of Clay there.
Clay ended up with 29, hitting 7 threes.
That's the thing that's most comforting right now in recent games for the Mavericks, is just the fact that like Clay's 3 is starting to fall more consistently, which is encouraging. But that's the version of Clay that we've always been told he's got a little bit of petty to him and like a level up guy in big moments. And he's had his struggles this year, but walking into Golden State to go out there and knock down 7 threes in 29 minutes or whatever it was, it's good to see that he can tap into that still.
And Luka, this is insanity. It felt like a struggle to start off the year. You look up at the points, it's still 29, 8, and 8.
He set the bar so high, that like how we've been debating today, like have the Cowboys just set the bar so low that like now we've kind of lost perspective. Luka's set the bar so high that we absolutely have lost perspective on what's reasonable to expect on a game-to-game basis. But he's been fantastic lately.
They're the 4th seed in the West. OKC, no surprise, is the 1. Memphis, we didn't know what to make of the Grizz. They're second place. They're second place in the conference. They're 3 games back. Then the Rockets. Then the Mavericks are the 4. Denver, Phoenix, Minnesota, Golden State. So there's Memphis and Houston making some noise above the Mavericks.
And you've been able to beat both Memphis and OKC at this point this season. I mean, you lost one to OKC. You did lose your 1 game against the Rockets, but like it shows, like you're up near the top of the West, and when you've had these competitive games with those other teams at the top, you've been able to win.
I said while you may have been watching Sunday Night Football, here's what happened.
Snap to Love, has time, lofts it, middle of the end zone for Dobbs, diving grab, touchdown! Oh, what a play! What a throw, what a catch, Romeo Dobbs!
By the way, Mavs was Channel 29. That was Packers Radio, and they handled Seattle. Was that a dirty hit on Geno to knock him out? That was a low hit. Ended up being a lower leg injury. He had to leave.
That's one of those things where I always get my instinct says no, but I also look at it sometimes and I wonder, just like, have I become so conditioned to push back against lower body hits that I've lost the perspective on what is clean or not? But my instinct was to say, no, I didn't think it was. But my thing for you now, I wonder, is, are you still going to forget Green Bay in the power rankings after this?
I mean, they still did it to Seattle, so is it...
Seattle's been a competitive playoff team, and that's in Seattle, home of the 12th man.
Here's the replay of it. Pepe, did you get a chance to watch this? Did you think this was cheap or dirty?
At the time, I didn't think anything of it. I mean, I know it obviously hurt him a lot, but I didn't think anything of it at the time.
Yeah, just when he's diving at the ankles like that, it's okay. It's like, are you? Is that reckless? I guess I don't have. Like I said, I don't have the proper context of it anymore. You think it is?
Yeah, it's dirty. I think it's dirty. He's diving at his lower right leg when he's coming down, knocks him out. I think it was dirty. I think it was cheap.
To be fair, I tried to kind of defend Aziz Al-Shayer, so I'm probably not the best person to give perspective on this.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. But the physicality of Josh Jacobs. Thanks for screwing me in fantasy last year, Josh, and now you want to go to Green Bay and ball out. Dobbs had a manpower, a big boy touchdown where he was just dragging Seattle defenders. I could still forget about Green Bay just because it was Seattle. But we'll do power rankings on Wednesday here on DFW Sports Station.
The Romeo Dobbs rebound, by the way, from just the fact that they've been able to settle that situation down after early in the season, it was like, boy, that could go. I'm already forgetting. Who's the 49ers guy last week who refused to go in the game?
Campbell.
Campbell, Devondre Campbell. Where it felt like a Devondre Campbell thing could be setting up there where Dobbs like, I'm just done here.
So apparently they are trying to figure out, they want to punish him by suspending him for as long as possible. They don't want to outright cut him and let him go to another team and get playing time or make money. It sounds a little vindictive. I love it. I'm here for it. And they just want to figure out a way to suspend him for a lengthy time so that he can't go somewhere else and get freed.
It feels petty, but also at the same time, it's like you're under contract with them and you're just trying to quit to get out of it. You're trying to force their hand. So I don't have any problem with them trying to force it back. Just be like, all right, you just won't play. We'll sit you on a bench and you can sit at home.
Travis Hunter wins the Heisman, and he got emotional thinking about his pops, who was not able to be in attendance.
My father, he's not here to be able to make it, but I know you're watching on TV. Dad, I love you. All the stuff you went through, man. I look at your oldest son. I did this for you, man. All the times that you didn't get to see me, and the times you came to see my games, from not seeing probably 2 games in high school to seeing me on TV every weekend and coming to see me, man. That means so much to me. I know you wanted to be here and you can't. But trust me, I got you. I'm bringing the trophy home. I love you.
So that was Travis without his dad there, but Dion, Shador, the girlfriend, and Lil Wayne. I have to listen to this another time to make sure I heard that did Travis Hunter say he doesn't listen to music?
Wayne, you don't know how you came into our life, man. My fiance love you. I ain't learned none. I didn't know none of your songs until she let me know, because I don't listen to music. She let me know. She told me, you got to listen to this. If you don't listen to music, listen to Wayne. And from that day on, that's all I listen to. Pre-game music. That's the song. Those are the songs I listen to. When I get in that TRX and I blast that music, I'm listening to Wayne. It's crazy. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot high. That's my song.
Does anyone know anyone that doesn't listen to music? Is he trying to say like he just like me, like can't rip off the songs and I don't have music knowledge like Bobby or Tim Collins or sometimes Choppy? He's like, I don't listen to music.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like what you do. That sounds more just like I'm locked in. I do other things. I just don't have.
Does
time
anyone
for music.
know anyone else who doesn't listen to music?
No, not like that. Like, I mean, to the extent that, especially, I've never heard of an athlete who doesn't, because that's just a staple. Guys who are working out, football players, they've always got headphones on. It's just like all right, let's block out the outside and focus on this. I guess that almost strikes me as like a quirk that would be of somebody who we find out. I'm not saying Travis Hunter is, but I'm saying if we hear a story where it's like, this person turned out to be a total psycho, I'd be like, oh, they didn't listen to music. That kind of makes sense. That's a weird thing that I would think would be a psycho trait.
Well, people are trying to figure out, I don't want to say psycho, but they're trying to figure out the traits of the girlfriend. This is now multiple videos and instances where she appears a little irritated with Travis or the process of what Travis is doing. It was like a signing that happened, and they thought they got audio of her being like, I'm not going to sit here all day. All right, I'm just not going to sit here. And Travis is like taking photos and signing autographs, and she looks disgruntled. She does not look happy. And the entire world is sticking our nose in this, butting our nose in this and saying, run, Travis, run away. This is not going to last. As Travis Hunter has come out and said, no, I'm going to marry this girl as soon as I get drafted. It's happening. And we're like, no. All these signs do not look good. Jordan Lewis tweeted, praying she really cares for him. If not, I pray the Lord protects Travis. And Jordan Lewis getting involved in this.
Yeah, this isn't a good look.
No.
And she's had some issues. And that's the other thing is that Travis Hunter does not.
Dude, he seems like this innocent, rare,
like just super nice,
pure kid.
Yeah, like that's what I was getting at. It's like he doesn't seem like he's got any sort of seedy background or would have any sort of issues being just a D-bag or anything like that.
Seedy, Seedy, not Ceed.
Yes. He seems like
snatching her cell phone down.
Yeah, I did not mean that. But yes, he just seems like he's like a good down to earth. Like again, I don't even listen to music. Like he's just this pure.
Yeah, I don't think he drinks or parties like that.
No, and so it's one of those things where it's like, man, if you're just. What I would hate to think is he's so nice that she's just kind of like running over him.
Look, I said this about players' moms in the past when they wanted to do podcasts, and RJ disagreed with me, and I ended up winning, dominating the argument. Read the manual, whatever your name is. You're signing up for it. So this is the way it's going to be. If you don't like it, then just go date somebody else. But Tolo D sent me this, and I felt after meeting D personally, I could sound a little chauvinistic. Our female audience loves how chauvinistic we are anyway. And I was like, this girl obviously did not read the manual. If you can't sit there and know that you are going to have to be a bystander for autograph signings or picture things, like just move on somewhere else.
I could never imagine, like if we were at a station event or something, I could never imagine Kristen doing something like this. Like being like, am I just supposed to sit here all day?
Kristen goes out and talks at Jared's event in Arlington at the stadium. I'm like, where are you going? Where are you running around? She's like, these people are like your audience. These people are like who you owe your lives to. These people pay your salaries. I have to go and mingle. I have to go and interact with them. So that's how Kristen, that's her mindset with it. When I told Amanda, now obviously he's freaking Travis Hunter. We're Z-listers. But Amanda had to know early on, like, okay, when we go to these events, like, I'm not going to be talking to you a lot. There has to be, like, our friends Robert and Melissa went. She's like, thank God they were there because you were just up talking the entire 4 hours. That's the way it is. If you don't like it, we really can't date. Yeah, that's the way it is.
Because and again, like you said, that's on a different scale than what Travis Hunter deals with. So, but I mean, you got to know that comes with it, and just the flippancy towards his responsibilities seems off-putting.
Little bratty, little off-putting. Good way to say it. My mom said that my grandmother, her mom, never listened to music. She also wrote earlier, that was a good speech Bobby came up with. He is creative.
Hell yeah, Mom.
There you go, Mom.
Can I call you Mom since I don't have one?
No. All right, Sean and RJ. Choppy's out for the week. That is Bobby Roberto Belt, our Cowboys insider, along with Pepe and Caitlin, firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station. More of your Cowboys report card with star up, star down. And has Mike Zimmer earned the right to come back no matter what? That is next. But let me...
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Back to throw, looking left, looking middle, looking to the ground, looking to be sacked, looking to stay alive. Odigizua got another one. Osa's gone off.
Mike deserves an extension. It's just not the Mike we're talking about. The stuff that Mike Zimmer has been able to do defensively with this Cowboys team is... How would you... I'm curious. I'll share my thoughts here in a sec, but I'm curious for you, Sean. How would you grade the overall Mike Zimmer experience, and do you feel like we need to view it as two separate eras within the season almost? Or do you just look at it as a whole picture of what was this defense throughout the whole year?
This is very tough because this is why I like not being this coach and player ass kisser that some people are in this city.
Peyton.
Because I like want to be right about Mike Zimmer, and I want to like Mike Zimmer. I want you and I to be right. Choppy wanted, a newer, younger, whatever, get the older guys out of here. My initial gut react, and then I'm saying to myself, well, shouldn't I judge Mike McCarthy the same way? My first instinct is we should judge it separately. We should judge it based upon injury, newness, familiarity, system getting in place. Then you also do have to judge it against the opponents, right? Like, can't sit here and say, stop overreacting to wins over Washington, the Giants, and the Panthers, and then me giving Mike Zimmer, too much praise. But I can make an argument and have a thought in my mind, and then you go against the whole thing of the new coach and new regime should have their say, and this is a Jerry Jones control thing, making you take Jason Garrett, making you take Kellen Moore. It's messed up. But my initial gut reactions are, yes, judge Mike Zimmer separately, and then Mike Zimmer should have an argument to stay here under the new regime no matter who the coach is.
I think if you take...
Everything's so damn difficult around here.
I think if you take arguably the six best defenders, you could probably work Osa in here too. But if you take the six best defenders, I think that you look at that, they've missed significant time.
Oh, yeah.
It's Parsons, Lawrence, Overshone, Kendricks, Diggs, Bland. It's stacked up.
Yeah.
And that's with not only that, like here's the perspective I think you need to have. Top defenders, all 6 of them, he hasn't had them. Somebody's been missing the entire season. This is a situation where you pretty much had your offense the first 8 weeks of the year, and then Dak got hurt and some other injuries piled up along the way. You never had a game where you had everybody that you were supposed to. And you've had a lot of those guys miss significant time. Your top defensive draft pick that you said, all right, let's bring that guy in here. He's going to help us out a lot. Marshawn Nealand has missed most of the season. You look at the fact that Mozzie Smith, he walked into this with a guy who felt like he was broken between the ears, and you had to kind of repair that and deal with that and work on that. And then it's just a function of you have to figure out what your personnel is. Like you need to figure out, all right, what does Malik Hooker do well? What does Maris Leafau do well? We got Chauncey Golston here. I see they've played him inside and they've played him outside. Which one do I need to play him at? Like, I've got to get a handle on what these guys are. He seemed to really like Damone Clark when he first got to training camp. That he clearly, through experience, said, this is not working. This isn't working, and I can't do this, and so we're moving off of that. So I think a part of this was just he was discovering his personnel. You're right. He didn't even get the chance to really get his hands on Micah until training camp because Micah didn't show up to any of the offseason stuff. And so figuring out how to use Micah, taking the bye week to reflect and tweak some things and do some things differently, I think there's a case to be made that if you view that opening 8 weeks as a time where he's figuring out his team and figuring out his personnel and dealing with the injuries, I think you can say that Mike Zimmer grades out as a success overall as the defensive coordinator this year. Because once he got to the bye week and he said, all right, self-scouting, this is what I have. These are the tweaks that I need to make. These are the changes that I need to make. And we saw him yesterday. There was a play yesterday where Micah Parsons was lined up at 3 technique defensive tackle. Like we've mentioned before, he's done that a lot recently. But then they had Oso Odigizua, who is a damn near 300-pound defensive tackle, and he is exclusively a defensive tackle. On that same rep, he was lined up way outside like a Randy Gregory speed rusher. And that's the kind of different tweaks and changes that Mike Zimmer went to the bye with and said, I got to play with personnel a little bit. I got to do some different things to confuse guys. He did a better job yesterday confusing Bryce Young than Steve Spagnuolo did a couple weeks ago for the Chiefs. And so I think if you view that as he's got to have some time to let this mesh, and it's such a complex defense that he runs, these guys need the time on task to figure it out, then you can say it's been a success.
Is it messed up for Jerry and Steven to tell the new coach, hey, if there is a new coach, Zim has to be your guy? It's messed up, isn't it? That's not the way it should work. I'm not reporting anything. I'm just saying hypothetically, and it has happened around here with other offensive guys, but that's not the way it should work.
Is it messed up that if they bring McCarthy back, the suggestion that we've heard could be, but you don't get to pick your offensive coordinator? Or was it messed up to, like would that be messed up, do you think?
No, not because Mike's been here. Like, you've been here long enough. I give more latitude to someone that's brand new. It's like you should get a chance off the jump to run your program.
I don't think they would ever hire Cliff Kingsbury. I don't think that's who they'd hire. But if you hire Cliff Kingsbury, for instance, I guess it just depends. What kind of coach are we talking about? So if you hire Cliff Kingsbury, you probably feel like, man, he's a guy who he just doesn't know the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
And we can kind of handle that for him. Let's get him, hey, here's our choice. We're just going to make this one. And then you work with that defensive coordinator to fill out the rest of the staff on the defensive side. But the defensive coordinator kind of, you've got 2 different head coaches essentially, which is how I feel like they've run things in Dallas now for the last 4 years, where Dan Quinn or Mike Zimmer has been in charge of the defense and Mike McCarthy, even as head coach, has kind of overseen the offense. And I don't think that's totally unusual around the NFL, that you don't always have guys who are super involved. In fact, that was a criticism near the end, it felt like, of Belichick and some of the issues he had, where it's like, dude, you are so involved in the offensive side of the ball to an extent that it's not cool. Mike McCarthy had said early on, was talking about, this a couple of years ago, he talked about the worst thing in the world when he first got in the NFL. He said, all I knew is that as an offensive guy, the last thing you wanted is Marty Schottenheimer coming into your offensive meeting rooms asking questions. You wanted to do your job so that Marty didn't come in there as the defensive side to come in there and start fiddling around things. Just like, Marty, come on, we got it. We got the offensive side. And he loved Marty Schottenheimer. That was not any sort of a slight, but that's the kind of setup that you have. So I don't think it's necessarily terrible to say, hey,
it's not
depending on who you hire.
Dictatorship.
If you hire Mike Vrabel, who is a defensive coach, and you tell him you don't get to pick your defensive coordinator, that's probably an issue. Now, they've done before, I think when they hired Parcells, it was, in fact, I know this is what happened when they hired Parcells. They hired Parcells. Jerry didn't tell him he had to keep anybody. He said, I'm not going to tell you have to keep. He said, I will make one recommendation. I think you should keep Wade Wilson on as the quarterback's coach. And Parcells declined and let him go. Parcells did keep Zimmer. And that was somebody who he had a lot of questions about. And Zimmer won Parcells over. Because Parcells wanted to run a 3-4. Zimmer had never coached it. Zimmer had these smaller, faster linebackers like Dexter Coakley and Dat Wynn. Bill Parcells said, there's no way I can play with small linebackers. This is not going to work. And by the end of it, Bill Parcells has talked publicly about Dexter Coakley and Dat Wynn were two of my favorite players I ever had in my career. So I think that there's a lot of respect for Zimmer to where I don't think anybody would feel like they were stuck with Zimmer even if the Cowboys said, we'd like you to keep him on.
Okay.
And so that's where it's at. Now, are you at a point where you say, bring him back? Like he's in, he should, you can't just one and done this. We've done so much to implement a scheme and a system with defensive players that we've got locked in.
Yeah.
We can't afford to make a shift right now. We need the continuity.
Did it feel like, again, we need to do a first-year study of like new coordinators with you know, it would be nice to be even more specific scheme with the topic. Did it take too long for Zimmer's defense to catch on? Like, do we just give, you know, like a first half of a season pass? You know, are we just being too nice with it?
It's a good question. I think the first 7 games of the season, so the first half of the season, 7 games and a bye, they had some really awful performances, obviously. New Orleans was bad.
Like all time. We're going from all time bad to he should come back. All time historically bad in the history of the franchise.
Yeah. No, and it's something that it's wild to think we're sitting here talking about it, but you had a couple awful performances. New Orleans, Baltimore, Detroit, San Francisco. You gave up a ton of yards.
Yeah.
You gave up 432, 456, 492, and 469. It was bad.
Woo.
Since that time, their yardage, and by the way, mixed in there, I know they're bad teams, but still, mixed in there, you gave up 230 yards to the Browns. You gave up 303 to the Giants. You gave up 226 to the Steelers. So you had some stable performances sprinkled around it, but they're bad
offenses.
Since that time, they've given up 310, 348, 391, 412, 247, 433, 235. So they've settled into a little bit more of, I mean, I think everybody felt like the Bengals game was a pretty damn good performance from Mike Zimmer, things like that. And they still gave up 433 yards. They gave up 359 yards of passing. So there is a little bit of nuance to where that 432 you gave up to the Saints was a yard less than what you gave up to the Bengals. You gave up 1 yard more to the Bengals than you did to the New Orleans Saints in week 2. And yet
that does not feel the same.
And that's the thing, because we all look at it, I think, and go, yeah, but that's why you can't just read that number. You got to have context for what was happening in the game. They were getting slaughtered against the Saints. They were frustrating the Bengals. The Bengals were having issues getting into some of the things that they wanted to do. So I think there's just a ton of credit to Zimmer. And when we talk about the idea of they're still playing hard for Mike McCarthy, I think that's true. And it's a baseline. It's a very simple request to get that. I don't know that we've talked enough about defensively, their coach is Zimmer. Mike McCarthy's the head coach, but they really are dealing with Zimmer as their oversight. And that defense has kept playing hard. Maris Leofau coming in and playing the way he did in the wake of the Overshown injury. Some of the resurgence of Eric Kendricks, some of what they've gotten out of Osa. He's turned Mozzie into a player that people didn't think was possible. Him and I got to give credit as well to Jeff Skinnia, their defensive line coach. But it's something where you look at it and say, they're playing hard for Zimmer on the defensive side of the ball, too. That's a big credit to him and something that at least warrants a discussion about an extension, I think.
Below the belt, what do y'all think? Need a poll question taken with a survey on the Franco and Franco injury attorney text line of 877-881-1053. Yes, Zim return. Bring him back. Absolutely not. New regime, if there is one, should get to decide. 877-881-1053.
I'm posting it on Twitter right now. We'll do the update tomorrow.
Excellent. All right, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, will join us at 9:20. One of the greatest announcers of all time said that yesterday determined that there was a new America's team. See if you agree with this Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Receiver to each side. Here's the snap on second and goal, and it's an Allen keeper, and he sails into the end zone on a 4-yard touchdown run. Oh my, was that easy? That might be the least amount of contact Josh Allen has had on a touchdown run all season.
And there's a new America's team, according to an all-time great broadcaster. Final hour of the show, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif alongside Bobby Belt for the week. RJ Choppy is out for his Christmas vacay. We got Pepe, we got Caitlin live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Did they call it Spotify Wrapped, Bobby? Is that what it was?
Yep.
Well, apparently there's an Odyssey Wrapped. We're doing this for the second straight year. And I had a big-time program director in Washington, D.C. text me last year and say it is genius that you have every single listener writing you and showing you their Odyssey 105.3 The Fan playback minutes. It's like Odyssey Wrapped. And Tolos over the past 48 hours have sent me how much they listen to the station and the show. Ron Burgundy, top 5% of listeners, 20,000 minutes, 30-week listening streak. And I just love getting all these stats. Brandon, 88,000 minutes listened.
Damn.
15-week listening streak. And he put up 88K. Casey Barono, 32.4, 45-week listening streak. Artemio, 11,900 minutes, 41 weeks. Bobby R, 15.7, 12 weeks. Just getting tons and tons of these. Send it to me at 1053SS on Twitter, and I'll retweet all of them. And thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. You are appreciated.
That 88,000 minutes, by the way, that would be you're listening to this station. Like, if you missed no days, including holidays, you'd be listening 6 hours a day. That's pretty impressive. That's putting up numbers.
So that's 88 as the high. Javier, 46 and 45 weeks. Let me see if I can find one that can be 88. Big Red, 16-8 and 21 weeks. Paul Williams, 15 and 13. All right, we don't have someone sniffing. We got 26K from Cowboy Foul and 45 weeks. 16-4. I don't see one that's sniffing 80 right now.
I would have one small feedback suggestion to the folks here at Odyssey who came up with this great idea. See if you can, for next year, divide it up into shows, because we want to be able to just brag about how they're listening more to us specifically. The Odyssey app's not enough. We need to let KNC know and G-Bag know, just like we turn all the charity events into just us crushing them.
Duncan.
We got to do the same thing here.
Dunking on everybody. So thank y'all so much. It is appreciated. 877-881-1053, and on social media, send it to me, and I'll put it back out there. Emilio, 19,045 weeks. Oh, Nate Wilson has 44,000 minutes listened and 45 weeks. Dwayne Dodd, 88,305 and 44 weeks from Dwayne Dodd. That's business. That's standing on business. Jake with 49,045 weeks. So what do? You just go to the Odyssey app and it pops up. You can go ahead and find it in there.
Yeah, so let me look here. Let me see if I can pop it up, because I'll pop on the app. But see, I spread it out. Like weekends, I'll usually use the app because we don't have the Fan Cam live. But I'll do the Fan Cam if we're on during the week. But yeah, I'll have to look and see if I got. Oh yeah, I got one. I was in the top 20% of listeners. This says I had what was this? It's not giving me my number.
38 minutes.
Yep, 38 minutes. That's what I was. I was 38 minutes.
Hey, listen to one expressway. All right, this was Jim Nantz on the CBS pregame show with everyone's big Super Bowl preview yesterday, Bills versus Lions.
I love Buffalo, and I think that the winner of this game is the new America's team. Okay? That team down in Texas, they've carried that mantle long enough without production. And it's time that we look at someone else as America's team. And both of these, I think these squads are capable of carrying that mantle.
So, you ever have that one really unpopular opinion, or you're like, you know what, I don't like that person, and everyone in the room goes, what? You're just being a hater to be a hater. You got that one random dislike of someone in the friend group or someone that you work with, and it's like, how is that possible? That's how I feel towards Jim Nantz. Jim Nantz is local. He is a legend. He's a beast at what he does. when he came on here, and I'm a very petty individual, I'm a scoreboarder. When he came here, and Michael Irvin has never forgotten this interview. Every time I talk to Mike, he busts my balls over, and he's, I still can't believe you did that to Jim Nantz. Nantz came on here, and he was, he was too cool for like generic big NFL questions and stories. And I was like, screw this guy. What the hell? So Mr. Conservative, basically godfather of the NFL, Jim Nantz, wants to get in front of a crowd and get a free chicken wing or a free bucket of blue cheese thrown at him or whatever they serve, a square pan pizza in Detroit, wherever they were, and he's trying to appease a crowd. That's never happening. And you know how I can tell you Jim Nantz doesn't believe it? Because if I told Nantz that the rest of his salary, he can do Bills games or Cowboy games, he picked the Cowboy games every single damn time. And that is why they are and will always be America's team. Because the Buffalo Bills ain't going to capture or dominate any type of ratings, and Jim knows that. He just wants to kiss ass for whatever fans were sitting around a pregame set.
This is an absurd take because, again, I feel like people have just completely confused what this means, like what the moniker means.
Yeah.
Calling them America's team has zero to do with their success. Like their on-field success, them winning titles and anything else, that's literally got nothing to do with it.
Hey, man.
That's not why they get called America's team. They get called America's team. This started it was the night, those yearly highlight films NFL Films used to produce, like the 1977 Dallas Cowboys or the 1979 Pittsburgh Steelers. This was a 1978 highlight film for the Dallas Cowboys. A year, by the way, in which they lost the Super Bowl. So they didn't even win it that year. And Bob Ryan, a producer at NFL Films, named them, came up with the moniker within the NFL highlight film, America's Team. That's one of the lines he put in there. And it's because he looked around and saw they got a national following. They have fans everywhere. No matter what city they go to, they're Cowboys fans. Even back in the 70s, pre-Jerry. Jerry has intensified that. But what you have here is America's Team is about they're the biggest ratings poll. Yeah. They're top in merchandise. They are the most valuable franchise. That's what it is. They are the team that America consumes, not the team that America roots for.
If someone they're America's team because for 30 years, not going to a conference title game, they're still far and away, not even close to the number one story. If someone else can do that, you can be America's team.
Their lack that's a good point. Their lack of success actually punctuates why they are.
Yes.
It's not that they've won 5 Super Bowls, so they are. No, they're America's team because everybody has an opinion on them. There are a lot of people who I don't think have an opinion either way on the Bills or the Lions. They're just like, I don't know, they're the Bills and the Lions.
Yep. So how about Buffalo? 4 Josh Allen touchdowns, Jared Goff with 5. Where are you now with Detroit, Philly, in the NFC? How much is this game making you question Detroit just living in the number one spot every single week in our Sean and RJ power rankings?
It's not. I mean, I still feel like Detroit, if Detroit and Philly were to play tomorrow, I would pick Detroit 10 out of 10 times. And it's not a criticism of Philly or anything else. I think Detroit's the better team. Detroit had a long stretch there where they were going to eventually fall flat. And even still in falling flat, they kept up a ridiculous pace to even make it close. We're talking about they've lost 2 games now by 4 to the Buccaneers, and they've lost by 6 to the Bills. And so that's the only thing that I look at and just say this is a team I think that was due for a little bit of an exhale because this was 3 months to the day from their last loss. They went 3 months in between without losing, and not many of these have felt even particularly close. They pretty much have been in control of every single game that they've played since then.
Dan Campbell is getting destroyed and laughed at for the onside kick. They were down 10, 12 minutes left. Buffalo had just kicked the field goal on their previous possession. The Bills get it back, run it back to the 5. Could have very easily been a touchdown. They score a touchdown on their next play. Dan Campbell after.
I thought we'd get the possession. I thought we were going to get that ball. It's one of Bates' best kicks that I've seen him have. That was a big kicker at the end. That thing took a good jump on us, and Hollis made a heck of a play on it. And, obviously now sitting here hindsight after them taking it down to the 3-yard line, I wish I wouldn't have done that, but it is what it is.
I mean, I still think this is probably analytics run amok and the way that they approach things.
You think analytics said to go for it?
I think that there was probably what they did is they looked at like whatever formula they can come up with and say the way Buffalo's moving the ball, the way that they're doing things, the way that our offense can move, how much time is left, whatever else. There was probably some kooky win probability that they looked at and said, well, by half a percentage point, we should go for this one because they're probably going to drive down the field anyway, so we need to maximize opportunities, maximize clock, is what I would guess they were doing. But I can't remember where I just saw this a few minutes ago. It was on Twitter. It was an article, or it may have been a Pro Football Talk, but there was some article out there where the headline read that Dan Campbell's decision, it was Kyle Brandt from Good Morning Football, that Dan Campbell's decision to go for the onside kick is the greatest testament to Josh Allen and the way that he's playing this year and his MVP candidacy, is that Dan Campbell at 10 minutes left or whatever was like, I got to get the ball back now. I can't do this. We need to even this up and then get into a shootout.
It is a testament to Josh Allen, but it could still be stupid to do it.
No, that's the thing.
What do you mean you thought you were going to get it? Like, the percentages literally are telling you won't get it.
No, right.
Heavy percentages.
That's silly. But if you look at it from a perspective of, let's say this, I'm going to kick the ball down to the 20. Let's say they start the 30, okay? Buffalo starts at 30, whereas you're going to try the onside kick and say, look, this is... If they recover it, the probabilities were saying they were driving down the field anyway because they've been doing it all night. And now we've shortened the field, which means also if they score, they're scoring quicker and we maximize the amount of time that we're getting the ball back. Or we just recover the kick. So those two factors increase the amount of time we have to come back and thus increase our win probability.
Are things now fixed and filthy?
Hurts in the gun. Barkley to his left. A.J. Brown out to the far side by his lonesome. Hurts this time backs up. Looks, fires complete. A.J. Brown in the back of the end zone.
They wanted to stick it to all of us who talked about their relationship. Jalen Hurts looked good throwing the football. They did it and handled the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Eagles get this W. Now the new drama will be Sirianni, Jalen Carter, and the defensive line coach. Jalen Carter had this stupid penalty where he's like Demon Deacon, head slapping people out there, just cracking helmets with his hand. It looked like Sirianni wanted to go over to address it. The D-line coach looked like the head coach of the team. Did you see it?
Yeah.
The D-line coach basically, no, you're not talking to the player right now. Like, I thought it emasculated Sirianni. There's Big Dom in the freaking background there trying to go ahead. So now that is going to be talked about this week. I guess they may have bro-hugged it later on the sidelines. But this was pretty impressive. This is more impressed by Philly, or you're like, okay, Pittsburgh back down to earth, as we've been waiting for.
No, I mean it's impressive that like you can't downplay their dominance here, and so
TJ Watt banged up in this game too.
Yeah, I'm gonna give them a lot of credit for the way that they continue. But look, when they have had everybody healthy, when Lane Johnson, Devontae Smith, AJ Brown have been in the games, they have not lost this year. Philly hasn't, and so they're on a hell of a run. That defense is playing fantastic, and the offense has been, running the ball has been great. There's not been a game this year where they haven't run for 100 yards. Every single game this year. Wow. In fact, I think yesterday was one of their lowest totals of the year. Their lowest total this year is 113 rushing yards in week 4. That's absurd. They've already run for 150 yards or more in most of their games this season.
And then the biggest injury that everyone is talking about is what happened to Mahomes. This was ugly against Cleveland. Mike Florio is saying week to week with a high ankle. Andy Reid suggests that he could have come back in if they had to have him, but he was kind of put on a cart afterwards in the back. But the Chiefs have 2 games in the next week and a half. Is he going to play? Jameis had 3 interceptions. Nick Chubb with a broken foot in this game. Here's a Mahomes punishment stat. He's been hit 11 or more times in each of the last 3 games. He was hit 11 or more times in 3 of his first 125 games.
Damn.
How about that?
It's a pretty good stat. Look, I mean, I'm proud of the Chiefs for finally winning a game that wasn't within a field goal.
Yeah.
So that was impressive. I was
still 21-7.
I was more impressed with them yesterday than I've been all year. It's like, congratulations, you actually beat a team by a margin that you should have. In fact, what was this? This was a 14-point game.
Yeah, 21-7. Do the math.
I know. I'm just looking back over the course of like the last few weeks though. I don't think they've won their last 5 wins aren't by 14 points combined.
Was Nick Eatman thinking about this when he wrote this for DallasCowboys.com? Nothing to get upset about this upset in Carolina. Let's have some Panther fun with Nick Eatman. DallasCowboys.com after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at karsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Snap is back on third down. Time. Throws it right corner of the end zone. Lamb, back shoulder. Touchdown, Cowboys. Oh, did C.D. Lamb run a nice route? That's the C.D. Lamb possession.
Yes, it was. The Cowboys on third down with that drive had 62 yards. That drive put C.D. over 1,000 on the year. And in the first half, 8 for 105 and a score. The absolute monster. It does not matter who's throwing to him. This is Sean and Bobby Choppy off for the week here on a Cowboys Monday as they improved to 6-8 with a 30-14 win over the Carolina Panthers. Bobby was there, and so was this guy, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
And the man
we
that
don't
I
care.
owe all of my weekend happiness to.
No one cares.
Nick Eatman for letting me know Major Tutty was down on the field at halftime. Thank you, Nicholas.
You ran into the press box to tell him. I heard you sprinted.
He ran into the dining room on the phone. He's like, Bobby, do you see this? And I was like, oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Wait, I was in the press box.
He went to the dining room. He went to the dining room. You were at the press box and you came into the dining room to tell me.
To eat.
And to tell me.
When I saw you, I was just shocked that you weren't on the front row, like taking all these videos.
I had a text and an alert where he's on the phone. He's trying to signal to me. But fine, if you don't want the credit for it, Nick, then
no, he doesn't
don't
want
take the credit.
For looking like that was pathetic. Bobby, look, there's a pig. There's a big pig on the field.
Tad was. There's only one pig, and it's a Razorback. But even that would be in the portal probably. But I was listening all morning, and I've heard everything. I've heard from weddings, speeches, the Lions game. I've heard everything except for the Cowboys talk. I'm sure this happened. Oh, and then here I get on, and we're still talking mascots.
Whoa! Look
Nick
at that shot at the content. I thought we did 8:40, but okay.
I'm sure you did. Honestly, I was like, what time do y'all start? It's like 6 a.m. I mean, y'all probably broken down every analytics of the special teams, but when I've just been in and out of the car, and I hear great speech, by the way, Bobby. I wish they would have let you.
Thank you.
Do that. That was actually hilarious.
All right. Well, I'm gonna guess that I'm hoping you had us in your mind just a little bit when you wrote the headline and the story.
1,000%. And the story. 1,000%. 1,000%.
Because Lamb said afterwards he had heard that they were favorites for the first time in 2 years from Vegas, that Carolina was favored.
Yeah, they knew that. They definitely knew that. Cooper Rush obviously downplayed it, but some of the other players were like, yeah, we knew that. And that's just kind of what I was pointing out that and I think we all do it. I mean, maybe everybody but probably RJ, who understands it, to the highest level. But I'm just saying, I know that the common fan does it. They look at it and they go, oh, 6-point underdog. So, supposed to lose by 6, or that's how much better this team is. And that's certainly not the case. That's not what the odds makers are doing. They're trying to make sure that they make money and definitely don't want to lose any money. And, so, and I think the big deal for me, and let's be honest, I didn't say the Cowboys would win by 20 points. I said that they would win by 1. I didn't know how they would respond after the Bengals game, and it just looked like Carolina was inching up towards, finally getting over that hump. But talent prevailed, and for sure, even if they still have enough talent, even though all these injuries, and I thought they played a pretty good game and had a little lapse there at the end of the second quarter. Other than that, they did a nice job.
Nick, let's talk about Osa Odigizua. A lot of Cowboy fans are terrified right now. I heard Brad Sham even suggest, I don't know if they think that they're going to be able to go ahead and keep him. Let's just talk about his journey, his development, and what level he's playing at right now.
Well, he got caught up in that draft where I think they had 3 third-round picks, so it was really easy to kind of be overlooked a little bit there. And it was a Micah Parsons draft from the start, or Kelvin Joseph draft, depending on your mood there. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of other players that you can talk about. He's had a really nice, solid 4 years here, and I don't think, and I know Aaron Donald's not in the league, but I don't know who else would make the Pro Bowl. I don't think he would do that, but I don't necessarily know. He's played really well, though. Every time I look at the stats on the pressures, Micah's right there at the top, and then Osa's like not far behind.
Yeah.
And when you think about the position, that's really impressive. He's been great, and everybody loves him. And I know that there's more to it. I mean, it's about how you plan on the field, but not only that, our social media team we're so excited about saying, let's make him the player of the game. A lot of good options, but I mean, he's just a great guy, and he's played really, really well. And he's at that 3 technique. He's very deceiving. He gets up the field. He's going to make some money. I don't know if it'll be here. It's just going to be tough to re-sign him.
Nick, how big has it been to have Brock Hoffman inserted into the lineup? And it feels like kind of changed the entire mental makeup or edge of the offensive line and the way that they're running the football.
Yeah, it's been huge because, and it's every time he's gotten in the game, this team scores a lot of points or definitely runs the ball well. And it's at guard, it's at center. I think at this point, it's not even a small sample size anymore. We've seen it twice last year. We've seen it, 4 or 5 times this year. He gets in the game, they run the ball well. And so, and I think TJ Bass should be, get some credit too, but it's mainly been, Hoffman. And I don't know what happened and how he lost the battle to Cooper Beebe. I think we all kind of know typically what happens there when you're dealing with the draft pick, but it's amazing, that what he's done and how he's played. And he's just, a lot of guys were talking about the undrafted players. I think we counted 8 on offense. Maybe even on one single play, there were 8 offensive players that were undrafted. He's obviously one of them, Rico, Cooper, Rush, 3 on the offensive line to be exact.
Yeah. Now, when you look at, we've talked, you mentioned how last week, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, that Zach Martin kind of reflective and even stuck out his hand. You're like, nope, not doing this yet. If the time comes, we'll do it. But there's obviously a decision still to be made there. Do you think that the last few weeks, Brock Hoffman is maybe influencing that pending offseason decision on Zach Martin?
I would like to think that it would be separate than that, just because Hoffman is a center guard. He can play a couple spots. There's a lot of different directions to go here. You also got Tyler Smith, who, can, if they ever wanted to, he could be a tackle. I mean, that would be an off-season type thing. But I'm just saying, I think it's like, all right, do we have a player in Hoffman? Yeah, it looks like we do. All right, and then does Zach Martin want to come back? All right, what does this look like? What would have to happen here? He is a free agent as well, so he'd have to, re-sign it, afterwards. Actually, I think the Cowboys would cut him, Zach Martin, and then they could bring him back. There's going to be some. He's not necessarily a free agent because he's got some years left, but there's definitely a decision to be made. I just think they're separate, honestly.
Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline. He was in Carolina for the win over the Panthers. Who did you catch up with in the locker room?
Talked to a few guys. I mean, the first guy I can remember was Jalen Brooks, just because in the middle of the interview, Dak Prescott came over, which is fine. No one likes their interview interrupted, but if Dak's going to do it, it was a cool moment.
Yeah.
He was basically just telling them, he's like, hey man, you've worked so hard. and you earned it. I love the way you went and got that ball, and I think he understood. A lot of guys understood Jalen Brooks, from North Carolina and from that Charlotte area to come home and score his first touchdown was pretty neat. So I thought it was cool too. South Carolina, the Cowboys have 3 players from South Carolina that went to college there, and Jalen Brooks, Rico Dowdle. I don't know why I'm forgetting the other one. Mukuamu. And they all made plays. They all scored touchdown or got an interception or got 149 yards rushing in the game. So that was kind of a cool moment going back to Carolina.
Nick, when you look at the way that Rico Dowdle's run the ball, is this a factor of, hey, things have just kind of clicked into place in the last 4 weeks with some of the changes? Nobody could have predicted how the offensive line was going to kind of gel together. There's been a big benefit of the type of defense that you're going against. Or does this speak to, see, this is what you were neglecting early in the season, and this is why this is actually a problem, because you could have been doing this earlier in the year?
I don't know. I hear a lot of fans say that, and I look at it like, I believe he was the guy, I think he has been. I know that they've messed around, done some other things here, but let's also, not forget that, Rico wasn't playing his best football either. This wasn't, he had opportunities. There's been some times, it didn't look great. And I think it's all kind of gelled. I think his confidence has gotten better. I think the team has figured out how to run the ball a little bit more. I think with Cooper Rush in the game, I think that they do that a little bit more as well. I still think when Dak's in there, they should be a running team, run first type team, at least for the most part. And so I just think it's kind of what you said at first. It's just kind of come together. But I'm not one that sits there and says Rico's been sitting there on the bench the whole time. They should have been playing him. I think he's playing better too. I think he's hitting the hole better. I think he's running even more violently than he did in the past. I just think it's all kind of coming together a little bit. But, they were kind of messing around doing other things, but I think they were grasping at straws trying to figure out who was the best. And now Rico has certainly emerged as the best option, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with him next year, too.
How surprised were you when Steven came out, said Diggs knee surgery, probably out 8 months? Clarence Hill then follows up and says the Cowboys were not happy with the way that Diggs attacked his rehab. Micah and Diggs both taking issue and having problems with that. Your thoughts on the Diggs injury situation?
Yeah, and I've heard that going back to training camp, that he didn't handle it the way that others do. And that's, no injury is the same. I get that. But, from how they rehab and the structure of it is pretty similar. He did it in a different way. He wasn't always here, but he did come back, was able to play the first game of the season. I thought he's played pretty well considering, coming back from the injury. He gets criticized for not hitting, not tackling. The greatest of all time didn't either. So I don't judge him for that. Most corners aren't doing that. I think he's covered his guy pretty well. He was supposed to have Bland on the other side. We never really saw that other than one game. And so, but yeah, as far as the injury and the I heard in the neighborhood of the microfracture. I'm not saying it is a microfracture, but it is very similar to that. And that's always a tough injury to come back from. So I'm not really sure how that's going to go with Diggs. It was going to be an interesting off season. I don't think it was 100% certain he was going to be back here. He probably will now because of the injury, but I just think that, there's a lot of moving parts here with the Diggs injury now.
Your thoughts on what Steven had to say to Ian Rappaport about team building, that we need to reassess. I'm paraphrasing here. We need to assess whether paying our top 3 guys that much money is the smart thing to do. Obviously, Micah is the next one in the financial sites here, and then Micah responding to it yesterday after the game.
Yeah, and he basically just saying he understands, he wants to be here. It does look like the writing is kind of on the wall, at least to throw that out there, that maybe that's not in the Cowboys' best interest to do that. I've said it 1,000 times. I'll say it 1,000 more. I think it's a mistake. I think it's an absolute mistake. I think you figure out a way to pay Micah Parsons and put him on your team because and you figure out, the other two if you want to make changes there. But I don't think anybody can wreck the game like Micah. I think the defense plays a lot better when he's there. I think he's done a lot better this year in every way. I think he said the right things for the most part. Yeah, he's going to say what he says. He does his podcast, all that. But I think he's handled things the right way. And when he's on the field, he is just, he is unbelievably tough matchup. He gets a little bit more help on the outside. I think the Cowboys defense can be really good again because of him.
Thank you, brother. We'll try to take 0 Cowboy breaks next time to meet your criteria. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. I'll just listen more. How about that?
There you go. Nick Even, DallasCowboys.com. Every Monday, Hump Day, and Friday. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece on a Cowboys Monday next. But let's get you set up also with that next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Young in the gun, back on third down. Quick pass, broken up and intercepted by Kendrick on a deflection at the 50-yard line.
Brad Sham with the call in your home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you sad that they keep winning, Sean?
You know, I'm just becoming more Bassick dead by the moment.
Oh no!
Yesterday, I got mad at first in the Washington game, and then I'm like, what's the point of being mad about it? I'll take a loss. I prefer a loss, but I'm not mad about it.
Okay, I got you.
I'm like, okay, within the game, you know, the perfect thing for me is rooting for it like a true fan, and then having the loss at the end. But I'm not mad about it for Team Tank purposes.
I don't know if we need to put this disclaimer out there. Probably tomorrow or Wednesday.
I'm definitely not happy.
Well, fair. Tomorrow or Wednesday, we'll do a segment pointing out that the Cowboys season is still over. So what do you
have
see
1%
in the last 3 games? So when people get mad today, if we talk about the win, I just want to point out, like, it will also point out that they're still not going to make.
Why are you trying to come in here and be all hard ass about it when you have been Mr. Optimism and Mr. Keep Hope Alive?
I was stoked that they won.
Now you want to drop reality on people? What's going on here? You flip flopping?
No. I'm still excited that they win, but people misunderstand being excited about a win or focusing in on one specific game with all of the things have been fixed. I'm like, we're just talking about yesterday's game. That doesn't mean anything's been fixed. So I think the defense has played a heck of a lot better. Yeah. Do I like Rico Dowdle, especially behind a patchwork offensive line? Sure. But that doesn't mean you fixed anything.
Would you be okay with Mike coming back, or you need a big full broom sweep change?
Yeah, I voted
Mike McCarthy.
I voted in y'all's poll about Mike Zimmer too, and I said it makes sense to bring Zimmer back if McCarthy is back, but I still think need to sweep it up.
Okay.
Why would it make sense if he's not back? You just spent all this time this year getting the system in place, and now you're going to have to go through that same pain and suffering next year. Unless, I guess, if it's Vrabel and he's a defensive-minded coach, I still prefer putting offensive coaches with quarterbacks. But
I want somebody who I think is more in touch with modern football.
So here's the point of Team Tank is not really just about the draft pick.
No, I got you.
The point of Team Tank for me is having the Jones receive the message that, like, you're not as close as you want to believe or make everyone believe. And by doing this,
if they go 8-9,
yeah. I want zero justification for them.
Because I feel like the more you win
to sell it,
the more you can use your injuries as an excuse.
Of course.
Like,
we were a Timmy away from going to the NBA Finals. Tim Hardaway Jr. The year they went to the Western Conference Finals.
Somebody just tweeted.
What about Jimmy?
Somebody just said, what I'm convinced of is this season tells me that if healthy, this team wins the division. That's the insanity we reach. Like, you think if they're healthy, they're ahead of the 12-2 Eagles.
And
I do not think that.
And very few that are talking like that are keeping in mind like who they're winning or being close against.
Yes.
It's like it doesn't matter that it was Carolina. It doesn't matter you were close with Cincy. It doesn't matter it was the Giants. It doesn't matter that it's fringe playoff Washington.
Smoked by the Saints.
That's what's driving me crazy. I want to leave no doubt.
Smoked.
Yeah.
I want to leave no doubt. There's no point in just having like part of the building burned down. Like, I need to see detonation of every single floor.
They set the bar so low at the beginning of the season that then it distorted what the expectation, the standard is. So now that when they're doing very basic things with execution and different things like that, people are going, "Oh, this is great." They're doing like if this take the way they performed, put that at the beginning of the season when they were coming off of 3 12-win seasons, and you're not happy with it.
Yeah.
What's coming up, Corey?
Guys, we asked Stephen Jones today at noon how much of the building is burned down and how much is left. So we'll ask him about Micah, obviously, in that conversation, because what's the reality there? He comes out and says this, and then comes out and says that.
I've got a question about Micah, but have any of you guys seen the New York Sack Exchange 30 for 30?
I haven't watched it yet, but it's a great name.
Okay. If you get a chance to watch it, let me know if you see a player on there that you're like, oh no, is that the same player?
What are you
That's
saying,
very
Kevin?
confusing.
You're being very cryptic
They
here.
had plastic surgery to their face.
No, not that.
Well,
Gaston looks
Vince
a lot
McMahon.
different.
I didn't know what he looked like until recently. That Netflix thing came out. I was
You
like,
didn't know what he looked like?
I was
This
like, oh my
weird
god,
mustache.
his face. He has butchered his face beyond belief.
But how have you never seen Vince McMahon?
No, I've seen him. I haven't seen him maybe
In
in the
a
last
long-
2
oh,
years.
20 years
Have you seen how
recently.
much he's butchered his face?
Yeah. And
Yes.
that mustache?
And he used to be against facial hair, which is really weird. But one of the things they talked about with Mark Gastineau is Mark Gastineau was the man. He was awesome. Nobody could get to the quarterback better than him. But that's all he cared about. And so if once the ball got handed off, he's like, I'm good. Or he's like, hey, I'm excited I got my sack. And when something else went right, he'd be like, that's cool.
And you're making an analogy?
No, I'm just asking if anybody feels that
I'll
way.
make it. That was definitely, I think, a feeling for a lot of people heading into this year.
Oh, Micah.
I think that's changed.
No, and that's the thing. I think
in the
I
last few
do think
weeks?
that's one of the bigger credits that I think people have been surprised about with Zimmer is that they anticipated so much friction and headbutting from demanding, like, I don't care that you want to rush. You're going to do this. And they anticipated that. It's, I think, surprised everybody how effectively he's been able to communicate to Micah, buying in on this is your responsibility. It's important that you do it. And Micah has embraced it.
Do you want Zimmer to stay regardless then?
I think overall, given the time where he had to mix and match, figure everything out, I think Zimmer's been a success. So I would not be mad if they brought him back.
Mike, do you think it's bad and unintelligent team building to pay the 3 guys that much money? That's what Steven was wondering with Ian Rappaport.
No and yes. No if they're the right 3 guys. And I do think that CeeDee Lamb and Micah are 2 of the right guys. I mean, that's unfortunately like if I had Josh Allen, if I had even like a different, like I had a Lamar Jackson, I had a Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, it's right. Now, to your point, I guess Kansas City felt like it wasn't right because they traded Tyreek Hill.
But they tried to pay him, I think, too, right? Like they didn't say we're not making you an offer.
No, it was a difficult negotiation. It wasn't like, well, we clearly can't pay this person. And I don't think Micah would be, we clearly can't pay this person if they moved. I think what they would look at, they would say a couple different factors. Like, look, he's still growing as a presence in this locker room and growing into being the type of pro that we want him to be. And if things are as tight as we say they are, we can get some really high capital that's way cheaper than him for the next 5 years if we move him. And that may be more worth it for them to be able to navigate.
The breaking news, by the way, is the 49ers have suspended Devondre Campbell for 3 games. So,
But why is
play
that,
in the
why is
NFL
that
again?
not in HD? Why do y'all have that in the crap version of TV?
Oh,
what
I
are y'all
don't
doing here?
touch the TVs.
Yeah, do you think
Corey.
we programmed that TV?
We pay
Do you
for the
think we did that?
HD. We might as well use the HD version of it instead
Is that-
of
I have a
that something
question
you
for
pay for?
Stephen Jones today.
You do?
Okay, this is based off of high school football.
Highland Park.
Highland
Oh, yeah,
Park
we got to talk about Duncanville.
made the state championship. I know it stinks.
Who else
but
made it?
North Crowley.
Over.
Duncanville.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know they've lost 2
Galena
games. in the
Park
last
North
3
Shore
years.
lost too.
Yeah. So Westlake versus North Crowley, right? So he brags about Highland Park and how great of a coach they have. Stephen Jones's kind of high school here is Highland Park. Get it? His son went there, won 2 state championships. And if you watch Highland Park play, and anybody will tell you this, they're smaller, they're slower, they're less athletic than almost every team they beat in the playoffs. They've almost never been, I think you've covered, they've never been. Highland Park in the history of winning all these state championships and recently, they've never been faster, they've never been bigger, and they've never been more talented than the other team.
Bigger in terms of athlete size,
Yes.
not school, right? 'Cause
Right.
School, they're always the
right.
biggest.
But Why are they in another state championship, and why are they probably going to win another state championship? Because they're smarter than every team they play. When Denton Ryan played, it's 100% true.
I'm listening.
Okay, because you guys are having faces. Oh, they're all white, so they have to be smarter.
Not you guys. I'm looking at him to stop him from doing that.
Okay, so if you watch the last play that Denton Ryan had, it's 6 seconds to go, and Highland Park was coached so well. They have 11 white dudes out there who are not as athletic as the Denton Ryan kids that are running around the field. They literally might have had 10, maybe 12 throwbacks. At no point did Highland Park ever attack. They were coached so well, they just said, stay in your lanes. If we start chasing, we will lose this game that we've won. And every kid stayed in their lane and let them kept tossing the ball back and forth, literally maybe 15 times, and they went back and forth across the field. They went from the 20 to the 18 to the 15 to the 20 to the 10 to the 5 to the 8 to the it just kept going on and on because Highland Park's like, we're not moving. We are not moving. We will not chase you. Now, that's just one example, but the kids get so frustrated at the fundamentals that Highland Park has. They're the smartest team in Texas high school football, and they always are. Sometimes they lose, and they do have a sensational sophomore quarterback. But Stephen Jones, here's my question as I've explained all this. Highland Park only makes state championships or wins because they're smarter than all the teams they play. They're better coached than all the teams they played. Do you believe at any point in y'all's tenure you could say we have the smartest, best coached team in the NFL? And I get high school's way different.
Yeah, but that's
NFL.
why they should have hired Bill Belichick.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I don't even know. Is there a website that says this is the smartest team in the NFL?
No, and
this is the dumbest team in the NFL.
We discussed that whenever we said, do we have an advantage at coaching? And we went back to Dan Quinn as we felt we had an advantage there. Aside from that, we felt like it's been since Wade Phillips that we had an advantage coaching. Jason Garrett didn't give us an advantage. None of those coordinators did. It was Dan Quinn alone. Mike, it's been a long time since I felt they were smarter than anybody.
I felt like there was definitely a time, first 2 years, where Kellen was calling things where people universally were saying Kellen gave them an advantage as a coordinator. It didn't end that way, but early on, he was a hot shot. He was getting the interviews that he was because people felt like he was advantageous.
He's trick-effing them.
Well,
he's running the damn ball now.
Bobby, to break down the intelligence of the penalties, like John Harbaugh, they had 14 penalties yesterday. John Harbaugh and the Ravens lead the league in penalties. No one thinks that John Harbaugh's a bad coach. And I'm like, all right, but let's break down receivers offsides, cornerbacks offsides, or illegal formation, like those types of penalties versus holds and stuff. Like really what seems to be next level dumb mental penalties. Did you work on that yet?
No, I said I was going to have it for tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
No, but I mean, it is something where there are two different types, because I mean, there's difference between you play physical, so you get defensive pass interference, or you play a little grabby, so you get offensive, and just like your guys don't know where they're supposed to line up. That's a problem.
I think it is too. That's why I kind of want. If Highland Park did those things,
who's their coach?
I forget his name. Old white dude who dresses like Tom Landry. He's a great coach, though.
That's still Randy Allen.
Does he have a suit and hat?
Really? How? Man, he is a great coach then if he's still getting all this stuff done.
But if Highland Park had illegal formations after getting themselves down to the 20-yard line, like a 30-yard play, I think it was to CeeDee Lamb, was that early in the game? Like,
that is correct.
Oh, guess what? Your tackle doesn't know how to line up. Like, they would get destroyed. Highland Park would lose by 20 points to all the more athletic teams. So why is it that you brag about Highland Park's coaching, and it's the reason why your son has 2 championships? And his son was great. John Stephen was a great high school quarterback.
Yeah.
But, like, how come you don't demand the same out of your franchise?
Great question. We're back tomorrow with Jerry Jones at 8:30. The KMC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, bring it down a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and the even more famouser Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How are we doing this morning?
I appreciate that you said that about Alec, because we all agree with you that he has got a level of fame that
it's impressive.
Can't be charted. But it's the way that you said it. More famouser is not appropriate English.
Doesn't it feel appropriate for this show?
Valid. That is valid, especially the way we use words.
All right, so let's go ahead and fire off.
I'm here.
Okay.
Well, Corey got mad, and I agree.
Well, because the Today Show or whatever that was is on the TV.
Two women on there talking about stuff, and it was like, let's put on football or basketball or baseball highlights.
This is a sports station. What are we doing? Watching
how women are.
Yeah.
Okay, PJ Washington, I know.
PJ did say some really nice things also.
Man, by the way, at our party, the fan Christmas party at Martin House in Fort Worth on Saturday, I had multiple people referenced me when somebody said something about a woman, and he goes, "What would PJ Washington think about that?" And I was like, I don't know if that's what he wants associated with him, but I did think that was objectively
What's going to be
hilarious.
great is about 5-10 years from now, and we sit down and recap that and how it all went down. Is the story that led to it? It's gonna change, but it's still gonna be a great one in the KNC lore.
Now, go ahead and give me that cut number one, because look, the first quarter was terrible. After that, it picked up and the Cowboys were in control most of the day.
1st and 10 at the 19. Young rolling to his left. Chased by Parsons, who he overran him. And Young puts his foot in the ground. Goes into the ground at the 15. The ball is fumbled. And the Cowboys have it back at around their own 13-yard line.
I have literally no evidence to back this up, but it feels like every play that ever goes like that ends poorly for my team. When you overrun the quarterback, like, you've clearly got a beat on him. You've destroyed your person. You're going to get the sack, and then you overrun, overpursue, however you want to describe it. It feels like that play almost always ends poorly, but instead, you got probably a better result. Now, I don't know if Micah would have hit him and knocked the ball out either way, but you got a better result out of that, and that set the tone for what was a turnover palooza for the Panthers and Bryce Young.
That turned it all around for the Cowboys offensively too, right?
It did.
Because that was after the Cooper Rush fumble, and from there on, it seemed like they got their S together.
Well,
right?
I think that one, because he had another one, was before the fumble that made it 10-7.
Okay.
One play later, and then we can dive into that. I kind of thought we were going to lose after that, because that play felt like you were going to make it 17-0 or at least 13-0, and Carolina hadn't done jack S on offense.
It felt like the whole season.
Yeah,
in one play.
That's a good point.
It was as this year as you can get with this season is exactly like that. You're going there, you're doing these things right, and then you just shoot yourself in the foot in the biggest place.
He's
Good
right.
news is you gave the ball back to Spud Webb.
Man, and they convert, but on that one play, they converted it. And you know what? I was like 5 to 7 minutes behind. I accidentally fast forwarded it too much out of the commercial break. And then I just saw the flash up there that said touchdown. And I was like, what the hell? And so, of course, I rewound, hoping somehow, some way, Corey, I realized this is a weird personality tick, that they wouldn't score a touchdown now that I'd gone back to rewatch it at normal speed. But they definitely still scored a touchdown, because we got confused on what coverage is what. And at that point, I was like, oh, crap.
Yeah, I got thrown off, and I'm going to be very honest, guys. During the game, I went shopping.
What the hell?
I went Christmas shopping during the game.
I rode.
What?
Oh, wow. I rode the Peloton bike. I got bored with about 3 minutes left till halftime. And I was like, let me turn it on. I was like, let me go get exercise in. Like, I feel really lazy sitting on the couch watching this. And I got in 20 minutes on the Peloton before halftime, and I got on the bike with less than 3 minutes to go till half. That's how long.
And that first quarter flew by, but you're right. The end of that second quarter.
Believe it. I remember going,
crap.
I rode the bike for, it was like 20 minutes and 38 seconds. And I got on the bike close to the 2-minute warning.
Okay.
And that was when I was at the store, Kevin, I was doing my thing. I had my earbuds in, listening to Brad Sham.
Did you grab some milk? You're like, son of a
Well,
bitch.
it was a grocery. It was Christmas shopping. But I did throw a bottle of cologne. Yeah, at a mall. I went to a mall. Yeah.
Was it crowded?
So I went there specifically to go to a specific store that I went to last year to get some stuff for y'all. And that store's closed. So I am now having to redo all of the stuff that I wanted to get for y'all. Yeah, Frederick from Hollywood.
This is not Elf.
So what ended up happening was I was like standing there listening, and I had to take an earbud out for a second so I could communicate with a human. And then it's not typical. You usually do it on Amazon.
Right.
And then whenever I put my earbuds back in, like the score had turned. And it was just like that kind of a tie. It happened so quickly.
Okay. I'm actually glad that all three of y'all said that to a certain extent, because my question was going to be, were you as invested as usual? Because it's true. The Cowboys dominated. I think they dominated over a bad team. Now, it's true. You were an underdog in that game. I think you dominated against a bad team. But I have to admit, it just didn't feel the same, especially when they continue to go back to, if the Cowboys would have beat the Bengals, they could have been 7-7. I was like, no, yeah, I hear you, man.
That part hurts.
But we didn't, Greg Olson. And so you're 6-8, and that's great. You won the game and all that good stuff. But I have to admit, and I wonder if other Cowboys fans are like this, I wasn't as invested going through it. Because if you lost, better draft pick. If you won, I'm glad you won, but it makes no difference.
I got home just after halftime. So I got home, and when I turned on the TV, I turned it onto Red Zone, and I put the Cowboys on the laptop. And then I wrapped some presents. So, Kevin, my interest level, not wrapped like that, not like that. My interest level was down all weekend going into it, just because it's been a brutal season already.
Yes.
I
didn't think I was going to watch great football with Carolina on the field.
I didn't know what time the game started at.
Oh, no.
So
when we do our thing and I'm like, hey, pregame starts at 9, kickoff.
I'm sorry. That's the interest I have in the Cowboys as this season has progressed. I obviously figured it out at 10:30 in the morning. I was like, let me click on the television because I'm like, this feels like a noon start. This Cowboys
and it's not the number one game.
It feels like noon. And so, you hit the YouTube and you hit live, and I went down and saw on channel 4, it's like, all right, game's at noon. I'm like, okay, so the game's at noon.
And you got the requisite. I like Greg Olson a lot, but you got the.
I think he is very good.
You got the not number one crew for what felt like a not number one game. You could look in the stands, and your fans were like, yeah, either way.
That was amazing to me. I know this is maybe NFL, but also Cowboys. I have on YouTube, I actually went to the dual channel so I could watch Kansas City, Cleveland, and Dallas, Carolina at the same time. And both stadiums were at best, and I mean at best, 70% full. And I was like, wow, I guess a Cowboy game, they're playing in Carolina. I can't remember. Did they play in Carolina last year? We played the little guy last year too, right? We played Bryce Young last year, right? I think we played the little guy.
That sounds good.
And so I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it was just, but I was like, wow, I know there's a lot of Cowboy fans in that area, and they're just like, I don't care to go. And then obviously Panther fans, few and far between for a while now. And then Cleveland gets the back-to-back Super Bowl champs. Patrick Mahomes is healthy going into that game, and there was 30% empty seats in that building. And by the time you got 10 minutes left in both games, at best, both stadiums were 50% full, and that's at best.
Yeah, so that was where my interest level was for the day, Kevin.
Okay,
I went back and perused through the game, watched the big points of it, but was just like, I'm seeing what I expected from this Cowboys team against this team, right? Like there was nothing that I didn't expect from the Cowboys against Carolina.
Will it change at all? My guess is probably not really, but will it change at all? Sunday night, you're going to play a better Tampa team, or in the last game of the season, if you could potentially knock out the Commanders. I realized once the Saints couldn't convert on their 2-point conversion, that felt unlikely. But for some reason, you could knock the Commanders out. Do you think that will stoke more interest, or do you think you're like, hey, our team's not making the playoffs either way, so
You're watching, I'll tell you this. I get a chance to watch Mike Evans, and that's one of those dudes right there that I'm going to take interest in for the remainder of his career. Mike said it multiple times. It's that is a dude right there that you're just like, has he gone underappreciated most of his career?
Sure.
And he has. So I will continue to do that. And Kevin, as long as we got 1% chance, as long as there's 1% chance and we keep starting Cooper Rush,
feels high,
then it feels like everything that we're trying to pursue here is to get back to that Super Bowl. So I think that's what it is, Kevin, is it might be a late run, a late push. It might be difficult to get past, I don't know, the Seahawks or whoever else, the Commanders. It might be difficult.
I don't know. I saw that Sunday night game. It might not be too hard to get past the Seahawks.
We could do it, though.
All right.
Maybe.
This is apparently, you guys are in the majority. It really feels like From the 817, yeah, my family kicked me out of the YouTube TV because so many people were using it around the beginning of the second quarter. I didn't care to get back on in the game. I took my sons to go see Gladiator 2 and skip the Cowboys game. It was great. Yeah, shopping, gym, and lunch during the Cowboys game so that I could be ready for the 2 big-time games at 3:25. And make no mistake about it, like the focus of the NFL world was on those 2 games at 3:25. No, I don't think any of the focus on the entire NFL world was on this Dallas Carolina game, but you do see a lot of people are like, "Hey, they won. That's cool." But I wasn't I wasn't there. I wasn't really locked in for this game.
Were you were? Mingo showed them though, huh? They made a mistake trading Mingo away from that team.
So you know what I thought at one point, Mike, in our group text, you were like, "We really should put." I believe what you said was we really should put bingo in the game.
Yeah.
And at that point,
That's
I was like,
intentional.
I wanted to text you back, but I was behind. And I was like, but Mike, he is in the game.
Oh.
That was the concerning part. There are times when he is in the game and
you just don't know he's there.
that he's in the game because they don't even target him. And that
was once Mozzie Smith.
Yeah, man. Oh.
And do you feel right now, though, that Mozzie Smith is a better player than you thought he was at the beginning of the season?
At the beginning of the season, for sure. Up to where you want him to be. Still not really close. But he did come. He was adjacent to a huge play. And I was like, oh, hey, Mozzie Smith was right there. He might have been able to make that
one
play.
Where he threw somebody on the ground that was nice. That was a nice play to see. Osa just continuing to be
he was phenomenal
force on the field, and that's sad because the Cowboys won't end up paying him either. So that's a sad thing to move on from. But yeah, there were some things that did capture your eye for sure about this game.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But
everything comes with a caveat. That's the only.
You played a crap team.
Yeah, that's the thing that stinks about it is while you're going through it and you're like, oh, you kind of got excited against the Bengals, knowing, hey, this. I know what that offense is, and I know what our defense did to them to slow them just a little bit. But the offense really couldn't keep up with it either, and then there was a play at the end of the game that turned that around. So you're like, oh, man, is there a level of excitement to go? I think this was my letdown week, Kevin, was after that kind of a loss. It was that deflated me enough.
We wondered if the Cowboys were going to quit. I saw that text again and again and again. Are the Cowboys going to show up? Are they going to quit? Are they going to this, that, the other? Going back a couple weeks, I had the Cowboys at 6 wins. I thought they would beat the Panthers and the Giants because those teams are not good. And then they would win one other rando game that we didn't expect. And that ended up being the Commanders game. And so here they are at 6 wins.
With plenty of time left in the season.
Kid Cowboy 66 on YouTube says, yes, Mike, Mingo did a great job blocking, 160 yards rushing. Maybe he did. I don't know.
I get it, but nobody's trading their 4th round pick for a blocking wide receiver. That's not. But I get it. He's under contract for 2 more years.
I wonder. This is where I don't know because I don't know Kid Cowboy 66. I don't know if he's being sarcastic or he's like, no, he did a great job blocking, and maybe he did. I don't know.
That is possible. I have to admit,
I don't know.
I've not been locked in on our wide receivers' blocking skills.
Blocking's important in this game. Hey, it's since the blocking has gotten better at the wide receiver position. That is a reality, and that is one of the things that the Cowboys said they wanted out of Mingo was that he's a more physical blocker. Since that's happened, Rico Dowdle's been a better runner. So continue blocking.
Kid Cowboy
for him.
said real. He's being for real.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, and that's fine, but that's not what you traded a 4th round pick for. Is so you could beef up the blocking on your wide receiving
Yeah, it
core.
is. If you want to be a run first team.
No, it's not.
I want to be a run first team now, Kevin. I want to run the damn
Then
ball.
why would you trade for a running back?
Because I have one. He's doing great. He had 140-some yards.
Well, you don't have another running back because they don't want to play
I only
Deuce
need
Vaughn.
one.
And they only put Ezekiel Elliott in the game, and they're like, this game's over.
I only need one.
Okay, great.
And plus, hey, when I have Zeke,
Are you
man,
saying Zeke's the human cigar?
he's
a little bit.
And he can block, man.
A little bit.
The power he
He is
has.
a little bit.
The power.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about the Mavs-Warriors shootout and how Dallas won the day. Next on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Cars for Kids, donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Catch and shoot on the advance pass, Klay Thompson! Oh, that has to feel good for Klay Thompson!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Mavs get a huge win over Golden State on the road. I do have a question about turnovers in just a minute, but I will tell you this. Scoring 81 points in the first half is obviously unfreaking believable. Luka in the first half having a great game for any human with 28, 8, and 9 is amazing. But to me, the fact that you won this game, let alone won it by 10 points against a Golden State team that shot 50% from three and made 27 three-pointers is mind-boggling.
The Mavericks are a great team.
Yeah, they are.
They got off to a horrible start at 5-7. They're 17-9 now, and watching them for, I don't know, I guess we're getting close to a month now. has just been spectacular because Luka last night showed why he is the best offensive player in the world in basketball. And it's really not close when he gets into this zone. When he gets into what he was last night, there's nobody close in the NBA offensively. I get you start adding extra things into it, and that's where Jokic takes over. That's where you could argue Giannis and stuff like that. But offensively, nobody can compete with him when he is what he is last night.
I get that, yeah.
And then you just have so many different guys who can step up. You just mentioned Klay Thompson. And I wonder this, like, does he need, and this is fine with me because the playoffs are the juice, does he need juice on the game to then go to that place where you're like, oh, that's Klay Thompson?
I mean, historically, he has risen to that occasion. So, that's the history on Klay, is that whenever these games come up, he's there for it.
Look, and this is one of the things I will say that we talked about before the year is don't be totally sold one way or another on Klay Thompson in the regular season when what he's really here for is the playoffs. Like, I get it. If he can do things like this and help the Mavericks get a top 2 seed in the West, and they're still like a game out of that, then that's great. But he's here for the playoffs. He's here for, as Corey just referenced, the big stage moments.
Yeah, I mean, because when you were in need of big 3-pointers last year to answer back against Boston, there wasn't really anybody for it. And like there was Timmy who was like, I will take the shot.
Sure.
But there wasn't anybody that you trusted consistently, and they're going to continue to trust Klay in these big moments. Man, hell, he closed that game out last night.
And Luka was finding him too. Like Luka searched him out, which was a great job.
Yeah. Can I just say there's nothing better, because I know how good Luka is offensively. There's nothing better than when Luka is in his passing world and he's like, I know if I give it to him or him, we're good.
It's a wide open shot, and I'm trusting that guy to make it.
Yep.
And I think when that guy gets the ball, he knows that too. It's the Jason kid. I had already made the decision that you were making that shot, Brian Scalabrine. That's why I'm mad that you didn't take the shot. But like last night, throughout the night, I was like, okay, got a 10-point lead. Everything's good. But it never felt like you had complete control of the game. So I felt like at some point a barrage of threes from Steph could happen, and then you were in this situation where you were going to be even tighter down the stretch. But Klay at the end hitting big threes, getting free throws at the end of the game was what was awesome about it.
I don't know if our minds will ever go to this because we're too old. What you just said, Corey, is our brains watching. I'm assuming you watched 90s basketball and like Dirk Nowitzki era.
Yeah.
You need to be up by 25 or more going into the fourth quarter to be secure of a win. Because there were 95 3-pointers taken in this game. Because that's not the average, but when both teams are shooting that percentage, it gets scary. Is literally being up by 20 points to begin the fourth quarter is now like 20 years ago when Dirk was entering his prime or in his prime in 04. That would be like being up by 10 points going into the fourth quarter. So literally at this point, I think being up 20 with 12 minutes to play would be like playing the Sacramento Kings in 04 with Bibby and Peja and Weber and Divac. You're like, we're up by 10. I think we're going to win, but this is very comebackable from a team like Sacramento back in the day, from Golden State. Like, I'm trying to get my brain around being up by 20, especially in the first half, means absolutely nothing in today's game. Being up by 20 going into the fourth quarter, you feel good about it, but it feels like the game will get down to 5 points at some point in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you saw, but the Mavericks still won, and I will tell you this again, even this didn't end up being a tight game at the very end. You have seen in the last 3 weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks, a significantly better closing out team with this Dallas Mavericks. Significantly better. And when you talked about that run of getting to 5-7, that was a big part of the issue, is they cannot close out games to save their life.
You know, something else I saw last night, Mike? There was a moment when PJ and Derek Lively did the two-man game, and PJ starts going to the basket. Two guys follow. He dishes to Lively. Lively now has 3 people on him, and Lively's near the basket and passes the ball out to Luka for a 3. And there was another moment where I saw Lively get a pass. He had a ball underneath, and he went to pass it out. It got taken, And, it's like, all right, a lot of times you just see the big man has the ball, he just goes to the basket, doesn't even look to pass. But Derek Lively dishes it out to Luka for a three because Luka's standing wide open, of course, because everything's in the two-man game. When you have a center that can do that kind of thing for your star too, that's something special that we're going to be able to take into the playoffs. They're working on that.
Yeah, Derek Lively has. I've been surprised at how good of a passer he's been out of Duke. Like I feel like because the ball went so much. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the white dude who was there. That was the big center with him, Lively. He got drafted late first round, I believe. He stayed one more year.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember. Sorry.
But do you know who I'm talking about, right? He was the offensive weapon, so Lively was so he didn't touch the ball as much in Duke's system. But since Derek Lively's gotten here, you've seen him. He's not a bad passer, and he keeps improving on it. And the thing is now Nico
Dowdle.
Harrison and Jason Kidd, with the elimination of Mark Cuban, has said, all right, we don't want one guy to handle the ball and four guys who look like Nimrods to have to dribble and pass. And nothing against, like, Dorian Finney-Smith, nice player in the NBA, can't dribble and pass. Maxey can't dribble and pass. Dwight Powell can't dribble and pass. And Mark Cuban thought it would be good if you had four other guys on the court who can't dribble and pass, because then it would almost demand and force Luka to have the ball 100% of the time.
The way Donnie told us was it cleared space for Luka.
Yeah, and now to your point, PJ Washington, Derek Lively, Luka Doncic. Obviously, you have Kyrie. Spencer Dinwiddie didn't have that good of a game if you look in the box score, but you're so deep. You didn't have Najee Marshall, Maxey. He's always out. But Quentin Grimes stepped up and had a really nice, solid performance off of the bench with 14 points. So Quentin Grimes, he can dribble and pass a basketball. It doesn't look like it's the first time he's ever had to dribble and pass. And so I think Nico's done a great job that when a guy like PJ Washington gets the ball, it's like, oh, God, shoot it or get rid of it because you can't dribble and pass. And so a lot of times now, the Mavericks usually will have 3 or 4 guys on the court at all times who can dribble and pass a basketball.
And that's a nice thing to have, man.
And it started to, probably because of that, you saw a move in the right direction yesterday. Because this has been something, and even Luka talked about this, is the jump up in turnovers since he came back. Because you've turned the ball over too many times. So Dallas,
when you're shooting 51% from
then
three.
Then it doesn't. I mean,
it covers it up.
It's so weird because you're right, but at halftime, you scored 81 points, but the other team had hit 18 3-pointers.
Yeah.
You're like, well, what the hell am I supposed to do about that?
It was a fast-paced game.
But the Mavericks were at 14.4 turnovers per game, which I'm not saying that's terrible by any means, but since Doncic came back from his wrist injury prior to this game, they had jumped up to 18 per game, which is second worst in the league. And that's one of the things that Luka, and I appreciate this very much, he stepped right out and he said, sloppy passes by me. You got to take care of the ball. And he said, unacceptable.
I agree with what he's saying, but here's where I'm happy about this. He's playing an uncomfortable style that he's never played in his life. So he sat and watched as I don't think he had my opinion is I don't think he had an injury at all. I think that he had a lack of, I don't really care to play basketball. And I think Jason Kidd did a great job of mentally reading him and going, hey, don't go on this road trip. Get yourself mentally right. We can't win with you being this disengaged. And I'm sure he put it in different terms than I am, but I'm just making it clear on what I think happened. And I think that Luka was like, okay, I do need this. And he saw that team then roll off win after win after win. How were they playing? They were playing at a pace that Luka does not like playing at. So as he's come back, I give Luka a lot of credit. He said, I saw this team go, I think it was 4-1, I think
that is correct.
And said, you know what? This team plays better team-wise at Kyrie's pace, at PJ Washington's pace, at these guys' pace. I am going to try my best to play at this pace. So at times I think Luka gets uncomfortable and he makes mistakes. But I'm okay because he's trying to grow with his team. And so a lot of his, I call them Kevin Love passes, where he's trying to throw the ball 50 or 60 feet to advance the ball quickly. Those seem to be turnovers. I don't know. I'm going to guess 1 out of 4 of those passes.
Okay.
So 25% of the time as he's trying to advance the ball quickly. Instead, what would he do in his heart the way he plays the game? Give me the ball. I'm going to let all 9 guys on the court besides me go up the court, and I'm going to walk the ball up.
And I'm going to break it down granularly and then build it back up from
and
there.
he knows he can do that. He's the best in the league at doing that. And you'll see it during the game. He still does that. But he sees that off of a defensive rebound. You can see him wanting to play an uncomfortable style to him because he knows it's the best style for his team. And I think he's going to keep getting better at it. And he's committed to doing something that he's uncomfortable at.
One big part of this stretch, not only are you 12-2 in your last 14, but look at the schedule ahead. In not only do you have more home games, and that's great, but you don't have to play again until Thursday.
Heck yeah, get some rest on those old legs.
I see, and rest. Sure.
25-year-old and 20-year-old.
I'm talking about like Kyrie and
also practice time. You can get some practice time in there, and then
Gafford's body.
The Mavericks don't go on the road
your
again.
COVID shots or whatever's happening to these illness guys.
It could just be regular illness, but you're right. They don't go on the road again for another 11 days. So if you're looking at the Mavericks, you're coming off a win after, getting beaten pretty good by Oklahoma City. You don't have to go and play again for 4 more days. You don't have to go again on the road for 11 more days. And so you've got some time at home. You've got some time to practice. You've got some time to continue to get better. And this is a team that's been rolling.
I'm with you. And over these last about 12 games, you're getting close to a month of play. You're seeing a true championship contender. I know that we're about to go into baseball, but talking about football, whether you watch Detroit or Buffalo or you watched Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, you're watching teams that you think I think they're true contenders. Let me watch these games. And when you've watched the Mavericks now for about a month, you're like, okay, they're a true championship contender. I can see that they can win the championship and do it without they just got lucky.
Sure.
They are that good. Now, we'll see if it continues throughout the season. You got to hope that you're super healthy going into the playoffs. But this is an outstanding team, and they're kind of doing it while guys are missing games. This has not been a healthy – the 10-2 record is not a healthy team at 10-2.
And there is a divide between the top 4 and the rest of the West. But there's no way in hell. I thought for sure Oklahoma City and Dallas would be in there. I did not think that Memphis and Houston would be the other 2 teams in there. So while you create a little bit of separation between 4 and the rest of – well, Oklahoma City's created separation too. But 4 and the rest of the West.
Team, dude.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
It's a weird team.
Memphis, because I don't think of them as a contender, but they're always right there, and they're going to be a tough out in the playoffs.
Healthy, they're always great. When Ja missed last year, they were not a good team. So, I don't mind playing them in the playoffs. I think that you're better. I think you're better than every team than Oklahoma City. That's the only team where I'm like, hey, it's going to be a battle against Denver in the playoffs, a battle against Golden State in the playoffs. I think you'd come out on top. It's Oklahoma City where I'm like, coin flip it, man. A break here, a break there in a series, and you're going the NBA Finals, or you're not going the NBA Finals because a break or something didn't go your way.
And the guy you were looking for was Kyle Filipowski. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Well, everything's calmed down. What are the Rangers going to do during this Christmas break? Next.
Coming up.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, I was looking at MLB trade rumors, and not a ton went on. I know that we didn't really cover Devin Williams getting traded to the Yankees, but a very good closer.
Yep.
A guy who has one more year that Milwaukee knew they were not going to pay the the lefty in Houston that actually used to be in Milwaukee. I'm doing horrible with names today.
That's okay. Because I was actually going to ask, do you like the swap of sending out Cortez and now you're getting what feels like an upgrade? Yes?
I think so, because they're looking at Garrett Cole being healthy. They just had Luis Hill, who kind of came back from injury. Still, I think he made his debut in 21 or 22, but was considered a rookie this year because he didn't pitch in enough games and innings that he was a rookie this year. But if you kind of look at where the Yankees are at, and they signed Max Fried, correct?
Yes.
Like, making sure my brain is working well. You start looking at their rotation, and it's like, hey, this is pretty sound. We have depth. In fact, you could compare it a little bit to the Texas Rangers. Now, what Garrett Cole did is he never got majorly hurt, and he came back and pitched quite a bit of the season last year. Jacob deGrom did not, but your Garrett Cole and Jacob deGrom are on that same tier when they're both healthy, Cy Young candidates. and you start looking at the Rangers' depth in their rotation, the way the Yankees probably looked at their depth and go, you know what? Our bullpen was not very good last year. Now, for the Rangers, their bullpen was great for the 8th and 9th inning with Robertson and Yates. Unfortunately, they're just both free agents. So you could see the Rangers having to do something like that, is that they might have to trade a starting pitcher. We've brought up John Gray. I really like John Gray. I think he's a really nice number 3, number 4 starting pitcher in a rotation. But when you start going down the list of, now you have Eovaldi back, and DeGrom, and Malley, and Bradford, and Rocker, and Dunning, and Leiter. You're like, wait, whoa, and I haven't even mentioned Graham. Like, oh, we have some depth here. You're going to need all of those guys if you don't trade them. They're all going to make starts this year, most likely for you, unless Leiter just sticks in the pen the whole time. But you start looking at it and go, but if we can't sign Kirby Yates back, we might have to do a trade where we trade a guy like John Gray. I'm not suggesting this at all, but you might have to trade a Cody Bradford to then, I don't think they will. I want to make this clear. I don't think they will at all, but sometimes if you want Emmanuel Clase,
he's still my heart.
like, how would you guys feel if you got Emmanuel Clase? I know he stunk in the playoffs, to be honest.
I would still be.
I think he had a 0.6 ERA for the regular season.
I'd be pretty okay with it.
But you are going to have to trade quite a bit to get him if you want him. So, anyways, I think the Rangers are going to be concentrating. I'm kind of repeating myself, but I think they're going to be concentrating on bullpen. It'll just be interesting here. Today's the 16th of December.
That is correct.
Through pretty much January 1st. How active will the Rangers be? It almost looks like on MLB Trade Rumors, everybody's trying to sign their kind of minor league free agents right now and in invitations to major league camp. That kind of seems to be the direction of organizations right now, is like, let's get guys that we think could make the team. They're not going to be on the 40-man. We're inviting them to spring training, and let's see if they can surprise us and be better than maybe most teams think and push their way onto a 26-man roster. But I found this article on ESPN.com, and I thought this was interesting. It's an MLB managers survey, and it's from ESPN, and they asked some questions, which I think are good questions, and a couple of older managers that we both love, Ron Washington and Bruce Bochy, answered these questions. And there's other people that answer the questions.
I love both of them.
I found that these were interesting answers. It says, if it was your call, what would MLB's next major rule change be? Ron Washington, give the pitchers all the time they need to make pitches. Now, I'm going to stop right there. Please don't.
Yeah.
Because I love that the game is now pretty much a 2-hour and 40-minute game.
Yep. Yeah.
And I will say the main reason, because I think there's other reasons, but the main reason is that pitch clock. The pitch clock has now gotten the game back to when Ron Washington was playing with my dad on the Minnesota Twins. Those games used to be probably 2 hours and 15 minutes, 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Pitching coaches back then were like, hey, get a rhythm.
Yeah, and you were
pitching
pitching,
a rhythm.
And the hitters were trying to put the ball in play. They're trying to get base hits, but they weren't trying to, let's say, draw walks. Now you have a lot of people that are like, draw walks, wait for your extra base hit pitch, and then swing out of your rear end to hit that extra base pitch that they've thrown. But if they're not throwing you pitches that you can hit doubles and homers on, let's just not swing and see if we can draw a walk, because singles are so crappy. For instance, like Luis Ariz once again is on the trade block.
Yeah, nobody wants him. I don't understand.
Nobody wants Tony Gwynn. Nobody wants Wade Boggs. Nobody wants Rod Carew. Those are, in today's game, those are considered not very valuable players. They're major league players. They're kind of all-stars, but most teams do not value those type of players. So after he says, let the pitchers have all the time they need to make pitches, he says, I'd also like to get rid of that 3 times throwing over to first base junk.
Is it only 2?
It's only 2, Ron.
Okay.
And so it says experienced pitchers can handle the pitch clock after they see what's got to be done. But I think it just affects the younger pitchers. And here's my issue with that, Ron, and I love you. It's the older pitchers who seem to have the biggest problem with the pitch clock that it's been introduced into the game, because
Derek hates it. Yeah.
The whole minor leagues, they pitch without a pitch clock. Their big league career, at least for the first half of their career, they pitch without a pitch clock. And then you add something that they've never done in their life, not in high school, not in college, not in the minor leagues, not in the major leagues. The younger guys had a pitch clock in the minor leagues their whole career. Like, it doesn't affect a Cody Bradford. He's actually never thrown a professional pitch without a pitch clock being on him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's, I don't So I love you, Ron, but there was a weird. I just thought, let me read this because there's a couple things here that just don't make a lot of sense to me. The 3-time pick over is 2-time pick over. I guess you could say the third time you can throw a third time. It's just a balk if you don't pick the guy off.
Maybe that's how much he doesn't care for it. He didn't even try to learn it.
Bruce Bochy,
Be better and I'll learn
I
your
love
name.
you, Bruce. He kind of Jerry Jones this one here.
Uh-oh.
So it says, if it was your call, what would MLB's next major rule change be? Bruce Bochy's answer, just like us, me as a manager or players, we're always looking to get better. So you always are looking for ways you can make the game better. Tinkering a little bit is fine, but you have to draw a line somewhere. I don't think he answered the question on what would you change?
That felt just like both Jerry and Steven said the same thing about whether it was the Toy Story thing or the Simpsons thing. They go, hey, fun things are fun, but if they're too fun, then it gets absurd. And you're like, okay, so that could have just been about anything.
I kind of get what he's saying, though. He's saying, I don't want to just change the sport just to change it. If we're going to actually change it, it needs to have a purpose to make the game better. He didn't offer any suggestions on what to do. He was just saying, I'll tell you whether or not it's good whenever it happens.
I will say this.
And I trust him.
That's fair.
Dave Martinez, I'll just read you what he said. He's the Washington Nationals manager, just because I agreed with him on this first statement. He says, it definitely won't be the golden at bat. And that's where I'm at, too. I think baseball would be totally and completely ruined if they did that.
Because that's something for, like, it would catch the attention of the people, at least initially. But most everyone in the sport would probably be like, this is stupid.
Yeah, because the people that are going to stick with a game for 2.5 hours, let's say, or at least casually watch for the first, let's say, 2 hours, and then you get down to the 7th, 8th, 9th inning, the casual fan didn't watch. Like, he's just, like, I guess you can see the highlight of, here's the highlight of Shohei getting the free at bat, but they're not going to watch the game.
Yeah.
So you're not really going to bring more people into, hey, you want to watch the first 7 or 8 innings where it's going to be the way baseball always was. And then in the 8th and 9th inning, if you stick around for the 2 hours that you never wanted to stick around for, you think you'll stick around for this random at bat somebody's going to have?
Well, probably not.
I thought the next question, I'll just answer or give you Terry Francona's answers. How do you feel about MLB's current expanded playoff format after seeing it for multiple seasons? And Terry Francona, who's been around for a long time, just says, I wish the one thing that would change is you're seeing too many bullpen games in the playoffs. And he talks about the off days that you have. And he's like, it's really, baseball is built more where you can't use, let's just use Kirby Yates. I know he didn't pitch for us in the playoffs this year because he didn't make it. But you shouldn't be able to use Kirby Yates in 5 out of the 7 games in the playoffs, and then you're okay with doing it again because you have 2 games off day, 3 games off day, 2 games. Or you get to a 5-game series, it's 2 games off day, 2 games off day game.
What would you think?
You can throw them 5 out of 5 games if you want, and you're not really killing them.
What would you think about the concept of max of 1 off day in a playoff series?
I like that a lot.
Okay.
It just gets tough if New York's playing L.A.
Yeah,
that's
I hear
just
ya.
the travel of West Coast versus East Coast. It gets very tough making that travel, but it would try to eliminate. Like, we can't throw him. We've thrown him 3 days in a row. He cannot throw.
Well,
and there's
make
no
them
such
travel
thing.
in buses then.
There's no
how
such
much
thing.
they
as-
like it then.
Okay, that would be like 4 days off. Right?
Really thought he was about to say there's no such thing as a bus. And I was like, no, there definitely is.
Last one. This is a fun article on ESPN.com. Maybe I'll get to more of it tomorrow. Which opposing hitter do you least want to face with the game on the line? I'd love for y'all's answer right here. All major
I still
league
think
hitters-
it's Shohei. I do.
Least want to face with the game on the line. Seager. I still think if Corey Seager's
think
the
he's up
plate,
there.
I'm scared to pitch. I don't want to pitch to him at all.
Yeah.
If I need to win the game, I'm saying go take first, buddy.
I'll tell you a person who I was thinking of, and I don't think there's a wrong answer here. I don't think he has I'd go with Juan Soto.
Yeah.
That dude has a great eye. He's a base hit hitter. He can hit the homer. We saw that to beat Cleveland. So I think that there's a lot. I don't think there's a lot of guys to choose from, but Hyde for the Orioles said there's so many. Judge, Betts, Alvarez, wrap them all up. I don't want to face any of them. Ron Washington said Mookie Betts.
Oh man, Betts.
He's bust my ass many times. was Ron Washington's quote.
You could have said, guess who said that? And I feel like I would have gotten that.
Rocco Baldelli said Aaron Judge. So it's kind of, I think there's probably a group of 5 or 6 now. Nobody said Seager, but we saw Seager in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You do
And
not
he's
want to
seen it
face
too many
Seager with the
times.
game on the line.
This probably is not in the questionnaire, but the biggest name that you actually do want to face with the game on the line, that's got to be Aaron Judge, right? Just because of all the struggles he's had in the playoffs.
You know, I mean, I would rather face, I don't know, who's the guy who got the tattoo on his butt, or at least they were making fun of
Austin
him?
Hedges.
Yeah,
No, but I said a big name. I said Austin Hedges, not a big name. No,
Oh man, what about
big-
Freddie Freeman? Does he go, or are you just like, you know what, first inning, I don't want to face him in the World Series?
You know what? I do want to bring up that World Series ball, what it sold for at one point. We'll get to that in a little bit.
Why not now?
Okay, well, we have to go to break. I feel like you know that. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Let's talk about those stars as well next on The Fan.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How's it going?
It's good. There's only one thing I was sad about yesterday.
What's that?
It's that I don't think they're going to let Brandon Aubrey take any more ridiculously long field goals because it was off and it was short. I realize it was on grass, and I hope they give him another shot.
No, it's artificial turf.
Oh, okay. Well,
but it's really somewhat. Yeah, they changed it a couple of years ago. Believe it or not.
Oh.
It's somewhat wet. It was cold, and he tried to overhit it.
So you think they might give him another shot?
Oh, yeah.
I needed it.
If it's in that situation.
Okay.
Like end of half, end of game, desperate. When I watched him warm up going that way, he had it there from 59, but it was wide and may not have gotten there. So I figured that direction, the way the wind was blowing, and it wasn't in his face. It was kind of a crosswind. I think he thought he had to put a little extra to it. And when you overswing like that, because he hit a line drive, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been blocked. It got off pretty low. That's not his normal swing. So I think you'll learn from it. But again, maybe if you're kicking indoors, it's a different situation.
See, I like the way you're thinking. Now,
you just want a 70-yard.
Yes.
Like, that's all you're
Look, Mickey, I realize in the end it wouldn't have changed the balance of anything. I was unreasonably excited when Brandon Aubrey lined up for that 70-yard field goal, and I was like, let's punch it in and let's just make some history.
Now, the only thing that could have been worse was if they returned it for a touchdown against a bunch of offensive linemen blocking for him, right?
Mickey, he has actually... Kevin's been calling for the 70-yard field goal since the Auburn Alabama kick six. Like, I'm not joking about this either. I think that was the time when he was like, you know what? It makes more sense to go for it or to kick it from 70 yards out than to try and go for a Hail Mary.
That's still what I think. Now, here's my other wild overreaction to this game. We should always get the Cowboys to play on short rest because all they do is win when they don't have the full week or so to go.
Can't remember who. I know what it was. Somebody asked Cooper Rush about that they were like 3-0 on short rest, and he kind of looked bemused by, seriously, is that a stat, right? Well, now they're 4-0 with short rest, playing 2 games in 7 days?
Yes, just this season, and I think they've won 10 in a row going back to 2022.
Oh, that's good. I'll pass that along to make sure that. To take some practice days away from them, right?
Hey, go ahead and give yourself credit for that idea, Mickey. I don't want to be attached to that, and players are like, "Oh, hey, thanks a lot."
It doesn't matter who they're playing, right? It's just it's the short rest.
Irrelevant.
Yeah. That being said, who they were playing, the linebackers looked pretty good in this game, considering. Kendricks looked good, Leofau looked good. This is nice to see from those guys.
Well, yeah, considering Overshone wasn't there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Leofau gets the start. Now, he's been playing when they go 3 linebackers formations. He's out there, and I'm sure they open some games like that. But the ability to stay out there and play an entire game, I think you see just what he's capable of doing. So, I thought he had a good day. And Kendricks, no practice, right?
Yeah.
And I saw him warming up beforehand. And I said, whoa, he's playing. Before they even put their uniforms on. And it's like, whoa, he's going the way he's moving. And, he's been rather remarkable all season long. And I think they've got a keeper with Leofau the way he's been playing. He makes plays, and he has an ability to get downfield and cover if he has to take a tight end or a running back. So, that was encouraging too. There was a lot of encouraging things in that game if you consider who they were not playing with, right?
Yeah.
And then you lose a couple more in the game. It's like, when is this going to end? But it, didn't really seem to matter. They were able to overcome those things, including overcoming the fumble there at the end of the half. As Cooper Rush said, you got to just flush it and, move on. And they somewhat did that to start the second half, recovering the fumble and then going down and scoring.
Now, Mickey, I need your honest, in the press box opinion.
Mm-hmm.
When that fumble by Cooper Rush happened and Carolina scored on the next play in like 82-yard blown coverage, did you think, oh, no?
I thought, you got to be S-ing me.
Because
why didn't you just hand the ball off and run it? Try to get fancy pulling it out. And I don't know if, they were pulling it out for Rush to, keep the ball and run to the right. Or if you go back and look at the play, Ferguson was in motion left to right and already had passed by. And I'm thinking, oh, maybe they were just going to, not hand it off and roll to the right and throw a little toss to Ferguson, who's probably going to be open because everybody was, hunkering down to stop the run. And it was almost like they overthought it, I thought. And just run it. You're running it well. Why not give Dottle a chance to gain 1 yard? And it was really just almost a half a yard. So, yeah. But they always got to put a little bit more excitement into the game, right?
Well, and plus they needed to make sure they didn't actually score a rushing touchdown because I know that's something
they were getting perilously close.
Yeah,
right?
And we've only got 4 all year. And that is one thing I loved about Dowdle is they're like, hey, is this the most fun you've ever had running the ball? And he's like,
score.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I wish that we were scoring touchdowns too, but it's been a lot of fun.
Can I run for 1 or 2
Yeah.
or 3 maybe? Yeah. But again, they ran for what, 211 yards?
Yeah, it was fantastic. No complaints about the overall running game for several weeks. It is just curious that they continue to not punch it in.
Yeah, but they really, they don't even get close enough for a tush push, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and if they're running it in, it's from 10, 14 yards out, it seems. And,
that is true.
And they threw, a 14-yard touchdown pass and a 17-yard touchdown pass.
Which I'll take those two.
Well, the CeeDee Lamb effort on that one touchdown
pass.
That's
amazing, right?
I had to go back and watch it 3 times because I couldn't figure out not only how he caught it, I couldn't understand how it wasn't intercepted at first because the way I saw it, it was just 2 defenders converging on the ball, and all of a sudden it was touchdown CeeDee Lamb, and I thought, well, how the hell did that happen?
I thought Cooper Rush saying he's just got elite instincts other people don't, to be able to spin around and catch a ball that's thrown, your backside and short and low and make that catch that was rather remarkable. But if you think about it, the Jalen Tolbert one getting his feet down, I wasn't convinced he had him down, and by golly, he did. And then Brooks having the wherewithal to get himself open on a scramble route and catch his first touchdown pass since college, probably.
Hey, what about Jonathan Mingo there? Where's he?
I didn't. You know what? I didn't look at the snaps. I'm not sure how much he played, if any.
He was out. He was definitely out there because
he was out there.
People are talking about how good his blocking is, and that's great.
He's a fine blocker in the run game.
But
he's big enough for it.
Yes, he is. I would just like it if he caught passes and stuff too.
Or they maybe throw him one.
Yeah, sure. That's
target,
step 1.
Right? He didn't even get a target.
I agree. Step 1, you need to throw him the ball.
Look, man, right
now
they
scored 30 points.
It's Cooper Rush, and Cooper Rush is, he's locked in with his CeeDee Lamb guy.
That's a fair
point. They got that tied up right now.
If Cooper Rush,
he even said it after the game. He was like, "Look, man, I'm gonna see him. I'm gonna throw to him."
If Cooper Rush's offense is scoring 30 points a game, I have no thoughts about who should be used more or
Mingo
less.
got 13 snaps.
Oh, okay.
13. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, good.
CeeDee Lamb had 51. They're one and the same.
With a bad shoulder.
Yeah.
Man, one of those tackles, the look on his face, and I know he's tough as hell, but the look on his face when he gets
cringe. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing he's playing through what he's playing through. And my understanding is he won't need off-season surgery. It's just he needs some rest and rehab. But until he gets that, he's got to play through it. And I guess you could take a little something to help out, but I'm not sure he likes doing that from what I heard.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, actually.
Man's man.
That's right. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right, I'll be here. See ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's, unfortunately, let's turn our attention to the Detroit Lions where, man, I'm going to throw this out there. These are the things I already knew, and I think Corey has another devastating thing to add to it. So, defensive back Alan McNeil, he suffered a torn
defensive tackle.
Oh, that's what I meant. Man,
good.
I would love to see him at defensive
Dude, that would
back.
be awesome. Him out there just hunting.
Yeah, he is out for the season with the torn ACL. Now, defensive back Carlton Davis suffered a fractured jaw, and he's going to undergo surgery, and he's sidelined indefinitely. That hurts because this defense has been decimated. And now, what else?
Lions running back David Montgomery now out indefinitely after suffering an MCL injury. They say he is undergoing additional testing on his knee and getting a second opinion to confirm. But Adam Schefter says he could be lost for the season. So, Kevin, that's 4-year, $96 million extension for McNeil. And then Montgomery was a 2-year, $18 million extension, and they're probably done for the season.
And they're 12-2. Like, obviously, that loss yesterday, it could end up being really awful in terms of the number 1 seed. Now Philadelphia is there. Minnesota has the opportunity.
Man,
if they can run the table.
So I can't believe nobody's talked about them this year.
Oh,
Kevin.
my God.
They're so good.
Talked about all the time.
Mike asked earlier in the season about the Aiden Hutchinson injury, and he was like, is this going to be a problem for them? And I was like, no. But I did not anticipate this pile of injuries for Detroit and what they have to overcome
If you had
now.
to put your house on the line right now, I know this is kind of a tomorrow question.
I got you.
Who would you say is going to the Super Bowl in the NFC?
I hate to say it. I think I'm going to go Philly. Just because you're right. The Lions overcame the Aiden Hutchinson injury, astonishingly enough. But now they're like, hey, what about this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy? And the Lions are getting into like Cowboys territory in terms of just like devastating injuries. I think I would go Philly.
Yeah.
I don't like it, though.
Once Philadelphia turned on they got it together. It looked like everything was falling apart last week, and then this week they were like, hey, we fixed it all. So I would have to go Philadelphia as well.
Is that who you would say?
I want to be a goofball here.
You would say Green Bay?
Rams.
Oh, man.
On a 3-game hot streak right now.
I think they're going to win that division. Now, that's only going to put them at the 4 seed, most likely.
Yeah.
Now, I guess you have to look at Tampa, right? Tampa's going to win their division. So your 3 and 4 seed aren't going to have great records. They're going to have to play teams in the North that have a better record than them in the first round, but they will have the home field advantage. And I think that's the crazy thing is, to y'all's point with Detroit, they could find themselves as possibly the 6th seed in the playoffs. Now, I don't think they will, but if this last 3 weeks, because of injuries, don't go well, they could go from being the 1 seed all year to in the last 4 weeks of the season falling all the way to the 6th seed. I don't think they will. But at this point, you start looking at the injuries you guys are naming, and it looks like they could find themselves as on the road trying to get to the Super Bowl.
I'm not saying they're as good as the AFC, but some of these movings and shakings the last couple of weeks, I am actually far more interested in the NFC playoffs than I had been.
Yeah, it's getting closer for sure. And I think what Mike just said there, having been the number 1 seed all season long, does lend itself a little to the conversation of building to something. Detroit came out playing like they were in the conference championship game last year.
That's fair.
And they were like, I mean, we saw the Rangers, like they were there, but they came out and they were like, we're going to be hot and we're going to be hot the entire time. It's difficult to be hot for 17 games in the NFL.
That is true. I want more drops of Corey talking about how long it's difficult to be hot for.
You can be hot. You got to temper the amount of hotness you have throughout the season. There's only so much hotness.
And check your plastic surgeon to make sure they're doing a better job than a lot of people's faces that I see.
Seems like you got to go back more frequently. You can't just be like, oh, I did it once and now I'm good. I think like every 3 months the filler goes away.
Hold on. So Mike's suggestion is get a better surgeon, and yours is go to the surgeon.
Go to the surgeon.
More
I feel like people are going plenty. The richer people are going plenty, and I don't know if the maintenance is the issue. I think opening up your face every 3 to 6 months is the issue.
I'm not opening my face up. But if I did open my face up, I'm going to have to keep up with the maintenance of it.
Okay, that's some really great advice, I guess.
I would look at
More
Vince
filler.
McMahon and go, whoever did his, I do not want that person.
Look, there's like a 4-week window, all right, where you have to be like, you know what, I'm not going out in public for a minute. All right, I'm a little puffy right now.
That's true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to talk some more Cowboys, I promise. But also, the complaints have continued to mount. There is now a big national story about it. Have you noticed a difference in Whataburger the past couple years? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka, state-of-the-art weight loss, and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Snap is back on third down. Time. Throws it right corner of the end zone. Lamb, back shoulder. Touchdown, Cowboys. Oh, did C.D. Lamb run a nice route? That's the C.D. Lamb possession.
C.D. Lamb is phenomenal. He was phenomenal yesterday. Welcome back to the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Cowboys Monday. I do apologize, programming update. We're going to switch it up just a little bit and not go in the direction that we said we were going to in this segment. Instead, we got some more Cowboys stars, and I want to ask you which baseball you would rather have. Now, we can talk some more about the Cowboys if you like, but we have not given any love to the stars today. If you could, Alec, give me cut number 22, and we can fire that up.
We're just about halfway through it. Duchesne turns on the Jets. Duchesne scores! Got it to the forehand and sends them home happy in Dallas. Stars win it in overtime.
Now that is a happy finish.
That is. Thank you for changing the verbiage on that. So Matt Duchesne leads Dallas with not only 13 goals, but 4 game winners. And this was a good bounce back after we talked about you get a quick turnaround against St. Louis. And
a middling team.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Look, but I also think you got rocked by a team that's not good at all.
Yeah, you definitely did.
And so there's a couple things that we talked about in that. Getting back after the last game against Nashville, getting back on track at home, and what can we do to jumpstart Stankoven and Jason Robertson? Well, you got part of that equation.
Yep.
Jason Robertson had a goal and an assist for the Stars, but this felt like a game that if you wouldn't have gotten the 2 points, it felt to me like it would have been a massive lost opportunity because Bennington was busy all night in the St. Louis net. And Jake Ottinger, who has only lost one time in the AAC this season, was just kind of, he could make some patterns in the ice, kind of dig around a couple of periods because there was not a lot of traffic coming his way.
Do you feel like you have Robertson back on track, or do you think
I'm not going to say that
because he's just been so inconsistent?
Yes,
I'm not prepared to say it. I know there are a lot of great things about him. I feel like I've probably been, I don't want to say bashing him, but I've been on him for a while.
Yeah,
because I just have a high expectation. Maybe I just need to come down to a reality of what he is. Not the fastest skater, but the dude has lethal accuracy when it comes to passing and scoring. But the speed is a quality that I think is important in this game.
Look,
at this level too.
Anything less than a point per game for Robertson to me is going to be unacceptable for this team. And right now, you're way behind that curve.
Yeah.
And so I think
the injury coming out, like I understand that part of it, but
and so that's what I would like to see. And so you picked up another win. We talked about it. You have plenty more home games in succession right now, including tonight against the Capitals. So just keep stacking up 2 points, 2 points, 2 points, and we'll see how it goes. You have an astonished look on your face.
This is weird. Okay, so Ottinger is going to face Charlie Lindgren, his friend, tonight, according to Brian Ray. Thomas Harley's a game time decision because the flu bug is causing more chaos at the moment, and that's the thing.
Are they in the Mavs locker room?
Are they in the same locker room?
It's been an illness for about 3 weeks.
Yeah,
they probably have different ones.
Same building. I don't know.
Yeah, they do have different locker
They do.
rooms.
One says Dallas Stars and the other one doesn't. But it's got a whole Mavs situation set up. But the flu. That's what I'm kind of shocked about is the flu bug. Seems like it's been killing a lot of things going lately. And when I say that, I don't mean as in
a lot of flu happening from a doctor I sleep with.
Look, I know what he's saying.
It's just the way it sounded was different. So you're saying that
and he doesn't say the doctor.
She is saying the doctor you sleep with is saying there's a lot of flu going on.
A lot of flu going around right now.
I feel like the way he said it made it sound like she was the reason there was a lot of flu going around.
A lot of people.
Oh my gosh, I did not interpret it that way at all. Holy
moly. A lot
moly.
of flu tests happening.
Oh, okay. So there's that. My point was going to be The Stars, who had lost 3 of 4, they get a much-needed win against St. Louis. And now, again, you have a string of home games, Washington, Toronto, and New York. And the level of competition is going to be upped.
Yeah, Washington's a cakewalk, dude.
Washington is very good. You get to play the Dallas Cowboys of the NHL.
They're 12-2 away. They've lost 2.
In Toronto. And then at least the Rangers are mediocre this year. Fun fact, though, and I might bring this up again tomorrow. Do you know that the New York Rangers have won more games in the Giants Stadium in 2024 than the Giants have?
Jeez, man. That stat's going to live with them
in case
forever.
you wanted to know that.
You could probably throw the Jets in there, too, and it still would be better.
Yeah, it's probably still really close. Now, I had a baseball question for you guys. The Freddie Freeman walk-off grand slam home run ball, which that feels like that's going to be an iconic play. Like, I don't know if it'll be Kirk Gibson, but we've seen that most of our lives. That feels like that's going to be an iconic play, yes?
Yes.
Okay. It sold for $1.56 million at auction. Now, one thing I have struggled with, I can't always tell if all news sources are consistent the way they list the auction price. For example, Aaron Judge home run ball that was number 62 a couple years ago sold for...
Here in Arlington.
Yes, that's right. Sold for $1.25 million, and with the bidder's premium... or the buyer's premium, it was 1.5. So I'm not sure if all articles list it with the buyer's premium or not, but the point is they sold for pretty close to the same amount of money. Which baseball, assuming you had millions of dollars to spend, would you rather have? Would you rather have Aaron Judge home run number 62 to set the American League record, and depending on what you think about everything else, maybe the Major League record, or the Freddie Freeman first ever walk-off grand slam in World Series history?
I mean, first off, the Seager home run. But the...
Agreed.
I'm Googling this right now.
You could probably get that for way cheaper.
Well, I don't know if it ever sold. That's what, we're talking about this because a year before that, you have the Corey Seager ball and the Adolis ball. If you're a Rich Ranger fan,
oh my gosh,
could you imagine having both of those balls like in some sort of trophy room where game one you have Corey Seager's game tying one and Adolis's walk-off one?
Amazing. That would be amazing.
Yes.
I'm assuming, I don't know this because it's Dodgers versus Rangers, I'm assuming you could get both of those balls for less than the Freddie Freeman ball.
Oh, I think I'll take it a step further just because of the team and everything. I think you could get both of them for way less.
I mean, that was just kind of a joke to say that, but I'm dead serious. Like, that would be for me personally.
I get it.
But Freddie Freeman's, that, first off, the dude is somebody that I think everybody roots for. He's one of those likable MLB players. He doesn't play for the Yankees, so that's cool too. I know the Dodgers are what they are, but it is not the Yankees. And it was that is a historic moment too in the World Series, not just a regular season, but in the World Series. So to even get to that point and make that something like that happen is amazing. So that's the one I'm going for.
Not the David Freese 2011.
Okay, I don't want that ball.
I've been told never to talk about 2011 again.
See?
So
there you go.
Sometimes I listen to what I'm told not
I
to
would
talk
lean
about.
towards Aaron Judge.
I think I would too,
but I think they're both incredible, and I would be honest.
I've always been Yankee.
I would sell that. I would sell it.
See, I would probably keep the Freeman ball. I wouldn't sell it. I would keep it and hold it for a long time, be happy about it, and then give it to a kid.
If I told you, wow.
But I would sell the Judge ball.
If I told you I thought you could get both of those Rangers home runs for at most a third total of that price.
How much is a third of that?
About $500K.
I don't have that.
Well, no,
neither do I.
Okay, I hear you. What I meant was, do you think that's valid?
Good news. We have 2 baseballs.
We could live under these balls for a while.
We have like 150 baseballs in our garage. You just sold our house for 2 more, but they're special balls.
Then it probably wouldn't be the doctor you're sleeping with anymore. I'm willing to.
Find a new doctor to sleep with, and she can tell you about the flu.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 3. I guess if we can, let's go back to the Dallas Cowboys.
Young in the gun, back on third down. Quick pass, broken up and intercepted by Kendrick on a deflection at the 50-yard line.
So something that I think has been remarkably encouraging, and I thought it was an interesting poll that the morning show put up this morning. Bobby Belt threw it out there, and I definitely voted on it. because of how much better the defense has been playing, and consider, obviously, they just lost Overshown probably for a really long time. You still haven't had Tank. Trayvon Diggs. Hell, we haven't even really talked about Trayvon Diggs is going to be out for the rest of the season now as well. But the Cowboys defense in the 3 games prior to Carolina, 12 sacks and 6 takeaways. So that's a monster number right there. Yesterday against Carolina, 6 sacks and 4 takeaways. So in the last 4 games, you got to the quarterback 18 times and have 10 takeaways. Those are monster numbers. Do you think those two things are tied together? Like, do you think it is the way increased amount of pressure you're getting that's leading to the increased amount of
pressure and the
turnovers?
health? Are those
sure.
like, I think the health of that allows you to do the pressure.
The return of
create the
Micah.
pressure. Yeah, and I mean, losing Diggs, I don't know how much of an effect that has on their pressure. It should have a lot of effect on it because he's a better coverage guy. But Mike was saying something this morning in his rant about Highland Park, and it was, don't move. Be disciplined and stay in your lane. And Mike Zimmer had to break a lot of these players from what they had done in Dan Quinn's defense and say, hey, you need to stay in your lane defensively because I'm asking you to be in a certain place because that's what the defense calls for. So it did take them to kind of break out of that old thing and into this that's now creating these opportunities for them because they're doing the right thing in the defense, which doesn't essentially blow open a wide hole somewhere else.
So remember right around the trade deadline, Bobby Belt was right on this. Don't trade for players because you beat the White Sox.
Sure.
And I want to see more of that.
And I do think Micah Parsons coming back is the number one reason. But I also think we knew that the Bengals had a horrible offensive line. They have a great quarterback. And we know that Carolina has a bad offensive line and a horrible quarterback.
They are one of the worst teams in the NFL for sure.
So and then the Giants on Thanksgiving. I do think that number one reason, Micah Parsons. But I do think you have to look at who are you getting the pressure on and why. So these next 3 games, to me, it will validate Mike Zimmer. It will validate the defensive line if you get pressure and you're sacking Baker Mayfield. If you get pressure and you're sacking Jalen Hurts. If you get pressure, and we'll see if the game means anything, Daniels. Because Washington might have secured their wild card spot and they can't do anything better and you're not playing them as in their real team. But I do think this is a great sign. But the next 2 weeks to me, because Philadelphia will be playing for the number 1 seed.
Agreed.
So you do have 2 more games that at least the opponent you're playing against, it means a lot to them.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Just how hurt is Mahomes and Lamar Jackson's most impressive run yet? Next on The Fan.
Skills?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Jackson to the end zone. Bateman's down there. He's got it. Touchdown. Second of the day for Rashad Bateman. And what a toss by Lamar.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron Gravy, of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Now, I want to start
with Dak has 3 wins, and now Cooper Rush has 3 wins. So here we go.
All right. What do you think that means, Mike?
Well, Cooper Rush has a better record than Dak this year.
Controversy on the way.
No, there's Cooper Rush. First
He's
of all,
a lot cheaper.
Cooper Rush could be under contract for 10 years, and there's no controversy.
At this point, I think he should ask for $60 million a year, fully guaranteed with a no trade clause.
Just a little bit.
Hey,
it was almost fully guaranteed, all right? Not all the way.
Well, it will be after year 2.
He's cheaper, and he has as many wins. So go with that guy instead.
What are we doing? All right.
Trying to help the team,
I'm
Kevin.
just saying. I mean, one guy's 3-3, and the other guy's 3-5.
You don't understand simple
No,
math?
I do. I don't want to deal with the fallout from what you're saying.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson had more touchdown passes, or I think equivalent touchdown passes to incompletions yesterday. It was either 5-5 or 5-4. And perhaps the most impressive run he's ever had. Did you see the 20-yard run Lamar Jackson had when he was simultaneously trying to pull up his pants? But, I'm not saying in they fell all the way down to his ankles, but they were falling, and he's holding the ball in one arm. He's clearly trying to hike his pants up with the other one and still avoided 2 or 3 people and picked up 20 yards.
4 incompletions, by the way.
Okay, so more touchdowns than incompletions yesterday. That's a sign that you won, and probably in dominating fashion.
And being able to pull your pants up while running is also a sign that you're playing a terrible opponent. They abused the Giants yesterday on purpose.
That is a very good point. The Giants were massive underdogs and couldn't even cover the spread. Lamar Jackson, he has 6 career 5-touchdown, no interception games. That's 3rd all time. Which 2 quarterbacks do you think all time have more 5-touchdown, no interception games? They're both great, if that helps you. Tom Brady is 1.
I was thinking Manning.
Peyton,
by the way.
He's great. Scale down just a little bit from that,
Drew
though.
Brees.
Drew Brees is correct.
That's a good one.
That was a very good guess. So both of them have 8. But the more and more we talk about Lamar Jackson as a player, as a quarterback, he's got the 3rd most all time behind only obviously 2 very different quarterbacks. Oh, Drew Brees could move.
He's also very different, but I do think Lamar Jackson is getting close to that Dirk category. Now, I get Dirk went to the finals in 2006, but Dirk had to win in 2011 to be considered a great basketball player in the history of the NBA.
You got a point.
And Lamar will not enter that category, but if he can just win 1 Super Bowl.
Then think about what his resume looks like now.
Yeah.
He's going to end up having most rushing yards of a quarterback, most rushing touchdowns of a quarterback. He's already got the 2 MVPs. But without the Super Bowl, feels like a glaring hole in the resume. Once it gets there, you're like, holy crap. How all-time good is he? Or, he vaults up that conversation.
He needs the championship, or he's going to be considered by too many people like a unique quarterback, but not a great quarterback.
And that's the thing, too, is this season is unique to his career. This is his best, in my opinion, from what I've watched, his best passing season.
And ironically, he's not going to win the MVP.
Yeah, he's throwing so comfortably. The way the offense has adapted to what he does well gives him the freedom to be that runner, but also says, no, you're going to be a pocket quarterback too. It's the best I've seen him play. It's really fun to watch.
Now, word is that Desmond Ridder is expected to start for the Raiders on Monday night, if you're curious or care about such things. If you don't, this is probably a story you care about more. Grant Dubose.
Oh, man.
That was very scary. The receiver for the Miami Dolphins, he had to be taken off in a stretcher. He went to the hospital. The good news this morning is while he remains under medical care, he has movement in all of his extremities.
That's wonderful to hear.
Because it was a scary kind of... It was that his neck got turned so far to the left in the scramble for the ball that it looked really scary. And he was just laying there, and the telltale signs if you've watched football. And so they had to cart him off. But the good news is it looks like extremities are all moving this
12
morning.
minutes is a long time to stop a game for.
It is.
And for the that's when you know it's serious, and you could see it on the players' faces, man. You could definitely see that.
If you missed Corey's report from earlier, David Montgomery is dealing with an injury that could potentially keep him out the rest of the season, as if the Lions didn't have enough injuries as is.
Did you report on Mahomes already, Kevin?
I was going to get to it. What do we got? What's the update?
According to Rappaport, diagnosed with a mid-high ankle sprain following tests, still considered week to week. Test confirmed the initial thoughts.
Okay. And so the initial thoughts were that he didn't have a broken ankle, and Andy Reid said he was sore. Patrick Mahomes, who again, he's a tough dude too. I feel like we've seen at least 2 other high ankle sprains where he's like, just throw some more tape on it. I'll make it out there. But
put some of that juice in it.
Yeah, he said, under different circumstances, I think I could have finished the game.
Yes.
Are you...
He looked like he got murdered,
Okay.
Kevin.
I'm glad that you said that.
He looked like he should be dead.
I can't... This felt like the Jim Ross, as God is my witness, he is broken in half. He was getting tackled. It looked like his body contorted to a completely right angle. And so when they said it was his ankle, I was like, his ribs are fine and everything else? That's amazing to me.
I'm with you. It is amazing that I don't think there's any difference. You're talking about the Chiefs' offensive line, and I know Patrick Mahomes' injury. I don't know if there's any difference between the Carolina Panthers' offensive line and the Chiefs' offensive line.
Might have a point, man. Their left tackle.
Offensive line is
And one team is
miserable.
3-11, and the other team is 12-1, if I have their records right.
The other team's a lot better everywhere.
I
except for the
I get it, but it's like he is dealing with such a horrible offensive
Which makes
line.
sense of why his offense has been so inept this season compared to what we've seen previously. That offensive line is not up to to par.
When he was getting kind of not carted off, but walked off the field.
Yeah.
And the offensive linemen were there with him, like walking
Apologize.
with him.
Oh, yeah.
Do they you have to feel bad? Like, I felt bad. I sucked as a pitcher in the major leagues. I always felt bad when I gave up a lot of runs. Like, these guys, my offensive guys must hate me. And I was just thinking, like, those offensive linemen must be walking off the field, go, man, Patrick Mahomes must hate us. We are horrible at our job.
Now, interestingly enough, we have another surgical update. Max Crosby undergoing season-ending ankle surgery.
You're kidding me.
And this is right after
all our best players.
We talked about how he had set the record since they started tracking it for most consecutive snaps played by a defensive line. And
he sets the record. And he's like, I'm
right
done.
after that.
I'm done,
now,
guys.
He's like, this team sucks. And so
They do.
he's going to need surgery as well. So he's going to be out for the rest of the season.
Only thing I'm watching for the Raiders for the rest of the season is Brock Bowers. That's the only thing of interest to me on that team.
He's had a phenomenal go.
Well, I was looking at the Carolina Panthers because I've come to the realization that Spud Webb isn't a quarterback again.
Man, what a
but he isn't
roller coaster with Bryce Young you've had.
He did win a dunk competition in 1986.
At Reunion Arena.
I was
there.
You were there too?
I was there.
Holy cow. We were both there. And then we'd work together a
We ran
long
out
time
onto
later.
the court.
Guess what? The Raiders play the Jacksonville Jaguars this upcoming week. And what they're calling this game is somebody has to win. That's good for Carolina because I'm trying to figure out how do they get to number 1 or 2 because they should quit on Bryce Young. Turn him into a slot receiver because that's his size. And he's he is pathetic. And and again, he has a bad offensive line. He doesn't have good receivers. He will never make it. He's too little. All you got to do is touch him and he tips over. And so I'm just like, they have to get in a position to get Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, or they have to go through this crap again next year.
Okay, so then I don't know if you want to dive in this tomorrow or not. Let's say the Panthers just organically got to 1 or 2.
You have to take the quarterback.
Okay, if they're 3, do you say I'll take Hunter then?
Yes, I think you go with Hunter and you go, we'll still be pathetic because our offensive line will probably be bad and Bryce Young is too little to play this sport at this level. And then I guess the next year you hope the quarterback is there. Now the thing is they screwed themselves over. As far as I know, they don't have their second round pick. It still goes to the Chicago Bears this year because of trading for Bryce Young.
Yeah.
So like you're so screwed in picks because of trading for a little guy that you kind of have to organically get there because I can't make another trade up to get there. And I will say this. Cam Ward and Sanders are premium quarterback prospects, but I'm not sure they look like can't miss prospects, if that makes sense.
No, I get you.
So how much do I trade up to go after them? They'll be picks 1 and 2, I think. I guess Jacksonville could just sit there at 1 if they end up getting at 1 and just say, we're just taking Travis Hunter. But I would assume you try to trade
I would
down.
agree with that.
But
all right. I know the Jets are interviewing a variety of people, but one of the names that's popped up for their new GM spot is Louis Riddick, the 55-year-old who works with ESPN. He was previously in Washington's front office. He was a scout for the Eagles. He was the director of pro personnel with the Eagles. I don't know what the consensus is on Louis Riddick, but a lot of times when I hear him talk, I think he sounds very football smart.
My consensus on him's always been I enjoy hearing what he talks about. He seems to have a really good understanding of it all, and I'd have him as a GM quickly.
Ooh, okay.
If I had a team and was running it where I hired a GM.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers gets to decide still who gets to be the GM? Probably not, right?
I wouldn't
there's
want.
no way I guess there
I
is.
want to get hired for that job
There's
if I'm
no
not
way
getting
he's
that
on
set.
an NFL team next year, right?
I can't say that.
After what he did yesterday?
If it was me,
After that
yes.
game winner yesterday?
Okay, against Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I can't say
Mac
he
Jones.
won't be on a team next year. I just can't.
No, I'm with you. Somebody's probably going to go, let's give the 50-year-old guy a chance.
It was Jets killer Mac Jones he was up against.
Probably going to go into a hut where it's 900 degrees and no light or something and be like, oh, I figured out how to do something again. Well, it wasn't play quarterback because your career's over.
What are your thoughts?
How much did he pay for that hut? You know, that's what I really want to know.
Okay.
Because somebody tricked him, right, to being like, "Hey, this is gonna fix you."
I think he thinks it did fix it.
$50,000 is what I'll pay.
All right.
I need to find a hut like that.
By the way, Nick Chubb suffered a broken foot in the loss to the Chiefs as well. And at some point, we probably need to talk about, hey, Harrison Butker's back, but make a chip shot field goal.
Why?
I mean,
It's the big ones that he really needs.
I
to
know,
make.
but like,
I saw him miss it.
The little ones he assigns to
He, slipped.
other family members in his house.
I don't. We need to play that speech for you again. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on The Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for...
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Harley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's bring on Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
We're doing great. Was this the best football weekend for you with the Cowboys winning and the crazy ending to the Highland Park Denton Ryan game? How football happy are you right now?
Well, it all went our way, which is a good thing. And thought our Scots went out and played a heck of a game. They deserved to win that game, and kicker came through for them. And then, of course, the Cowboys, I thought, went out and, you know, other than a really rough 45 seconds at the end of the first half, I thought, played about as good a football as we probably played all year.
You'll probably have to censor it, but what went through your head during that rough 45 seconds at the end of the first half?
Oh, it was it was kind of not shocking based on how our season's gone with our challenges with injuries and, other things along the way. So it's kind of said, shit, this game's falling right in line with what can go wrong, will go wrong. But, my hat's off to Mike. He went in, got him going at halftime. And, of course, the third quarter before we went on this run has been a rough quarter for us. And I thought we played as good a third quarter as we had all year and really answered the bell, in terms of the adversity there at that last 45 seconds. But it was kind of a jaw dropper to, not only not get any points there at the end, but then turn around and give up a huge play to end the half. So, but again, my hat's off to both sides of the ball that came out and played a dominant third quarter and really, took control of the game.
Yeah, it was nice to get that turnaround for sure. Steven, Rico seems like a good runner. And I know the opportunities weren't there early in the season, but it appears the blocking and the trust in that blocking is far better than it was earlier in the season, too. What are your feelings on the way the run game's going and how Rico is performing in that right now?
Well, everybody talks complimentary football, and I think a lot of it goes, too, with the way our defense is playing. And I think there was just an uneasiness there about defensively. We were having a hard time after the Cleveland game stopping the run and, giving up quite a few points. And, we just weren't, committed to the run. I think we felt like we were always, playing, from behind and needing to score and didn't commit to the running game. I think, when you commit to the running game, I think it settles everything down. And I think that's what we've done the last month. And, I know we lost the Cincinnati game, but, we're putting together good games where the defense is playing well, the offense is running the football, and taking the big passing plays that are there with CD and Ferguson and Schoonmaker and the rest of the receiving core. Obviously, Turp's playing a huge role in this, both special teams and on offense. But I just think we're playing complementary football, and I don't think we were doing that very well, leading up to this stretch.
I like that you're talking about the defense right now, too, because I wanted to dig in a little bit. Leofau, I'm very curious when you initially got him. Obviously, he's playing a little more due to injury right now, but when you initially drafted this guy, what was the vision for him, and maybe how's that changed from what you initially saw for him early?
I don't think a lot's changed. I think we've recognized his skill set. I think it's just getting him, in the right situation to really optimize his skill set. He's obviously plays with a lot of energy. He plays with a lot of physicality. We always thought he could, rush the passer and help us from a linebacking spot, not with his hand in the ground like Micah, but a blitzing type guy. And, he and Overshone, I think, are both, good young backers that are going to do a lot of good things. I think Mike has a vision that at some point, getting your hands around being the green dot and calling the plays is something that, one of those guys, but probably in particular, he's eyeballing Marist, can do for us. And, like I said, this guy just plays with a ton of energy. He plays with a ton of physicality, punching out balls and, just a playmaker for us. And, the vision with him and, and Overshown certainly makes you feel good about that position as we move forward as well. So, hats off to Maris to step up, with Overshown being out, but obviously we see those guys playing together in the future.
It might be just about yesterday. It might be about the entire year, but another standout yesterday, Oso Digizua. He doesn't always get just the nature of his position isn't always the most flashy position. But yesterday felt like a game where the flash was there to go along with the substance, did it not?
Well, you really felt him. I agree with you guys. I mean, whether it was tackles for losses, sacks, lots of pressure. I think he's, between Zim, when our guys figuring out what Zim wants to accomplish and then Zim figuring out what our guys do well. That's part of growing pains when you have to change coordinators. And certainly hats off to Dan for getting that commander's job. So, we had to make a change, and we have a ton of respect for Mike, and this thing was going to evolve. I think the hard part was, unfortunately, we just, didn't have the offensive production that we've had in the past early. And, it just took a minute for our defense to really mesh and come around. But I think certainly I think everybody's figuring out what Coach Zimmer wants out of them. I think he's figuring out what our personnel can be. And, it's really coming around, which in turn, I'll go back to that term. Everybody wants to talk complementary football in all three phases. And, had Coach McCarthy certainly leading the way, figuring that out with the staff between special teams, defense, and offense. I just think we're doing a much better job of that. Consequently, we're executing better and making plays and giving ourselves opportunities to win these football games.
When Zimmer got here, the initial question was, can him and Micah work together? Can that relationship work and him figure out how to use Micah the right way for this team? And it looks like Micah's taken to it and said, you know what, you're going to want to line me up at the 3 technique? I'll line up at the 3 technique. And it looks like he's doing all those things, and that relationship has really come into a full force. Are you seeing that thing is developed over this season?
Absolutely. I mean, that's right to the points I was just talking about. I think Micah's figuring out what Zim wants from him, and Zim's figuring out all the unique things Micah can do to help you play great defensive football. And Micah's embracing it. Coach Zimmer's embracing it. Obviously, this defense started coming around for some reason when 11 showed back up. And I don't think that's by accident. He's just a game wrecker. And he's certainly dynamic in every form. And, it's just great to have him back out there, but he makes everybody around him better, whether it's an Oso, whether it's a Overshown or a Marist, whether it's our secondary. Everybody feeds off number 11, and, the plays he makes, it's just certainly the other teams have to pay attention. We're getting the pressures now. We're getting the turnovers now. Things are coming around. And like I said, we've had our challenges with injuries. We know no one should use it as an excuse, and we know it's the world's smallest violin. No one feels sorry for you, but certainly this team's a much better football team than it was the first half of the season.
Stephen, we did get a little bit of maybe a mixed messages over this weekend where it's you made the comment about, hey, we do have to realistically look at everything. And there was some suggestions about Micah. Micah said he sounds, he understands the business side of it. Would you like to kind of clear that up a little bit and how that all went down?
Well, it'd be like saying you had a thought about Tony Romo at one point in time, or a thought about Dak, or a thought about, when guys are, they're going to be, take a lot of resources to keep on the team, and certainly with Dak and CD and Micah, but they're also very deserving of their ask. And that's what I meant by that. We see Micah as a Cowboy, for long term. And like I said, all you got to do is look at the football games and see what he does for us when he's healthy and out there making plays, and then have the vision of what it can be when we get when we get guys back, whether it's a Sam Williams, a Marist coming on now. You obviously overshown. You get Diggs. He's had to play banged up now for 2 years, but you can certainly see a vision for what can be with Micah, and that's what we're focused on. And we've said all along that our goal here was to sign all three of those guys, and that's still our goal.
I'm curious when you talk about Trayvon Diggs. Obviously, he's had a rough run of luck with injuries, and you said he's had to play banged up for the last 2 years. Did he just re-injure himself during the season? Was there something in the rehab process that didn't go right to facilitate this new surgery?
I just think it can be symptomatic of coming off injuries. And, obviously, he had a major knee surgery and injury last year. And, he was, having to play with, fluid in his knee and out there doing everything he can because he wants to play, he wants to compete, he wants to contribute. But, unfortunately, he re-injured that knee, or not re-injured. He's got a new injury that has to do with cartilage, but certainly a very legitimate injury that's going to take him some time, to recover from. And, we've got a vision that we can get him ready to go for next year, but, I know it's very frustrating to him, and certainly it's hard when you have a vision of two all-pro corners out there that are two of the best at getting the ball, Bland and Diggs, and putting them with a competitor like Jordan Lewis. And, we basically have seen bits and pieces of a game or two where they've all three been available. So, but again, that's the challenges that come with the NFL. We accept that, and we'll continue to, get Diggs ready to roll, and hopefully we'll see that. Unfortunately, probably it won't be before next year, but hopefully we'll see it next year.
And you might have no idea at this point. When you say hopefully by next year, are we talking training camp? Are we talking by the beginning of the regular season? What do you think about that?
Yeah, all of those are the questions, and I don't think he'll be a player during training camp, but I think his timeline is going to be right about the start of the season, and I think we got one of the best training staffs in the league, and certainly they've been put to the test this year. Yep. A lot of players in line back there to work. I think Adam and I were looking the other day, our cap guy, and he's I think we got 40% of our payroll on IR right now. So,
ouch.
That's hard to, it's a challenge to go out there and play at the highest level when you've got, those kind of resources sitting on the sideline. But we also know that's part of the NFL.
So, Steven, I believe Friday night you saw the Highland Park Scots beat Denton Geyer to go to the state championship game. And Highland Park is usually always, come playoff time, they're usually always slower and smaller, and I'd say, less talented than the other team. I'm not saying Highland Park doesn't have talent, but usually they're slower, smaller, less talented, but yet they always seem to win, especially at the 5A level, and make it into a state championship game. You can speak on that, but my question is, when it comes to NFL, I know there's not a website out there that says this is the smartest team and this is the dumbest team, but is there a way that you could kind of quantify that and go, hey, how do we become the smartest team in the NFL? Because Highland Park, I know it's a different level, but they're the smartest team. That's why they're in another state championship game.
Well, I think, at the end of the day, we call it over at Highland Park, being a parent of a player that played on two teams that won state championships. We used to say, once you get to about the, second, third round, you start to lose every warm-up. You look down at the other team warming up, and you say, how in the hell are we going to win this game? But I will say this. I think every coach in the NFL, college, high school, wants to have the smartest team. Now, at some point, being the smartest team runs out, and skill can overtake you, and so you need both. But but you're always striving for your team to play smart, to get rid of the mental errors, to get rid of the not getting your mental assignments right, getting the penalties out of the game. That's how you win championships, and I know that's what Mike strives for. It's so frustrating when you're not getting that job done in terms of cleaning up the penalties and cleaning up the mental errors and assignments. Those are all things that whether you're trying to win a Lombardi Trophy, a college football championship in the NCAA or high school football, you're always trying to clean that up. And it is a great recipe to win football games, is being the smartest and the cleanest team.
Thank you very much for the time, good sir. Congrats on both wins, and we'll catch up with you next Monday.
Sounds great, guys. Take care.
Here you go, Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look, number one takeaway for me, unless you heard something different, is this is not just another injury to Trayvon Diggs, and there's only 3 weeks left. This is a major injury to Trayvon Diggs, and he said don't necessarily anticipate him being a player in training camp. And so this is something that could run like all the way up to the start of the season, and
which will be a story through all of training camp next year.
And that's scary.
Yeah, no, absolutely it is, because that conversation of who's opposite, who's replacing him, what you're doing at that position is now in flux. And it's kind of been that way all season with this team. You kind of want some sort of steadiness, something stable, and it doesn't sound like you're going to get it at that position for sure, because you're going to have so many other moving pieces. Jordan Lewis might be even more important at that point.
For sure.
The other thing, Kevin, that I got from it is Mike Zimmer's coming back next year, so just be ready for it. It took time.
Man, that did seem to be what a lot of people took away from that.
It took time, but it's going right now at the moment.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Titans of the NFL and Texas high school football face off this weekend. Let's talk some more about it next on The Fan.
Are you ready for...
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Here's the snap to Jimerson. He's going to load, go deep downfield as a man wide open. It is caught. It's Gibson, and it is a touchdown. 49 yards on the strike from Jimerson to Gibson, and North Crowley extends its lead. It's now 28-21.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you guys want to start with high school Texas football playoffs or Bills, Lions, Steelers, Eagles? Because clearly those were the games people cared about, like in the 3:25 window for the entire NFL weekend. But for Texas high school football, humongous weekend we just had.
I say we start with high school. Team won. North Crowley.
That is who I predicted to win.
You predicted. You're rooting for him.
Well, we were asked by Bobby Lashley.
He was like Duncanville.
Bobby Lashley said, who do y'all think is going to win in that game? And both Kevin and I said North Crowley, and you homered it up and went for Duncanville.
Yeah, the number 3 team in the nation. I homered them up because they lost one game in the last 3 years.
Well, I mean, they lost.
To their neighboring rival.
By the way, North Crowley, which has a Fort Worth address, will be the first school, per the Dallas Morning News, from the city to play in a UIL state championship game in the top classification since Fort Worth Arlington Heights in 1948.
Oh, my God.
Huh?
Really?
Yes. That's crazy.
It's weird. I used to live near Arlington Heights. It's always weird to me that they called it Arlington Heights when it's like literally
in
like
Fort Worth.
It's not even close to Arlington.
Is
to
it
be
in
honest.
a low area or is it actually high?
It's a little bit. I will say off of 30. I guess they're on the higher side of 30.
Okay.
Like if you were to say, hey, I don't know, if it's closer to T. It's on the
Get a
TCU.
surveyor out
It's on
there.
the TCU side of 30. I was on the vending nut company.
Oh, that's
of
right.
30.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, you're on the lower side.
They built like a mega church across the highway from Arlington Heights, or at least close to.
So North Crowley's only other state title is 4A Division I. But
it's amazing.
I want to play this from their head coach, Ray Gates. Cut number 23. Mike, I think you're going to like this. This was after the Duncanville win.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, coming to practice. It's the result of us being on you, trying to make you do right. Galatians 6:9. Do not become weary.
So I know it got muddled there because everyone jumped in, but the verse was, let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we will not give up. And so I thought that felt like something that would appeal to a lot of people.
I'm going to ask a stupid question. Are people going to be upset because that's a public school who just recited a biblical verse and they're going to say that coach should be fired for doing that?
I bet there are some people out there who think that. To be fair, I have not followed up to check if there's any controversy today, but probably.
I think it's fine, but I just know that there are, I think, certain
Church and
people
state, I get you.
that make their voice loud enough to try to get people fired who do that. I remember even in the 90s, Coach Rombach made sure that he stepped back from our prayer as a team before all the baseball games because I think being a public school, even 30 years ago, he was like warned, hey, you can't be part of this. Even though you are Christian, it doesn't matter. Like you can be part of, I think, FCA, like after school.
Oh, yeah.
And all that stuff. But on the field, during a game, you cannot be part of any type of religious thing.
Man, I was started thinking about it. Like whenever I was in high school, we always said the Lord's Prayer.
Were your coaches away from it?
No, there were coaches next to us. But now that I think about it, though, it was like a volunteer at the middle, but between both teams. It wasn't us in a meeting together. It was we all met. Everybody that wanted to got together. So yeah, I never thought about it that way.
So obviously that was a huge win. Next up for North Crowley, they're actually going to play Austin Westlake, who throttled Galena Park North Shore. And the thing that's interesting about that, if Duncanville would have won and North Shore would have won, it would have been the first time in the history of UIL 11-man football that the same two teams played each other in the state championship game 4 straight years. Never happened ever at any classification of 11-man football. And instead, they both lost.
In a way, and I'm really proud of North Crowley. It is awesome what they've been able to accomplish. That I mean,
and they got smoked by Duncanville in this round last year.
And look, I was rooting for Duncanville. I was listening to the game. I think you could pay for it somehow on YouTube, but I was like, I'm not going to pay for it. So I listened to most of the game. And North Crowley, it looked like they had it won with 3:30 left. They were up 36-27, and 30 seconds later, Duncanville scored another touchdown to make it 36-34. They just couldn't stop North Crowley. They did whatever they wanted offensively in the second half. But I wonder for most everybody in the state of Texas, let's say, that cares about high school football, and I'm a very casual high school football person. Obviously, I'm really into it because Duncanville's great at it. When I was in school, we weren't great at it.
Right.
We were if we make the playoffs, big accomplishment, and if we win a playoff game, that's huge. I'm sure most people that are going to watch these games are happy that they're not seeing Galena Park North Shore and Duncanville. Like, it's kind of like you're watching it over and over and over and over
like
again.
when you got the
like,
Warriors and the Cavs, and
you're like, okay, let's see, North Crowley versus Austin Westlake. Now, I know the one time that they didn't make it out of the last 5 years, Westlake did make it. They're the only team in the last 6 years to knock out Galena Park North Shore on that side of the bracket, which is always an easier bracket, chumps.
And there is a loaded group of teams from the Metroplex that are going to be in the state championship games, which you're going to see all throughout the weekend. I believe it starts on Wednesday and goes all the way through Saturday with all those games taking place at AT&T.
Brian Adams, one of them?
I'm sorry, Corey. I do not believe so. But
always next year.
Southlake Carroll is undefeated. They'll be in the state finals for Division II. Highland Park, we talked about their win already over Denton Ryan. South Oak Cliff is once again in the state championship in the Class 5A Division II.
But they're going for three-peat, right?
I think that is correct.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Here's the one that was really interesting to me. Salina. So Class 4A Division I. Salina has, I think they got passed by Prosper. I should have double-checked that ahead of time. My apologies. But Salina is in the state championship game against Kilgore. Salina has not won a state title since 2007. I think they have 8 football state titles.
Yeah, I feel like, didn't they win all of them?
Yes, and they would win again and again and again. But it's been 17 years since they won a football state title, and this is their opportunity to add another one to the ledger.
I seem to remember them always adding like a new bale of hay to their stack, and they'd be like,
Sure.
got another state title. You're like, good God, that's a lot of hay.
It's true. So 11 a.m., if you're a high school football fan or you just like happenings, starting at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, you'll just see nonstop high school football. There's 3 championship games that day, 3 on Thursday, 3 on Friday, and I believe 3 on Saturday.
I accept.
With the last game taking place being North Crowley and Austin Westlake. That'll end up being like the main event, for lack of a better term.
Here's my question, and I'm assuming, is this the one thing that Bally's has left?
Yeah, it might be. Man, it might.
I don't have the
It's not
channel
even Bally anymore. It's FanDuel Sports Network.
It's like, are all the games on FanDuel Sports Network?
I was actually talking to a Tolo that works there over the weekend, and I was like, "What's going on over there?" And they're like, "We don't have much left." But like that is,
I have the wings and high school sports. Right?
Yeah, that's about it. They got to figure out what they're going to do next, I guess.
And then at least one more shout out to Class 3A Division II Gunther.
What about our team?
Is going to be in the state championship.
He didn't shout out our team, did he?
Malakoff, I believe, is your team.
Gosh.
How
are they doing?
They're in the finals Thursday evening. 14-0 Malakoff, looking for another state title against 13-1 Columbus. So a really fun weekend of high school football. Another fun, almost week ahead of us. Those state title games get going in 2 days.
Hey, Malakoff, when y'all get to the top of the mountain, don't forget who was supporting you all the way and who wasn't.
That's fair. I was rooting for Paradise because that's where like all my in-laws
Can
live.
I ask a Mike likes it question that you guys aren't going to have the answer to?
Okay, sure.
All right, so you guys said Malakoff, and I don't know why this popped in my head, but this is the way my brain works.
Is it a Molotov cocktail? Is that what you're thinking?
I'm thinking about coughing. How come when you have to do a physical, they make you turn your head and cough?
Never had to do that. I've never had to do that.
I don't know what the point is. Like, what if you don't cough? They're touching something that doesn't really have to do with coughing. I don't like. They're feeling for something. What are they doing? You had to do that cough thing, right?
Okay, so it is used as a hernia exam.
Now they've put their hand like on the stomach area, but I've never gotten the boys. You know, they've never grabbed the boys and said cough. It's always been like in the stomach area. They've been like,
I think that's my experience too. What is your doctor reputable?
I don't know. They probably have to wag your thing out of the way to even get where they need to get.
Hold on, wait. Is this because you're married to a doctor?
Yeah, you go
Perhaps
see
you
Dr.
get a
Sue.
different. Yeah, you
And
get a
she's
different
like, cough, and you're like, I can't cough.
I don't
I don't think she does that.
Okay.
I don't know. Does she? I don't think
No,
they check for
they do
hernia.
not do that with Noah. They don't say have him turn his head and cough.
Have you ever gone to Dr. Sue for like a checkup or anything?
No, because she's diagnosed me, but in a weird way, I know that
like,
once
go
you go
see
to
your
medical
doctor.
school and you choose your whatever I say your profession, you've already chosen
Your
to be a
field.
doctor. Your
Your
field, like
specialty.
you don't. She doesn't know as much about like adults. She has a good idea. Don't get me wrong.
Gotcha.
But
There's a
like, I mean, her
specialty, gotcha.
concentration is children.
Gotcha.
So
Now, that was an excellent question. Let's get back to NFL football.
Thanks.
Give me cut number 18, if you will, because there were two big-time NFL games yesterday.
Hurts in the gun. Barkley to his left. A.J. Brown out to the far side by his lonesome. Hurts this time backs up. Looks, fires complete. A.J. Brown in the back of the end zone.
So, this game is just, it played out pretty much how I thought it would.
Oh.
The Steelers' offense couldn't get much going, and the game, it wasn't not competitive.
It wasn't competitive.
But in the second half, it felt like, regardless of the score, like the game was essentially over. And that's one of the reasons I just don't particularly believe in Pittsburgh, that along with the fact that they lost to Dallas and Cleveland. But did this game kind of play out how you thought? And are you impressed by what the Eagles have been doing?
I'm actually not that. I was not. I expected Pittsburgh to have a better outing.
Okay.
I did not expect for Russell Wilson to only throw for 128 yards.
Yeah.
Now, Philadelphia, their secondary has been lights out this year. Like, it's been very, very good. And that's a huge part of it. But I guess with Pickens out, that does have something to do with it. You know, like that's a big factor. That's a huge asset to what Russell Wilson is doing back there. But I did expect a closer game, a more like a 16-13 game than I did a 27-13 game at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, I expected something a lot. So I am, with what Philadelphia has accomplished this year, I don't know how you can't be just like, wow, tip your cap to them. They're very good.
They're number one now in the NFC.
Really?
No, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. I think they're the best team in the NFC.
I thought maybe they are the one
I'm
seed.
sorry. I should have rephrased that. I think now you have to look at them as the best seed or the best team, probably because of the game we'll talk about in just a second as well. But give me cut number 19 if you can, because Buffalo, Detroit, look, if you look at the final score, I get how you might have been like, oh my gosh, it was probably nip and tuck the whole way. It was not. Buffalo was in complete control of this game. And then I know a lot of people have thoughts about the onside kick, but go ahead and give me that Buffalo highlight.
Now Allen, short toss, easy doing, touchdown, Bills. Davis, the recipient.
I felt like this game was sloppy.
Was that the chest pass touchdown?
Yes, I think that was.
Okay, it's a different one.
I felt like this game was sloppy though. Yeah, I know like all these points scored. I'm not saying just defensively. It just felt like offensively it was sloppy too. But being able to put that many points on the board throughout the game for both teams is pretty special. Man, Jared Goff made some amazing throws in this game too. I'll say more about Josh Allen here in just a little bit, but Jared Goff he made some really special throws. And as this team continues to lose players, as we've discussed, David Montgomery gone, it's hard to see how they're going to be able to overcome it through the stretch of what the playoffs puts you through.
Do you want to hold off a second to talk about the onside kick?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Alec, I want to go to you because I know we love Dan Quinn. Look, they're probably going to lose the game one way or another, but what did you think about Dan Quinn doing the onside kick when they had pulled a little bit closer within 2 scores? And of course, you have to declare it and all that good stuff. What did you think about that move?
I think everything that Dan Campbell does is too early.
Did I say Dan Quinn? I meant Dan Campbell.
I feel like he's always too early to make these decisions, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, that it's going to cost him, and it's costing him in big situations. And now that his roster is getting thinner and thinner with all these injuries, it's like he's got to start tightening up in some of these big time decisions and crunch time. It's at the point where I have to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I don't trust him necessarily because it's worked so many times. But you saw how they melted down in the playoffs last year in the NFC Championship. Like I think it was Corey that said it earlier. Like, they started the game like they were in the NFC Championship game. They finished it like it was a regular season game against a division opponent. That's what it felt like. And it feels like same old story is going to come about here. So I didn't agree with it in the moment, but it feels like I don't agree with almost anything he does.
And that's the tough thing that I'm trying to figure out what the balance is, because I get it. I see it from the 6A2. Dan Campbell is an idiot, and I've been saying it for weeks that he'd cost them. Yes.
Then from the 682, Campbell's the type that thinks kicking's for cowards. You should always go for it. So there's 2 thoughts there.
And that's where I'm kind of conflicted, because you can say that he's an idiot all you like. And it did cost them yesterday. Like, I'm not saying they would have won the game or anything like that. It did cost them yesterday.
It cost them last year in that game, in that playoff game.
But they did make it to that NFC Championship game, and they are 12-2 this year. So you can see why Dan Campbell would be like, why don't you just trust my system? And we've also lost, like, I don't know, a defense and a half in terms of injuries this season. That is one other thing I like from Stephen Jones' interview. He goes, I'm not about to start playing the world's smallest violin.
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. They're like, you should have done better. He knows. He's heard it from everybody.
I thought that was a very fair point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, you already got a little bit of a taste of it. It's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so I'm going to stick on football for just a second here. And I found this interesting as I was looking at, I know we still have Monday Night Football. We're still concentrating on, obviously, yesterday's games. But when I go to next week's slates, the Dallas Cowboys.
Sorry, Mike, real quick. Do you know tonight is double Monday Night Football?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's not the most captivating of matchups, but I just want to throw that out there.
I've been interested in ticket prices.
Okay.
So this upcoming game, Sunday Night Football. So the Cowboys stick on Sunday Night Football, 6-8 versus 8-6. You can get into the game right now, standing room only, $21.
Wow.
Do you know how many games have a cheaper ticket next week?
I feel like the way he phrased that means it's probably going to be low, right? Like 1?
There is one game.
I'm going to say 1.
The Rams at the Jets.
Oh,
ticket
man.
as low as $17. So I was clicking on, I'm obviously like on ESPN.com, which
Jets fans
it takes you to Vivid Seats. You can go into the upper deck and get tickets for less than $40. You can get in the lower bowl, the 100 section, for less than $200. You can get in the 200 section for low $100.
Wow.
So even though the Cowboys have gone on a somewhat of playing better football, and they've won 3 of 4, they're 6-8. I get it, 1% chance of making the playoffs, but it has not raised, it looks like, the interest. Like yesterday's blowout win of the Panthers doesn't look like people trying to sell their tickets, or ticket brokers are like, oh, good, we can up the ticket price. So for a Sunday night football game, $21 to get into the building, $40 to sit in the upper deck, and if you wanted to sit in the 100 section, the lowest bowl, you can do it for under $200 for Sunday night football, which is just, it is amazing to me. That is amazing. Because we brought this up early on in the show. So if you weren't listening, we get it. You probably are working or something.
Us too.
But there were so many empty seats at the Carolina Panthers game. There were so many empty seats, and when I say Panthers game, because it was there were so many empty seats in Cleveland for the Cleveland-Kansas City game. I don't know. It was surprising to me that there's so many empty seats in the NFL. They get the viewership on television is amazing, and Jerry's talked about that. The viewership is incredible, and that's why they get billions upon billions of dollars from every freaking television thing you can get to have one game on. To have Netflix do Christmas, to have Amazon do Thursday Night Football. Like, they are raking it in television-wise. But it's just interesting to me watching noon games on how many empty seats there were for an NFL football game.
So I actually had a conversation with somebody on Saturday at Martin House at the Tolo fan party that kind of taps into this. He had his opportunity to go to his first Monday Night Football game ever. And obviously is this last one against the Bengals, or the one before Carolina against the Bengals. And he said, I didn't know I was going to realize how much better it is to watch on TV because of all of the extra things that you get with the TV product.
It's work to get into the stadium for one.
Fair.
Like parking alone. And so you're losing some money there. But it's work to get that. It's an hour venture there and back, out. It could be 2 hours to get out of there. And then, like, nothing's free in that stadium. So that's another thing that goes along with it. And the product that does come on TV is nice. Like, it's cleanly given to you, all the angles that you want. And they do a very good, they've built it the right way.
So that, what you just said, it makes me wonder this, because not that, look, I'm lucky enough, fortunate enough, blessed enough, whichever word you want to use, that I have enough money to go to these games. Sure. Okay. I have enough money to go to a Ranger game or go to a Stars game or a Cowboy or Mavericks game. I didn't go to a Maverick game last year, and I'm not planning on going one to this year. Now, I know it's not Cowboys, but because the ticket prices have gotten, to me, out of hand. Now, what I'm saying is I'm blessed enough that I do have the money that I could if I wanted to, but I don't want to spend $250 to sit behind the basket 25 rows up for a random Dallas Maverick game that I'm not sure who's going to play in it. I just don't see financially being responsible. Like, if I go to really the real cost of going to a Cowboy game and sitting, let's say, at the 20-yard line, 20 rows up, and spending, with everything you're talking about, close to $1,000 for two tickets and the food and the parking and everything you need and the time. I'm like, how is that financially responsible? So our team's starting to actually get to the limit with how many empty seats there were, that when our team is just average, and by the time you get to this, 70% of the teams are average or worse in the NFL. And I'm not saying just the NFL. I'm also saying NBA. I'm saying, I don't know, Major League Baseball, hockey, are we getting to the point where the ticket prices have gotten to like the max they can pretty much go? Because I feel like, in a way, I'm priced out. Not that I can't afford it, but I don't feel like it's financially responsible to go to these games.
Yeah, I guess it feels like that. The only thing that pops into my head was, did they do the math to determine, the NFL and the owners, that is, to determine I can always sell these seats or these luxury boxes and it will always offset what other ticket money I'm losing?
Yep, that's it. You're dead on, man. They know how much they're making off of everything, and they're like, hey, look, we're fine until we see that none of these tickets are selling. Like that, there is a number that they're okay with.
Or I guess they look at, I'm wondering this, they look at the secondary market and they go, well, gosh, this ticket is $250, but it keeps selling for $350 on the secondary market.
Yeah.
Let's just mark it up to $350. Obviously, somebody wants to pay $350. Why don't we get 100% of the ticket and not let anybody else make any money off of this? Which is fine, I get it. But then how many people are willing to go to that max value?
Yeah.
I know this is weird correlating this. Topps has now run into this issue. They've upped box prices to open up a box of baseball cards so much that finally there's a product, the Bowman Draft, that is kind of their number one product. people aren't paying for the product because they've upped it 30% in value, going, well, this is what it sold on the secondary market in recent years. So let's just mark it all the way up to the highest people were paying on eBay and on the secondary market. And now people aren't buying it because they're like, it's just too much. It's not worth it. And I'm just wondering, with how many empty seats I saw, I'm wondering, are all sports getting to the point where we've upped the price? I know, Alec, you talked about WrestleMania recently.
Yes. That's a great comparison. The WWE is the same thing because they keep like every show they have, it feels like, and that's probably an exaggeration, but every show they're like, this is the largest domestic crowd money we've ever made. This is the largest international. And I get it. Their product is hot right now. It is. But part of that is they have raised the ticket prices very extremely.
Yeah, it's not fun, especially for someone that I have been to shows where I sat front row for like $150. Yeah. And I've seen these people up close and personal, and now at $150, you're lucky, especially on resale market, if that's getting you 200 level seats. Like, it's ridiculous. And the demand for these things, it's a whole other conversation about Ticketmaster and these outlets, just how bad they are and how inaccessible things are. But yeah, the prices, it's really tough. If you don't get like a pre-sale code or something, then I'm probably not making it to these events.
That's why I love our Tolo holiday party.
It was free.
Free to get in, free to party. It was a good time right there.
Free to park.
Okay, so I did this number for the Dallas Cowboys, and you can call me a hater on this. I'm sorry, it is kind of hating. Is the record of the Cowboys' opponents they've beaten. They have 6 wins, so I do have to multiply times 2 the Giants. Because they beat 29-55.
Ooh.
So that is including the Steelers at 10-4.
Oh, man.
And that is including Washington at 9-5. Those are their 6 wins, including them. So that's 19-9 for those 2 wins. When you take those 2 teams out, and they beat them, they're gonna those 2 teams are gonna make the playoffs. Most likely, I'll say Washington probably 80% chance of making the playoffs. Is 10-46. Is your wins over the Giants, the Panthers, and the Browns are a combined 10-46.
That actually, that's bad, but it doesn't really surprise me because 4 weeks into the season, we felt like the Browns are one of the worst teams in the NFL. Going into both of those Giants games, I feel like we were pretty unanimous in saying the Giants might be the worst team, and if not, certainly one of the worst teams in the NFL. And the Carolina Panthers are terrible. Like, I know they have played better,
right,
but they, even in their better run, they were still 2-3. So I agree, all of those teams are bad.
When Mike asks all the football questions tomorrow at 10:20ish, I'll kind of ask some Cowboy questions based off of this, because I do think this, and I'm not telling you not to hope. I think that's part of being a fan, is to look at the future of a bad team, and the Cowboys are a bad team, and go, but next year, this is going to happen, that is going to happen, and we are going to be 14-3 or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? I get it. That's how we all do it. I'm hoping the Rangers win 90 games, this year and make the playoffs again. Realistically, you would look at a team that only won 78 games and go a 12-game jump is huge.
Yep.
But that's the hope that we have for this season. And when I look at the teams you beat are a combined 29-55.
That's fair.
I just start wondering, it's fun to hope, but realistically, how many bad teams can they put on the Cowboys' schedule next year?
That's a fair
hopefully
point.
8.
Yeah, well, I mean, they'll have 2 for sure. The Giants, I know that.
8.
That is a good point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We get in from the weekend's hits and misses. Plus, does your kid live this dangerous lifestyle? Next on The Fan.
something else to remember that Uber Eats has boasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megan? No. She said that. Is it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter.
Joke.
Like, do you think the way we've constructed the alphabet in words is stupid? I will let you ponder that. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I recently saw, it was either, I think it was a show where this lady, the joke was that she doesn't like the way that people spell their names, so she's going to create her own way of spelling names.
That's like Mike.
And I was like, they stole that from Mike.
Yeah, they listened to our show.
Yeah, and it was a new show. So
it's like K's the most worthless letter in the alphabet.
That is true. That is, well, I think I really
you can
think
replace every K with a C and you're fine.
Most X's, like, you don't need it. Like, come on.
X marks the spot, though. What else would mark the spot?
C and K.
Okay.
You could put those together.
I feel like it's tough to have another letter make the like ox sound, not the O, but the last part of it.
OCKS. Ox. Bam. Socks.
Like a male chicken.
Rooster. All right, guys, it's time for the hits and misses of the weekend, and we will start. Actually, we have been keeping track of the top 10 passer records. Kevin, this week the passers went 3-7.
Man,
following a dynamic 6-4 week.
I feel like Joe Burrow is really dragging that record down. All right, his team, not Joe Burrow, his team. I know
his
they
numbers
won.
are great.
I know they won, but I feel like for the year, the Bengals are really drawing that down.
3-7, which puts in week 15, 73-77 is where we're sitting right now.
Okay.
So
not that impressive.
When you look at the top 10 rusher records, 7-3 this week. and that puts them at 102-48. So again, this is a really, there's a much deeper way to look into this. I've just been keeping track. The top 10 passers weekly are losing, and the top 10 rushers are winning. So you can say it's because they were up and they were able to do it, or because they ran the ball effectively, and that's how they were able to win.
So what I'm hearing is Aston Genty.
Hey,
honestly, you're going to probably be picking right around where it makes sense.
I could see that.
Last night, one of the guys in our fantasy league was like, man, we may have really gotten lucky with Dowdle. And I was like, he's gone next year. You know, like, and he was like, what? Yeah, his contract's
free
up,
agent.
Dude. He was like, face palm. So that happens too. Misses of the weekend. We will go with Dan Campbell on this one, Kevin. That onside kick is an honorable mention in today's episode of Hits and Misses, as it was just kind of, why did you do it then?
Can we point out that kick though was really good?
Yeah, it was.
I get we're trying to protect players.
And then Mac Hollins takes it to the 5-yard line.
Why not play football? When that guy tips the ball, because you can't touch a guy trying to catch the onside, right? There's like this new rules of like, you got to be really nice and let him try to catch it. Like at no point, let's just go back to like when the Cowboys were good at football. I know most of you weren't born, but we were. Is you would have destroyed that guy's rib cage and he would be out for the rest of the season reaching up like that to try to get that ball.
Yes.
I like football that way. Football is violent. Let it be violent. Like to be able to tip a ball like that, to like almost like rebound a ball, like tip it to yourself. And I felt in a way bad for the Lions special teams players because they're caught in a tough situation. They're like, I don't think we can touch him.
Yeah.
So he tips the ball to himself.
Yeah.
Like that dude should be completely and totally destroyed. And I don't know. It is what it is. But like you can now just like play patty cakes with the ball in the air and they're like, we can't touch him.
I believe it was against San Francisco. There was an onside kick and Daryl Moose Johnston reaches out and grabs it. And he's got like 17 dudes trying to pull him down and kill him. But he was somehow able to do it. I get you, Mike.
Does that mean you're pro Mike's stance about let's play football again?
Play some football. Yeah. I'm all about it, man.
Okay.
But there's a lot of millions of dollars protecting these guys. That's what the owners are thinking.
That's a fair point.
Number 3 on the list, though, for misses, Tua Tagovailoa. In a must-win game, he turns it over 4 times. And now, when I say must-win, they needed to win to keep their hopes alive. Their hopes are just gone after this. And to be quite honest, Derek Stingley deserves a hit for the weekend because those 2 interceptions were special, man.
Does it? I mean, a turnover is a turnover. I get that. Does it make it all the worse considering where they were? Because they were at one of the interceptions there at the Houston 39. Another one of the interceptions at the Houston 20. The fumble, they were at their own 47. So almost midfield. So all of these are in positions
getting in their place
where you're thinking, hopefully we get points out of it.
Yeah, that stunk for them. Number 2.
Did you know? One more.
Go ahead,
I'm sorry.
Kevin.
Did you know he'd thrown 184 passes without an interception going into that game?
I thought you were going to say without a concussion.
I guess that's true.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Now I wish I would have kept that to myself.
Mm-hmm. Number 2 on the misses of the weekend, Nick Chubb breaking his foot. This guy had a awesome 5-year start to his career. Like you go look at the 5 years of his career to start, and you're like, couldn't ask for anything better. 984 yards, I believe, for his rookie season. That's awesome. And then he cracks 1,000 every other year after that. The last 2 years, I believe it's 400 and something yards in the last 2 years, and lots of pain. And he had a pretty significant injury. Yeah, last year was bad. He's recovering from that. Is it time for Nick Chubb to say it was a good run?
He was
but
a
7
touchdown
years is
machine,
enough. He's
too.
almost 30.
I hear you.
Oh, yeah, he was. Their offensive line was awesome.
Don't you think at the right price, him being a combo back with somebody else? Because if Kareem Hunt can look like he does with Kansas City, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hear you. Nick Chubb is now not a lead back. Nick Chubb, you should not rely on Nick Chubb. But I'm just saying at the right price, I'll put together like a thing. Aston Genty, you draft with the 14th overall pick, and you sign Nick Chubb to a 1-year, $2.5 million contract. Don't you love that 1-2 combination going, Genty's our guy, and Chubb can maybe be a backup running back?
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather have Chubb as your backup running back or Rico Dowdle?
I would rather have Rico Dowdle because as soon as you said $2.5 million, I'm curious how much, and people can get mad at that all they want. I'm curious how much he actually draws.
So you think Chubb's more valuable?
Yeah, I think he'll get more money. That's what I'm curious. Is Rico Dowdle really going to get paid? I know he's going to get to 1,000 yards, but I'm just curious. Is he actually going to get really paid, or get
I think it's
he'll
too
get
much
less
for the
than
Cowboys.
Tony Pollard. I know that he'll get
Okay.
less than Pollard, but
it'll be too much.
It'll be too much for the Cowboys. Whatever it is, it'll be more than the Cowboys are willing to pay for him. Just my assumption there. Go ahead.
no, I think that maybe and I'm not saying a big number, but on a 1 or 2 year deal, he's going to turn 27 in June.
Okay.
So you start going you just talked about the age 30. Now I get Chubb has more mileage on his body, and more, the major injuries have happened to
he's
Chubb.
28. Yeah, he'll be 29 next year.
But you do get to the Rico age where you're like, hey, he doesn't have the carries, but he is getting to that closer to 30 than he is 20 age.
Sure. Number one on the misses, I do not understand the trend of losing the football at the goal line, dropping the football at the goal line. And Jonathan Taylor, look, it was not like you were going to beat Denver, even though all the interceptions that Bo Nix threw early in that game,
he did.
He turned it around really well late. But why are we seeing this so much? You hold the ball until you cross the line. There's nothing that says, hey, you need to let it go before you get in. That's not your entrance into the end zone.
Coaches have gotten worse at coaching. I think I'll just give you this. I know it's totally different, and I'm kind of calling out a coach, and I'm sorry, but I'm watching 9th grade basketball. I'll just take all 9th grade basketball in general. They can't even catch the pass with two hands and pass with two hands. So basic fundamentals, you should be spending. There should be a 1 hour practice early on in practice going, we're going to pass with two hands and we're going to catch with two hands. And then you just start lowering that down. But you should have every basketball practice in 9th grade. You should have, we are going to two-hand pass and we're going to two-hand catch. There are some times where we one-hand pass and there are some times where we one-hand catch. But watch an NBA basketball game and how many times those men with huge hands are catching the ball with two hands and passing with two hands. And I do think that coaching has gotten so soft at the high school level and the college level, and they just want to be nice, that they are not drilling in the fundamentals. And at times you do have to drill them in through fear. And so then they get to a higher level and they're like, well, they did these rules where they want to smoke more weed and not practice. So small things get lost and you're like, how did your high school coach not teach you this? And they're like, I don't know. He didn't care about coaching.
Yeah.
He just was there to babysit.
Can I throw one more player that did that exact same thing? They were defensively, though. I believe it was Jordan Battle, cut number 21. He picked up a Tony Pollard fumble and then did exactly what you said not to do.
I just don't know why players do this at times and not. He lost that ball before. He was switching it into his other arm, and he lost that well before he got to the goal line.
No doubt about that. What a shot.
That's a little different as he was switching it for whatever reason. But the one where you're just running and you just drop it,
the ball.
And you're like, you didn't pass the goal yet, dude. Come on. Hits of the weekend, Lamar Jackson.
I guess you just see it in all sports, though, right? It's not just football. Just all sports, the fundamentals are getting lost.
Yeah. No, yeah. The players getting richer and having more say in what their schedules are, and the coaches having less and less power of fear and things that go along with that. Number 3, Lamar Jackson, 290 yards, 5 touchdowns. 13 of 14 passes for 162 yards and 3 touchdowns, and 55 yards in the rushing in the first half alone. That's the part of it that you're like, oh my gosh, he had a day in the first half and then added to it in the second half of it. He had a special day, and Kevin, like you pointed out, more touchdowns than incompletions on the entire day. So that's a special one.
That's
right
an
there.
Alabama college stat, right? That's what you would always hear is oh, well, obviously they won. They just had more than... But he's not a real MVP candidate, is he?
Hit number 2. Josh Allen. 4 touchdowns, blast past Detroit, and what a game that was that we discussed there. But this is where I'm asking this question, because he's the he gets number 2 because he had 6 touchdowns last week, 4 touchdowns this week, and you just look at the way he compiles them. He is making that bid for MVP. It might even be locked up at this point. He might have complete control of it. But if you looked at his schedule, have you looked at the Buffalo Bills' schedule? As they've been running through it all, their wins are against Arizona, Miami, Jacksonville, New York Jets, Tennessee Titans, Miami again, the Colts, Seattle, the Chiefs in a bad year.
Yeah.
The Niners in a bad year.
Although to be fair, the Chiefs are still 13-1.
They did lose to Baltimore and Houston. You're right. The Chiefs aren't who they are, and the one loss is to them. But most of these wins, you're like, pretty easy schedule this year,
They haven't even
man.
played the Patriots yet. They have 2 out of their last 3 games are against the Patriots.
Is that right?
And the Jets. Like, they're winning out.
Josh Allen is doing this in the right year.
Jets, Patriots.
This is the right year to do it.
Yeah, he is an overwhelming favorite now for MVP.
To your point, I think he's going to win MVP pretty easily. Is there ever going to be a quarterback that possibly goes 15-1 or 14-2 and not even be considered for the MVP?
I don't know.
Like, it's amazing that
That's
Patrick
true.
Mahomes might end up going. He might not have to play the last week of the season.
Yeah.
Let's just say he goes 15-1 and they sit him out, and you're like, not even a consideration for MVP, and nobody on your team is a consideration.
Well, and his numbers compared to Josh Allen's are obviously a difference too. Total touchdowns,
True.
QBR, all those things.
True.
Like Josh Allen is far and above everything else in the NFL.
But isn't it weird? Like a Matt Ryan, you're like, look at the record. They're 14-2 or 15-1. He's MVP. Like, it's just, I feel like in most cases, the team that has the best record, their quarterback is usually 1 or 2 in the MVP race. And I don't even think Patrick Mahomes is going to finish top 5.
No,
maybe 5th.
I was just looking at it right now. He's about 7th for MVP.
And then number 1 of the hits of the weekend, Devontae Adams. In a meaningless game to most of the NFL, I mean, like dead serious, it comes down to the wire in this one. Nobody cared. He has 198 yards, 2 touchdowns, including his 100th of all time. So he has 100 now. He's crossed that barrier. He becomes the 12th player to get 100 touchdowns, and his second touchdown catch was the longest of his career, 71 yards. Now, that's impressive to have those 2 things happen on the same day. Congratulations, Devontae Adams, in a meaningless game. Can you name the players with 100 touchdown receptions all time?
Jerry Rice.
All right. I know T.O. did it.
T.O. did it?
Moss.
Yeah.
Randy Moss. That's 197, 156, 153.
You think Marvin Harrison did?
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison, 128.
You think Torrey Holt? He's not in the Hall of Fame, so.
I don't.
Tony Gonzalez, but he's not a wide receiver.
Tony Gonzalez. I'm not saying just receivers here. Tony Gonzalez, 111 at number 8.
Is Jason Witten at 100?
Jason Witten is not that high. My apologies.
Who else?
Just tell me.
Chris Carter at 130 is 4th.
I needed a fall guy.
Larry Fitzgerald is 6th at 121.
He's disrespected.
The surprise is Antonio Gates at 116.
Man,
but him and Phillip Rivers were dominant.
Yeah.
And then you roll this out. Tim Brown has 100. Steve Largent has 100. But right here at 101 is Devontae Adams. Right above him is 103 Mike Evans. Yeah. And Mike Evans, he rolls out of bed, rolls out a 1,000-yard season, puts up 10 touchdowns. Like, the dude is just one of those. And then he did it again yesterday, man. Baker finds him on a beautiful pass over the middle. Those 2 receivers, we've been very lucky, very fortunate to get to watch those guys.
Diggs versus career. Mike Adams on Sunday Night Football.
Nope. It would be Mike Evans. Mike Adams would be dope, though. He's out there throwing fastballs and trying to hit this one.
He's really tall.
It helps being a pitcher.
Yeah, because your arms are longer and you're closer to the hitter.
Hey, this thing about Bryce Young, he wouldn't have to loft every ball over all the offensive linemen.
Any chance?
I really think he does. I think some of his throws are so soft that he's like, I have to get it over these 6'5" guys, and I'm so little that I cannot throw the ball fast and hard because it would just hit the guys in the back.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I guess you could throw Bryce Young into the next segment per mic then, because coming up next, it's Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and why was it Bryce Young? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And the fan replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
With a receiver in motion, back to throw, looking left, late pressure.
Ball's out.
He is sacked at the 32-yard line.
The Cowboys
and
got
the Cowboys got a fumble.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where I feel like Mike has made it pretty clear that Bryce Young is one of his wankers of the weekend. Maybe it's on the Carolina Panthers for drafting somebody that is
his
shorter
genetics
in
can't make
stature.
him wanker of the weekend, though, right? Like, it's just genetics.
Is it the Carolina Panthers for drafting him then?
I will miss out on Russell Wilson. I will miss out on Drew Brees. I totally get it. I guess if you'd say I'd miss out on Kyler Murray, I'm okay with missing out on him. But I would have, if you're 6'1" or taller, you're on my draft board. If you are under 6'1",
As a quarterback,
you're off my board. I'll say you have the best grade you can get is 4th round, which means I'll never get you. So if you're Bryce Young and you're doing what you do at Alabama, I don't have to worry about it. So pretty much off the board doesn't matter. But best case scenario, if you are 6 foot or under, is you are a 4th rounder on my board. And you need to weigh 200 pounds. 6'1", 200 pounds is the minimum I will go. Because when you watch this little kid play football and the Cowboys, all they had to do was touch him. If you touch that little skinny kid, he just falls down. And they were throwing, when they would get their hands on him, it looked like a little baby kid getting thrown around on a football field. I feel bad that he's that little having to play against men. It's not for him.
Now, I want to throw out Mac Jones. I know it's been a tough season for them, but if you didn't see this play, this is cut number 20. Mac Jones has all day. Did you see this play, Corey? Mm-hmm. He has all day to throw the ball, throw it away, figure it out. He waits until the last second when someone's right up on him and just steps out of bounds instead. And here's what it sounded like.
Jones. All the way. Will step out of bounds. That was good advice.
Yeah, you got to throw that away. Like that goes on. That's one of those things that drives you nuts.
I mean, and he throws it away. Well, steps out of bounds. Mm-hmm. Whoops.
I thought it was more. Wanker of the weekend for him whenever he did the spin move on that dude and then did the Rizzler celebration, and I was like, "Come on, is he really doing the Rizzler celebration against the Jets on Jacksonville?" Rizzler? It's this like thing that they do.
What do guys do when they do this for a first down? What does that mean? They do their
Are they just pointing to first down?
That's something that I've really haven't gotten 100% on, but I've heard it was in a rap song. That's all I know.
Okay,
and it had something to do with murder. Allegedly,
really?
is what I was told.
I don't know. It just seems like a lot of people do that.
But yeah, the Rizzler, he does the Rizzler afterwards, and I was like,
not Riddler. I'm thinking Batman. You're saying it
Riz.
right.
So, Mike, do you know what Riz is?
No.
And it's not being used as frequently anymore. But Riz is whenever you have charisma.
Yep.
With the ladies, and the kids call it Riz. And if you have Max Riz, you're a Rizzler.
Great for them.
Mike, if you weren't married for some reason, do you think you would have the Riz with the ladies?
No, he would be sitting there and they'd go, "I'm from Panama," and he'd be like, "Oh, so's Rolando Blackman."
So is Rolando Blackman. I know. That's what I told a stripper one time.
That's what would happen.
That's the
story. I don't want to be there.
He's told us before. That is amazing.
She wasn't impressed. Probably didn't know who Rolando Blackman was.
You didn't even like giving her 40
less
bucks
impressed with her then?
when you said that. Okay, yeah.
It's like, have you ever heard of Carlos Ruiz? His nickname's Chooch. He's from Panama.
That's all the Panama I got right now.
Hey, you got the Riz? No, I don't. I'm hoping I'm not dating an 18-year-old. I'll put it that way. I'm not.
Man.
What's the guy's name? North Carolina? Bill Belichick. I'm not going to Belichick it.
All right.
Agreed. I'm with you on that.
I guess he's risen.
All right.
Women, right?
Why do we have Mike and PJ Washington? Why are there so many people who are saying that? All right. Are the Yankees the wanker of the weekend or is it Nestor Cortez for falling asleep, not knowing that he was going to get traded? Because he said he found out he got traded because he woke up. He had all these text messages and phone calls and stuff to people who wanted to talk about him getting traded, and he's like, "Wait, what's happening?"
Don't go to sleep. Didn't Berger talk about that too? Did we interviewed Berger? Wasn't it like
Jake Berger? Yeah,
he woke up from a nap, or like his wife and finally, and he's like, "Guess what? I don't have to play for the Marlins anymore."
And then he's like, "I had to try not to wake the kids up."
Yeah.
So that's
he
true.
woke up and they're like, "Hey, guess what? You're going to Milwaukee."
I should have known this was going to happen. Not you, you're fine.
Okay.
From the 940, I tell my stepson I'm his mama's Risley bear. What do you think about that phrase?
I guess it means charisma bear.
Dude, I don't know, man. The kids, they have so many words. So here's another one. My kids say out of pocket. Like when you say something that's kind of off, they're like, "Oh, that was out of pocket." That's not what out of pocket means.
I thought it mean I couldn't get a hold of you.
Out of pocket means I'm not available, and they're like, "Oh man, that was out of pocket." Like most things Mike says, they would consider out of pocket.
Oh, yeah, I could see that. Now, this is another, have to select here. Is it the NFL or is it Isaiah Pacheco who got fined 80% of his game day paycheck for unnecessary roughness in the Chiefs' win over the Chargers? Obviously, you have to go back when the fines come out. It's usually like almost a week later. He got fined $45,000 for unnecessary roughness, which is more than 80% of his weekly check. Do you think he'll learn his lesson from that? Like if I got fined 80% of my check, I'd be like, okay.
I wouldn't be able to make mortgage for the week.
Oh, for the week?
You would lose money, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're in the
off of taxes
37% tax bracket or 42% tax bracket.
Is the fine pre-tax?
I'm pretty sure it is.
That's a good question. I don't know. I assume yes?
I pay the fine, now they tax the fine.
Okay.
I don't know how it works. I'm sure they circumvent the tax system all the time.
And then the NFL has to pay taxes off of that money they collected. How many times is that money paying tax?
That is a good
I've always wondered that. Is that a stupid thing to wonder? On $1, how much is it getting taxed? I get taxed on my check, and then
28 cents?
Do you understand what I'm saying, or is that a stupid thing?
No,
my brain going crazy?
I don't know the answer.
Is it like 28 cents? Is that right?
I don't know.
Because it would be about 30% as most of the I don't know, man. Don't listen.
But then they give me money. I go to Norma's Cafe to get a pancake special, and now I'm paying more tax. I already paid my taxes.
Yeah, what's up with all the taxes?
More tax.
Hold on.
And then Norma's collected that money.
You're
then
talking
Norma's
about income tax versus sales tax.
All
Those
the
are
same.
different
Tax
things.
is tax.
They're not the same.
Does it say tax at the
Throw
end
it
of it?
in the Boston Tea Party.
Yeah. Just like sin tax. It's a tax for sinning.
But then Norma's has to pay tax on the money I paid them.
Mm-hmm.
It's already been taxed.
Everybody gets taxed.
So hold on. You think because it has the same ending, it's the same word?
Yep.
So you would drink something that was poisonous or non-poisonous?
Flammable and flammable. Guess what? Both of them mean flammable.
Okay, I specifically didn't use that example for that reason.
Norma's buy some stuff because they ran out of cups, and now they have to pay the cup tax.
That's
cup tax.
That money has transferred. It's different money now. I know it's the same
but why is
dollar
it taxed?
bill, but it's
Why can't they just pay the tax and I don't pay the tax?
They?
The company I bought from.
Speaking of
and then
cups,
the government's
tomorrow
like, we got our
join
cut.
us as we break down the Super Cup.
That's for the NBA.
Let's go.
In case you're
The
curious
Super Cup.
about that.
They are pre-tax, by the way.
Oh.
But they go to the NFL's charity, so you can write them off in your taxes.
Fascinating.
Yeah, what party are they throwing with that money?
Hold on, so you can write off your taxes or the NFL can write it
No,
off?
you can't.
Okay, all right.
Right?
Yeah, I did some of the research, and Yahoo Sports has a whole article breaking down the science of the NFL fines.
Thank you very much, Yahoo Sports. Clearly, we needed that information. Now,
What if you don't pay it?
Then you can be arrested like Al Capone.
I don't think so. I think
don't
you
they
can go
just
to
take
civil
it?
court
Don't
and
they
you
just
can
take it out of your game check?
What if you tell them not to?
Okay.
Say, hey, I'll pay it. Don't worry.
Just pay me in cash.
I don't
And
think
they're
that.
like, hey, you haven't paid your deal. And be like, I don't care.
Can I use a firm on that?
I think that's the exact reason they don't go, hey, don't take it out of my game check. I'll pay you later.
Yeah.
It's not like layaway, okay?
Just say like, oh,
Do
I
you
forgot.
take a
And then you just
check?
keep saying, oh, I forgot. Until you're retired.
And then they can't
you still owe
possibly-
us money. You're like, yeah, plenty of people owe plenty of people money. It
Yeah, I'm
doesn't
not
seem to
making
matter.
any more money right now, so good luck getting it from me.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Take me to court, you still don't have to pay.
Tax information from the KNC Masterpiece.
All right. Are the New York Giants the wankers of the weekend? Maybe because they lost, or maybe it's because they now have had multiple planes with banners flying over MetLife Stadium. The latest one said, Mr. Mara, enough. We won't stop until you fire everyone.
Everyone, huh?
Yes.
Everyone.
Now, last week, the banner on the plane said, Mr. Mara, please fix this dumpster fire.
Yes.
So it feels like an escalation, right?
Makes sense. Yeah, fire everyone?
Yeah,
Fix
that's
it.
an escalation.
Fix it was a suggestion, right?
I would love for them to fire everyone. Like, that would be
Even
fun.
themselves?
Like, he's like, I did what you guys said. We literally have no players. We have no coaches. We have nobody to answer the phones.
You asked for it.
You asked for it. I did what you said. We actually have no more employees.
Now, what's your plan?
Yeah.
Dude, that would
then
be...
they have to fly another thing.
That would be kind of cool.
Hire some of these people back. We messed up.
We didn't mean really
didn't mean
everyone.
everybody.
We just meant the bad ones.
Yeah.
It's up to you to figure out who the bad ones
Okay,
are.
do you think that banner has any impact on anything? And have you ever considered renting out a plane to have a banner with it?
Dude, I think that is the coolest thing. Well, like in Padre, they fly those things back and forth all the time, and I'm always like, I have to go eat at Beardy Owl's tonight. Like, I have to do this. I don't know. It's something beard.
What if we had unlimited money to do the stupidest things we ever thought about doing?
I would have so
like
much fun.
This show, but just
Different.
out in the rest of the world?
With the expenses that
Just
we can just do whatever we
inside
want.
joke where it says Kevin Hagelin's risen.
Yeah.
You know, like
Risen with Hagee.
Yeah.
Please, God.
Because it's a segment. Now it's a segment every day, and it's sponsored.
Take a load off.
Yeah, take a load off.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
That would be
Might
my
just-
nightmare.
He has a helicopter with that just floating around the
And
building.
it would be
all day.
right outside of here just saying, take a load off, and I would freak the F out. All right, did you ever consider doing this? Not for nonsense purposes, like for proposing or whatever. Did you ever think?
Yes.
Okay.
Writing something in the sky?
Yeah.
Definitely thought about it, but I just don't have the money to do that.
Today would be a bad day for that, right? Because you're writing it with clouds.
Yeah.
How
and
easy
there's
is it to
tons
just
of clouds.
reschedule, though?
I don't think it is.
Yeah.
I think they probably let you know, hey, that's a bad day. Based on the almanac.
It needs to be blue skies because we are going to write it in clouds.
Yeah.
But
Otherwise,
that way,
we're not doing it.
Absolutely nothing.
It's kind of like if you're gonna go jump out of an airplane. It has to, like the winds have to be a certain way and everything. Otherwise, they're like, sorry guys.
I don't want to ever jump out of an airplane, but
neither.
I think it'd be cooler to jump out of an airplane and you go through a cloud.
That would be except for
you
they're
think
really
it would
heavy.
bonk.
Unless you get stuck.
They're heavy, so you're probably gonna hurt going
up
through
in
that
it.
It's
cloud.
not my fault that scientists say that clouds weigh 500,000 to 1,000,000 pounds.
I didn't
Can
say
you
it was
imagine
your
if you
fault.
started a rainstorm by jumping through a cloud and knocked out all of the weight?
And then all of a sudden, it just you were the plug, and now you've unplugged the cloud.
I
Speaking
forgot
of-
what the point of this was.
I think it was about wankers.
I think he's right,
What, right? We started off with Bryce Young. He's a little guy.
little fella.
Hey, little guy. Can I touch you and knock you over?
What the
answer is
hell
yes.
did you just say? Don't say that. Your phrasing is completely inappropriate on that statement.
Anytime the Cowboys touched Bryce, he fell down.
That's what he was meant. That's what he meant.
You only have to touch him. Think about all the quarterbacks you actually have to hit or wrap up. All you got to do is touch Bryce, and he goes flying.
See ya.
You're down.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, I guess. Right here on
Why you sound so defeated? This is a great show.
Yeah, did you ask that as a question? We are.
If you love the show,
Did we
text
change our
Kevin
name?
right now and say, Kevin, we love the show.
Text in. Did we change our name and I don't know about it?
Yeah.
Coming up next,
Yeah.
Crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation right here on the Fan.
Coming up to
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
At the 10-yard line of Carolina. Play fake, bootleg to the right. Nobody's open. He goes to the corner in the back corner of the end zone, and Tolbert got open and caught it. Touchdown to Jalen Tolbert.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a Cowboys Victory Monday. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Higgy, we are rolling. How are you?
Outstanding. I'm doing very well. We got Stephen Jones to accidentally swear, so that's always a good day. Yeah, that is... That's probably not what we should have as a goal.
Quite a bit in meetings.
Yeah, I have no doubt you have heard that a lot.
I've heard other words there too.
I have no doubt that are not family friendly whatsoever.
No.
Now, the cooperation between the return of Micah Parsons, the increase in the pass rush, and the turnovers, that feels like all of those things are related. Maybe not every single turnover, but is it safe to say that all of those things kind of fell into place once Micah came back? Although other factors, too.
It's a huge difference. They were the worst pass rushing team in the sport without him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's no denying the impact that he makes. I think you're also seeing Osa Odighizuwa play his best version of football. And we've seen this from Osa. It's usually the opposite. Like, Brian, we've talked about this on the post-game shows. Osa will usually have a great first half of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Then you see kind of him fade down the stretch.
Week 14, he stops being Osa. Yeah.
But this year, a little different. And maybe it helps that Mozzie's also playing better next to him.
Mozzie's playing much better. They're getting a little bit. Matter of fact, they had one of the Golston sack was Mozzie was part of a 4-man twist game. So that's something I haven't seen very much. But
4-man twist for Mozzie Smith?
4-man twist. So, yeah, that was something that we were
the 4-man twist
going in there, and you're thinking that Carolina was a heavy-footed offensive line, and they were going to have some problems with their movement, and Dallas took advantage of that. Did a good job.
What is the reason you think that Mozzie is playing better? Just experience, smarter player now, more physically adept to it?
No, I think that he took a lot of criticism for it. The thing about it is, him and guys like Chris Jenkins, who you saw at Cincinnati, those guys played in a scheme where they were read and react. It was like they were two gap players, so they weren't always playing up the field. And when you watch these Michigan players now, they've got a couple of guys, this Mason Graham, who it's going to be in the draft, it's going to be very highly taken, 320-pound defensive tackle. Their scheme is completely different than what Mozzie. And I think it took him some time when he was struggling. He was going back and trying to play some of the schemes and stuff that he had in Michigan. When you struggle, you kind of revert back to things that kind of got you drafted. And I think in that case, Mozzie really, really struggled because he needed to be more of an upfield player. He was laid off the ball, but nowadays, he's so much better at getting off on the snap with everybody else. And I think that's helped this game a lot.
I think confidence too, he's not the guy that's going to lead with confidence. I think it took him a while to kind of get his bearings and get comfortable. And now that's coming around, he can build confidence off his better performances. And as that's happening, I think he'll continue to improve probably over a 3-4 year period.
And I did hear you brought us, and you guys were discussing this. He is the kind of player that you kind of have to put your arm around as he's going along.
You have to hug him. Yeah, you have to hug him. And we were in training camp. That's all they were doing. Remember, they were, Zimmer wasn't really yelling at him or anything. He knew that this guy is very, emotionally, it's really tough for him. There were times when they would win games last year, and you go in the locker room, people would go in the locker room, and he'd be over in his locker and, tears in his eyes because he knew he didn't play very well.
Wow.
And, they really had to work him out of, I think, what Dawson was talking about is a very good point, that he wasn't a very confident football player, and all he heard was how bad he was. Bassick was saying he was a bust a lot, and, that affected the way he was playing. And so, that's kind of where we're at right now. He's a more confident football player.
Can I ask you this? When it comes to,
I was going to draw you off sides.
I like what you said. This is where, when Jerry says this, he's talking about first round and maybe even second round picks. When do you look at a guy, and if he was a 6th round pick crying in his locker after a game, do you go, get rid of him? Do you understand what I'm saying? First round picks can do a lot of those things, and you're like, hey, we got to work on his confidence and do this, and it's working out. But a 6th rounder can't really cry in his locker and act unconfident, or you're gone tomorrow.
I think we have to be. It's so different, Mike, that in an era that you and I played in, and I'm well before you. We would cry at our locker. No, we would cry, but it wouldn't be at our locker.
Right.
We would go walk away and go find some place where we wouldn't be in the locker area. And I think players nowadays are different. And I I think that people are very, very, and teams are very mindful about, look at the situation in San Francisco, with that guy quitting on him. What do? They suspended him, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They didn't get rid of him.
Yeah.
He's like such a talented player that they're like, okay, listen, let's work this out, kind of a thing. I think we're in a different era. Like, say, I know myself, if I was beat up and tired and frustrated, the locker room was the last place that I would
100%.
hang around. I would go to my car and sit there or whatever. I just think we're in a different era now with these players.
I think one of the worst things I ever did, I won't say one of the worst, but a bad thing I did is I told the Met psychologist how unconfident I was to start a season.
Yeah.
2 days later, I got sent down to the minor leagues. To me, I think that they told Art Howe, my manager, and my pitching coach, sure, but he's getting paid by the Mets.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you got a kid who's struggling. He's young, and he just came to me and talked about how he just is lacking confidence right now from spring training, the way he got beat up and trying to change his mechanics, that he doesn't feel comfortable.
You were trying
on
to
the
be
mound.
honest.
Right, and I'm like, I'll never be honest again with a psychologist on a team. I would tell my son, unless we're a first-round pick with millions of dollars, I'm not saying my son's ever going to play professional sports. I'd be like, you never tell the team psychologist how you're feeling unless you're guaranteed something, because they'll send you down the next day if you're unconfident. I had a bad game against Toronto, pitching against Roy Halladay, and it wasn't horrible, but I was frustrated with the way my defense played, and I was down. And I talked to my father later that night or the next day, and it was about ready to go to the clubhouse. He said, do me one thing. Go into that clubhouse like you threw a no-hitter last night.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, if you go into that clubhouse, and I'm glad you told me these things, but if you go into that clubhouse with your head down and feeling sorry for yourself and frustrated with how it goes, they might send you down today. Yeah. You walk into that room like you just threw a no-hitter.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I thought it was honestly great advice, because it was like, if you go into that room when you're a lower round pick, when you don't have financial security, there's no crying. There's no telling you how your feelings are, because they're like, oh, he doesn't feel confident. Get rid of him.
How about last Monday? When AO, we started hearing about he believed, he goes, I didn't do anything wrong. And where everybody everybody around the world's like, bro, you went after a ball, you should know the rules. Da 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 da. He took the Mike Bassick approach. He went in the locker room of like, I didn't do anything wrong. Try to make a play. What's wrong with that? That maybe his dad got a hold of him and said, hey, you need to go in there and just be confident in your ability of what the reason why you're on this team.
That's why momentum is so important, even though some of the stats say it's not when you're winning, or when you're down and suddenly you get a touchdown, the entire sideline starts believing, and that belief is powerful.
Now, we talked with Stephen Jones earlier, and I mean, maybe everybody was aware of this. It was a surprise to me the way he talked about how serious that Trayvon Diggs injury is. And he was like, don't count on him being a training camp guy. And now I saw Rappaport's catching up with us, and he was like, he might be out for 8 months. That feels pretty jarring.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happened during the pregame show yesterday, because Christy went into the owner's box and it was chatting with Steven, and she asked him about it, and he was like, yeah, it's going to be like 8 months. And I see Broadus like doing the math, like, oh, crap, we're not going to have him in training camp.
Yeah. It's it was funny because I was trying to figure out what the injury was actually, and it's a caudal bone injury is what they're talking about, and that's like it has to do with cartilage.
Okay,
is what it is. Spelled. Hey, you can look it up. CHONDRAL. That's chondral bone, like a chondral bone injury.
Oh yeah,
is what it is.
Yeah, one of the surgeries to fix that is microfracture.
Yeah.
Chondromalacia, the softening of the kneecap cartilage, often caused by overuse, misalignment, or arthritis. None of those feel like good outcomes.
See, he was talking about fluid in his knee, right?
Yeah.
Steven brought that up. That's the kind of stuff you're dealing with. Yeah.
Okay, and that's one thing that makes me nervous, because he also referenced, and I love this player, but he also referenced Overshown a lot. And I'm like, okay, are you actually expecting anything from him next year? And like, do you have to plan differently for what you're going to get for Trayvon Diggs next year?
No, you have to. I mean, you absolutely know corners in play and linebackers in play. Look at your room. Look at your linebacker room. I mean, it's going to be basically it's Maris Leofow.
Yeah,
they've moved on. It seems like from Clark and some of these others, but yeah, they're going to have to redo that linebacker room, because I don't expect Kendricks to be back and others. I mean, and you have to expect that maybe that Overshown's not going to play next year. So you're back to You're really back to square one with that group.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. We have the all your Cowboys takeaways on the other side of this break. Top of the show, Mike McCarthy, Presser 345.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Risen with Hagee.
No.
Okay.
I will not.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome in. Hour one, Cowboys win what turns out to be an easy game against the Panthers. General at your service, salute to you. We're going 5 hours here, all the way until 7 o'clock, talking a lot about this game. There's Brian Broaddus. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40, maybe leading into the 4 o'clock hour, as well as the Mike McCarthy press conference is scheduled to be somewhere around that time. You'll also get Krusty's Corner 2.0 on every Cowboys Monday at 5:30. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control there. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I just want to draw attention to how they bounce back. You know, short week, heartbreaking loss, played one of their best games of the season. Some of their players playing some of their best football right now. They lost another starter. Bass goes down. I mean, I think we're headed towards maybe greater than a 33% chance Mike McCarthy returns. You going over, under, or dead balls on?
Over. Big over for me on that one.
Hammer it.
Hammering the over on the 33%. I know Brian's going to throw a fit over there if it happens. So will Bobby.
I mean, I think a lot of us will, and that's warranted.
I think we're trending in that direction right now. Now, I do think that they could very easily lose out. Maybe that changes people's opinions. Went through the numbers yesterday in the post-game show, like who are the teams.
Give him an extension then.
Who have you beaten?
Let's extend him.
We
then.
said that.
Oh, let's go ahead.
No, thank you.
Let's extend him right now.
I'd get in there and say, I can do an extension with you right now. But,
sure.
But the Cincinnati game and the not running the ball, I see you learned that lesson yesterday, but that seems to be an impermanent lesson. You know, so we can do it. You know, Mike, we're willing to give you another 4 or 5 years. Love the way the team's been playing for you, but we're going to need a new play caller and a different guy than Schottenheimer to help you with the design.
I think if everybody feels confident about this, and Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones feel confident about it, say, hey, you know, Jerry needs to come on our program, or Stephen, you know, hey, we're right now working with Don Yee to get an extension for Mike McCarthy. Let's do it. Let's do it for the end of the season.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh, well, we don't want to negotiate in the media, but you could give them a vote of confidence and say, hey, we're negotiating,
sure, we're negotiating.
As long as, you know.
Just go ahead and say, listen, we want to have Mike McCarthy back, and we're excited about the potential of having Mike McCarthy back. Feel like he's done a good enough job. If that's the case, Cowboys ought to do this thing right now. Got 3 weeks. Let's get it done.
Yeah, let's get that done. Let's get an extension for Rico Dowdle done. What do you say?
I tell you what, man,
3 straight over a hundo.
How about that, though?
And he's getting better.
How about they ran the ball more than they passed the ball?
Wait a second, a running back can get better the more carries you give him.
Imagine, it's kind of a novel idea. It's really a novel idea.
That is wild.
Oh.
That is crazy.
Yeah. You know, another thing, and Chief, you looked at me funny yesterday in the pregame show when I said this. Everybody's telling me this team's playing hard for this guy. Does this team have a choice? They're all a bunch of young dudes.
You got a lot of prove-it guys out there, and you got guys that are fighting for contracts.
You got a lot of T.J. Basses and Brock Hoffmans.
UDFAs.
Yeah. AOs out there.
But in order to get that, you have to get
this is not a veteran team. This is not a veteran team.
And a young team has its pitfalls as well because of lack of professionalism. He has installed a culture of hard work. There's a lot of teams giving up out there, Brian.
The one guy that kind of poos on that is CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb got paid. CeeDee Lamb's out there gutting through an AC joint, and he's your best player.
Yeah.
Right? So CeeDee is playing tough.
I've just seen a lot of young guys that have had to been playing since week 3 that are kind of getting better, but they haven't quit because they're trying to get better.
And they would have come back from 3-7 to 7-7 right now if Mike McCarthy had called the right plays.
Yeah, this is
or AO hadn't done that.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those things. But I just want to remind folk when they're playing hard for this guy. Of course,
you're just hating. You're just hating, man.
Not hating.
You're 6-8.
I'm just bringing. Hey, it should be 7-7 right now.
I know. I just said that.
You know.
Yeah.
You did say that. I was just acknowledging that you just said that.
Nice job.
But I usually don't do that with you, but I did this time. But the thing about it is, playing hard because we're all a bunch of guys that aren't the highest paid guys in the league.
And playing well. They're about to miss 47 games from Pro Bowlers this year.
Yeah. Young guys playing hard.
I think the 972 makes a good point, and this is why I'm so I really don't have a great gauge on how good of a coach Mike McCarthy is.
I think he could get you to Sunday.
Yeah, I think
he's not
4-0 on short weeks.
He's not a difference maker.
That's
man.
impressive. But
There's
they've
not
been
a
an awful
difference
team
maker.
giving him an extension. You're going to be flip flopping again if they lose the next 3. I'm kind of still feeling the way I am. I think they are going to probably keep him around because that's the Cowboy way.
I'm just asking all the folk that want the extension. Let's do this now.
But when you
let's get it done.
You got to look at the whole body of work.
We
and
love
I said
this
in
guy.
the post-game show. Washington, that's a good win. But the Giants bad.
Pittsburgh?
Carolina bad. Pittsburgh's a good win.
Cleveland
bad. Most of the teams that you're beating are bad. And then if you go through and we were to go back at the last 3 years with those 12 wins, are you beating up on bad teams?
Yes.
It's when you're going up against the teams that are as good or better than you. How does this team play? And to me, I think that most of the time they're losing those battles. And is that then a reflection on Mike McCarthy's not a difference maker for you on Sundays? I would probably lean yes.
Yeah, I would say so. You need to address that. So my caveat would be, if I'm the Joneses, hey, we're going to just go in a different direction. We liked the model with Kellen Moore. Maybe Kellen Moore wasn't the right guy. Let's collaborate on this and come up with a new offensive coordinator that makes some sense. But I think they can beat Washington and they can beat Tampa. I don't know for certain they're going to lose these next 3 games. If they do, if Mike McCarthy has a hand in that, I said 33%, Mr. Texter. Okay, so ain't nobody flip-flopping over here.
And you're not even necessarily saying that you want it, are you? You're just saying that you think the Joneses might do it.
Yeah, and I wouldn't hate it, as long as it falls. But Friday, I said I think he's coaching for his job. If he loses to Carolina, they will not bring him back. And, they went out there and played another, pretty good game with their backup quarterback. By the way, Cooper Rush, pretty good. All those touchdown passes were pretty spectacular.
I loved watching those 2 fumbles, too.
You graded on the Cooper scale. The Cooper scale, this was an okay game.
Yes.
And that's the best I could say for it.
Yeah,
First
I'll take
touchdown
it.
game.
We were throwing it down the field a little bit. Plays were made, and his passer rating was high. But you mentioned the turnovers.
I'll tell you what. If you let me have a team that plays off coverage all day long, Cooper Rush could be my quarterback every single day.
Yeah, I think Dak could even scored 30 on him yesterday.
That would have been. As much as they ran the ball, sure, they could have hung with Dak maybe 50.
The Osa free agency looming large, and man,
a
couple of massive plays.
You guys ready for him in a Commander's uniform, playing next to Deron Payne in there? You remember ready for that?
Yeah.
Ready? And then him, and then maybe how about in the nickel? How about Jordan Lewis in the nickel for the Commandos?
Yeah. Hey, Jordan Lewis, I will not talk down on it all.
That's your 2024 defensive MVP right there, Jay
Osa,
Lou.
the Osa stuff is funny, though.
The Golston is a swing, like a swing edge.
Osa's playing well in a contract year versus bad football teams. Let's not overdo it with the Osa stuff. He's a nice player, and they're going to be desperate for bodies if they end up letting him walk out.
Yeah.
But that is a dude that loves to beat up on the Giants, the Bengals, and the Panthers. No, this is just reality raid.
He usually
it's even
does
tastier.
He usually doesn't play like in week 14. He's kind of like on the college program.
Yeah, but when you give him the
Orange Bowl
Giants,
game,
the Bengals, and the Panthers, he'd be like, all right, I'll play in December.
He's kind of played well all year.
I think
he's played pretty well throughout his career, but he's going to be outpriced.
But he's not a oh my gosh game breaker.
$11 million a year player.
Yeah,
not
around that.
He's going to end up getting like what we saw with Armstrong
over the
agent
market. Over the cap projects him as an $11 million player a year. You going?
Yeah, I think it could end up even being more than that.
Ooh,
I mean, you're seeing defensive tackles get paid big time money right now. You get them on the open market. A team will probably throw even more. Because they're like, hey, he's getting better, he's entering his prime, all that stuff. But
he's getting better, but not to you.
No, because I don't really classify getting better when you're just playing. Like for Mozzie Smith, bravo. I'm not going to put the caveat of bad teams.
Yeah,
because your expectations are lower.
Right.
For Osa, it's like that's cool, dude. But I would love to see him dominate when you're getting smoked by the Lions and the Niners and the Saints and the Ravens. You don't see that. He's not that guy. He's a solid player.
I'm with you. I'm with Chief, and I think this team lets him walk away. As a result of their budget.
I don't think they're going to have a choice. I think they want Osa back. I want Osa back. But at the price that he's going to get, I agree with Eric. He's going to end up. The market's going to end up blowing up for him.
Yeah. Wouldn't you be excited about the potential of drafting a guy that can be significantly more?
Damn, Dawson, we don't have 100 picks.
They need both.
I mean, that's the problem.
They got to draft a defensive tackle, and they don't have enough. I mean, they really just don't.
We just kind of give away our 4 like we're just like I say, hey, you want our 4? Come on, just come make a
Mingo
call.
was blocking
Well,
his
you
tail off
sounded
yesterday.
fine with that without playing Trey Lance, so we can bring him back on the cheap over there.
You know what? No, I wasn't. That wasn't Brian Broaddus'
That's
plan.
what it sounded like to me.
No, that is like talking what the Jones boys I think are doing over there. I'm just an analyst over here. I'm just a caveman. I'm
just a caveman.
I'm just a caveman.
So Trayvon Diggs is going to have season-ending surgery.
Yeah.
It's a severe knee injury. Stephen Jones looking at 8 months, maybe a start of the season. So that one's tough. And, in basketball, the microfracture procedure is a lot more common. And, I believe that's what he's headed for. The thing that really sucks about that is it's a tougher recovery in year 1 than the ACL is. So when he returns,
The ACL is fine.
maybe
Yeah, that's the
expect
problem.
85%, Trayvon Diggs, maybe 90%, and then the year after that, is that all we're going to be his contract year? I mean, this is just, it's going horribly wrong in the injury department for the Cowboys. Okay.
I mean, to put it in perspective, like in a matter of 6 days, you're going to lose 2 cornerstone defenders for potentially even next season between Overshown and then what's going on with Diggs.
Yeah.
Not to say Diggs is going to miss the whole season, but perhaps a chunk of it. What version of him will you be getting? All of those questions in a matter of 6 days. That hurts, man.
People still talking about Team Tank last night on the post-game show?
Nah, we're good.
Yeah, it really wasn't as
It wasn't violent.
as
I think the team tankers have realized that they're probably going to be picking between 13, 14, and 15. Dallas has played their way out of potentially getting somebody at 8 or at 6. This thing very well could finish like 6 and.
It could go 6 and 11.
6 and 11.
It could go 7 and 10.
Yeah,
I think maybe they can win one more. The Bucs looked damn good yesterday.
It did look good.
I don't think they're beating Tampa.
Bucky Irving's going to be a problem to stop.
Bucky Irving's a good player. Yeah. And I mean, Mike Evans now, is he about to torch you up? He's back home, Texas kid.
Yeah.
And Baker's going to want to show a little something.
This play caller for the Bucs is the real
Liam
deal.
Cohen.
Yeah.
My Jewish brethren.
That's
Matzo
right.
Ball Monday.
It's
Let's
funny
give him
about
some
him.
love.
He went Rams, Kentucky, back to Rams, and then left the Rams again to go to Tampa.
He might not even be Jewish. He doesn't spell Cohen right.
Oh, are you serious?
I mean,
No, it's like
that was a shoe.
I'm being reckless as hell over here.
I mean,
imagine that.
Cohen is usually a telltale sign.
C-O-E-N?
Yeah. Usually Mike
There's an
Owens
H
are
in there.
C-O-H-E-N.
Is it an 8? Usually an H, yeah.
Well, salute to the Mavs for putting up 143 last night. Luka
Wow.
with the 45-point triple-double. Klay Thompson on fire with 27. He made 7 threes. A slick little baseline step back as well. That was a highlight. So they got 2 games with the Clippers now, and LA at 15 and 11. Then they got 2 with Portland. I think there's a game with Minnesota sandwiched in there. So the good times can roll. I think the winners of 12 of 14, 8 of 9.
Yeah, I think the difference in the last 3 minutes of that game was Steph. Like in the first time that they met, he hit all those shots. And then like round 2, he didn't hit all those shots, and I think
he couldn't take over.
Yeah, he couldn't take that game over like he did.
Clay was the clutchman in the fourth.
Klay Thompson
this time
night.
around.
See how angry he was? He didn't get to 30 points.
Yeah.
He was
so
mad.
upset.
He was mad. Yeah.
I think there's something between those teams because of Clay, and the Warriors have been a problem for the Mavericks, but I think the Mavs are significantly better. I hope if they do match up in the playoffs that it'll be maybe a 5-game series at most.
Man, that's a lot of stress playing against that
It
old
is.
dude over there, Golden State.
Wiggins is so much better this year. He's a different version of himself. He was dealing with all the stuff off the court last year. He's back to being that guy when they went in the finals run. So he's certainly a problem. The turnovers were an issue for the Mavs. That's something they got to get cleaned up. But my gosh, Luka.
If Luka's going to keep playing like that,
holy hell!
And then what that does,
and
for
what he
Klay
does
Thompson.
defensively too, like you see him actually trying on both ends of the floor. That's the MVP. That's the best player in the league that we need from Luka every night.
I think he had a chip on his shoulder because I believe Draymond said something about on his podcast recently that Kyrie was the tougher guy to defend.
Oh, the tougher guy to defend.
Yeah. So then Luka went out there and did what he did last night.
I would be
which
glad
was
to
just
work for the
torch them.
Mavs and be the guy that always pisses Luka off. Say stuff like, "Hey, listen, you could pay me to say bad things about Luka."
Yeah, let me just hide in the shadows. Let me just take
throw
shots.
grenades out there. Let him. Make him mad though every game.
Well, I mean the since returning from injury, that 5-game injury, now it's 31 points, 11 boards, 10 assists, 3 steals per game. It's 43% from the 3-point line.
Wow.
So he needed that.
And he's pushing the ball more, which
tempo.
Which I think if he just passes from the backcourt, maybe he can get some rest and some more transition buckets. Or if he wants to bring it up quickly, I think salute to the coaching staff really for making that adjustment, playing more team ball and trying to get some of that Kyrie ball in there. And maybe more games in the 140s or even 150s are in the future. Stars won Friday against the Blues. Matt Duchene overtime game winner hosts Washington tonight. Capitals 15-12-3.
I'll tell you what, man, that was a nice win though, because that
goal
Bennington was not
on fire,
letting anything through.
Yeah.
And the overtime period was really, really.
Stars defense was great. I think they only gave up 16 shots on goal.
They did. Bischel and Bischel's going to be back with them. Lundqvist is back tonight. Brendan Smith's going to be out. Thomas Harley is apparently dealing with an illness for tonight's matchup. He's going to be a game time decision.
What's an illness in hockey? What's that called? An upper head injury?
They actually say illness. So
they say illness.
Just illness.
It's straight illness, right?
They actually say
so
illness.
if you're sick, you're sick, right?
Yep.
All right, I like it.
Where are we going next, Chuck?
All right, let's do a little NFL True or Fart featuring a Cowboys question and a big one with this NFC contender. That's next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It's time now for some NFL True or Fart with Wolchuk. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here at 2:30. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is in a car, truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here he is, Wolchuk.
All right, let's do it. Another great weekend of the National Football League took place, and it's time to do a little NFL True or Fart. Take it away, Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or fart? False. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
I think that was a big fart there, Robert Flores. All right, let's start with our Dallas Cowboys, and I'll begin with you, Gavin Dawson. No matter what, head coaching change, a new head coach, Mike Zimmer has got to be with the Cowboys next year as your defensive coordinator.
I can't imagine a better option out there. I think it's only going to get better with Mike Zimmer as he finds his kind of players, his kind of safeties. But yeah, I think everything that I've heard was, going in, don't expect brilliance, and then early on, I think you were dealing with a learning curve, and as that learning curve came around and the players learned some tough lessons. Yeah, I mean, that was outstanding yesterday. The job against the Bengals was outstanding. So, and losing players, but it not, breaking your back, at least as long as you have Micah Parsons. I don't know how you could think you would do better, especially having to start over teaching guys another thing for the third scheme in basically 15 months is what it would turn into.
Fart.
It's a fart?
Yeah, because if they hire Mike Vrabel, yeah. I think Mike has a really good chance of being the defensive coordinator here, or maybe the front office can convince whatever coach takes this job, if he's an offensive guy, to maybe interview Mike. But if it's a defensive coach, I think that Mike probably wouldn't get the opportunity. So I'm going to say fart.
Yeah, I'll probably go fart as well. I would be advocating for Zimmer to stay, but it wouldn't be an end-all, be-all if I could get if I could get Ben Johnson, for instance, and he's got a guy that he would prefer, like, all right, even though if I'm the Jones, I'd be selling, like, hey, we would like Mike Zimmer. Yeah. There's a bunch of good reasons to keep him. I'm in favor of it. Certainly, if McCarthy's still here, it is a no-brainer lock. But I wouldn't go full on. This is a must-have. Otherwise, you're not going to be our next head coach kind of thing. I wouldn't let that hinge on a Ben Johnson or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I like a lot of the things you said there, Gavin, because to me, he's done a fantastic job and learning a whole new system next year. Yes. We've seen that could set back the defense, but I would lean, especially if there's a new coach, just to fart on that one. I believe a head coach should be able to choose their staff, and if they prove that they are inept at hiring, like I guess Mike might have done with Mike Nolan, then okay, then we can have conversations in the future about that. But I do think there's something to be said about a head coach having the ability to bring in the guys that he trusts, the guys that he wants running things. So
Joneses disagree.
I know, which is a problem. And that's a fundamental issue with the way that this team's run. But I love Zim, and I'd like him to come back, especially if Mike's back. But if it is a new head coach, then I'm with you on the fart there. Okay, how about this one? Brian Broaddus.
Mm-hmm.
Bills-Lions. It was 48-42 yesterday. Bills get the upset win. That was just a preview because these two teams are rematching in New Orleans in the Super Bowl.
I think Detroit's struggling a lot with injuries now. I think it's getting to the point where it might be too much. Stephen Jones came on. I mean, we've heard it when he was in the owner's box, the world's smallest violin. They don't want to hear about injuries. I just think it's going to be really, really difficult for Detroit to continue to overcome these injuries. So I'm going to say fart.
Yeah, I'll take the Fields, in both conferences. I just think there is so much that could happen. I'm impressed they have two backs. We'll see with Montgomery. Is that likely season ending?
Seems like it possibly could be.
Yeah. But I think Detroit's still the best team, but it's not by enough.
Yeah, I'm in 100% agreement. It wouldn't surprise me at all if that was a Super Bowl preview right there that we had yesterday. But between the Chiefs obviously being in the AFC, and then just with how the depth is in the NFC, now that the Lions aren't quite as Teflon as we thought, really just because of the injuries, you have a lot of good teams. I mean, Eagles, Packers, Vikings are no teams to really fool with there. So, I mean, we just announced Montgomery's going to be out now.
Right.
So, and that's just another dude, and that defense is just
road teams are going to be a problem in this playoffs in the NFC.
Yeah, those. I think a wild card team very likely. I mean, I picked the Packers preseason. I'm sticking with the Packers. I think the Packers are coming out of this conference, and if it's not, honestly, I'd have to lean Eagles right now for all the reasons that we just discussed. The Lions injuries, it's becoming too much to overcome. Aleem McNeil now. We'll have more details at 3:00 NFL News of the Day, and it sucks because Detroit's been the best team in this conference all year long, and I'd love to see them in a Super Bowl. Everything the way that they've built that thing, I'm in favor of, but I think that things are starting. The wheels are falling off a little bit, and health is really important, and they're not going to have it right now. So I'll go forward on that as well.
Even the Rams being a scary team that nobody wants to see.
And right now, I saw a projection where that could end up being a matchup. Like if the Lions end up fading and losing, and the Rams get their division title, that could be a 4-5 matchup where Detroit's now got it. All of a sudden, they're thinking home field advantage. Now maybe you get Minnesota chases them down for the division. Green Bay chases them down. It could be Detroit at L.A.
Yeah, because the final, I think their final regular season game is Lions-Vikings. That could be for the division, and thus obviously the one seed for the Lions. I mean, that's crazy.
I think the Lions are going to be okay, but my thought today from that front office with coach is, dude, what were you doing on that onside kick? You know, this is too much. There's times that we're going to do too much. We're putting a pager in your pocket. If we don't like it, we're going to call it.
We're going to page down?
Yeah, it's because sometimes you lead with your cojones too much, bro.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right, last one here, Brian.
Not something I ever thought I'd hear you say, Lawson.
Too much cojones. NFL true or fart, Brock Purdy played his way out of a mega contract in that performance against the Rams.
I'm going to say fart because I still feel like they believe in him over there. So I'm going to say fart.
I'm going to say true. I think they have shown a lot of flexibility at that position going back to Jimmy, and tried a lot of different stuff. I think there's a lot of brain power, too, with that coaching staff and front office.
Yeah, it would make sense if they didn't. I would be in the camp of probably not giving him. The reports were he's not trying to take any discounts. This is a full-fledged. He wants to be the highest paid quarterback. Sure. I don't think you should do it, but I do believe they will.
I do too.
Right on. That'll be the end of them. It's time now to go to the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander with your G-Bag of the day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Check. Micah, check 2. Michael Parsons, check 3. Micah, check. All right. Here we go. So our winner and champ so far of G-Bag of the day is John Heyman. Now, how many days is this for John Heyman?
I think this is 5.
Dude, it's got to be. I feel like I've heard him a million times. But you know what they say in radio, by the time the DJs are sick of it, the audience is just now getting tuned to it. That's what they say. Yeah, baseball insider John Heyman, he jumped on WFAN up there in New York, and he felt insulted by the night host. Night host cracked a joke and said, "You're only breaking these stories because you're probably on the payroll of these agents." Heyman, it was not a fan, bro.
What I think is it just like how I introduced you. Everybody in baseball knows who you are. So one, it's a credit to your work, your following, and how.
By the way, I won't be going out with you again.
Just for a point of reference.
I can't even believe you said that to question my integrity.
Are you being serious right now?
By the way. I'm being serious, yeah.
Oh.
John.
Asking me if I'm getting a cut because I have a relationship with an agent. That's outrageous. I know you're not a journalist. You don't know anything about this. I know you don't, but that's an outrageous comment. You should know that
it's
much.
Friday night at 8:30, John.
You should know that much.
And I am
I'm
not.
done with you.
I am not
I'm
taking
done with
this that
WFAN.
serious.
Goodbye.
John, thank you for
I
joining
can't
us,
even
John.
believe it.
Thank
I
you,
can't
John.
even believe it.
He's got to get to bed.
It hasn't gotten old at all.
No, it's still pretty damn strong.
No, a good 2 days of it, not hearing it. When you hear it again, it's good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, by the way, screw you.
I'm not coming back on. Yeah.
We can finish this one, but I'm never doing this.
I'm done with you. I'm done with WFAN.
Finish your statement, but I'm going to cut you off by saying I'm never coming back. It's hilarious to me. All right, it's the holiday season. I have 2 holiday clips for you right here before I get into the sporty stuff that I might get into like tomorrow or whatever. Let's go to some little girls. Some Christmas pageants right here. We have a holiday celebration, Christmas celebrations, Christmas play. I don't know what you want to call them, but it's when your parents got to come up there and the kids do things for Christmas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, here's one right here. A little girl at the Christmas celebration had something to say about a young man in her class. She grabbed the mic, got up there, and they took her away from the mic because she started telling too much truth.
I am very proud of myself and all of my other friends inside my class. And my class is really sweet, except one little boy. And I need to tell you.
Just one little boy.
Just like mama.
We have another little girl right here, the Christmas play or pageant, whichever one you want to call it. She broke the fourth wall. She was in the audience, and I think that's her mother up there doing some acting. And God was talking to the mom, and the little girl answered the question.
Okay. Have you ever used any bad words like bar or humbug?
Oh no.
Don't worry, Becky. We've all been there. It's okay.
We've all been there.
They asked,
you know?
She says for bleep's sake.
Yeah.
Like a free pass.
Yeah.
Bar or humbug?
Just like how the audience reacted. Oh, God. They didn't know what to do.
I was glad it wasn't theirs.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what. Hey, did I ever play that clip of that man that went to church and believed that God told him his wife was in that church?
No, I don't think so.
All right, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessings. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes and Get Well TD Jakes. I seen my sister on Saturday night. I was asking her a whole lot of TD Jakes questions. You know, she works for him and whatnot.
Okay, how's he doing?
Tight-lipped, real tight-lipped, that little sister of mine. An old sister, my old turncoat. I tell you what, that money, boy. That money is do something, boy. I tell you, old turncoat.
Be careful now, Lucius.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. This man right here believes that God told him that his wife was in this church, so he went up there and just shot his shot.
I believe that God told me that my wife was here, and so whoever was planning on approaching me tonight, yeah, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
If you're ready to get married, I'm ready. I got a ring earlier today at JCPenney.
Ballin'.
How quiet it is.
Again, when you have the gift of faith and the gift of working in miracles, it makes you believe that all things are possible to him that believe.
Yeah.
Good follow-up.
Yeah,
gotta know some scripture when that room goes silent, you know?
Here comes old Gertrude with her walker.
Yeah.
Hey, honey.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a new husband.
Well, you said any takers, honey. You said any takers.
You said it.
One.
Yeah.
Wow.
Another
What a
combo
loser.
situation from church. Yeah. He said,
Hail Mary.
anyone?
Any takers?
Anyone? No? All right.
Maybe it was the church down the street.
Yeah, wrong
right
one.
back.
And we have a lady right here who's in church. She snitched on all the ladies in her section.
Oh, no.
Apparently, the ladies in her section are having a crush on the pastor. So she gets up there and sets the record straight. You know, look at me, look at me.
Pastor Enrique Long is her husband. Just stay over there, baby. Just stay over there. Because, see, her Apostle Francesca seemed like she here for all the smoke, and I don't want you to do nothing that's going to put you in a situation where you have to get your feelings hurt. You don't care what you tempted by, he already taken. I'm serious, because when I was sitting right here, and I looked at this camera, and I heard Apostle Long singing and dancing and stuff, I began to hear the moaning of women. I really did hear the moaning of women. You understand what I'm saying? But the thing that get me is, he only got eyes for you. The thing that get me is, they stupid if they think they even got a chance. And when you come visit a church, don't go hugging him, you go and see her. She'll pass a hug along.
She actually pointed at this section too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so Jesus, man.
I think I heard that same moan. We were watching a Mark Wahlberg movie the other night.
She said,
yeah.
What's this movie again? That's when you get mad, turn it off.
This movie sucks.
Yeah, you rage quit the movie. Like, I'm out, man.
It's like playing checkers. You just move the board.
Out of here, bro.
Push the board over.
I think I got some work to do.
Yeah, I got some.
Go ahead. Enjoy the movie. Is it John Heyman looking for 5 right here? His integrity was questioned. He dropped the hammer. Holiday Christmas girl telling the truth on the boys. Girl answering a question to mom for, well, it's FFS, I think, is the abbreviation I see on Soccer X quite a bit there with the English lads.
Oh.
Yeah. Guy believes his future wife is in the church, or lady in the church snitching.
That's what that means. I've seen that a few times.
Yeah, it's good. I'm going to go with the champ. Chief, how about you?
Yeah, that's the play here.
Hilarious. Yeah, me too. I'm riding with the champ, bro.
Vulture.
Yeah, that's a 5-timer.
Let's vote for the little girl.
Which one?
The little British girl.
There you go, by a score of 4-1, and now a 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion. It's John Heyman, now eligible for the G-Bag of the Year. We'll have all new nominees and a champ tomorrow. If you ever missed the G-Bag of the Day, Lucius replays that for you in LA Live every night about 5:40. Where are we going next, Chief?
Best of the weekend, featuring tales from an amazing Martin House party and the greatest trophy of all time, next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, bring it down a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We're about an hour from Krusty's Corner, the Mike McCarthy press conference as well around that time. It's time now for the Chief to give you the best of the weekend. Here he is, Eric.
I mean, I know the Cowboys won yesterday, and that was pretty awesome, but best of the weekend was God blessing us with the best December weather day possible for a Saturday Tolo party at Martin House Brewing in Fort Worth. My goodness.
It was nice.
It could not have been more perfect. And the entire environment was wonderful. It was great to see everybody there, and the Tolos came out in masses. And Broadus was, certainly a commodity. He couldn't do the pregame Miller Lite West Plaza bit of just sitting there with his headphones on. You know, he had to get in there. He had to shake the hands. He had to kiss the babies, and you hit it out of the park, dude.
Thank you. Appreciate
Who was the most hammered? I don't want to point any. Like, I am not pointing any fingers in the studio right now. Like, I would never.
I felt like
that. I would never.
I was the last one to go on the round tables, and like a drunken Woolchuck. Just like Fred
slid in.
Fred's like trying to okay, thanks,
I crashed
Brian.
the party.
Nice, and Woolchuck walks over, kind of drunkenly hits the switch to get the mics on.
Yeah.
He kind of just waves his hand over it, and it somehow goes on. Throws the headset and just starts going off on me. I'm like, okay, I see where this is going. But, yeah, you had a good time at that thing, man.
I got to give a shout out.
It was such a great time, dude.
To the Roadhouse Coffee. That is incredible. It's probably the best beer that I've ever had. It's 16%. I think that's probably what it did. 3 of those, and all of a sudden, it's 4:30.
It's like 10 beers.
And I realized, my God, that stuff's no joke.
I had a similar experience because once I got there, I was hanging out with Dylan, who runs Martin House, and we go right up to the bar, and he's like, hey, let's do a chuggy. Because they don't have liquor, so they don't take shots, but they do their chuggies, and they have these 15, 16%ers that are just absolutely delicious.
It's a problem because it literally tasted like a car bomb, like an Irish car bomb. You know I love those.
I know you do.
So this was that is a dangerous beer, but I need more of it.
I know.
Now.
That's how I kicked off the proceedings there, and it was like, all right, this is gonna be a day. I ended up staying until 7:30.
Well,
luckily I had
the food bus they have there is really good too.
The meatball bus, yeah.
Okay, but let me tell you this: don't sleep on the grilled cheese sandwich. If you see it on the menu, yeah, don't sleep on that because all the meatball stuff is really, really good. The pizza stuff really, really good. That grilled cheese sandwich was awesome.
I don't doubt it.
So if you see it on the menu, because when they're out of it, they just take masking tape and put it over the side is like it's gone. It's out. So make sure if you see one, give it a go.
The customer service there was outstanding. Salute to those guys that were running that thing. I was so bummed I had to leave. I could only stay like an hour. Had an absolute blast. One of the best fan events ever. Salute to Martin House, which I think is like an ideal location for us just because of the setup.
Agreed. I'd love to go back there next week for another fan hang.
I know,
let's just run it back. I thought it was a blast. And shout out, One Arm Daniel just texted in, Brian.
Yeah.
So Brian comes up to me. He's like, dude, did you sign the flag? I'm like, yeah, I signed the flag. There was a flag that I did sign. And then I get a very angry Brian about 30 minutes later, like, you told me you signed the flag. You didn't sign the flag. Get your ass in here. And then I walk over, and One Arm Daniel has one of the old OG G-Bag flags.
Yeah.
Everyone else has signed it. He was waiting to get mine, and I put it on there. I felt so bad. I was like, I really thought I didn't know that we had multiple flags going around, but the amount of Tolos we had out there. D finally got to meet D. Longtime Tolo.
What an angel.
Unbelievable. I mean, it was a who's who out there. Rodeo Ron was chugging. He had his buddies with him out there.
Gosh, doing his thing. Walton Waco was in the building. Black and Gold B. So it was from top to bottom.
Janason.
Janason,
they were great.
Tolo power couple. I can't tell you how many just Tolo power couples there were floating around, or how many women were like, "Yo, I'm the one.
Yeah,
I'm the Tolo."
Like, I converted him. He's like, I don't even listen to sports radio, but anytime we're in the car, she's got it on.
Yeah, what an experience! Thanks to the Tolos, thanks to Fort Worth, and big shout out to Martin House Brewing. You mentioned it right there, like with the view of the city, the downtown city. You're on the river. You have all that space. It truly was just a perfect, as Dawson would say, an enchanted afternoon.
Yeah, put it up, pull it for me. Get some more of that Roadhouse coffee up in here.
Okay, let's go ahead and let's dive into some of the best of the weekend here outside of our awesome Saturday party. We had the unveiling of the 2024 Pop-Tarts Bowl and the
best trophy ever.
The trophy that they have concocted for what has become one of the most popular bowl games ever since they took over. Did they take over from the Cheez-Its? Did they take over from Cheez-Its? They took over from somebody a few years ago.
Arizona.
I think Cheez-It Bowl might still be happening.
Might still be rocking.
Yeah,
That's good. That's good.
Pop-Tarts, I think, is in Orlando.
Pop-Tarts now the 1 seed because they got the giant Pop-Tart mascot.
right.
Now the MVP of that particular bowl game is going to get to eat a giant Pop-Tart of their flavor choice, which is awesome. And now we have the official trophy where the Pop-Tarts Bowl has united with GE Appliances to build the first fully functioning toaster trophy.
So we have a fully functioning toaster trophy. That's incredible.
That's right.
I wonder if Zach Martin will drop this one in the lake if he were to win.
Well, fishing.
Yeah.
This thing is fantastic. So when you go into the details on this, it's a working toaster to obviously toast Pop-Tarts, and it all builds up to the crescendo that is a football at the top of the trophy, and the football acts as the toaster. So you will place your Pop-Tarts, if you're the winner, you will place your Pop-Tarts into the football, and the football itself weighs 27 pounds. This thing's legit. It's not a flimsy little deal.
Yeah.
This is a big dog.
Salute to them for making bowl games relevant again.
Yeah, dude, seriously, exactly. Like, this is exactly what bowl games needed right now, is they're kind of being casted to the side.
It's like the Duke's Mayo Bowl. We're all paying attention for the mayo being dunked on the coach.
The base of this trophy
Bill
is
Belichick, I can't wait.
50 pounds. Yeah, we get 50 pounds. And there's a 10-foot, because like I was waiting for the question of like, how does this toaster work? Is this battery operated?
You got a cord.
You have a 10-foot power cord in the base, and then apparently toasting takes like 90 seconds. Boom, there you go. That's going to be such a fun bowl game celebration after that thing gets unveiled. Just Pop-Tarting with the boys.
I eat Pop-Tarts right out of the pack.
Oh, so you don't toast?
Are you anti-toasting, or are you just using it for convenience?
But I'm just kind of like...
Because you're a vending machine Pop-Tart guy, you don't have a toaster within striking distance, and that's what you have to do.
I'm boycotting the beef jerky, half bag beef jerky.
I'm with you, Brian, and I'll tell you why. I think it's already like crunchy enough.
Yeah.
There's enough snap to it already just out of the bag. I think it is easy putting a Pop-Tart in the toaster to overdo it.
I'm not patient enough to wait for it to cook. I think
90 seconds. It's too long.
You should be going toaster strudel anyway.
Yeah.
You don't have the stamina to go 90 seconds for a delicious warmed up Pop-Tart?
Probably not.
Unbelievable, dude.
Man,
it levels up the Pop-Tart tenfold.
Yeah.
I'll have to revisit that. I don't know if I've toasted one in 2 decades, but I did catch the microwave on fire over the weekend.
What?
With a potato.
Yeah.
Just threw a baked potato in there, reheat style?
Yeah.
Foil. Did you have foil in it?
No, it cooked down
and blew up.
And I started to smell something, and I was like, wow, that chicken's putting off a weird flavor. I wonder what that is. You know, the scent in the air.
Yeah.
And then I noticed the microwave like change sounds when it caught fire. It was like, oh, this isn't good, boss. You might want to look into this.
Hit the button. Open me.
And I looked over there.
It sounded like it went to overdrive.
Yeah.
Yes. And I looked over there, and the flames were legit.
There we go.
Oh, we
like foot-high flames all the way to the top of the microwave.
Did you go with full extinguisher on it, or did it just pop off?
No, it just
as soon as you
stopped
opened
out.
it?
Yeah, it just stopped.
Was your girl home? Did she see it?
No, but she smelled it. Oh. Yeah. I ran and opened the windows in the front and the back and the door, but it was too late.
Because you know she'll clown you, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, what an idiot. You didn't know that? Everybody knows you can't put baked potatoes in there.
Those Pop-Tarts, though, with the frosting, if you heat them up, does the frosting like burn your fingers when you're eating them?
Like on the inside of it?
No, like when you're holding
the outside.
Pop-Tart.
No. The inside cream or whatever that is in there, that will get a little
jelly
bit warm.
stuff.
Yeah, but it cools down quickly
I
as well.
figured like
crack
the
that thing
outside, the frosting on the outside can like burn your fingers. Like that would just stick right to your fingers.
No,
So hot.
they're built for the toaster. They're ready for this. And I'm telling you, a toasted cookies and cream Pop-Tart. with some cold whole milk to wash it down.
It's delicious. It's cold Coors
10 out of
Light
10.
would be Miller Lite.
By the way, congratulations to Travis Hunter.
Yes.
He is your Heisman. It was pretty close between the total points with him and Ashton Genty. But
plus 6,000 to start the season on that one.
Yeah, I saw some screenshots
Plus
of the tickets.
Could he stay healthy?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a fair question mark, right? He missed some time last year playing both ways.
We have some thoughts from executives in the NFL of what's going to happen to him. We can get to that a little bit later on in the program. But, I mean, the fallout from his girlfriend, though, she's the one who's stealing the headlines. After her man wins the Heisman, she's the last to stand up. Deion Sanders is like, yo, stand up as his name gets announced. She's not doing it. She's complaining. He's taking pictures with females that are coming up to him, and he's just like in a line basically for people to come up and take pictures with him. And she's over there pouting to the side. It's getting worse and worse by the second for this guy. Feeling for him.
It's a blessing that it's hit this level of awareness publicly, though, because he got to get out of that.
He's still pushing back right now.
Full denial.
Well, I tell you what, being young and in love, I'm telling you what, bro. Can nobody tell you a damn thing?
Nope.
Yeah.
It's only going to take time.
Well,
hope it's not too expensive.
Hopefully he figures it out before that second contract.
Or maybe they get it together.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe she just needs a lot of therapy.
4th and 8.
That's crazy talk.
Send the punt team on.
4th team. Send that punt team on.
We were having just a realistic conversation.
Now it's divorce.
Where are we going next, Zach?
Let's do some NFL news of the day. Big time injuries. America's team and a heated sideline exchange. That's next.
Has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We have Cowboys Twitter coming up at 3:20. So we'll get into the 2 or 3 biggest discussions happening on Cowboys social media currently. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day, buddy.
Thank you very much. And how about CeeDee Lamb? Saw this from our buddies at Blogging the Boys. He can become the first Cowboys wide receiver with 4 1,000-yard seasons in his first 5 years. That's pretty darn incredible as he's looking at achieving that. I think he's just, yesterday, 9 catches, 116 yards and a touchdown. Again, only had 1 catch in the second half. Like, if he was able to maybe put a full 4 quarters together, he'd probably already have hit most of these marks when it comes to the records. But I saw he was also 22 catches away from passing Michael Thomas for most amount of catches in the NFL in history in those first 5 years. So what CeeDee's been doing, and he had to play catch up a little bit, it's unbelievable. I mean, he continues, after getting paid, fighting through injury. CeeDee's been certainly a bright spot in what's been a down year.
Yeah, when you start talking about things that can carry over and looking to the future and stuff that you love to see right now and projecting forward, it's nice to see him, body language up, knowing he's banged up, still going out there riding for his guys. Him and Micah both being cornerstone-type players, and they're kind of leading the way with playing their tails off right now.
Been awesome. Now, we did get word finally on what the 49ers are going to do with Devondre Campbell. So he is going to be suspended 3 games for refusal to play. So this is going to be, conduct detrimental to the team. And I like what the 49ers are doing here. They didn't want to just outright release him and then give him the benefit of going and signing with a contending team.
Right.
They're saying, no. You're going to stay here, we're going to suspend you, and you're not going to have your way with all of this. So don't mess with the San Francisco 49ers, Devondre Campbell, because it's not going to turn out well for you.
I was wondering if they wanted to keep him because they need his help, but that makes more sense.
Because I guess this happened with LeGarrette Blount a few years ago. I saw he was with, I can't remember what the team was, and then he went to New England. And essentially did the same thing, quit on the team. They cut him. He goes and signs with the Patriots, ends up having 3 touchdowns in the AFC title game that year, gets a Super Bowl ring. So why let Devondre Campbell go back to, say, the Packers where he's played, or the Lions even, right, who need help right now?
And I think other league owners would weigh in on that as well and say, guys, we don't want it to be a thing where you intentionally get cut late in the season and you and your agent are working an angle to try to get off the team.
Yes. I mean, that's a great thought. Other players could possibly look at this and be like, I don't really like my situation.
Yeah, I'm not going in.
Yeah, I'm going to angle my way out of here too.
Yeah.
100%. Now, yesterday, Lions-Bills, we had scoregami. We love some scoregami here on this show, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills, yeah.
Big win for Buffalo as they're looking at right now trying to chase the Chiefs down for that top seed in the AFC. Now, Chiefs are still going to end up having a leg up, but we'll see what happens with Mahomes. Mahomes is dealing with a high ankle sprain. He's week to week. We've seen he's kind of a genetic mutation. I don't expect him to miss a whole lot of time. Matt Ryan's throwing out there, if I'm Kansas City, just shut him down. You guys have proven it doesn't really matter what seed you have. You've proven it doesn't matter if you got to go on the road or be at Arrowhead. You'll find a way. Just make sure 15's healthy. I'd say overall I agree with that approach. But look, maybe you miss a game, and I think Mahomes will be back out there.
It's easy to retweak those things and make them, basically reset to the beginning. And I'm with you. I guess Andy Reid said last night that if it was the Super Bowl, Patty would have gone back in the game. If he would have had to in a playoff game or something, I imagine the same thing is true. So, yeah, right now, him getting as close to 100% for, their first playoff game is way bigger than home field.
So 48-42 was the final score in Bills-Lions. That is indeed scoregami. Final touchdown of the game came 12 seconds left. Goff hitting Jameson Williams for a 3-yard touchdown. Thank you for that. It's the 1,090th unique final score in NFL history. So we love ourselves some scoregami. Dan Skipper got himself a big man TD. Brian and I were watching that during the postgame show. Lions have been trying really hard to go ahead and get the offensive lineman a touchdown. Finally happened. Shout out to Arkansas Zone, former Dallas Cowboy.
Had some work to do, too.
Dan Skipper. Yeah, he did. The big news is, though, with the Lions, like they're dropping like flies, and this is really sad because they've been an absolute juggernaut, and here we are 3 weeks away from the playoffs, and they're losing some of their key pieces. So David Montgomery, he is going to undergo season-ending surgery on his knee. That is now official per Dan Campbell. I saw Jesse Palmer just put that out there. So now you got Jahmyr Gibbs, but you don't have the other stud in that backfield with Montgomery. Then their defensive tackle, Aleem McNeil, and we saw him leaving the game yesterday. He's torn his ACL. So he's out for the season. He's been a stud for them. And Carlton Davis, their corner, fractured his jaw in the game. So this team is just, I mean, Marcus Davenport out for the year. Aiden Hutchinson out for the year. Ennis Rakestraw's got a hamstring injury. Alex Anzalone's done. Malcolm Rodriguez is out. DJ Reader. You go down the list of injuries here for the Lions. It's been really bad. And then Khalil Dorsey, who's another defensive player for them, fractured his leg yesterday. So this is, I mean, if they can get to the Super Bowl, the rumors are hopefully Aiden Hutchinson can come back. But now I'm wondering, have they just lost too much? Are the Eagles, the Packers, the Vikings, the Rams, some of these other teams that are kind of getting right here, is it just too much for the Lions to overcome?
I think they can overcome it, but the gap between them and the rest of the conference has been significantly decreased, if not eliminated.
Now,
yeah, I mean, they're going to be having to win. Your offense is going to have to score 30-something points minimum, like every time. I mean, and the Bills are in a similar situation on the other side of things. Like, my gosh, if Josh Allen doesn't play like a superhero, what's going to happen?
Okay, so there was an interesting moment pregame. Of course, Nance and Romo were on the call for this. Now, I didn't see this. We were watching the Cowboy game, doing work here. So afterwards, I saw this jump on my timeline. But Jim Nance was so hyped yesterday. He dubbed Bills-Lions a unique game for the America's team nickname. Here was Jim, and does this tick you off as a Cowboy fan?
This game, I think, is going to be played back again on February 9th. I do. And for today, there's a lot on the line for both sides. But I think they're playing for the right to be the next crowned America's team. I love this city. I have a lot of ties through the years of coming through and watching this city prosper now.
I love this city too.
I know you do. Super Bowl 40.
But there's something
Buffalo
about
too. I love Buffalo, and I think that the winner of this game is the new America's team. Okay, that team down in Texas, they've carried that mantle long enough without production. And it's time that we look at someone else as America's team. And both of these, I think these squads are capable of carrying that mantle.
I mean, I think there are two fan bases that everybody loves behind. They haven't won in a while, would love the opportunity, but I don't disagree. I think Matt's got a good question for you here. Did you talk to Tony about that? Did you guys chat about that? But that moniker before the game?
I think it fits.
Yeah, I love
both of these teams.
You know, I think Jim Nance is better than that. I haven't seen like shilling for the home crowd like that since Chris Cooley was the Commanders tight end.
It's Hall of Fame pandering right there.
My goodness.
What a difference, 3 to 5 years makes. Bills and Lions, we're talking about America's team now.
Well, it would make sense, though, if Buffalo, fact that they're a CBS team, it would make, he's probably hoping that Buffalo becomes that America's team because
they get a lot of Bills games.
That it benefits him for sure. And the network
came out of left field, dude.
Yeah.
Little bizarre, and it's one of the, anyone can say what they want. It's always going to be the Cowboys. No one's ever going to change that. I don't think that's ever more evident than the schedule for the upcoming week is finalized. Cowboys-Bucks will not be flexed. And Cowboys-Bengals, which was two teams with losing records on Monday Night Football, drew a record audience for ESPN.
Yeah, Saturday night, TNT and ESPN basketball coverage were doing a crossover interview. They were both at the same game on different sets, and they kind of bridged them together. And Charles asked Stephen A., man, I'll come over there and work for y'all, but I don't want to talk about the Cowboys and Lakers all damn day. And Stephen A. said, we just do what the American people want. And if you look at the numbers, they want Cowboys talk.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a fair. Are the Cowboys deserving after 30 years of really, not even hanging around the rim? I know Jerry likes to say that, but if you're not finishing in a conference title game, are you hanging around the rim? No.
Well, they got it figured out. Just make the playoffs about 4 or 5 times a decade.
Yeah,
You're
but
fine.
They are America's team.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't notice anything during the game. I've seen screenshots of this. Did you guys notice the bottom of Dan Campbell's teeth?
The internet pointed it out to me.
Is it dipping? Is it dipping problems?
That's dip teeth. That's high T level football guy teeth. That's like a gallon of nitro black coffee.
They look like they're holding on for dear life. Very brownish yellow tints there on the teeth.
It's exactly the kind of teeth you hope and expect Dan Campbell to have. Like if he's got the Rex Ryan thing going on, I'm like, dude, what do we like? Be yourself.
Yeah, I said. I mean, there were comments like, "I will never unsee Dan Campbell's teeth. It will be hard to look at him the same." Dan Campbell's teeth look like they've been through a blitz. Maybe huddle up with a toothbrush and let minty freshness join the starting lineup.
He could get a dentist deal out of that with the teeth whitening. They could work wonders with him.
He could. Now, Jared Goff had actually pointed this out already. He's got a tooth story. This is from Complex Sports, but here was Goff sharing his favorite Dan Campbell story.
He was talking at a team meeting. He was getting all fired up, and his tooth flew out. Like one of his teeth flew out onto the ground. And he, without missing a beat, he just picked it up, put it back in, and just kept going on this pretty intense speech he was giving us. And everyone was like, "Did his tooth just fly out? What was that?" And he never talked about it. He never brought it up again, and just kept it moving.
Does he ever reference the kneecap situation?
We're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off. We're going to take your other kneecap.
It's not on the wall or anything?
It's not. No, it's not. It's a good question. It's he speaks from the heart so often, and I think sometimes just random things come out.
Yeah.
But it's just who he is.
Those are kneecap eating teeth right there.
Like that's a tooth. That's a tooth that's falling out because he bit a kneecap. It's very on brand for Dan Campbell.
How can you, while giving some level of a speech in front of a bunch of people, have your tooth fly out of your face and never once acknowledge it and never even circle back with "Hey guys"?
Remember that meme though of that Jets fan that was yelling and then his teeth were flying out.
It was on the. It was on.
You saw it.
No, it was the F word. The F word popped his top teeth out of his face.
Oh man, amazing!
The most commonly used word at MetLife Stadium.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of Lions fans were probably saying that when they saw the onside kick attempt with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. That's one that he's getting a lot of grief for as well.
I think it was 12 minutes.
12 minutes? Oh, my gosh, it's even worse.
I looked it up. They're hitting it actually 7.4% this year, so the kicking teams have gotten better with this new rule.
All right. So it's up.
Yeah. I don't know why, but that's like triple what it was last year. Maybe he got.
That's amazing.
Yeah. It's just so tough now because I guess it hasn't made it tougher, but you would think it would because you have to announce to the other team that you're doing the onside kick. You don't have the element of surprise with it, Pat McAfee style or whatever, New Orleans Saints, Sean Payton Super Bowl style. But that was kind of a head scratcher, and I think he's even come out and said I'd like to have that one back.
Sure. Jalen Hurts has confirmed that he's got a broken finger on his left hand. He did admit that that injury has impacted his play a little bit. Now, he did have 3 touchdowns, and the Eagles were humming yesterday in a big win over the Steelers. I was wondering how they'd come out and play. It didn't seem like anything distracted them this week with all the drama that was going on. And, of course, Hurts finds A.J. Brown early in that game for a touchdown, and they're flexing on everybody see, we told you there's no issues. There was a sideline deal between Jalen Carter and Nick Sirianni. And this is just, I think, something that's always going to happen with Nick Sirianni now. It's unavoidable. And to me, I wonder, is he a good coach? I guess he must be because they find a way to overcome this. And now, with what's going on with the Lions, the fear is setting in. Do we have to go to New Orleans and cover another Super Bowl with the darn Eagles taking part?
Sure.
It definitely could happen. It absolutely could.
They dodged some bullets yesterday. A.J. Brown got hip dropped, had to come out of the game. Yes. His ankle was bent, but he said afterwards he's fine. Saquon Barkley does have a minor injury.
Well, hey, the injuries, that's the reason we're now fading the lines a little bit. If that starts to happen, all of a sudden, the Eagles are going to be screwed.
Was he getting on Carter because of a penalty?
Yes.
Okay, because it's like a head
they had
slap.
To be separated.
Yeah, big head slap or something like that.
Sirianni was in the right. Jalen Carter's got, I think Jalen Carter actually pulled a Albert Hainsworth, not on somebody's head.
I know
he was doing some stomping too while somebody was on the ground.
I saw one where a guy got a big head slap.
Yeah. Oh, there was a punch that went down.
Yeah.
Darius Slay punched Darnell Washington, the tight end.
Yeah, because Washington blocked him
the hell
into
out
the
of him.
stands.
Absolutely,
It's
out
like
of the
Michael
stadium.
Oher versus a 13-year-old.
Yes. Gino exited the loss to the Packers. He's got a knee injury. Yeah, Michael Orr.
13.
I'll never forget in the blind side, his highlight tape as a high
it's
schooler.
crazy.
I mean,
It's
you want to
crazy.
talk about all-time road grader. He's putting people in the parking lot.
Last thing here, Joe Burrow and Zach Taylor also got into it on the sideline. Now, not a lip reader, but it looked like Joe Burrow said, "This is effing embarrassing. F that. We're 6-8. F that." He's asked about it afterwards. Here was Burrow.
Broadcast cameras caught you look pretty irate talking to Zach after the last touchdown. What was the issue there?
I was just frustrated in the day that we had on offense. It was too sloppy. We had too many penalties, too many procedural penalties. I had too many turnovers.
It's not like Aaron Rodgers.
It was just a frustrating day on offense.
Oh, no. He takes full accountability there. Aaron Rodgers would never.
I know, but he sounds like him. I mean, the voice.
Oh, the cadence and everything?
Yeah, the way he's talking. It's like Aaron Rodgers.
I love me some Burrow. Now, the Bengals have to win out. They need the Broncos or Chargers to lose out. That's their chance at the playoffs. Think it happens?
No, I don't think it happens. Chargers got some winnable games.
Sean
still.
Payton's got the Broncos playing well.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Let him know, Brian.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you, guys.
NFL news today, most afternoons, 3 o'clock. We got Cowboys Twitter, top tweets going viral. Steven has responded to the report. They're open-minded to trading that guy. Mike McCarthy's presser, Krusty's Corner, coming up at about 3:45 right here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Time now for some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral about America's team. I had Stephen Jones on. He responded to the report of the Cowboys not ruling out trading Micah Parsons. We'll get to that story and more right here in Cowboys Twitter. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And by Ciroc Vodka. Okay, please drink responsibly. Mike McCarthy's presser's coming up at 3:45. You'll also have Krusty's Corner in there, and Mike's late, so you probably get some Krusty, then some Mike, then some Krusty after that. I got to sneeze, Brian. You got a tease?
No, I'm good, man. I'm going to just kind of get into what I saw on the. I'm just going to let you sneeze and talk. What happened?
It went away. That was crazy. I don't know if that's ever happened.
Yeah, no, I just.
He did the whole pregame like.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
No, I had a chance to look at the field. There's some good things that we're going to talk about with some design, offensive design, and then some things that Mike Zimmer was able to do defensively to kind of confuse this quarterback. I thought it was pretty interesting.
I also want to talk quite a bit about Rico. Over the last 3 games, tweets Nick Harris. He's leading the NFL in rushing yards at 392. Yards after contact, 283. So it's not just, well, it's bad tackling and bad defenses, but it's not easy to do this kind of thing. How about missed tackles forced? Leads that, 16 of them. And carries of 10-plus yards over the last 3 games. Now has 14 of those. All it takes is a couple good ones, and we got those couple good ones. Now was the quote. For me now, this just clarifies further that, especially going into next year, if you're not going to spend money, we don't need to start the odometer on a day 1 or day 2 pick. I'm thinking round 5 at the earliest for our running back. Brian, what would you think about that?
Round 5?
Mm-hmm. And we just need a complimentary guy.
Yeah,
I don't need a workhorse.
Well, that's assuming you have Rico, who's a free agent.
He's a free agent.
Is he another guy that's pricing himself out?
So is he playing himself to a big contract here?
I don't know. I wonder what his market's going to look like.
I think it was over the cap, had him somewhere in the $5 million range.
And last year, Zach Moss went for what, 2? And they said that was too expensive.
Yeah. So
yeah, I think around $5 million to have the guarantee of productivity, considering how bad it can get. I think he is that replacement level running back that you think about we're going to get for a bargain compared to the rest of the league stars that are now $15 to $18 million for a top running back. This guy will give you maybe 85 or 90% of the production for a fraction of the cost. And I think, it is at the very minimum giving you the blessing of not having to have a high priority on running back going into the offseason as long as, you can keep him. But, dude, if he does this again 3 more times, against this level of defense, then maybe the number climbs significantly. I think there's lack of the home run. Chief,
yeah, for sure.
That will keep him out of that Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley zone.
Yeah, he's not a game breaker kind of back, but he's a physical back, that's for sure. I mean, the physicality that was on display yesterday, where he's just consistently getting the ball and running through people, like all that stuff, the yards after contact, the forced missed tackles, all that stuff, super impressive with him. But I don't think he'll break the bank. Devin Singletary is a number, like 3 years, $16.5 million is what he got from the Giants. So roughly $5 million a year, just a touch over, and it was $9.5 million guaranteed. I could see something in that neighborhood. That'll be probably his market.
Yeah, and then it gets to, should we just try to go super cheap 1 more year and then spend a 2 in the 2026 draft? Would that be a better strategy?
No, this is the year. You take your back this year, based on what this draft class looks like at running back. This is the year to find.
I've seen 3 so far.
You got a lot of talent.
Yeah, Ohio State has a couple of kids that I was talking to some scouts about.
North Carolina's a good back.
Hampton's a really good back.
Iowa. We've talked plenty about Jenny. Yeah, Iowa with Johnson's good.
Yeah.
This is the year to go ahead and get your guy. And you can make an argument. You got to have a capable runner with this offense and with uncertainty at quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, running back, you could say for the Cowboys, when they've had their best years at 16, 14, I get everything with the value. This team's got to have a guy that they can give 20 to 25 times the ball to and rely on. And for whatever reason, it took them forever to give it to Rico, and that stinks. But they've got to have somebody that they can trust in the backfield.
Yeah, well, and with what Steven said last week, I think we do have to consider that maybe $4 or $5 million would still be too much for them. If they're going to have to punt on all their free agents, then he would definitely apply. But they might look at it as guaranteed production at an inexpensive position. You're getting a legitimate starter for, really not much. 2% of the cap? Maybe under 2% of the cap. Okay, Cowboys defensive end Micah Parsons, edge Micah Parsons, what do we call him when asked on NFL Network about, the report that the Cowboys have not ruled out trading him. Put in a lot of work. He understands it's a business, and if sides can't agree to those type of things, it happens. But I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to keep playing, but ain't really gonna make a difference. Mike is gonna play hard, so he's taking a very professional approach to it. Stephen Jones denied that report, but I think that's what you would do publicly. I think privately, maybe sniffing around or, somebody's talking to an agent. And I think that's the right way to do it. Like behind closed doors, do we want to trade Micah Parsons? No. He made us the highest sack totals in the NFL since his return. And during his outage, Wolchuk said it, I believe in crosstalk, they were the worst pass rush in all of the NFL.
Yes, they were.
So from worst to best, and I remember vividly 2014 and 2016 when a young tank was like their best option, and at rushing the passer, and how that killed you late in those games because you couldn't stop the other team from passing the ball down the field, and it was just a feeling of hopelessness. So if you have any plans on contending, but man, contention might not be until 2026, 2027. Do you want to use up Micah's prime on teams that are struggling to make the playoffs? Or, what I want to know is it 3 1s from somebody? Is it 2 2s and 2 2s or 2 1s and 2 2s? Like, how ridiculous can it be? I'm open-minded. Is there a team out there with extra draft capital that thinks they are a Micah Parsons away from being an elite defender, and they're willing to give you, a Ricky Williams type of haul? Or, with the Niners traded for Trey Lance, right? We're a quarterback away. We're moving all these picks. I think it's there, especially if that team has legitimate cap space and they have another edge who's, not in their long-term plans. So that would be my approach. Do I want to trade Micah? No. Do I think he's improving his performance, his consistency, and his leadership and maturity? Absolutely. Maybe he will actually become a really good, team leader here in the next couple of years. But you can't be so inclined. Now, here's what makes it somewhat realistic to me, guys. Micah's not marketable as of yet. He's a great player. He's going to get you TV ratings. He's selling some jerseys. But something just doesn't connect with him like it does with a Dak or, some of the other stars around the league. So I wonder what the Cowboys Q rating says. The Q rating on TV, like how's the public look at you? Right. Do they want to buy your goods? Are they drawn to you? Or are they like, whatever, he's a great player, but I just don't mess with him, And if that's the case, maybe this could be the rare example of, the Cowboys. Have they ever traded a player in his prime other than Herschel Walker?
Not that I can think of.
Well, that wouldn't be his prime. I mean, when to trade, they just let DeMarcus Ware go.
Yeah.
But
cap casualty.
Cap casualty there. Can I ask a question? You talk about marketability. Is there ever been an edge that's a marketable player?
TJ Watt, JJ Watt. The Watts certainly seem to.
But I mean,
to
okay,
be
Watt. I can understand. I can understand JJ Watt, but is his more now because of being retired than being like when he was playing?
No, I think he's one of the ones.
I mean, there were Subway sandwich family and all that stuff like that, but I don't remember these Dak and these quarterbacks, even Mahomes, they line up this stuff. But I don't know
think Khalil Mack was really getting a ton of stuff.
Okay, so D.
Ware right now.
D. Ware did Pepsi. He did Old Spice. He did Reebok and Campbell's Chunky Soup and USAA. Obviously his smile, his personality was significantly different than.
And somebody texted Strahan, like Michael Strahan, I think he was a Chunky Soup guy.
Yeah,
Strahan definitely had some marketability to him in New York.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean,
but yes, I mean, you don't have. It's got to be different for an edge. Like you've got to be an absolute stud.
Yeah.
So where are you guys with it? Do you think it could happen? Would you still do it?
I don't think it's happening. I don't think the Cowboys are trading Micah Parsons. I've never felt that way. They're not going to allow a player of that pedigree to go somewhere else. Team building wise, I still think this team has a ton of holes, and they don't have enough. If the draft is the only way that they're going to improve, they do not have enough picks, and they don't have enough premium picks to do it. So for that reason, I'd 100% take some phone calls. But it's so hard to find that type of player that can wreck a game at that position in the way that he can, to punt on that, man. And look, I've heard, we've talked about it, all the stuff that comes with him, and is he putting in extra effort, and the film study, does he want to do that? The moodiness, does he rub people the wrong way? I do think he's taken great strides this year with maturity. And I don't think that's a player they're letting out of the Cowboys. I think he's staying.
Nobody has multiple first-round picks in this year's draft, so that's of note.
But they all have everybody has their picks.
The Bills have multiple twos. Okay. Pay him now, says the 214. Trade him to the Browns for their 6th, says a different 214. If Micah leaves, you have at least 2 more holes to fill when he leaves. Yeah, I think this is maybe the most dominant defensive player since D. Ware in the late 2000s for this football team. As far
without
as
question, yeah.
When it comes, and you have the chance that if you can fill your other spots to put an elite defense out there, if you're really serious about winning the Super Bowl, defense wins championships. Big believer in that. Okay, we have Krusty's Corner coming up next, and we're going to get a Mike McCarthy press conference at some point, but we're going full on Brian. What's next, dude?
Yeah, let's talk about what happened in that game yesterday. We'll do that next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, Craig, with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike McCarthy's press conference starting. It's scheduled for just a couple of minutes. It could start at any time, really. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, the king of the Krusties, the Super Bowl winning scout, Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. And like Eric was talking about earlier, thanks to everybody that came out to Martin House and was hanging out with us and stuff like that. It was really cool to meet everybody. And be a part of that. That's a great venue. I mean, you guys are absolutely right about that. It's a lot of fun.
Fort Worth Tolos, man, they always show up.
They did show up. All right, we're going to talk about this football game, and in a way, when we broke down the Carolina Panthers defensively, just felt like that we talked about the depth that they play off at corner. You know, with the cushion that they play with, a little bit of the lack of the pass rush.
Yeah, they'll give you some stuff.
They'll give you some stuff. In this game, I found it really interesting because I was curious. I was curious of how much they were going to continue to play press coverage against the Cowboys, or were they going to continue to play off coverage against the Cowboys, and see if they were, how that was going to play out. And what happened was when Joe Horn was up on CD, he was playing press coverage against him like 50% of the time. But when CD went to the other side, they didn't play press coverage against him one time.
Only Horn had the confidence to get up in his grill.
Only I guess it was only Horn as the only one. But that, to me, and yesterday Dallas had some success throwing the screens.
Big time.
We saw the screen games come to life.
I said to those young linemen getting out there in space.
You're absolutely right about that.
Bass out there leading the charge.
Absolutely.
Tyler Smith.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dallas went into this game feeling like that if they were going to continue to play off coverage against them with 7-yard cushion, that their screen game would work. And it really, really did. It was, and I'm probably going to say something here that might make some folks upset, but their screen game is better because of Hoffman and Bass being healthy.
They can move.
They can move, and you guys were talking about that. It just having the ability to get somebody out in space, and we all love Zach Martin. It's no slam at Zach Martin, but things offensively have kind of improved for this Cowboy. For them offensively, like I say, because Zach Martin's no longer in the lineup. And I know that sounds a little crazy to say, but having a healthy, mobile right guard has made a huge difference for this football team.
Mm-hmm.
And especially like I say, when it came to throwing the screens and stuff like that. And, the example was, Lamb caught a couple of screens that were really, really big play, but I want to kind of get in. I want to focus a little bit on the third down catch. You remember the touchdown drive that Dallas had in the second quarter? Lamb had 2 catches that were huge on third down.
Yeah, he was a beast.
Yeah, the 3rd and 3, and then the 3rd and 4, and the 3rd and 4 catch the 3rd and 3 catch that came on the Carolina 48-yard line, and this was a great job by Cooper Rush, and this is where Rush. I felt like that Rush actually slowed down his count or the cadence to allow this to happen, because by doing it, usually it's like he calls for the ball and they signal, at the guard spot, they signal, and then you get the snap. What Rush did by slowing down by the cadence, it showed where Carolina was going to blitz from. It showed that Carolina, Richardson, the safety, was off in the slot. And by slowing it down, Richardson got trapped in right at the line of scrimmage, and then he had to rush. It wasn't like he got a free run. And by slowing that count down, it allowed Rico Dowdle to slide left to right to pick up. And then they were able to get the ball out. And I don't know what Carolina's thinking by putting Fuller, the safety, on
twice.
It's
on the touchdown too.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, if you're going to do this, that's matchup nightmare.
That's what you got to do. And this is where I've been super, super, super critical of Mike McCarthy is I think Mike Zimmer knows matchups. I think Mike Zimmer understands, like, I could put Micah Parsons over here. I could put Osa Odigizua over here. I think Mike hunts those things. Mike Zimmer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Mike McCarthy always hunts them. But yesterday, I kind of got a little feeling like, okay, they matched some guys up in that game.
Mm-hmm.
So is that more so you think just coincidental? Because you got a lack of talent there with that Carolina roster.
Carolina's got a lot of problems. Now, I personally would not have thrown the ball to Tolbert on third down.
He should have made that catch.
Not against Joe Horn. Not against Joe Horn.
JC,
I'm not. Yeah. I'm sorry, JC. I'm just
all
talking
good.
about
That's Dad right
well,
there.
they telegraph things. It's like, hey, it's third down. We're just going to run a comeback route. Okay, first and foremost, Horn and everybody in the building knew that was coming. Yeah. And even if he catches it, he's still short of the first down.
Yeah.
It's just hilarious.
But I wouldn't have thrown the ball that direction. I throw it the opposite way. But on a third down catch, like I say, I think that Rush did a good job of measuring the cadence, and it kind of got Richardson caught in a little bit of no man's land there. And so what happens is you get Lamb with space, and he's able to work Fuller. Fuller had no chance on that play. I mean, Lamb turns around and to locate the football, and Fuller never really reacted to it at all. I mean, it was just Lamb made a really, really nice play. The touchdown, again, here they are, matchup. They find a way to kind of get Lamb inside.
They move him around. They go bunch formation.
Exactly. See, that's what I'm saying. For weeks now, we've been asking, hey, try and find ways to get him on players or move him around. Don't just walk him in motion and stop and, try and find ways to give him opportunities. But what they did was on the touchdown, they got Fuller on the matchup again. Tolbert and Ferguson release vertically, and then Lamb is able to work behind them. And that's and here you go.
The alignment allows for
the alignment, the space, the ability to come off the football, and then all of a sudden it's like there's Lamb, and he's the ball's thrown a little short, but he's able to adjust for the play. So there's your touchdown right there. Something that was not good was that red zone fumble by Rush.
Yeah.
Rush just needs to hand the damn ball off. Just give it to him. Even if they're going to try and run a play where I think they're going to try and get Ferguson in the flat, it's still going to be a bang bang play at the sticks. I don't know if they're going to get the first down the way that Carolina played it.
So Rush on that play has the choice to give him the ball.
He could give him the ball or pull. And
because he said he's still getting used to that RPO stuff.
From the end zone copy, it's the back, and you can't see where you could see him present the ball, and then he starts to pull the ball, and there's the mesh point is really tight between Rico and Rush.
Yeah, the tip of the ball hits Rico's hip.
Yeah, well, you don't see the other side of that.
The broadcast had a pretty good angle. They had a good replay of it, and Olsen's like, yep, it just tipped the ball, hits him right in the hip.
He's got to hand that ball. He's just got to hand that ball to Rico. Get the first down and keep playing right there. All right, Tolbert's touchdown. And I was very critical of the game of Tolbert. I
understand the frustration.
Drop balls, penalties. What are we doing?
I kind of felt like, though, I've been very, very critical of his game. I just don't feel like they've got somebody playing behind. And we'll see with Turpin and things like that. But on the Tolbert touchdown, the flow, they get the defense because of the play action. They get the defense to flow left. And that gets their defense really off balance. Tolbert did a really good job of running that route across the field, and he's running like a deep crossing route. And you see him; he's kind of in that mode of like, if I run this thing, if I just keep going across, there's no way he's going to get me the football. So he went, as he's going across, he goes a little deeper in the route. He adjusts the route off the defender, and that gives him the space into the corner of the end zone. So if he just keeps running, I don't think Rush gets him the ball.
Okay.
I think it's by the adjustment that he made to go upfield into the corner that Rush is able to get him that pass. It buys him a little bit more space, and Rush is able to make the throw. All right, Turpin in the backfield. We saw this a couple of different times in the game, and this is
running tough.
This is some creative. This is creative stuff.
The right side of that line was really moving people.
They blocked it. They blocked the same formation, bringing Turpin from the left to the backfield. They had Hunter Lipke offset, which means he was to the right and close to the line of scrimmage. So they brought Turpin from the left to the right, and he's standing like in the I. So they got an offset I formation. Okay, the first time they ran the play, they pulled their TJ Bass. They got a really good down block from Steele. They got a really good down block from Ferguson, but they pulled Bass out in space, and he was able to clean up on the outside. So you get Lipke, Bass, and now the ball coming behind them downhill with Steele and Ferguson on the seal blocks. The next time they ran the same formation. They put Hunter Lipke as an offset I. They brought Tolbert over. He's playing as the I back. This time they just zone blocked it. So everybody took a hard step to the right. They got Ferguson got another good block on the edge. Steele got his block. And then also, instead of pulling this time, TJ Bass just stayed. He combo blocked with Steele, and they just walled that thing completely off. And it got the ball to the edge. So here they are, same play, same way of running it, different way of blocking it, though. But both ways were very, very effective. So good job by the Cowboys with, okay, let's put him in the backfield and let's make Carolina. Carolina didn't defend it at all.
No.
Neither time did they defend it.
Well, I mean, they are on pace to be like a historically awful
nobody gives
defense.
up more. The Brooks touchdown. And by the way, we have 5:30 today. I'm going to work on the defensive side of the ball here. So
all right, beautiful.
I know we're gonna have to get a break here. But finally, before I get out of here, the Brooks touchdown. This is a big time motion by Turpin, going right to left. And so what happens is this motion is going to come around. It's going to go almost like you almost thought it was going to be the orbit where they go across and then circle back and come back to where they came. Except no, they went big around all the way right to left. And I think the play was designed for, Rush is going to fake the screen left to Turpin, and they're going to try and act like Cooks is blocking, and then he's going to go up the field. They're thinking the defenders are going to run up. Instead, the defenders all stayed where they were. So Rush had to fake this. He fakes the screen, but he couldn't get the ball to Cooks. What they're running, though, is, again, another deep over by Brooks. He's going vertically, then coming all the way across. And so now it's like, okay, Rush is in a little bit of trouble because he's faked the screen. It's not there. They can't get the ball to Cooks. It's not there. So Brooks keeps running, good on his part, to keep going across the field. And then the ball, and then what happens is that Rush is able to move to his right, slide to his right a little bit, gets a really, really, really good block from Steele over there. Like Steele's able to kind of pin the edge down inside, and that allows Cooper Rush to get to the outside a little bit, and that's where he's able to find Brooks. Brooks is running all the way across the back of the end zone, and with the play, it was honestly, I want to say it was probably his third read, but he's able to get the ball back to Brooks there in the corner of the end zone.
It's amazing what good protection can allow for.
Yeah. But Steele was the big factor in that one of getting that ball to the edge for you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40. We're standing by for the Mike McCarthy press conference here in the nation. The 903 says you can't base any progress with weak teams. I'm going to disagree with that because I think what they've proven without a doubt is they can still exploit weak teams, and we thought they were one of them. But not so fast. They should be 7-7 with 4 straight straight wins.
Yeah, Carolina was favored in that game yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We tell it to the Chiefs and the Eagles.
And Tampa's defense not good. I know you're going to preview for them in depth coming up later on this week, but the stats say you can get them in the air. And they're about average on the ground. Okay, Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Mike McCarthy presser. Then Wolchuk's Top 10 is on deck here on the Fan.
All right, let's talk a little Trajan wealth, shall we?
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
All right, let's head up to the Star. Mike McCarthy at the podium.
And obviously, it's important to live, learn, and apply it to the future. But I mean, frankly, I do enjoy these questions, because I am a philosopher. Can't say it with a straight face, but really, we need to beat Tampa, guys. I mean, we really do. We need to beat Tampa, and I think it's great those guys, answer those questions for you and so forth. But yeah, definitely, we built a good program here. There's definitely things you learn each and every week, each and every year. I'm old school in the fact of keeping the yellow tablet at the on my desk, and you write things down as the year goes on, and that you want to look for, and the off-season program changes in training camp. The media access to training camp's ridiculous. We need to cut that out. Just things like that. I mean, but no, I mean, you're always looking to improve, and being just. I think it's important to correct while you're in it. While it's fresh. Good things too. I mean, just say we need to do more of this in the practice. Because the off-season programs change. There's always adjustments. And at the end of the day, our job is to, create the culture and make sure the team's, being trained properly, and make sure our guys are given everything they need to win football games.
And along with that, you were talking last night about just, you lost a couple more starters going into that game, the importance of keep going. DeMarcus Lawrence, is there a chance you'll activate his window this week, or what does it look like for him?
Just in a brief meeting we had earlier, I don't see DeMarcus being available this week. No, he was not on that. He was not part of that conversation.
Mike Tudor with ESPN, you talk about the yellow tablet that you keep. Has there been more pages in that tablet this year than they've written in the past?
No, I think it's consistent. In the beauty of, doing this for a while, I think it's real important just to always be in the evaluation mode, because that's, nothing stays the same in the game of football. Nothing stays the same in competing in the National Football League. I think it's a mindset you have to have, and you always got to be able to tweak and adjust, and frankly, realize when there's a time not to change too. I mean, there's some things that I know the year off taught me that. I think when you reflect and have a chance to step away, and they say you're old and you're stubborn and things, and so you look at those things, but everybody has a way of doing things. Football will never change. I think when you get too far away from the basics, you're usually going down the wrong road.
And then on the injuries again, anything with Jordan and TJ Bass, if you got any updates on what the rest?
I really don't. I'll probably head to the training room from here.
John Machado with The Athletic. These last 4 games for Rico Dowdle, what stands out most to you? Where has he impressed you most these last 4?
Oh, I mean, the thing that's always stood out to me, my opinion of Rico's is his run style. I mean, I love his run style. I mean, especially when he goes vertical. I mean, he breaks tackles. His contact balance is exceptional. He's got so much power in his hips, and he has a unique run style, which also he's done a much better job of protecting the football, because that's the challenge of that. He breaks a lot of tackles week in and week out. So, but just his consistency. And the thing I really want to see Rico do is take the next step, and that's to be a third down back too. Just be an every down back, and he's doing a little more of that, and we'll see how that looks moving forward, because it's important for him to touch the football.
And then you mentioned yesterday about the turnover differential, and obviously in defense you guys have been taking the ball away a lot more. Is there anything that you can point to over the last month or so why you think that number has gone up for you guys?
Well, I just think our players have stayed after it. I mean, there's 2 steps to it. You have to first be in position, to create those opportunities, and then you got to execute them. So you can always work at, your angles, just keep emphasizing the techniques of ball extraction. And I just feel strongly as a coach, and I know the players do the same. You get what you emphasize. So, we're just making sure we're talking about it, emphasizing it, and it's something that the players have done a great job bringing it to life.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. How resilient is your offensive line? It seems that every week you got something going on there.
Extremely resilient. I think not only every week, but in game. I think just the fact that if you look at the way we ran the ball at the end of the game, that's just a big credit to them and Zeke and Rico, because just to put that game away and just to have the changes that went on throughout the game. So yeah, it's been a big part of our success on offense.
How tough has it been with your O-line coach? The coach is there to say, Mike, are we going to have this guy or not? And you say, well, you got to get this guy ready. How difficult are those conversations with those guys?
I'm not sure what you're.
They want certain guys ready, but they can't be ready. So how hard is it just to get
because of injury?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's part of the weekly process. We're going through right now with Cooper Beebe, so hopefully he'll be ready to go. We'll be in a lighter schedule on Wednesday, but hopefully he can go by Thursday. So, yeah, the medical, there's a line there, and you do the best you can. The players are either in the rehab group or they're out or they're full. So, and everybody has a category. So, we have a general idea, and we're always trying to project. And I've always felt when a player can't practice and he's in a questionable mode, it's really twofold. You do what you need to do to get them ready to play in the game, but it's also an opportunity to develop other players, get somebody else ready, but also it's more reps for the younger players too. So there are benefits to that situation too for others, and so I think you just got to keep that in mind, and just that's part of our process.
Nick Harris, forward Star Telegram. Also, Odighizuwa, you've been here for the entirety of his career. Feels like he's playing the best ball of his career as of late. What's worked so well for him on and off the field?
Consistency. Osa's just such a stud. I mean, I can't. We have a number of guys whose work ethic is off the charts. He's definitely one of them. I mean, he's always here. If I have any concerns about Osa would be overtraining. Because he's just always at it. He's always doing the extra stuff. Always taking care of his body, doing the extra things there, and he's just a wonderful human being. I mean, everybody loves Osa. He's a great teammate, and he's a man that represents the Dallas Cowboys the right way.
It's been a year of opportunity for a lot of guys in different places of the depth chart. On one of the touchdowns yesterday, you had 7 undrafted free agents on the field at once. What would you say just about the opportunity and how certain guys have taken advantage of it this year?
Well, I think it's definitely great that you're really spending your time on your analytics. I'm impressed. And I think it reflects to the fact that we've been kicking ass in the 8th round. So, but I think it's I think it's part of our draft and develop program. No, I'm just proud of those guys. I think they're all examples of just it's not where you start. You just keep working and when your opportunity comes, I think they're clearly taking advantage of it. So I think that's awesome.
Saad Yusuf, The Athletic. Mike, what are the defining characteristics and traits in your ideal backup quarterback?
Well, I think the number one thing I've always looked in a backup is can we continue to play the way we always played? And that's something that Cooper gives us, because when you have to alter so much, then it also takes away from the training of the others. So I think it's important when you build your roster, when we're in the off season, we're setting the template for the installations of the offensive scheme. You definitely want to have enough for everybody to get through 2 seasons. Is really the way this thing really unfolds. But so for the backup quarterback just to go in and just plug and play is important, because the reality of it is when his opportunity comes, there's a good chance it may be in the flow of a game. So you're not going to have that full week to get him ready to go in for the first time too. So and it keeps your training regimen the same too. So I think that's very important when you're looking to to develop and define what the quarterback room is supposed to be like.
And then throughout the time that a backup is the actual backup and not playing, what are the roles that you really look for him to execute out for the starter or for the team?
Well, it's very defined. Each the number 2 and number 3 have responsibilities each week. As far as the preparation. I mean, there's segments of a meeting that they'll be part of. So. The way the scout team is ran, as far as the number of reps that they get, particularly if there's a certain emphasis that, our defense needs to see, we make sure they see that. A lot of pre and post practice things that you'll see those guys involved in. If a perimeter player needs work in on a certain route or things like that. So there's a lot of responsibilities that our number 2 and 3 quarterbacks have.
Joe Hoyt, All City Dallas. Building off Calvin's questions, chemistry and kind of the cohesiveness is so important on an offensive line. Now you guys have had so many shuffling around. How have you been able to keep that cohesiveness going?
Well, it's definitely probably one of the most important positions on your team. I mean, because if you think about it, I used to have a line coach who used to remind me all the time that he coached half the offense, and I'd say, yeah, but I coached the quarterback, so don't ever forget that. But it's I think it's important that, you think about it, that position requires 5 guys to be in lock and step, every play. And that's why that room is so important, because, whether you have 15 in there or 12, as your numbers coming out of training camp, those guys spend a lot of extra time together, and it's critical, because you have to have them. And I think, I think clearly since the 16 games, now 17 games, maybe 18 games, I think the heightened responsibility of that room's is definitely growing. So you have to have it. You can't win without it. I think every year when you look at the playoff teams, the offensive defensive line are a big part of the success of those teams.
when Brock Hoffman first kind of emerged, it was like, hey, he did a good job, but let's see how he responds when the tape comes out about him, how other teams now know who he is. How have you seen him kind of keep that going, how he's been playing?
Oh, super consistent. I mean, his attitude and energy, what he brings to the workplace has just been on point really since he's been here. Super professional, so well prepared. Has a very connective personality, and he definitely deserves, a lot of credit for just the mindset, the play style that he's really helped push along up front.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Mike, Trayvon Diggs went from playing 71 snaps against the Bengals to then maybe playing this week to then out for the year. Can you just sort of describe kind of the progression and how he went from returning to now out?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, you have to look at Trayvon. Trayvon's always going to try to go. He's one of the most competitive guys that you'd ever want to be around. Once you cross the white lines. So, he came out of the game and it didn't feel right, and and you go through the process of being examined, and then once we were able to take the scan, get the scan, the MRI, then obviously we are where we are right now. So that's the timeline.
And what did you think of the rest of the secondary, filling in Amani Owarie and some of those other guys in Carolina?
Well, I think overall, I thought we did a really good job. I think particularly if you just look at some of the stress points that they had, as far as getting in and out of the empty formations and things like that. Because you have to, there was quite a bit as far as checks and things that those guys are involved in, and I thought they did a good job of handling that.
Mike, did you learn anything about Guyton yesterday coming off the bench? And he appeared to play pretty well for you after not being able to practice very much and things like that.
Definitely, I think it's another experience for a young player. Anytime you go through an injury situation, especially what he's been through, and he put in a ton of extra time to get ready to be available for Cincinnati, and then see him take the next step and to get ready for Carolina. So yeah, that's all part of the learning process, and it'll definitely serve him well moving forward.
And then Dak was at the game. What's the benefit of him being there?
Well, Dak's one of your leaders of the football team. He's face of the franchise. It's always a benefit to have Dak around the football team, but I think it speaks volumes about him. He's still in it. He's here every day. So he has his things that he needs to work on as far as the rehab part of it, but he's still in the quarterback meetings, he's still in the team meetings, so he's still a part of it.
Okay. You've shown a high level of trust in Brandon Aubrey pretty much since he arrived here, and he's mostly rewarded that trust. What were your thoughts leading up to the 70-yard attempt, and your thoughts on kicks of that distance going forward?
I wish we were indoors. I wish we would have had a real chance at it. I was scared to death when the returner caught the ball. But because I've been on the other side of that before. 2005 in Chicago, if you want to look it up. But it's right before the half, last play of the half. But no, he's earned that opportunity. He does that on a regular basis. He's so impressive with his consistency from that distance. So I obviously had the confidence that he can get it done. I know we got a little nervous here at the end because the wind was it wasn't enough to make a decision on the direction in the fourth quarter, but there was a little more wind going to our left, which I guess would have been to the south, than going to the north. So, but hey, we gave it a shot.
You talk a lot about trimesters and that kind of thing. You got 3 left.
Yeah.
Still alive. Do you talk to your team about we're still in this, or you just try to ignore it?
No. We talk about it. I don't talk a whole lot about it. It's the facts. We know where we are. Very matter of fact about it. We have to beat Tampa. Because we need help. We understand that. So nothing. We have to put ourselves in position to get help. So, and we have to beat Tampa. And super impressive win. Yesterday against the Chargers. So that's really what we're focused on.
Ed Werder, WFAA. Seems like
the performance of your defense has really changed since Micah came back, and he's coming back from an extended absence for the first time because of injury. How has he come back, and what kind of effect has he had on the way you're playing defensively?
I mean, Micah Parsons is an impact player. I mean, when we're at training camp, we know where he is. You have to know where he lines up, every single play, because of the impact that he can make on any play. So I think that in itself tells you the difference that he can make. It's not only just in game planning, but the in-game adjustments. And I think it's obvious why we've been different with his impact.
All righty. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Right on. Perfect timing. There it is, the Mike McCarthy press conference here on 105.3 The Fan. Some takeaways in there. Perhaps the biggest, he does not see Tank being available for the game this week. The 21-day practice window is still not open, so hopefully he can get back and have at least another game or two, but that's all he'll be down to after this week in a Cowboys uniform. Who knows what the future holds? Okay, top 10 of 420 coming up next. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
National Chocolate Covered Anything Day. What are the best foods covered in chocolate? That is next.
Okay, I want to chat about Dean and
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy. Okay, here we go. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com, and here he is, Zach with an H, your woolly bully.
Thank you very much. It is National Chocolate Covered Anything Day. What's the best thing that you like to eat with chocolate covered? And 214 immediately text in nuts and any type of chocolate covered nut.
But there is one that reigns supreme.
Pecan?
The pecan. The chocolate-covered pecan is
I do love a pecan.
Undeniable. Chocolate-covered almonds,
The
phenomenal.
almonds are fantastic.
But there's something about that, the softness of the pecan.
Yeah.
I would probably go with the peanut inside a peanut M&M if I was picking a nut.
And
although
that counts,
the
baby.
what was the first thing you said? Pecan.
The pecan.
My goodness, those are outstanding. They're so rich. I feel like after a half of one, I'm like, okay, I'm almost at my limit. This might sound crazy, but I hate raisins, but I think chocolate covered raisins are delightful.
It makes them edible.
It does.
It absolutely makes
some
them
raisinets.
edible. Yeah.
Not bad. You can deal with that.
The sugar wafer inside of Twix.
Oh,
Maybe I'm
very
cheating
good.
here, but yeah.
Oh, these are all things that are covered in chocolate. So these all in 214. I like what you texted in there. I'm not going to read that.
I was thinking of that.
once
I was
before.
thinking what the 214 was thinking.
Oh, the T word?
Yeah. Not going to say it. Not going to say boobs. Not going to do that.
Mm.
Brian, what were you? Because that is what you were pondering. Because you had
I had to back up.
fingers
Yeah.
on the mouth.
Yeah,
and you were
I
thinking
backed up. That's what I was thinking.
dirty thoughts.
I was thinking of that. Yeah.
Lucius,
I think you guys said them all. I like the chocolate covered raisins and the almonds.
like that.
Yeah, I can't think of anything else that I like chocolate on.
We'll get to some. I'm sure we'll be able to dabble in here a little bit. I did get news. Alan Bowman, he's going to be coming back. He's.
I have used a chocolate syrup before, and it'll freak you out if you forget. You see it on the sheets.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You're like, oh.
It's a little messy.
That was that chocolate from earlier.
Oh, you're thinking of
Maybe like the chocolate syrup that hardens. I don't know. Maybe that's an easy
It'll freak you
cleanup.
out. Sorry,
I don't
buddy.
know.
Sorry, man.
I really like what they're doing with the chocolate, like drizzled over the popcorn.
Oh yeah, chocolate covered popcorn's good.
Yeah,
it is. It is.
It's not
good.
necessarily totally immersed or encased in chocolate, but
Ants. Somebody takes an ants from the 903. I know they do that. Different countries,
They do.
chocolate covered grasshoppers, ants.
The grasshoppers were at that ballpark in Seattle.
Yeah,
That's true.
that
Remember we
is
did a
right.
story about that.
Yes, that's right. We did have the chocolate covered grasshoppers there in Seattle.
chocolate covered ants sounds like a bad payoff if you ask me.
I think maybe we should put that on the board. Alan Bowman's entering the NFL draft. Grapevine Zone, former Oklahoma State quarterback.
32 years old.
Said, you know what, 8 years is just too much for me. I can't come back for an 8th year. He did get granted eligibility. He could have gone back and played another year in college. He said, thank you, but no thank you. I don't know that Alan Bowman's going to get drafted.
He wants to go be an undrafted free agent somewhere. Huh?
Yeah, I'd bet on
Be
not
the Giants
drafted.
starting quarterback in Week 4 next year.
Could be.
The 915 just hit it, though. The best is the chocolate-covered Oreos. They are very common around the holidays. You only get like 12 of them in a smaller box. Insane. Man, I don't think I've had those before.
Chocolate-covered Oreos are dangerous.
I was eating Oreos over the weekend, actually, Chief, and I wonder if Eric has these at the house because they're so bad. There's all kinds of chemicals and crap.
We don't have Oreos in our pantry, but I have so much respect for the Oreo.
I'm not about to deal with
so
I've
funny?
never had the chocolate dipped one, man. That's crazy.
You say this about your food life at home. I saw your wife house a burger and a hot dog at the Jarrett's charity event.
Hey, one in Rome, you know what I mean?
Like I was thinking, like, is that kind
As
of
long
down
as
the
it's
line?
not like your daily thing,
Yeah,
right?
you can't do it every day. You can do it every once in a while, a little cheat
But I
meal.
mean, I was because I was sitting. You always
It's
make it
impressive.
sound like she was, but man, she had it made the right way. It looked. I'm like, gosh, I should have her do my plate. You know, I was
Yeah.
thinking
Oh
that.
no, she can really piece a plate
She
together.
doll
for
it
sure.
up. I mean,
Yeah.
she dolled that up, and I was thinking like, but it's so unlike because you make it sound like that she doesn't eat those kinds of things.
Well, I mean, the beef, the burgers, we're all about.
Yeah.
The hot dog stuff is a little bit few and far between. But she was starting with just the hot dog, and then she circled back. She's like, I need to get a burger too.
Yeah.
She was hungry.
It just surprised me because you always talk about like the healthy lifestyle you guys lead, but
Yeah. Well,
hey, sometimes you got to just dabble.
Yeah.
I was
Cheat
impressed
meal
though.
here and there.
Yeah.
Honorable
It's
mention.
one of the things I like.
Yeah.
I like watching my girl eat a burger.
Yeah.
You know?
Sounds like Brian liked watching her eat a hot dog. If you ask me, he was watchdogging that pretty hard.
It was
the play.
It was an impressive show.
I'll tell you what though, Brian, our table guy, man, like we thought we were gonna have to do the
Well, the
Heimlich.
choking
He
story
was
sounded
choking. Like your wife
terrifying.
looked
You gotta
over
be
at him
careful
like,
with the hot dogs.
she goes like, "Are you okay?"
He was so excited. He was eating great hot dogs, and he was like schmoozing with Broadus and Drew Pearson.
Nah.
All
and
of
it
a
got
sudden-
lodged in his
It
throat
got
there.
and he was it was taking a moment, and like seriously, your wife was just
Lodged
kind of
in the
like,
throat.
she was like, "Are you okay? You okay?"
Mhm.
You know, and I was like, "Yes, he is."
Thank you for that. Back to the regularly scheduled programming here. We got bacon. Bacon covered.
Chocolate covered bacon?
Yep. Chocolate covered bacon. Honestly, I think bacon, it's going to be good. Like adding bacon here, adding bacon there. You want to cover some chocolate with my bacon? I'll do that.
Have you ever had a bacon wrapped Oreo?
No.
That's a thing. They'll like wrap it up and then
It is a thing.
they'll
I've
like
seen this,
smoke
right?
it or whatever.
Yeah, maybe I've had that off a smoker.
I might have had a bacon.
Yeah.
We had one of our Tolos bring some up, actually.
Oh,
That's
that
the
must have
first-
been Mike.
That's the
Our
it's
guy
Mike.
Yeah.
That's exactly who it was.
That's
It's Mike.
right. We've had that.
Mike
before.
brought some up for us.
That's right.
And they looked fantastic. I think I was sodaing my balls off at that time, and I could not dabble in that. The honorable mention, I knew Brian would just crap on this, is the licorice, but I don't like licorice, neither does Brian.
Nope.
Lucius, I think you like licorice. Maybe you'd be into some chocolate-covered licorice.
No.
No.
No, you messed it up. You ruined it when you put the chocolate on there.
So then
respectfully.
it's over. Peanut butter Ritz cracker sandwiches dipped in chocolate.
Ooh.
Now, that sounds pretty fine.
I bet that's a nice touch right
That
there.
sounds good to me. Number 9 are chocolate-covered cherries.
All right. I don't know if I've had one of those.
The fruits, I feel like if you get the chocolate fountains, they're always going to have a bunch of fruit there. That
the
you can
fondue
use.
deal.
Yeah, the fondue. And
Kind of
that's-
different. You bite it, it gets kind of squishy.
You don't like that?
Nope.
Texture?
Nope.
Got to be a real cherry.
Yeah.
Not the fake ones.
Not a maraschino cherry?
Yeah, exactly.
Number 8 is the strawberries.
Those are so expensive, man.
Well, you
They
can
become
make
a little
yourself, Brian,
overrated,
Mr. Betty Crocker over here.
But if you're in front of one of those fondue deals and you got a fresh strawberry, you're dipping it in that and then crushing it right there.
You're at Golden
To
Corral.
die
You
for.
think those strawberries are fresh?
No, but I'm going to eat them.
No.
Okay, thanks.
We got love for the chocolate covered
What's with the
potato
Golden Corral? What are we doing?
I'm
We
just.
just going to slam Golden Corral like that,
I'm
bro?
no.
It's not a
Yes,
we.
yes,
It's
I
Golden
am.
Corral.
I am.
It's not a we. This is a one person.
I mean, is Golden Corral alleging that their strawberries at the Sunday station are fresh?
I don't think they're alleging that they're not fresh.
Sure.
Why would anybody do that?
Yeah. No, I don't think those things are. I don't know that those things are fresh. Buffet fruit has probably been sitting there for God knows how long.
Golden Corral's for the people.
I love Golden Corral.
Yeah.
But you like
The
hovering
salad
around,
bar,
Lucius?
bro? Yeah, I'll go to the salad bar first
Here,
and make a fat, nasty salad, dog.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I
And then you got
I'm
another
talking
plate
about the
with pizza
Western
on it.
Sizzler.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't know, but standing around that fondue thing, kind of, I don't see very much health there.
Well, no, but you're not at Golden Corral for health.
know.
No. I'm talking about
Or
like
for freshness.
cleanliness.
Oh,
Cleanliness.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, it's the buffet. You kind of get what you pay for. You know what to expect going in.
Yeah, and every server has a rag. You know what I mean? If you see something, just wipe it down.
Wipe it down.
Just wipe it down.
Just wipe it down, bro.
I just worry about
You haven't changed that rag in about 2 days. But it's all
I don't
good.
worry about
Wipe
the
it down.
people
The
working.
only thing less fresh than the strawberries
I
is the
worry about
rags
the
they
people
use to clean
standing
everything
around
with.
me. How about that? The people standing around me.
They start
That's-
watchdogging you a little bit.
I just kind of worry about them a little bit. Yeah.
Well,
Maybe getting their fingers involved in the chocolate stuff a little too much.
oh, you think they're now putting their fingers in the chocolate fountain?
We don't
There is
use all the
Because who the
utensils.
hell doesn't, right? Everybody wants to go ahead and put their finger in a chocolate fountain.
Yeah.
Maybe fingers should be number one. Best chocolate covered item, the finger. About to give you the finger right now, Brian. 7 is the pretzels.
Dude, yes. Thank
Pretzels.
you. Yeah, overlooked
Pretzels
them.
at 7 is low. 6 is oranges, specifically the mandarin orange slice.
Never had
Mandarin win.
That sounds wonderful. But that would be delicious.
Does sound nice.
Yeah.
5 are the almond biscottis.
The biscuit cookies.
The biscuit cookies. You
Oh
dip
my
those in
God.
chocolate. Oh, we found
What?
something.
Oh my God.
What?
Oh my God. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Need to
that's good
stand-
stuff.
Start handing those out on the plane.
Nah.
Sure texted in and said he's had the chocolate covered ants and locusts in Vietnam, but they weren't terrible.
That
but
bugs
he
me.
goes the chocolate covered pretzel for the win, and the chocolate covered
laugh myself.
espresso beans. Shout out that to the 903.
The espresso
those
bean
are
is high on
incredible,
this.
dude.
Yes, it is. 4 is the potato chips.
Ooh.
Potato chip covered in chocolate, salt, sweet. Yeah.
Are you dipping it in like a hot fudge, or is it like being encrusted and it's like hardening onto the chip?
That's what it is. It looks
Okay.
like it's like about half of the chip has been dipped, hardened, and now you're eating. 3 is the gummy bears. 2 is espresso beans.
Yes.
Number 1 though, and honestly, I've never had this fruit dipped in chocolate.
Grapes. Yeah.
Really?
Grapes.
Maybe
Maybe
Jared
Jared Sandler's
pineapple on
frozen
there or
grapes.
something?
No pineapple. No pineapple.
Number 1 is grapes.
Number 1 is grapes.
That's a horrible list.
Have you ever had it though? You ever chocolate covered grape
I
would
have,
be
and
fantastic.
You
That's
haven't.
what.
You've never had a chocolate covered grape.
That's why I didn't bring it up.
I'm calling bull.
No, I've had all kinds of fruit dip. That's
But
why
not grapes.
I'm against. Yeah, I'm against this.
You don't like that's a texture thing for you. That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
No. Thank
Terrific
you.
top 10, despite Brian trying to derail it like grapes every are like 15 the seconds.
I'm fighting for my life over
Aren't
here.
the grapes like the royal fruit?
Can
Like,
somebody,
kings
somebody
being
get a
fed
floating
grapes?
device? I need help.
Feed me grapes in my mouth like I'm Caesar.
Boom, there you go.
Yeah.
Just dip them bad boys
Just
in
make them
chocolate
into a
first.
wine and it's better.
It's royal.
My gosh.
Okay, from that, we go to a Chuck wagon
Oh.
with football's finest coming up at the top of the hour. Zach, what's in store on the wagon today?
Man, I'm overflowing with college football goodies. The portal is going crazy, and we got a pitcher that's on the market in the AL West. That's next.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucy. She'll get more film takeaways coming up from Broadus here at 5:30 from yesterday's Cowboys dub. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. Here's the Chuck Wagon. Bull Chuck.
Thank you. We've got the Rangers Fan Fest. We just got that announced. I'm sure we'll have our boots on the ground there on your home at Texas Rangers Baseball 105.3 The Fan. 37th Annual Fan Fest will be held January 18th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Globe Life Field to help kick off the 2025 season, as the team just announced. Tickets are $20 for adults, $10 for children 3 to 13 years old. You can go get those right now, rangers.com/fanfest. So they'll have, of course, players there, meet and greets. They'll be signing autographs. It's always a blast out there. I know we had like Alec Medford and company, Blake Elliott out there this year. So we'll have, of course, we're always turn it on, leave it on here. So our weekend programming, whether it's Fred Davis, Jake, CA, we'll have guys out there. Boach will be out there, vice presidents, whoever. You never know who you're going to see. Maybe George W. Bush shows up and wants to take part in Fan Fest.
He does love it there.
He does. Loves himself some Texas Rangers baseball.
Eric spilling liquor on his security detail.
That was a hell of a moment.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's not every day you get to be at the World Series and W's right in front of you. You got to create those long-lasting
I give
memories.
that guy credit.
I love what you did.
No,
I love what you did.
Acted like he'd been there before.
He acted like he'd been in a World Series box before.
In a regular season game, you're like, whoa, what's going on, buddy? In a World Series game, you get it.
Everything.
Well,
you
yeah,
got to leave it out there.
But yeah, Eric was definitely, he was trying to get everybody in that section to stand up because it was 2 strikes.
Oh, I mean,
you got to
have an issue.
You got to
had a
encourage.
problem.
Yeah.
I mean, the ALCS, I'll never forget
I
that.
appreciate the fact that he was doing it, though.
Somebody's got to get the people
I was
going.
glad. I was like, man, should I do this? And no, Eric just stood
I was
right up.
yelling at Money Monty.
Yeah.
Get up, Mon. Come on, let's go.
He was yelling at guys in the on-deck circle. I mean, it was crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Get the people going.
Send me in. You sexy bleep. I love you. Go crush them.
Let's go. Yeah. Luis Castillo is on the trade block from the Seattle Mariners. So maybe Luis Castillo gets moved out of the American League West. That's per Ken Rosenthal. Teams are calling about him: Cubs, Red Sox, Orioles.
What's John
Mets.
Heyman saying about it?
All interested. I haven't seen anything from Heyman about this.
He can't even believe it.
Can't believe it.
Can't believe they trade him.
Astros are still going to try and bring back Alex Bregman despite the trade for Isaac Paredes, where they gave up Kyle Tucker. So Bregman's still supposedly in the cards there with Houston. I don't believe it. And then the last bit of baseball news is Cody Bellinger. It seemed like he was going to go to the Yankees. There's been a snag in those trade talks, so we'll have to keep that monitored. And I haven't heard any more about Jock Peterson. I know the Rangers have been in contact, so maybe Jock Peterson becomes a Ranger soon.
Yeah, it looks like the Astros and Bregman are still about $44 million apart.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
That's not even in the same realm, ballpark. I mean, we're in different countries, zip codes. Penn State quarterback Drew Aller, he's going to return for his senior season for the Nittany Lions, which means their backup quarterback is hitting the portal. It's like, damn it, I thought maybe you'd go to the NFL draft. Nope. So I'm going to get out of here. It's Bo Pribula. Don't know if I said his last name right. Don't really care. But he has now entered the portal. It's just days ahead of what's going to be a snowy college football playoff with the Ponies and the Nittany Lions. This is going to be awesome, guys. I can't wait. This Saturday is going to be one of the best Saturdays of the sports season. We've got college football playoff action. We've got an NFL doubleheader. This is a must, mandatory, multiple TV setup. If you want to come party at the Wolchuk House, you just let me know.
Could
we can
poop
get
on
this
your
going.
couch?
Just make sure you bring some Martin House beer for me, specifically the Roadhouse coffee.
How that Roadhouse coffee?
No pooping on the couch, Brian. That was a one-time thing.
Sorry.
One-time thing. Wear a diaper. If there's an issue, you wear a damn
No problem. We'll wear a diaper for
Thank you. So he's getting out of there.
Yeah, mid to upper 20s I'm seeing for the noon kickoff.
It's going to be shivering.
Highs will be like 30 to 32, and but it'll feel much colder with the wind that could have gusts reaching up to 25 mpHs.
You know what that sounds like?
It's like
Kevin
pregame
Jennings. Kevin Jennings going to run all over that Nittany Lion D.
It's like Eric and I had the pregame show.
Yeah, chattering.
Do you guys know why is it Beaver Stadium for the Nittany Lions? Do we understand?
Well, the Beavers used to own the stadium.
The Beavers.
I bet you the last name somebody named Beaver.
Okay.
John Beaver.
James Beaver.
James. Darn.
It was
Former
James.
governor.
Big James Beaver. What has he done?
He was a Civil War general.
Penn State Nittany Lion.
Okay. I take that back.
Yep.
He's done a lot.
Yeah. Quarterback
More
Jalen
than you?
Milroe, Alabama.
Considerably.
Thank you to the Beavers.
What side on the Civil War?
Yeah, what side was he playing
what
with?
are we doing here?
He was a Pennsylvania guy,
Had to be
so
on
I
the
assume
north.
the North.
Yeah. You'd assume.
I would say
You can assume.
I don't want to play at that Beavis Stadium.
But you never know. You never know. Jalen Milroe is expected to declare for the draft. His final decision is going to come after the bowl, so I think he's still going to play in the bowl game for Alabama, and then we'll head to the draft. He's now putting his name in the ring for maybe first-round consideration. There's some teams that really like him. I don't know.
There's your first-round running back right there.
You just switch positions.
He could.
He could. I mean, the dude's a hell of a runner. He really is. Now,
Wounded multiple times as a brigadier general for the Union.
Okay, so he was. Yeah. Texas A&M.
Wounded multiple times?
Yeah. Yeah, he
Put his
got
life
a
on the
lot of
line.
awards.
Stay in the back, dude.
Was it all like, do we know what the injuries were?
I mean, what are you doing?
Stay in the back.
I said, General, stay in the back.
Lead from the front.
Better stay away from Beaver.
Was it shot?
tell you what.
Cannonball! Oh, we got the General again.
Wounded
Was
beaver.
it stabbings?
He caught some cannonball
Shrapnel?
maybe in the hip.
Oh.
And then he caught a gunshot wound to his leg.
Jeez.
That led to amputation.
Oh,
God.
He was still out
bleed
there
out.
getting it.
yeah.
Oh, no.
Cannonball would
Dude,
do
terrifying.
me in.
Hey, all
That would
that-
do me
All that
in.
though, but
Yeah.
he's got the Beaver name living on forever.
Yeah.
At the home of the Nittany Lions.
Sounds deserved. Guy took a lot of wounds. A&M, they're landing the 5-star wide receiver Micah Hudson from Texas Tech. Biggest recruit the Red Raiders have ever gotten. He's transferred right after year one. Didn't play a ton. Now he's going to go play at Texas A&M. I don't know if that's like the best decision in the world. Former Texas Tech or Temple, Texas wide receiver and Texas Tech receiver, but I guess good for A&M. They're landing a stud. They also got the Georgia safety as well. The Kirby Smart said, okay, if you want to enter the portal, you can get the hell out of here. That's Julian Humphrey, who was starting for that Georgia defense for the majority of the season. He's now going to go to College Station, join the Aggies. So Aggies are cleaning up right now in the portal. A couple years ago, everybody was leaving. Now they're actually getting guys. So nice turn for them with Mike Elko now. North Texas leading rusher Shane Porter. He's going to enter the portal as well after the Mean Greens Bowl game, which is Friday, January 3rd, just up the road here at Ford Stadium. They're taking on the Texas State Bobcats. Now Carter Freeman get excited. John Mateer, Washington State, dual threat quarterback. He has officially entered the portal. Who's the favorite? It is the Sooners of Oklahoma. Why? They just brought in the offensive coordinator. So I think this is a foregone conclusion. Get ready. It's going to be Little Elm, Texas's own John Mateer, who's going to be quarterback in your Oklahoma Sooners next year. You heard it here first.
Makes perfect sense,
or maybe
man.
20th. I don't know. I think everybody's been on this.
Well, I mean, the ties were pretty
Thanks,
obvious.
Paul Feinbaum over there.
No problem, man.
That'd be a big get, man.
And it would be.
Dual threat guy.
Dual threat. Marcus Freeman, he got himself a nice new contract extension there with the Fighting Irish. Landed a 4-year extension that will make him one of the highest paid coaches in the country at more than $9 million a year. He's 30-9 since he took over for Brian Kelly, who left to go to LSU. Still sometimes thinks he's at Notre Dame if you watch his press conferences. Had a couple slip-ups this year, did you, Coach? Did you see what actually Brian Kelly's doing there?
Yeah, he's
in
donating.
Baton
He's
Rouge?
doing $1 million for NIL money.
Yeah, but now he also wants matched $1 million.
Yeah.
So it's like I donate $1 million, you match me $1 million. It's all part of the Kelly family $1 million match challenge.
Insisting on the match is always a bit of a party foul, if you ask me. You know, if you want to be generous, be generous.
Yeah.
Right. If you got it, you got it.
If you don't, you don't.
I mean, you're trying to buy your job, right? You're trying to stay in there by doing a little investment, back into the community.
I also love that he keeps complaining about, like, we need more dollars when we need more dollars, but they're sitting right up there in the top, 3 of total NIL.
We need more dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do.
$20 million wasn't enough.
Me and my family
need more ballers.
We need more money.
We need more ballers. That's right.
And you're absolutely right, too, on 4. Caden Salter's also in the portal. Liberty quarterback was at Cedar Hill, stud, and we'll see where he ends up going. And Chandler Morris from North Texas just actually ended up committing to Virginia. So Chandler Morris, former Highland Park quarterback. Yeah, this might be his 4th. Started at Oklahoma, then went to TCU, balled out this year for North Texas, and is now going to Virginia.
Good math.
Which he had to just stay there with the Mean Green.
Well, thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
There he is, Zach, with his Chuck wagon. Most afternoons here in the G-Bag Nation. We're going all the way till 7 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys. Expressways coming up at 5:20. Takeaways from Mike McCarthy's press conference, top headlines of the day. But before we get there, it's time for an edition of The Finest, Chief. What's it looking like?
Cowboys victory observations plus a next-gen look at our football Sunday next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Forgive me a little bit.
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. We'll go commercial free to the top. LA Live at 5:40. Cowboys win, and we'll take a look at some of the takeaways over the last 24 hours since that game went final. But right now, it's time for a look at all of the football stuff in an edition of Football's Finest. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Cowboys victory Monday, and we have some observations here. I saw Pro Football Focus had the 5 highest graded Cowboys for the game. Who do you think was number 1?
Osa, our player of the game.
Yeah, Osa, yeah.
Oh, that was y'all's player of the game?
Yeah.
Like the Blue Chew kind of...
Hager Slack's big play award guy, yeah.
Yeah, he was number 1, according to the Focus. I'll tell you what, the third quarter start for him was like back-to-back-to-back plays where it's sack, fumble, great run stop, boom, sack again.
Move him around. Find the guys who can't play for the other team. It's a smart way to play football.
Zimmer's got hit. They had packages where he's like lined up as defensive. He's like on the edge.
Yeah. Parsons inside.
Parsons inside.
Yeah.
Lawson obviously had another awesome game. He's the 3rd highest graded player for the Cowboys according to Pro Football Focus yesterday. I wonder how much of an effort they're going to make to retain Carl Lawson. He's not really a name that people like talk about that much, but he's pressured pretty nicely.
Okay, I've got this thing, and you tell me if I'm reading this the right way, but go ahead and kind of finish up. I got this thing with this money and what they're expecting.
Yeah, I would say if the money is low as it was this year, and I would imagine he'll get a little bit of a bump, that would be a guy you would love to have back. You know, a veteran that knows his position and can kind of work off of the disruption that Mike is causing on the other side.
Yeah, Osa was 1, Jalen Brooks 2, Carl Lawson 3, and then Rico and Eric Kendricks. Those are your top 5 highest graded players of the game. And I mean, I also loved seeing Jordan Lewis get the deflection that resulted in the Kendricks interception, and it was on
perfectly
Thielen.
played. Yeah,
it was a great play.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that. Yeah,
I loved that it was on Thielen,
and it was
so
quick.
We had talked so much about how Thielen had bested Jordan Lewis in the previous matchup, and so to have that thing come full circle that way, Jordan Lewis continues his awesome season. But that was great. The penalties were another blemish on what was 14 penalties, dude.
A lot.
Thank God the Panthers were shooting themselves in the foot left and right as well with some penalties. But the penalties continue to be an issue. And I know a lot of people, we talked about the McCarthy stuff, and that's part of the reason why the team tankers, and I know Sean was explaining this today as well. It's not just about the draft pick. It's about the idea that the Joneses can be frustrated enough to be like, hey, we can't bring McCarthy back. For all the people that don't want McCarthy to return, the more you win, the more likely it is that they find a way to be like, no, the injuries, they didn't quit, they won some games, we'll go ahead and run it back with McCarthy. But I did love this tweet from Connor Livesay on Twitter. he saw people arguing for McCarthy again to retain his position as head coach for the Cowboys, and he says the Cowboys have won the division twice. They've made the playoffs 3 times and have one playoff win in 5 years. And in Jason Garrett's last 5 years, the Cowboys were the exact same. They won the division twice, they made the playoffs twice, and they won 1 playoff game. So it's like, when you look at it that way, and we can't forget about all the playoff disasters and the quality opponent disasters, even when the team was healthy and rocking and rolling and Dak's playing at the height of his powers, you still can't win when it actually matters. So all the stuff that's happening now is really a moot point for me.
Yeah, no, I think that you should look at that in the big picture. Now, the 3 straight 12-win seasons, I think, are going to weigh heavily. The fact that you had top 5 offenses many of those years, your defense is heading back in the right direction, and your guys didn't give up. All I need if I'm the Joneses right now is permission to work on a different play caller and OC along with him, and I would love to have Mike McCarthy back for the things that he does well.
I couldn't believe. I was like, wow, they're really in control of this game. And then you get the Cooper fumble, and then the immediate next play.
Oh my gosh, 83.
Yeah. That's what made Stephen Jones swear this morning, talking about the end of that half.
Yeah, because it was
Coker,
ridiculous.
He ends up reaching like almost 22 mph.
Yeah, I saw the next
like,
gen.
What the hell?
It's an 83-yard touchdown. He reaches 21.15 miles per hour, fastest play by a Panthers ball carrier since 2021. But over that 2-play span, the Panthers gained a plus 9% win probability with the Cooper Rush fumble and the Coker touchdown. And we had actually talked a little bit about Coker in the pregame because he had been banged up for a while, but he's been a bright spot in that offense.
I used to...
was it Delhomme about it?
Delhomme about
Holy
him.
Cross.
Yeah, I asked him about him, yeah.
And my goodness. I'm familiar with your game now, Mr. Coker.
Yeah, I was told on that play that they had a check that didn't get conveyed. They missed a check. That they got it communicated through half the defense and it didn't get all the way to the outside.
Because AO was supposed to carry him, right?
Well, AO, yeah,
on the
AO
boundary.
Hooker, yeah, but they made a check because when you watch the play, they're playing almost like man on one side and then zone on the other. But I was told that they missed a check. They didn't get it all the way to the communication was a problem on that play, and that's why they caused the bust.
Yeah, 14-point swing there. Luckily, they rectified that in the second half.
They got it under control. The defense late in the game was it was a penalty fest, just back-to-back penalties all over the place. Everybody's getting called for something.
Let me stop there real quick because the job they did with Micah Parsons, who is begging to get on the field every snap. Dude jumps offside. It was a neutral zone infraction. Yeah. They take him right off. That's the kind of accountability that you need, and I think the Joneses could learn a lot from. Especially with their superstar player, who's visibly upset. He wants to get his 3rd sack, but it's like, no, dude, you got to go out there and be disciplined. You can't just be sack hunting and think that you're just going to stay in the game because you're the star. That's the kind of standards that I think really good coaching staffs have.
And it felt like we saw a little bit more Micah off ball. Obviously, the overshown impact. You're going to have to move Micah around. But it felt like
Leofal's played well for you.
Dude, Leofal had a fantastic game.
Yeah,
he really did.
Yeah. No, I mean he had some. The punch out was
textbook. But the read and react when it came to the running game.
Had a great 4-yard loss, TFL, shooting it, beating the lineman to the punch there. That was awesome.
That was good.
I'll tell you what, the play on the fumble, Bryce Young made it a pretty amazing move, spinning back into the field when Micah was breathing down his neck. I mean, the amount of almost plays that Micah's made in the last couple of weeks with Joe Burrow last week and then Bryce Young on that play, and then it's all for naught because Leofal steps up and punches it out. It was fantastic. All right, I know we'll talk about the defense a little bit more. Krusty's Corner 2.0 coming up here during the Expressway. So I'll pivot to some other football things.
Hey, real quick, what do you think Carl Lawson's positional value is currently?
What do you mean by that? Projected?
Yeah, like over the cap does the thing like
what's his contract going to be?
No, how he's playing right now.
Yeah,
like currently you pay him $1.1 million to play. But how he's playing
like a $5 million player or something.
They're actually saying
10.
like he's playing as a $13.7 million player.
Yeah, wowzers.
Yeah, there's no way he's going to get that though. But
that's
that
what
positional
value
for your buck. 100%.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Well, a lot of these guys are benefiting. One, you benefit from the Micah impact. Like when Micah's not on the field, say what you want about all these guys getting pressure. The Bryce Young has all day to throw when Micah's not on the field 9 times out of 10.
Micah's positional value, $33.4 million.
Right on par with he's going to get, he'll get more than that, but
40.
I think he's going to get 40.
Yeah.
It's probably what he's going to get. But yeah, I mean, he was a game wrecker yesterday for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Wolchuk put in the call for double-digit sacks. It was felt like he was going to get there. But he did get that too.
Damn close.
He did get that crooked number. Okay, so I don't know if you guys probably didn't get to watch much Red Zone yesterday because you were in here doing the whole deal.
I watched quite a bit.
Did you notice the moments where they go split screen and they welcome in what is supposed to be a commercial-free environment, one-on-one, me and Scott Hansen, 7-hour date, commercial-free. Here comes the little deal where they split screen it and they're still showing you something, and they do it during real games too, but like here's a 15-second little commercial. They were test running it, and so people were going nuts on social media. Like, what's going on here? Why am I getting any type of advertisement? You guys are doing false advertisement when Scott Hansen's kicking off the proceedings at noon o'clock. 7 hours of commercial-free football start right now, and we all get a collective full torker across the country, and then boom, in comes a 15-second ad during what is supposed to be a commercial-free experience. I understand. I noticed it. It didn't completely ruin my day, but I was like, what's happening here? Well, I'm not used to this. They're test running it, and Red Zone fans can expect some little ad slip-ins during 2025 season.
I think they're getting greedy. I was almost as annoyed by that as I was the fact there were no one-score games in the late slate as we got to the end. It was a snooze fest. Yeah, there was no witching hour. It was a wench at best. But I think you go live reads. Just have Scott mix it in. By the way, this 2-box brought to you by our friends at the Auto Supply Company.
Yeah, it's an easy way to do it.
Yeah, you don't have to jump that far that quick. But hey, I get it. Because live sports are about the only thing marketable left on broadcast. So they're trying to get it however they can.
Yeah, no, they're trying to squeeze all the juice out of their product and their content. And to some extent, I get it. To another extent, like let's be true to who we are. You're Red Zone, you're commercial free.
Yeah, charge more.
Don't start ball sacking us now.
Yeah, bump it up $5. You can bump it up $40. I'd still pay it.
How about Jalen Hurts calling out the media like that's what y'all wanted to see?
Good.
Now that he got AJ Brown the football a little bit.
Just add that to your monthly bill.
Yeah.
Are we sure?
Yeah, Brian.
Are we?
Yeah.
Are we?
I love it.
I mean, for an extra $5 a month or something, I don't have to see any commercials.
Just said 40. You just said 40.
An extra 40?
I think it is worth $50 a month. I think the product is that good.
On top of what it already is, or you're just saying in total it's 50? Like your Red Zone channel should cost you $50 a month as long as it's actually commercial free.
Yeah, I think that's the market value of it.
I wouldn't really argue with that. I do think when you're just buying the Red Zone channel, it's only costing you like $10 or $15 a month.
Yeah.
So it's totally a steal. But yeah, you could probably price gouge on that if you want to. People are addicted to their Red Zone.
Yeah.
And you see it all the time now when you're just watching a standalone game and you start getting a little fidgety.
The commercial breaks,
yes,
all the downtime.
Oh, another stoppage.
And you got to be locked in. If you're doing fantasy, I can't imagine you're watching individual games at all.
No, I mean, the Red Zone for fantasy purposes is huge, and especially this time of year when it's playoff time.
Yeah.
And
is that why they created Red Zone? For fantasy football or gamblers?
To some extent, yes.
I know Scott Hansen's talked about this on a podcast before, like where they were pitching the idea of it. I'm sure that fantasy had a little something to do with it.
And just the general
But it was really just the commercial-free football.
Right, exactly.
That was really the genesis
and
of
now
it
they're
all.
tainting it a little bit. But, the Eagles get the victory over the Steelers. Jalen Hurts throwing the ball around, throwing it to A.J. Brown. Even Devontae Smith had a nice game. Saquon Barkley gets banged up, but they iced the game out. I mean, the fact that they're able to ice out the final 10 and a half minutes of that game.
The Steelers really have 2 possessions of offense the entire second half.
Yes.
That is unbelievable.
2 second-half possessions because the entire fourth quarter was basically owned by the Eagles. Just 5 yards a pop, running the ball. Okay, it's 3rd and 6. I'll find A.J. Brown. We'll keep moving this thing. I don't know that I've ever seen a 10.5-minute, 4-minute offense to just completely go for the kill in a game. But it was pretty cool. But then after the game, so that's what y'all wanted to see, huh? Jalen Hurts letting the media know that I guess maybe they just unleashed a bit of a monster here, but he's doing the thing, and I get it because you got to psych yourself up. You got to make enemies that aren't really there. But the enemy was from within. That was A.J. Brown that wanted to see that. We didn't much care. As a matter of fact, from a media standpoint, we kind of love it when the Eagles are in turmoil.
Yeah.
But A.J. Brown needed to get those targets. He needed to see that ball go in a little bit. He needed to be reminded that his quarterback can throw the ball a little bit from time to time.
Yeah.
So don't start pointing the finger at us.
And for extra credit, did you see the play where T.J. Watt beat two dudes in like two seconds? I think it might have been a tight end and a fullback. It might have been Lane Johnson out there, but I think other than that, it was a good game. Anyway, he comes and hits the ball. Boom, full 4-on slam. And Hurts has it pointed down and does not even budge, doesn't quiver. It's like no other quarterback hangs onto that ball.
Vice grip style.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got an Adrian. I've never heard like legends about the Jalen Hurts handshake like we did Adrian Peterson all those years, but maybe he's got one of those.
Dial it in like a pit bull.
Cooper Rush definitely doesn't have that type of hand strength.
Not neither is Bryce Young.
I did appreciate the Eagles fan before the game, the hammered Eagles fan doing the Brian Broaddus bit of putting the empty beer cans as ornaments on the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
And then once he got just hammered enough and there was just enough empty beer cans as ornaments on the tree, he takes his bicycle and just drunkenly rides it as fast as he can into. And this is like a middle-aged man. This is a grown man.
Wow.
I can't imagine he has wife and kids, but he is the age of somebody that would. And he just comes barreling into it, and then he picks up the Christmas tree like a trophy, and then he slams it into the ground, Hulk smash style.
We all just stood around it and admired.
It was good drinking.
It was
there.
pretty impressive.
I don't think I've done anything like that since I was like 35 or something.
So we still got time.
Parade.
The good old days, man. And finally, I think this time of year we see all the different gifts that teammates give to their teammates and stuff like that.
What?
Gift giving?
Gift giving, teammate to teammate.
It's the season of giving.
Usually it's quarterback, O-line,
I
or
lost
whatever.
you there for a minute.
Running backs.
Yeah.
Anthony Walker Jr., it was poorly said, and you're fair to correct me on it, but Anthony Walker Jr., linebacker for the Dolphins, gifted teammates their former high school jerseys.
Okay, so that's what it was. I saw the video of them wearing this. I didn't know that it was a gift. That's awesome.
And it was every player on the team. It was a pretty well thought out, like sentimental value.
Wow.
Every player on the Dolphins, and like during warmups yesterday before they got their ass kicked by the Texans, and their offense that's supposed to be awesome scores 12 points, and Tua looks awful like he always does versus a good team. They were all donning it in the pregame warmups. They got their last name on. I was like, that's a pretty good
great
gift. And you're not probably footing a bill for a bunch of like four-wheelers or whatever like a lot of times they do. He did it for the whole team though.
Woo.
That was a pretty special gift.
Yeah, it's really cool.
$300 times 50? What is that? Like 15 grand still? That's very generous. But I think especially in pro sports when everybody's making $1 million up, like a monetary gift isn't that needed. Like if a guy wants something, he'll go get it himself. It's a thought.
Exactly. Yeah. And now that is up in the man cave of every single Dolphins player as they sulk around realizing that they still suck after all these years.
I think I'd steal that if I was another team and I was a thoughtful guy. Okay, it is the 5 o'clock football hour, Wolchuk.
Which is brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings, where B-dubs is football.
Could the Cowboys trade Micah? Steven addressed that. We'll give you all the top headlines from the world of sports today. LA Live's coming up at 5:40 here on The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by Cars for Kid. Donate today, carsforkid.org. And it's brought to you by The Expressway, is presented by the On Time Experts. Okay, Capitals are coming in to the AAC tonight to take on your Dallas Stars. They're on a flippin' 10-game road winning streak. So even though they're only like, what did I say, 15, 12, and 3, something like that, they've been dominant away from D.C. So a victory tonight would bring them closer to the NHL record for consecutive road wins, but I don't know what that number is. I can check on it if you want it. But the Stars have been formidable at home. They're 12-3-0 at the AAC so far this season. So if you're heading to that game, have a blast. What'd you think about Mike McCarthy press conference just about an hour and a half ago? Said he does not see Tank in the game this week. Are we going to see him at all?
That's surprising to me, and I need to do some further research. I remember a couple weeks ago, I was all kind of giddy coming in here and talking about doing my morning work with DallasCowboys.com and looking at Britt Brown and Tank out there on the field, and they were working. I mean, he was making cuts and working. And
is it his foot again?
It was his foot. Initially, it was his foot. That's the problem. But he was planting and going and turning, and I was just kind of walking to the studio, and I felt like this was going to be more sooner than later, but maybe there was a setback here that we're dealing with right now.
Well, we hope for the best for Tank. He used to join us on our Cowboys Weekly show, as Eric Kendricks does now. Had a blast with him. Obviously been a huge Cowboys fan early in his life, and to come here was a dream come true. Took a pay cut to stay here.
Yeah.
And still a really, really good player. So best of luck to him. Did we have shots fired at the draft results? Mike McCarthy asked about the number of undrafted players participating this season. They had 7 undrafted dudes on their last touchdown that were in the game. Yeah. 7 of the 11 were undrafted. Says, well, we've been kicking ass in the 8th round.
Yeah.
So,
well, you know what? Let me give a shout out to Chris Hall, who coordinates all that stuff, because Chris, when I worked at the Cowboys, and Chris has been there since 1990, a long time Cowboy staffer, and I'm probably going to get him in trouble for saying this, but when I worked there, Chris did a great job. Like the Tony Romo draft, Chris will not let scouts move guys. Like you have to give when that board's set. Chris does a great job of saying, okay, board's set. This is how it's going to sit, and then and we then can kind of work from this. And he wouldn't let scouts move names up and down. Just you had to have a good reason for why. And generally, that's why they had some success with the college free agency program. They go after these guys that are on the draft board. Span Ford, those guys. Those are draftable players.
Marquise Bell a few years ago
on their boards, and so that's what I give Chris a lot of credit. I haven't been there in a while, but Chris, like I say, he was a guy that always was kind of making sure that hey, the scouts, when we put a player on that board, that's where that guy was going to stay. And then that allowed you to, at the end, when we went hunting for those guys, then those were the first guys you go after. The draftable players on your board that haven't been drafted.
Jerry probably deserves some credit here as well because there's no cap.
He spends the money.
Yeah, there's no cap
there.
He
spends the money on that stuff.
You write checks, and obviously when you call and say, hey, it's the Cowboys, you have a pretty good chance of the other line being like, oh, I think this is one we're interested in.
Jerry was a very good closer. Parcells, when I was there, a good closer. Coaches get involved. I mean, Jerry gets on that phone, and like he's talking to the kid, and the next thing you know, it's like he hangs to the phone, like, we got him. Or he'll like, let me hand you to Adam Pacifica, and he'll, and then now you got a deal.
Contract stuff.
Let me sell you on why you can make this football team.
Yeah, and Jerry was a great closer for that stuff, but I give Chris a lot of credit for keeping that board intact.
Stephen Jones with KNC Masterpiece earlier. We see Mike as a Cowboy for long term. We've said all along our goal was to sign all these Dak, CD, Micah, and that's still our goal. There was a report over the weekend that they had not ruled out a trade, and I think that's the right approach to take privately. Like, sure, blow us away. If you really want Micah Parsons, there is a price. But I imagine it would be very high. Lions running back David Montgomery out the rest of the season, sustained what's called a sprained MCL now. I saw earlier it was torn, but he's undergoing additional testing and getting a second opinion in hopes of a return. And if it is a sprained MCL, I'd imagine he could be maybe back for, round 1 or round 2 of the playoffs. Yeah.
They might be hoping too that if they get the Super Bowl, Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, that's the rumors that Aiden Hutchinson could be back for the Super Bowl. We'll see.
Niners linebacker Devondre Campbell is going to just be suspended 3 games. That prevents him from signing with another team. They don't want to incentivize players to be a problem for the coaching staff so they can get cut and catch on with a contender. Deontay Johnson, the player with the Ravens, could be approaching a cut, though. I wonder if anybody would be interested in him.
Did they ask? They told him not to show up at the complex anymore, right?
They said that he's not practicing this week, yeah. So I don't know what's going on there. Maybe they also don't want him to leave and then go sign with a contender.
It's considered a high ankle sprain for Patrick Mahomes, but don't think it's bad, reports Adam Schefter. If you can walk, I think there's a good chance you're playing in 3 to 4 weeks. If they got to carry you off the field, then it's a high ankle sprain. Yeah. It could be 6.
Does anybody take worse hits than Pat Mahomes, get bent sideways,
he works on
backwards?
it. We saw that in that quarterback show.
And he's usually good at getting out of those situations.
He like trains his body to be contorted in these weird, uncomfortable positions.
He got whacked yesterday, man.
Wow. Yeah, he got folded over. And they threw the ball so much. Andy Reid was being criticized in a huge way yesterday. It's like, dude, your offensive line doesn't pass protect that well. You got your guard Tooney out there playing left tackle because Humphreys that you just signed off the street 2 weeks ago is already injured.
Oh, wow.
And you're playing with like a 2-score lead. Most of the second half, you're throwing the ball like 40-plus times. What are we doing?
Yeah, that's a bad idea. I think Andy Reid's better than that, and we know he is. So he's going to be evaluated all week to see if he can play. This is a Saturday game against Houston. And then they're going to turn around and play the Steelers on Christmas Day, which completes 3 games in 11 days. So the schedule doing them no favors right now. Michael Vick's was in talks with Norfolk State earlier and now Sac State tonight to be a head coach. I didn't think based on how he openly talked about not watching film much during his playing career that he would be a fit as a head coach. But in his interviews, he's been impressive, and he's an observant, cerebral guy. So he's getting a sniff there and might have his chance of working his way up the ranks there. If
I
he can.
hope it's Norfolk State, bro. Oh, that'd be so good because the 7 cities already love him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In that area.
Yeah.
Oh, Norfolk State would be a nice little touch for Mike Vick.
Yeah, that'd be a great spot. And, so he might have 2 teams bidding on him right now. It's time now to go over to Krusty's Corner where Brian Broaddus has some more film takeaways.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, General. Okay, let's talk about the defense a little bit on from this last game. I'll tell you what, you really got to give a couple of rookies some credit. They tried to run a reverse, and I'm only focused on this one because of the rookie players that were involved. With Nealon and then Leofau and the way they were able to play, we all remember the reverse to Leggett, and then so this is really good awareness by both these guys because neither player was fooled by that, and they were able to both just play off the blocks really quick in order to force Leggett to have to escape back to the inside. But these guys that are getting opportunities to play, Nealon was injured. Leofau was just kind of a base guy. But now that they're getting to play more and more, you're starting to see some of the things that the scouts really believed about these guys. I was very critical of the Leofau draft just because I felt like it cost me a running back potentially in the draft. But I'll tell you what, the nickel stuff the base stuff he's playing, his ability to be around the football. We're going to talk about the fumble that he just forced. I mean, this guy makes really, really nice plays. And Nealon, I was worried about him as a pass rusher. But he can play the run, but he's developing some pass rush ability, playing both sides and stuff like that. So this draft might be, when it's all said and done, with all the injuries that they had, they're young guys, they're rookies that got to play. That's going to benefit them going into the future for sure. The Leofau forced fumble, I think this play is, it really started because of your coverage. Bland, Lewis, Kendricks all covered very well on the play. And so really Young's got nowhere to throw the football. So all the guys are marked, and Parsons forces Young real wide on the play. And then you remember Young spinning back to the inside, and that kind of gets Micah off his track. But as he's starting to run, you could see that Leofau is in that area where he's kind of thinking like, okay, is this guy going to slide or is he going to dive? I think he was surprised the guy was diving forward and he didn't slide. But you could see him looking at Young as he's going forward, and he just immediately, it's not even about the tackle. It was just about the punch. And the ball was away. You could see it on the end zone copy. The ball was away from Young's body. Boy, Young drops the ball a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah,
small hands. He always gets ball gets knocked out of his hands a lot. But like Leofau does a great job of punching that ball as Young was diving forward. There are 5 Cowboy defenders hustling over to chase that play. And Nealon, I mentioned him before, he's in the right spot to make the recovery. So your rookie's making plays, one punching the ball out, another one doing a great job of getting over there and making the play. On Kendrick's interception, this was really a nice job by Lewis reading the eyes of Young and driving on the ball. You kind of look at what he takes a look back when Young is dropping back. He's kind of looking at him as like, okay, Young's eyes are looking at Thielen the whole time, and you get a really, Lewis reads this really, really well. He's going to drive on the ball. The best thing he did in this one, he's able to play around Thielen. He's able to play with his offhand, and so what he does, instead of wrapping his arm around and then coming with the left hand, he just goes over the top of him, and really there's just no contact. It's just all left hand over the top, and then the ball gets deflected. Great job. I can't wait to talk to Kendricks about this interception because he was playing in coverage on the inside, and he turns quickly to see when he sees the ball going inside to Thielen. You could see him just quickly turn back to the inside, and then the ball is right there on him. And so he has to make a quick adjustment. Great awareness, great reaction by Kendricks with the ball in the air. He got his head around really quickly on the play in order to make that play and get the interception. All right, I mentioned about Coker's touchdown. I was told this was a miscommunication across the board. They just did not get it done. Ayo and Hooker both were in coverage to that side. Hooker picks up Leggett, the wide receiver, and carries him in the route. But AO sinks in the route and not deep enough, which allows Coker to get behind him. And Young gets the ball away just before Osa's right there on top of him. He gets the ball away. It's really a bad break for the defense, but I did get it confirmed this morning that was a bad miscommunication on their part. That should have been something that was picked up along the way. Osa's sack and fumble. This is really a nice job by Osa getting off the snap. This was when it started the third quarter.
Gosh, he dominated. What was that, Damian Lewis?
It was Lewis, yeah. It's like Osa gets off the snap. I mean, and he's right on top of Lewis, who's their left guard. He's able to break his hands down really quickly, and so now he's got the edge. So once the hands are down, he gets the edge. Young's going to try and attempt to slide forward in the pocket, but Osa knocks the ball right out of his hands, and Golston was right there to clean up. If in fact that Young had escaped, Golston was right there. It's still going to be a negative play, probably a sack. But as he's like I say, Osa wins just so fast that Young really doesn't have a chance at all to make that play. All right, the Golston sack. I've mentioned him and how he's been playing. We all knew that the twist game was going to be a problem for Carolina. I felt like that they had a slow-footed offensive line. We've talked about that a bunch. Osa and Golston are going to work off the right side, and on the opposite side is Micah and then Mozzie Smith. But what happens is that Osa's able to split up the Lewis and the left tackle. So what happens is now you've got these linemen. Usually when you play twist stunts, you kind of stay hip to hip. Well, Osa got them both to split apart, and Golston goes right around, comes looping around. He's inside, makes the play. It happened. There was so much separation that if Golston didn't make the sack, I think Osa's going to get the sack. They're both right there on top of it. Great job by Osa splitting up the two blockers and then allowing Golston to get inside and make the play. Okay, on the Lewis sack, this was the sack that came off the slot, and this is when I think that Mike Zimmer was super creative. It's a blitz that Zimmer tried earlier in the game, but it's a little bit different. He tries it to a different side. They tried to run it off the right side, the defense's right side, and it got picked up. So they come back to it later in the game, and he flips Lewis to the other side and gets the blitz home. Parsons drops on the play. He's playing like he's on the line of scrimmage in the middle, and he drops to kind of take an area. Him and Lawson both drop. So they used to call that fire zone. You fire the guys and play zone and try and cover gaps and stuff. But really nice job by Parsons on the drop. And then Lewis gets home. Kendricks is on Hubbard, and then Nealon is on Lewis. That really causes a lot of problems. That gets Lewis free on the play. So great job by Zimmer with the design. He tried it on the right side, didn't work, flipped it to the left side, got his guy home to make a sack.
The Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus has Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 in the show following Cowboys games. We also circle back at 5:30 for more film takeaways. Thank you, sir. That was brilliant. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has LA Live.
Okay, that's right. That's right. It's a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Let's get into it after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. Hey, it'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
What are you? I'm 99.
So you were born in
1925. 25. Yeah, so 2025, I'll be, God willing, and if the creek don't rise, I'll make it to 100. So when I get up in the morning, I thank him for one more day. Because all the tomorrows belong to God. See, they don't belong to you. They belong to God.
That's a fact, Jack. Got to wake up and show gratitude. And then, you kick the dog and get,
exactly. Yeah.
get off the bed. That
Go
type
get a shot of whiskey.
Yeah, All right, this is LA Live for Monday, December 16th, 2024. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group. PPT for the name. Appreciate it. I appreciate you. Let's get right into it, folks. I was watching the New Jersey drones over the weekend.
Yes. All right, Lucius, I'm glad you're doing this because tell me what's going on with this thing.
The New Jersey drones sightings continue over the weekend. It's picking up steam. Sightings in New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and other East Coast states.
Maryland, I heard too, involved in this.
Maryland. They're coming out of the ocean.
Oh, you don't say.
Coming out of the ocean.
Wow, this is aliens. What the hell, dude? This is the biggest story of our lives. This is the biggest story of our lives. How does the world not stop to focus on this? How are we working right now? We should just be covering the alien drones, Lucius. Thank you.
Yeah, they're flying over houses and Navy weapons bases and Army bases and everything.
Maybe
it's
not
another country. I hope it's not, bro.
If it's another country, we're done for.
Yeah, I see all types of weird theories. Over the weekend, the weirdest theory, I think Joe Rogan retweeted this guy who said that they could be searching for nuclear situations.
Yeah.
That somebody snuck over nuclear things and you can piece a bomb together.
Yeah.
I'll bring this on a shipping container one day, another 18-wheeler another day, and we all put it together type thing.
Right.
I don't know.
That's interesting.
That's scary.
Yeah.
So the drones would be like safeguarding the world against that?
It's us looking for the bombs.
Oh, we are looking for them.
We're looking for the bombs, and we're not telling anybody we're looking for the bombs because we don't want mass hysteria.
I like that theory. So we had to deploy our latest and greatest military technology that nobody knows about.
Nobody's ever seen it
because it's an
before.
emergency.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, man.
That too.
Was that the movie Clear and Present Danger? Was Tom Clancy? Was that the one where they blew at the Super Bowl? The nuclear device, the Super Bowl?
When you say Super Bowl, I think Batman.
Okay, I was just. I think it was
a football game.
Clear
Yeah.
The Dark Knight Rises. Tom Clancy's book, or Some of All Fears.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Was it Some of All Fears?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do some Googling.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Black Sunday?
No, that was with a blimp. That was the blimp at the Super Bowl.
That was me yesterday, baby. That's me every Sunday, Dawson.
I think it's Some of All Fears. I think that was Clancy's book. Anyway, I'm sorry about that.
No,
Yes, it
please,
was.
Throw it out there, man.
Was that it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Clancy's book,
They blew
1991.
up a nuclear device at the Super Bowl in Baltimore. Is what they did.
Is it any good? How many stars does it have?
It's Ben Affleck's in it and Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's actually it's pretty good. It's worth your watch.
Okay.
It really, really is.
I'll put that on my joint, on my list. Yeah, let's see. I got two stories right here I seen over the weekend about these New Jersey drones that we can respond to. A reporter, he was cynical about it. So he went to go see it himself, and he's got his mind blown. Let's go to News Nation.
I didn't believe what I was seeing. But what was I seeing? We're here in central Jersey. We've been looking for the past hour. I think we've seen about 40 or 50 of these drones. In fact, there's one over my shoulder right there. One after another, these drones appeared in the night sky. The department says these mystery drones evade detection because they don't give off heat like regular drones.
Bruh.
Why do you think that is?
No heat, no sound. Come on, man.
We don't know. It's just something that we haven't, it's not something that we've had our hands on. It's not something that we've experienced.
Something they hadn't experienced until now. One of their officers called 911 after seeing 50 of them come off the ocean.
Advised after we made contact with that officer that there were 50 that came off the ocean.
Okay, so that's a total game changer.
These things are amphibious, bro.
So they're submarines slash
launching them.
silent planes.
Yeah, they're launching them on submarines.
Okay. Yes, and drones can find enriched uranium. Like they're already known to be. The government uses that to look for that in foreign countries where we think they have. Yeah, so that fits.
Benny and the Jets.
Yeah.
Gotta love that.
Yeah.
Lucius,
we're looking for the Jets right now.
Looking for the Jets.
I'm Benny.
Do you think these governors haven't been told?
No, because they're not acting like they have been told.
Well, that's
None
what
of
I'm
the
saying.
authorities.
I wonder if the authorities have not been like The government's doing this without telling the governors of these states.
You don't want to do this because look at the hysteria.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at, the whole country is flipping out a little bit, man. Like if you had it under control or if you knew what it was, you would say something a little bit better to these government officials so they can have a word for their people.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Here's an independent drone operator. This fool, he went up there and tried to fly his drone next to the other drones, which I recommended the first time I heard about these things. So I'm like, well, just get up there and see what they are.
Yeah,
he
classic
did it.
drone off. Did you see the guy firing his rifle at him?
No.
Yeah.
With the tracers?
No, he needs to stop, man. We don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Starts firing back.
Yeah.
I guess like commercial aircraft have been fired at by people thinking it's a drone.
Yeah. Well, that happens a lot to the Spirit, I heard. In Haiti, they've been shooting at the airplanes.
Yeah.
Yeah, a gangster named Barbecue took over Haiti, by the way. Anyway, let's go to this drone guy.
Wharton, New Jersey resident and Terror Talk podcast host Michael B. has spent the past 2 weeks.
Can y'all look that up real quick? Terror Talk podcast with Michael B. Let's see if this guy's not a weirdo. You know what I mean? Let's make sure.
Wharton, New Jersey resident and Terror Talk podcast host Michael B. has spent the past 2 weeks attempting to see what these peculiar-looking light-up moving dots are in the sky.
The other night, there was right here over Picatinny, there was a drone just hanging out. I put my drone up in the air and went towards it. I had full battery life. Not 3 minutes into the flight, I lost control of the drone. Warning on my screen, lost control, and my drone started going down, dead battery.
Michael lives less than a quarter mile from the Picatinny Arsenal Army base, and it has been there over the past few weeks where the military says they have spotted at least 11 unauthorized drones.
See, like the military, if we knew what was going on, somewhere on that base, the military guy would know.
Yeah.
The head of that base, whoever that colonel is or the cat, whatever, he would tell you. Well, don't
drones,
worry
balloons,
about
it doesn't matter. Just fly whatever you want over the country.
It looks like the Terror Talk podcast is a couple of really smart people that delve into controversial subjects.
Okay.
So,
It's like Showtime had a TV
forensic
series
psychologist. Yeah.
Jeez. Okay. Well, thank you for looking him up. Make sure it wasn't some weirdo I'm just playing right here. Like, oh my God, he said it.
Love of the star.
Very popular.
Yeah.
He's on IMDb. He's real.
Okay. Oh, wow. IMDb. You can use that. All right, check my IMDb. Yeah. All right. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Had a fantastic weekend, too, by the way, folks. I had the DJ Saturday night.
There you go.
And it was my dad's event.
Cool.
And he was hosting the event. So he's on the mic, running his mouth, blah, 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 as I'm DJing.
That's awesome.
What an amazing feeling, dog.
Yeah.
The DJ an event that your dad is hosting is pretty cool. You talking about in sync.
Yeah.
Me and Dawson are in sync pretty good, but I'm him. I am my dad. So I could read what he was about to do before he was doing it. I'm trying to find a song for him. Like, oh, I got you, dog. I got you. Bam.
That's
awesome. It was amazing, man. I had a good time.
Probably better than Bronny playing off LeBron that one time.
Man, I wish he would have made that shot. Speaking of Bronny, Bronny James jerseys have reportedly sold 500,000 units, generating more than $50 million in revenue for the Lakers.
There you go.
Wow,
that's a plan. Second round pick just got $50 million.
Worth the pick right there.
$50 million?
Yeah.
It's crazy. That's got to be fake news. $50 million?
That's crazy.
That is crazy. How much are they paying him?
Probably $500,000.
No, I'm talking about how much are they paying him? Was it like $7 million or something?
Yeah.
Didn't they get their money back already?
He got a pretty big chunk for
4 years, $7.9 million.
Yeah, he got his money back. They got their money back.
Absolutely, they did.
They did. Wow, that's crazy. $50 million.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to me. Something historic happened over the weekend as well. San Francisco had its first tornado warning